Upon awakening, Song Mu found himself inexplicably transported to a parallel universe known as the Triangular Delta. To his astonishment, he discovered that the inhabitants of this world possessed extraordinary marksmanship and almost clairvoyant awareness. However, he remained unchanged, still a novice in skill. How could he possibly navigate such a tumultuous beginning? Just then, Song Mu activated his exclusive system, Tang Ren. Is your marksmanship lacking? Is your technique insufficient? Fear not. Just unleash a relentless barrage. Is Kunkin too formidable, capable of eliminating foes in an instant? No need to panic. Tang Ren's fourth ally is none other than Kunkin. As he forged ahead, accumulating bountiful rewards alongside Kunkin, they executed a furious onslaught against enemy operatives, bolstering their teammates with fervor. By the time he looked back, Song Mu had ascended to the position of the world's foremost collector. Other operatives remarked, "Does anyone truly comprehend the magnitude of this?" The sheer volume of rewards Song Mu amassed in this match is something I have never witnessed in my lifetime. The Longwa government expressed immense gratitude towards Song Mu for his generous contributions of rare collectibles, bestowing upon him the honorary title of National Ambassador, ensuring his unfettered movement within the realm of Longwood, in a world where everyone seemed to possess extraordinary enhancements. Who truly thrived? One must understand that in this chaotic existence, fortune lies in profit. As the National Ambassador, the world's leading collector, and a recipient of 5 African hearts in a single match, Song Mu proclaimed, "Aggressive tactics will never yield riches. Only clever maneuvering can unveil the ultimate truth." Chapter 1. What? Universal enhancements? Save me. Zhongzi Ge, at Wolf City High School. All right, class, please settle down. Let us confirm that each of your operative watches is activated. Once you return home, your first task is to register your personal ID and ensure that the 3 new recruit standard coupons required for tomorrow's assessment have been credited to your account. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to contact me. The 3-year term has concluded, and now you stand at the crossroads of your lives. At the podium, the Mediterranean teacher adjusted his glasses, casting his gaze across each student before continuing. As your teacher, there is a truth I must convey. Some are born into privilege, while others are destined to toil. But come tomorrow, regardless of your wealth, lineage, or connections, you may still defy fate through your own prowess and a stroke of luck. The students listened intently, yet one strikingly handsome boy, seated alone in the last row, wore an expression of sheer bewilderment. Where have I awakened? Is this truly still my homeland? Indeed, it is. Song Mu scanned the classroom, observing the Mediterranean teacher preparing to depart, when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, flooding it with a myriad of bizarre memories. His brain rebooting. 3 minutes later, his mind was operational once more. Upon waking, I find myself thrust into a parallel universe. The Triangular Delta game has invaded reality, and every individual who has reached the age of 18 can register as a GDI operative to explore the treasure-laden world. Goodness, I spent an entire night grinding through a 33-pants task, only to end up in a live-action version of the Triangular Delta? Song Mu could not help but ponder deeply. Indeed, the seasonal pants task was no trifling matter. It had drained him completely. However, he quickly sorted through the chaos in his mind. Following the integration of the Triangular Delta game into this world, 2 distinct game modes had emerged, the Battlefield of Flames and the Comprehensive Battlefield. The Comprehensive Battlefield is exclusively open to active duty soldiers or veterans who have served less than 3 years, with the scoring ratio of Battlefield Performance 2. Real-world currency set at 1:10. Conversely, the Battlefield of Flames welcomes all citizens aged 18 and above, excluding active duty soldiers or those who have served less than 3 years. The rewards ratio here is 1:1, provided one successfully retreats. Failure to do so results in the loss of all possessions except for a safety box. In essence, to survive and prosper in this world, one must navigate through 3 primary pathways. 1. Register as a GDI operative and venture into the Battlefield of Flames to earn wealth. In the realm of laborers, one can only say that each has its own merits. Joining the military allows one to participate in comprehensive battlefields without the burden of purchasing equipment, relying solely on individual skill, marksmanship, and teamwork. Would you not agree, Comrade Wang Haoyu? Conversely, the war-torn regions provide the potential for substantial financial gains, where overnight wealth is not merely a dream. With a 1:1 currency ratio, one could easily find themselves grinning from ear to ear amidst the chaos. However, something seems amiss. Song Mu was reminiscing about his past life, where he had nearly exploded from the sheer volume of his vibrant exhibition warehouse, when he suddenly recognized a grave and fatal flaw. His gaming skills were mediocre at best. To put it kindly, he was a novice, to be blunt, a poor player, and if one were to be harsher, a mere fool. In his previous life, Song Mu had adored the game Delta Force, immersing himself in both PC and mobile versions to the point of addiction. Unfortunately, his gaming prowess was severely lacking, often resulting in comical blunders such as left and right brain conflicts, being eliminated in tournaments, botched escapes, and culinary mishaps where he would take half an hour to deliver a meal. Yet, it must be said, as is well known, Delta Force is a peculiar game where exceptional performance incurs penalties, while poor performance yields rewards. Song Mu himself epitomized the hidden rule of the game's mechanics. The absurdity of receiving medical kits from bird nests or robotic vacuums from manhole covers was simply the norm, regardless of how well he played or his clumsy maneuvers. The question remained, did he acquire loot? Surely there would be no issue, for not everyone possesses the innate talent for first-person shooters. Players like him, who are merely average, must be abundant across the globe. As Song Mu contemplated, he suddenly overheard two classmates discussing unconventional headshot detection, the optimal angles for side peeking, and instant shots on moving targets. Song Mu thought to himself, what on earth are they babbling about? Tomorrow marks our first assessment in the war-torn zone. Who do you think will secure the top spot from our school? I wager it will be Chu Yunlong from Class 1, as he has achieved perfect scores with every firearm, assault rifles, sniper rifles, shotguns, and more, truly a prodigy. While such scores are indeed intimidating, I am not far behind, having scored 82 in 3 subjects, rifles, submachine guns, and designated marksman rifles. Speaking of which, who is at the bottom of our school's shooting rankings? Song Mu. Do you know who the unfortunate soul is? Upon noticing the mischievous expressions of the two classmates ahead, Song Mu was momentarily at a loss for words. Good grief. The bottom of the rankings? That individual bears the surname Song, doesn't he? The shooting test comprises 7 subjects, with a maximum score of 700. The gap between the top scorer and the bottom is a staggering 630 points, implying that this unfortunate student managed a mere 70 points across all subjects, an extraordinarily balanced score. Could it be? Am I truly that incompetent? Ignoring the banter of his classmates, Song Mu checked the school leaderboard and discovered that even the student ranked second to last had amassed 350 points in the shooting tests. Is it possible that everyone in this world possesses exceptional marksmanship? Do they all wield abilities akin to cheat codes? With skepticism, Song Mu searched various streaming platforms and videos, only to be astounded by the dazzling maneuvers of the operatives showcased. Precise instant shots, M14s executing flawless 180-degree turns to eliminate entire squads, and similar feats left him utterly bewildered. His mind raced. I can do this. But his hands trembled, and his adrenaline surged as he pondered whether he should charge forward. If only a handful of seasoned Special Forces operatives were this remarkable, that would be one thing. However, upon exploring the videos, he found individuals ranging from 40 to 50 years old to 18-year-old rookies, each effortlessly outperforming the skilled streamers and top-tier players he had seen in his previous life. This was inconceivable, a mere jest. I, a player of such low caliber, am expected to face such opponents in tomorrow's assessment? Would I not be reduced to a mere fool? Though I have an unrelated sister, whom I have been with since our days in the orphanage, ensuring I do not starve on the streets. A man must strive for self-improvement. Would you not agree, esteemed comrade? In the next moment, an electronic voice, distinctly reminiscent of a game notification, echoed in Song Mu's mind. Detection complete. Host meets all criteria for system requirements. Binding of the Tang Ren system initiated. Binding successful. Initial gift package has been issued. Chapter 2. My parameters surpass yours. The power of Tang Ren. The Tang Ren system, you say? Song Mu was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to react. And he could only peruse the system description. Tang Ren system. The host, upon entering any mode of Delta Force, will receive the unique and highest priority rule known as the power of Tang Ren. Note: 1. The power of Tang Ren manifests through item drop rates, AI strength, opponent maneuvers, and more. For specific parameters, please check the personal panel. 2. As the host's operative level increases, additional system functions and parameter upgrade tasks will gradually unlock. 3. For every 5 levels the host's operative level rises, an upgrade package will be automatically issued. This appears to hold promise. The Tang Ren flow, indeed? Song Mu pondered, as he was well aware of the Tang Ren archetype within the game Delta Force, having belonged to it in his previous life. In this world, he contemplated that he might possess a modicum of shooting talent, albeit not much, rendering him inferior to prodigies and seasoned veterans. Yet, compared to those devoid of any talent, Song Mu still held a flicker of innate ability. Initiating the initial gift package. Ding. Initial gift package successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. Random Tang Ren parameter upgrade times. 1. Random melee weapon. 1. Advanced permanent access card package. 1. 33 permanent safety boxes. 1. Life. In my previous existence, I toiled endlessly and never completed the task of acquiring 33 pairs of trousers. Yet here I am, granted a second chance? What, I wonder? Does the Tang Ren parameter upgrade entail? Song Mu contemplated as he opened his personal panel to delve deeper. Tang Ren power parameter table. 1. Within the war-torn zone. When facing all opponents, their strength is rated at 50, including regular and special forces, as well as bosses. Note, strength encompasses aggression, alertness, accuracy, and more. 2. When facing opposing operatives, their strength is also rated at 50. Note, opponent strength includes accuracy, dynamic vision, reaction speed, and situational judgment. 3. When opening any container to acquire items, the drop rate increases. Note, the dynamic drop rate for Delta Force is currently set at white 10, green 5, blue 3, purple 3, gold 1, red 0, 5, 6. Team buffs are yet to be unlocked. I am quite fond of a phrase often uttered by contemporary netizens. What? My parameters surpass yours? Song Mu pondered increasingly and found the situation quite intriguing, yet the specific effects remained to be ascertained through practical experience for a clearer understanding. With a swift motion, Song Mu opened both random rewards. Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded the Tang Ren parameters. Chicken Brother's strength has been reduced by 10. Current strength is 60. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the melee weaponing foam, which has been automatically stored in your personal warehouse and can be equipped in the preparation interface. The strength of Chicken Brother had been diminished by another 10, now standing at 60. Oh, the butterfly knifing foam. Upon seeing these two rewards, Song Mu immediately regained his clarity. He had always held a fondness for the Ing foam butterfly knife, although its damage could not compete with the likes of Hei Hai or Lian Min. Nor could it rival the esteemed Beiji Xing. Its flamboyant appearance was undeniably captivating. Beauty is justice, and of course, so is immense power. In his previous life, Song Mu harbored a deep affection for the knife skins in Delta Force, promptly acquiring and evaluating every skin available, relishing the joy of collecting them all. Regardless of one's gaming skills, one must always fully equip themselves. Turning back, Song Mu examined the freshly acquired 3x3 safe box, a large compartment of 9 slots. Safe box, currently 3x3, 9 slots. Note, the safe box will automatically upgrade upon completion of corresponding tasks. Task list. 1. Successful evacuation for the first time, 1 slot. 2. Defeat 1 ASLR soldier, 1 slot. 3. Successfully extract 1 electronic item of blue grade or above, 1 slot. After a prolonged study of the safe box's upgrade tasks, Song Mu couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Previously, due to his inadequate gaming skills, he had been stuck on the 3x3 seasonal tasks for an extended period. And halfway through the season, he still had not completed the tasks to obtain the 3x3 safe box. Now, upon seeing these tasks, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Just look at them, and then look at yourself. What a dismal state. Unable to contain his sarcasm, Song Mu felt a surge of excitement. These tasks are far too simple. Some can even be completed within the game to upgrade the safe box. If I can ensure a successful evacuation on my first attempt, I could potentially increase the safe box by several slots with a multitude of miscellaneous tasks. Goodness gracious. At this rate, if I make a few more attempts at Jiba, complete some tasks, it wouldn't be a dream to bring the old lady back from the aerospace base tucked away in my compartment. By the time Song Mu had a general understanding of his newfound equipment, the classroom was already deserted. The homeroom teacher had just announced the end of school, and the students had dispersed in a hurry, eager to return home and prepare for tomorrow's GDI operator assessment. On his way home, Song Mu kept himself occupied, fervently scrolling through videos and forums. To his astonishment, despite the GDI operators in this world possessing gunplay and agility akin to prodigies, their drop rates during treasure hunting were exceedingly low, almost pitifully so. Oh, so the price of being a collective of genius youths is a drop rate so low that even their mothers wouldn't recognize it? In one video, a fellow excitedly unveiled 3 horns from a large insurance policy, nearly bursting with joy. The more he watched, the more he found it amusing. Reflecting on the absurdity, a video showcasing 3 horns from a large insurance policy amassed 400,000 views. It seemed the operators of this world had not encountered many treasures. Next, he searched for various global GDI operator leaderboards, including but not limited to operator elimination rankings, extraction value rankings, and item collection rankings. Glancing at the operator elimination leaderboard, he quickly skipped past it, unable to recall the ID of the individual ranked first, who had eliminated several opponents. He didn't linger on the extraction value leaderboard either, directly moving on to the item collection rankings. Upon viewing, his pupils widened in astonishment. The current world number 1 in item collection appeared to be a fellow countryman with the ID, Yijalaobi. This operator's warehouse contained 1 Heart of Africa, 1 military shell, 1 bust, 1 smoothbore gun, 2 bottles of champagne, 3 quantum storage units for experimental data entries, and a handful of miscellaneous gold items. That's it. Just this? Instinctively believing the web page hadn't fully loaded, he refreshed it several times only to be astonished to discover that this was indeed the full extent. Yes, this top-ranked operator in the global collection leaderboard had a mere 13 red collectibles and a few gold items. As for those ranked below, their red collectibles were scarce to the point of being almost non-existent, often counting in single digits. Ha ha ha, this is a sure win. My alternate account has already yielded 3 Hearts of Africa, while my main account boasts a wall of champagne, a wall of smoothbore guns, and 2 walls of gold bars. Now that is a form of strength. Song Mu had an epiphany, his eyes gradually brightening, as his previous concerns vanished. Collectively, they are prodigies, right? That is acceptable. However, now, the era belonging to me, Song Tang Ren, is about to commence. Chapter 3. Song Zijin. Did you say your ID is Hell Black Silk Thunder Shark? While scrolling through videos on his way home, Song Mu had a general grasp of the situation in this parallel world. In this realm, 90 of GDI special operations operators were engaged in mutual predation across various maps, consuming one another's weapons, equipment, ammunition, and so forth to reap benefits, creating an unending cycle of exploitation, rendering the actual gains from searching for items lamentably low. The remaining 10 of GDI special operations operators were predominantly scavengers, unable to compete or evacuate, with drop rates that were abysmally low, struggling daily to make ends meet while likely incurring losses. It was as if everyone had superior shooting skills, yet I remained stagnant, still lacking in ability. Rounded up, it equated to a universal decline in drop rates while I remained unchanged, or perhaps even improved. Excellent, my opportunities are indeed vast. Song Mu felt a twinge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the operator assessment the following day. Upon returning home, his first order of business was to access the Delta World's Special Operations Office via his GDI operator watch, a standard model easily recognizable as the most commonplace. When Song Mu opened his eyes again, he found himself in the Special Operations Office. Welcome to the Special Operations Office, new operator. From today, this will be your base after missions. Upon entering the Special Operations Office for the first time, he was prompted to create his operator ID. That's the spirit, Song Mu thought, relishing the authentic voiceover. However, the naming process posed its own challenges, and he certainly had no intention of using his real name. What folly would that be? What if it led to real-life repercussions? What ID should he choose? Perhaps something like Vanilla My Xiao in primary school? Or next door Xiao use 40-size sweaty socks? Or ASLR party secretary? Or leather pants fart 66 and bulge? Be serious, brother Song. He promptly reined in his wild imagination, contemplating that he should emerge from the ASLR masses, blend in with the Hafk soldiers, and mingle with Kuan brothers to ensure a high success rate. Thus, he settled on the ID, Hell Black Silk Thunder Shark. Perfect, a name with high ambiguity, rivaling the likes of ASLR snipers or safety director Demulin in terms of quality. ID verification in progress. No duplicate IDs found. Do you confirm the use of the current ID? Song Mu confirm. ID confirmed as Hell Black Silk Thunder Shark. Citizen identity binding in progress. Binding successful. Facial scan in progress. Facial scan complete. It has been detected that you have submitted a GDI operator assessment application. New recruit standard voucher 3 has been issued to your personal warehouse. As the countdown to the GDI operator assessment dwindled to a mere 163 for 145 seconds, it seemed that Song Mu would have to wait another 16 hours to access the dam. He wandered over to the electronic screen dedicated to pre-assessment preparations and, as expected, discovered that all 4 maps displayed were marked as locked. The regular mode of Zero Dam would unlock after 163 for 145 seconds, while the confidential mode required level 12. The Eternal Night mode also level 12, the regular mode of Chonggong Valley needed level 6, the confidential mode level 12, the confidential mode of Bakshi level 15, the top secret mode level 27, the confidential mode of the aerospace base level 18, and the top secret mode level 30, culminating in the top secret mode of Tidal Prison requiring level 33. It appeared that there was no beginner tutorial akin to those in previous games, which meant he would miss out on a plethora of weapons and equipment, leaving him without initial capital. With 3 new recruit standard vouchers, he had merely 3 assessment opportunities. It seemed that in this world, the pursuit of treasure was not a banquet accessible to just anyone. As Song-mu strolled through the Special Operations Department, he noted that each division appeared quite professional, with facilities such as a collection warehouse and exhibition hall, as well as medical and training centers, albeit all at the initial level 1, requiring resources for upgrades. Exiting the Special Operations Department, he had just returned to his senses when the door swung open, revealing 2 black high-heeled shoes flung carelessly toward the shoe cabinet. Instinctively, Song-mu locked the door, not bothering to look at the face, but rather at the tantalizing figure of the warden. "Mumu, I'm back." The newcomer was Song-mu's sister, Song Zijin, from this parallel world, who was 3 years his senior. They shared no blood relation, having grown up together in the orphanage of Wolf City. At 18, Song Zijin had attempted the GDI operator assessment and made a stunning debut, effortlessly outshining her peers and achieving a remarkable feat by eliminating 9 enemy operators during her first participation in the beacon fire operation. Following this, she gained immense fame and was recruited by the prestigious Night Watchman Club of Wolf City with an annual salary of 10 million long coins, becoming a top-tier professional escort. "Hello, sister," Song-mu nodded in acknowledgement. Song Zijin approached with curiosity, scrutinizing him closely and pinching his cheek. "What's wrong? Are you feeling down?" "Oh, I remember. You're nervous about tomorrow's GTI operator assessment, right?" "Yes," Song-mu admitted, feeling a sudden flutter of nervousness. To be fair, he had encountered countless women in his past life, but only a handful truly left him flustered, and Song Zijin was certainly among them. With her enchanting, alluring eyes, full red lips, and slightly tousled long hair cascading down her fair complexion, she was unforgettable. Most striking was the allure of her high-heeled shoes. "Wait for me a moment." Song Zijin suddenly recalled something, returning to her room barefoot. A minute later, she emerged wearing an oversized white shirt and athletic shorts, clutching her phone as she nestled next to Song-mu. "Mumu, have you registered your operator ID? What is it?" "I happen to have 2 unused Elite Standard vouchers. Add me as a friend, and I'll send them to you for tomorrow's assessment. You'll definitely dominate the competition." Taken aback for a few seconds, Song-mu sighed. "Sister, it seems you've forgotten the basics after too many top-secret operations. The map required for the assessment is the regular mode of Zero Dam, and equipment is restricted. You can only use new recruit or standard vouchers." He then added, "By the way, that shirt you're wearing looks familiar. Did I leave it in your wardrobe? Is that so?" Song Zijin appeared momentarily puzzled. "Yes," Song-mu confirmed with a nod. "Hang on, I know a few friends. I'll ask for a few more vouchers," she said, pulling out her phone to make a call. For her, purchasing a few vouchers was a trivial matter. Song-mu didn't refuse. Having such a beautiful, wealthy, and capable sister was undeniably advantageous. "Yes, the standard vouchers, my brother needs them. You've met him before. He is participating in the operator assessment tomorrow. I don't know his level or shooting skills. Why would I bother explaining? He is inexperienced and has poor aim. Giving him equipment should suffice." Song-mu thought. "I'm touched, but still feel a bit awkward. Quickly send the vouchers over." "Oh right, what is your ID?" While on the call, Song Zijin turned to Song-mu. "What is your operator ID?" "Hell S Black Silk Thundershark," he replied. "His ID is Hell S Black Silk Thundershark," she relayed to the other end of the line. 3 seconds later, Song-mu heard an uncontrollable laugh from the other side, meeting Song Zijin's exasperated yet amused expression. "Mumu, are you serious with that ID?" She hung up, shaking her head in disbelief. "Do boys have some inexplicable obsession with black silk? I have some in my closet. You can take a couple home to play with." Huh. In the 4th chapter, what were the 2 girls chattering about? The first position should be flaunting their skills. It's perfectly normal for boys to have their own hobbies. "Don't be shy," Song Zijin teased as she ruffled Song-mu's hair. "You can wear them in your room. I promise I won't peek." "That should be fine, right?" Song-mu smiled. He indeed had a liking for black silk, but he certainly didn't have the peculiar habit of dressing for his own amusement. "I have an important appointment early tomorrow at the club. Are you sure you'll be fine for the assessment? I'll watch the live stream while I'm resting. Don't worry. Your sister will keep an eye on you." Suddenly, Song Zijin turned serious, pondering. For the Zero Dam map, the resource points are fixed and the map is small, so skirmishes are inevitable. Given your shooting skills, I think playing as a stealthy supporter would be most suitable. It would be even better if you have teammates to assist. Focus on gathering information and only engage the last team. Though Song-mu was already well versed in these strategies, he listened attentively, albeit with his mind wandering slightly. Before long, it was the next day. With merely a few minutes left until the GDI operator assessment, the regular mode of Zero Dam was about to unlock. In his class, all students had formed their teams. To Song Mu's surprise, the top marksman in the school, Lu Weiwei, had personally invited him to join her team. The announcement of the team list sent the class chat into a frenzy. Are you kidding me? How did Song Mu even get into our school Flower S team? What has he done to deserve this? Why wasn't he at me, Lu Daong? I'm the best marksman in class. Could it be? The school flower has a secret crush? Lu Daong, it matters not. Their choice not to select me is their loss. It is a pity that I had originally planned to utilize the standard issue vouchers for this assessment. Anyone on my team would undoubtedly enjoy a delightful meal and pass the test with ease. Classmate 4, Brother Lu, what a commanding presence. However, the standard issue voucher is not easily obtained, is it? 200,000 for one. With a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor, one can traverse the battlefield effortlessly. Indeed. You are worthy of your reputation, Brother Lu. The chat group buzzed with excitement. Song Mu, however, paid little attention, as he was preoccupied with selecting his gear. Meanwhile, the other two members of the team, the Greenleaf Du Jelly, secretly called the campus beauty Lu Weiwei. Weiwei, why did you choose Song Mu for our team? Wouldn't it be better to have Daong? If he joins us, our assessment would be assured. Lu Weiwei chuckled softly and replied, you fail to understand. With just our strength and 2 standard issue vouchers, do you truly worry about passing the assessment? That is impossible. Du Jelly, are you aware that Song Mu has an older sister? Sister? Du Jelly was taken aback. Yes, Song Mu has an older sister. Lu Weiwei lowered her voice and continued. Song Mu's sister is a king-level escort in our Langxing Night Watch Club, currently ranked 32nd on the national kill leaderboard. Do you grasp my meaning now? On the other end of the call, Du Jelly enlightened. Oh, I see. A feast, a beheading. And we shall be accepted as loyal followers. Lu Weiwei, are you considering pursuing a postgraduate degree? Nonetheless, the rationale holds true. Think about it. Song Mu may lack skill. His shooting is the worst in the school, and no one wishes to team up with him. If we assist him in passing the assessment, would he not feel grateful to us? Moreover, with my looks, do you dare assert that Song Mu is not smitten? That is impossible. If we help him succeed, his sister would be able to take us on leisurely excursions to enjoy fine dining. Even if the assessment proves challenging, Song Mu could shield us from bullets with his body, sacrificing himself for our success. The two sisters chattered away, discussing until the assessment commenced. As the assessment began, Song Mu entered the team, and the voice chat was activated. Hello, Song Mu. Lu Weiwei warmly greeted him with confidence, saying, rest assured for the upcoming assessment. With Jelly and me by your side, we guarantee your smooth passage through the GDI operator evaluation. Thank you, Song Mu replied. Initially, Song Mu intended to embark on the assessment solo to gauge the efficacy of his so-called Tang Ren power. Yet, upon reflection, as there were individuals willing to team up with him and provide support, why not accept their offer? Having free allies is certainly beneficial. While having 2 additional teammates would mean sharing resources, it would undoubtedly be safer than attempting a solo run. Until he thoroughly validated the parameters of his Tang Ren power, he could not afford to take unnecessary risks. Soon, the countdown concluded. As the visual display flickered, Song Mu, Lu Weiwei, and Du Jelly appeared fully armed aboard a hovering helicopter. Engage, search, secure, and retreat. The rope was cast from the helicopter, and the 3 adeptly grasped it, sliding down to the ground. The administrative building, East Block, Position 1. Quite fortunate indeed. However, the East Block houses computers, not substantial treasure. Merely glancing at the surroundings midair, Song Mu accurately deduced their team's landing point, situated below the administrative building, at the upper left corner of the main transformer station. He recalled this spawn point from his past gaming experiences, referring to it as the ultimate position for supremacy. One could ascend to the East Block for provisions, or descend to the transformer station for resources. Even launching a surprise attack on the West Block was feasible. One could do as they pleased. Song Mu, you two are using a standard issue voucher? The QBZ-95 with 3 helmets and 4 armor? Why not opt for a submachine gun? The submachine gun is the undeniable truth within the administrative building. Lu Weiwei only now realized that Song Mu had also utilized a standard issue voucher for the GDI operator assessment. Previously, she had been lost in her own thoughts, failing to notice Song Mu's gear. Surely, his sister procured that standard issue voucher for him, Weiwei. Meanwhile, Du Jelly was still adjusting to her gear's weight, curiously surveying the surroundings. Is this the Zero Dam in the war-torn zone? It resembles our real world almost perfectly. Look, that dam actually sprays water. By the way, Weiwei, Song Mu is equipped with the QBZ-95 set with 3 helmets and 4 armor, while you are using the AKM set with 1 helmet and 2 armor. When the time comes, you should take his 4 armor, and I will repair my purple armor for you to use. You will surely dominate the battlefield. Looking up, Lu Weiwei then noticed that Song Mu had already drawn his shadow blade butterfly knife and began sprinting as soon as he landed. While the two girls were still engaged in conversation. What are those two girls chattering about? Use the team headset for communication. Thankfully, in this world, operator skills require substantial investment, and newcomers like me are unlikely to team up with comrades like Wang Haoyu. Otherwise, we might not even secure a computer. Song Mu's actions were merely a conditioned reflex from his previous life. In fact, upon landing, he had already mapped out his looting route. First, he would secure the computers, then the large boxes, followed by a stealthy entrance through the hidden door, rummaging through cabinets and computer cases, and finally making a beeline for the shipping containers. Chapter 5. Do you understand the value of an AI's strength at 60? In terms of speed and planning, Song Mu had significant insight. If one were to claim his shooting was subpar, he would not contest that assertion, for it is indeed true. However, should anyone assert that his strategic thinking or awareness is lacking, he would vehemently oppose such a claim. What is the essence of running with a knife in the Tang Ren style? It is the thought process, the planning, and that incredible exclusive drop rate. Hey, slow down. Song Mu. Finally realizing, Lu Weiwei quickly activated the team headset for communication. Ahead lies the administrative building, the most likely spot for skirmishes in the Zero Dam map. Engagements can occur from the onset until one finds themselves lost. Charging in recklessly is ill-advised. While speaking, Du Jelly understood Lu Weiwei's implication and quickly added, our primary objective this time is to pass the GDI operator assessment. If you wish to face danger alone, we do not mind, but please do not lead us into peril. The two of them played contrasting roles, hesitating to enter the administrative building. Meanwhile, Song Mu had already reached the East Block parking lot's booth. Then you two should secure the parking lot first, then head for the containers behind it. Be cautious not to be ambushed by Position 2 in the East Block. Are you aware of its approximate spawn point? You need not concern yourselves with my progress. Song Mu was reluctant to elaborate further. He had initially believed he had teamed up with two capable combatants, only to find they were two theoretical warriors. Fierce in theory yet timid in practice. This was hardly preferable to undertaking a solo run. The fortunate aspect of the war-torn zone in this world was the fixed number of teams per map, which facilitated information gathering. The Zero Dam consistently accommodates 6 teams, with a minimum of 6 players and a maximum of 18, not excluding the possibility of 6 solo players forming a trio. Oh no, I just bumped into a close-range encounter with a chicken. As Song Mu leaped through the window into the administrative East Block, he collided head-on with an Asara soldier wielding a shotgun. At that moment, Song Mu's heart sank. In a previous life, Song Mu would have scarcely spared a glance at this minor soldier, brushing past him on his way to the manager's office in the East Building to indulge in a bread snack. Yet, now, having previously perused videos and forums, he was well acquainted with what it meant to encounter a true superhero or Kuan-Go. Even the ordinary ASLR soldier from Puban could reduce half of one's health with a mere strike of the rifle butt, and from 80 meters away, they would unleash a barrage of fire. If you chose not to shoot, that was your affair. They would not show any mercy. If you dared to approach, they would certainly retaliate. If it were shield soldiers, snipers, or rocket troops, the elite classes, it would be even more formidable. This was precisely why navigating the war-torn zones of this world posed such a high challenge for those wishing to profit or escape. Essentially, once one stepped into the war zone, from enemy operatives to the myriad soldiers scattered across the map, all had the potential to eliminate a target in an instant. The so-called GDI operative assessment was neither overly difficult nor particularly simple. Successfully extracting just once would suffice for passing the evaluation. However, a comprehensive assessment would follow, taking into account the value of resources acquired, the number of kills, and other factors for final appraisal. The higher the evaluation, the better the rewards for new operatives. You are finished. The ASLR soldier opposite Song Mu locked eyes with him, shouting his lines and charging forward with a shotgun. In an instant, he swung the rifle butt, aiming for Song Mu's head. Come on. Song Mu was on the verge of closing his eyes. How does one defend against such a zero-frame initiation? Based on the information Song Mu had gathered, a strike from an elite ASLR soldier would be followed by a thunderous kick, executing a seamless chain of kills and revives. Let us have a spar. I've prepared your coffin. Surrender or meet your demise. The soldier's words were thunderous and filled with bravado. Song Mu stared in bewilderment at the diligent ASLR soldier, who was energetically shouting lines while grappling with the air beside him. He kicked forcefully, striking nothing but air. The rifle but swung wildly, yet still connected with nothing. He executed smooth combos and even fired twice, but still, he was merely battling the void. The key was that this ASLR soldier was a mere arm's length away from Song Mu, yet he could not land a single hit, flailing about like a blind man. Wu Di, it's announced. Songmu immediately realized that this was the so-called Tang Ren working to his advantage. His heart surged with joy as he dashed up the stairs and into the manager's office. Do you understand the significance of a combat strength of 60? With remarkable speed, Songmu unlocked the computer at the manager's office. Quite a generous start. A golden blueprint. Unfortunately, the small safe inside was rather disappointing, yielding only a small purple earring. There were no strips on the sofa, which was a pity, but it was still acceptable. Having swiftly cleared the manager's office, Songmu turned to the right and opened the large storage box in the adjacent room. After a brief moment of hesitation, he pocketed an apple from within. Don't ask, just know it's for safety. Songmu, gunfire just erupted in the building. Has someone arrived? Lu Weiwei's voice crackled through his earpiece. No, I'm just chatting with my Kuan Gu, Songmu replied, continuing to operate the hidden doors computer. The first position in the west building wouldn't rush over so quickly, and they have a large safe. They will definitely eat first. You don't understand basic common sense? Of course, I don't need your guidance. I'm just worried you might get killed in the building. Lu Weiwei snapped back. Ignoring her, Songmu finished with the hidden door computer, gathering a small purple military intelligence report, along with a briefcase, a filing cabinet, and 2 blue USB drives. He turned and jumped through the dog hole, finding a white coat that yielded a playing card, the Old King, and from the library's chassis. He retrieved a small purple spy pen, plus a 220 field first aid kit at the door. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, Songmu had nearly cleared the entire east building. Aside from the manager's office that required a card swipe, while Lu Weiwei and Du Jelly were just finishing up in the parking area, their luck had been quite favorable, as they opened an aviation box and unexpectedly found a bag of cement and 2 masonry hammers. Weiwei, your luck is incredible. That bag of cement is worth over 50,000. Unfortunately, I only managed to score 2 precision tools, Du Jelly replied, a hint of envy in her tone as she glanced towards the east building. What on earth is Songmu doing? He seems to be jumping around. I saw him running on the 2nd floor earlier, and now he is back on the 1st floor. Is he not afraid of death? Forget him. Let's head to the container, Lu Weiwei huffed, striding towards the northern container of the administrative building. Forget him? Du Jelly hesitated, wanting to say more. Forget it. Lu Weiwei snapped, her expression filled with frustration. And he says I lack common sense. No one has spoken to me like that my entire life. Whatever. If he dies in there, it serves him right. I will not take any risks to save him, absolutely not. Let us go. Chapter 6. Colliding faces with the fishy guy? No worries, let us first tidy up our appearance. The first position in the west building, brothers. Oh, and there is a large safe to loot. It's been ages since I played Pubin, and coming back for a round feels like a stroke of luck. They granted me the first position, and I bet this safe will yield great rewards. On the Douyin live streaming platform, the streamer Chen Fei sprinted towards the large safe connected to the west building, shouting to his teammates, "Hey, don't you dare steal my safe. I'm the streamer here. This large safe is definitely going to pay off. If either of you takes it, I'll unleash a wave of trolling on you." Upon hearing this, his 2 teammates became instantly irate, yet they redirected their course, opting not to contest the large safe, preferring to avoid trouble. Chen Fei smugly opened the large safe, only to find a solitary dancing girl inside. Great. She's my favorite. The drop rate in Pubin is indeed something else. But it pales in comparison to the secret missions. Had this been at the top secret aerospace base, at the very least, I would have scored some fine gear. Dressed in full gear with a fully modified M14 worth 800,000. Do you even understand? I'm loaded. The moderator, please ban this comment. Clutching his fully modified M14, Chen Fei aimed through the window at the containers behind, all while passionately engaging with his audience in the chat. There are many high-level streamers on Douyin, and in terms of skill, Chen Fei was merely a small-time streamer. However, being a small streamer in this world where technical prowess has surged indicates that his skills were commendable, far exceeding those of the average person. Naturally, with just a casual game of Pubin, Chen Fei was not overly focused, allowing him to observe while lively engaging with his viewers. Look, a little mouse sneaking into the container. 3, 2, 1. Without hesitation, Chen Fei fired, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from his M14. The sound resonating with a sense of authority, even though the bullets were merely blue level 3s. One down. A smug grin spread across Chen Fei's face as he refrained from finishing off the down player, confidently declaring, their teammate will definitely come to revive them in 3 seconds. I've got this locked down. 3, 2, 1, 2 down. After an excited shout, Chen Fei swiftly turned and dashed towards the connecting window, raising his hand to shatter the glass and leap down, feigning a direct rush to the container to assist his teammates, while in reality heading straight for the exit on the 1st floor of the east building. having eliminated 2 opponents without extinguishing their team. I wager that the last individual is certainly lurking within the building, poised to emerge through that door to rescue his comrades. Mark my words. Not to mention, buddy, this guy is being rather ostentatious. If you're equipped with a fully modified M14, I want to say a word. But flaunting after taking down 2 clumsy newbies is quite something, isn't it? Mediocrity is still mediocrity. One must stand tall when facing defeat. It's only reasonable. Indeed, it is a matter of luck for the novices to encounter a seasoned player on the Zero Dam map. There's little they could do. By the way, isn't today the GDI Operatives Assessment Day? Those 2 earlier couldn't possibly be students participating in the evaluation, could they? TSK. Their IDs seem to indicate they're both female. If we're talking about females, Fei Gu would instantly stand at attention, renowned for being quite the sycophant. Meanwhile, the 2 females frantically shouted for help in the team voice channel, exasperating Song Mu. He had just finished devouring a computer case in the downstairs library, acquiring a memory stick, and fortuitously discovered a keycard for the infirmary on a nearby table. Just as Song Mu was preparing to return to the container for another bite, the M14 wielder began to roar. It was akin to having just lowered his head for a morsel, only to look up and witness both teammates sprawled on the ground. Had they genuinely paid attention during the lectures and studied the Zero Dam map? Or was it that, given the relative simplicity of the map, they hadn't taken it seriously? How could anyone be so careless as to be eliminated while feasting at the container? Is anyone even human? Song Mu vented, utterly bewildered. Who fails to look up at the building while consuming at the container? The worst part is, these 2 are my teammates. Stop your prattling and come save me. Lu Weiwei said through gritted teeth. How was I to know someone was sniping from the west building? And that must be a fully modified M14 with level 3 blue ammunition. It's obvious someone is fishing for kills. I want to accept this. Song Mu, hurry over and help us up. Losing a life now would jeopardize our chances in the assessment. Yes, Song Mu, please come quickly. Du Jelly chimed in. There's still a chance, Song Mu replied briefly before muting his microphone. There was no need to engage. In his previous life, Song Mu had always found such teammates intolerable. Not only did they contribute nothing, but once downed, they began screaming for help. If only they communicated properly, he would undoubtedly assist them. However, if they ordered him to save them, then he would politely decline until later, with Song Mu muted. Lu Weiwei and Du Jelly exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered, their concern for Song Mu's potential refusal to assist mounting. In the battlefield, each operative possessed 2 lives. But losing one so early would drastically reduce their margin for error, likely leading to their withdrawal from the game. Have you learned, brothers? This tactic is called a feint to distract from the main attack, encircling the target. Chen Fei confidently announced to the viewers. As if on cue, the door leading from the east building to the container was kicked open. I knew it, Chen Fei exclaimed, wearing a knowing expression as he clutched his M14 fitted with a 50-round magazine and began to pre-fire. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. With 3 successive bursts, all shots struck the doorframe. Huh, Chen Fei and the viewers thought, interesting, this guy inside possesses skill, perhaps he anticipated my pre-fire peek? Impressive indeed. Too bad he's dealing with my 50-round magazine. Although surprised, Chen Fei remained confident. Do you understand the value of a 50-round magazine? Whatever issues arise, let them be addressed to my 50 rounds. The next moment, just as he was about to reload, Chen Fei heard the sound of someone consuming painkillers from within, prompting him to halt his reloading and unleash another pre-fire barrage. Chen Fei, experienced in high-stakes matches, recognized the tactic of feigning painkiller consumption as a ruse to create an opening for a counterattack, a maneuver employed by skilled players to seize the moment. Pre-fire. Rat-tat-tat. Song Mu, make sure to stash that in your pants. Otherwise, if you perish, it's a significant loss. Pre-fire. Rat-tat-tat. Song Mu, also stash the spare ammo in your pants. Tidy yourself up. Pre-fire. Rat-tat-tat. Song Mu, perhaps take a painkiller? No, better to save it for the next round. Consuming it now would be wasteful if I were to die right after. After several rounds of pre-fire peeking, Chen Fei found himself drenched in sweat. His fully modified M14 with a 50-round magazine was indeed formidable, yet it could not sustain repeated pre-fires indefinitely. He was down to just 3 rounds. To reload or gamble on 3 shots to the head. He chose to gamble. Chen Fei, doubting his ability to land 3 headshots on the opposing operative, gritted his teeth and commenced the reloading process. Almost simultaneously, Song Mu, having meticulously adjusted his appearance, leaped sideways with his QBZ-95 rifle, immediately pulling the trigger upon spotting Chen Fei. Chapter 7. What could be inside the great weapon box? It's hard to guess. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Song Mu's side jump. firing indiscriminately without aiming, left Chen Fei utterly bewildered. Was this truly a skilled player? A genuine expert could line up a shot while airborne and achieve a headshot. However, in this instance, the 30-round magazine of the QBZ-95 unleashed a barrage, expending nearly 20 rounds before finally taking down Chen Fei. Remarkably, Chen Fei was just on the brink of finishing his reload of the 50-round magazine. Damn it, this is precarious. Song Mu instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. Furrowing his brow. This gun isn't is fun for hip firing. I'd be better off with my $10,000 hip-fire Wild Bull. The results are consistently better. Drawing his butterfly knife, Song Mu approached and swiftly dispatched Chen Fei with 2 precise slashes. Legs disabled. Teammate revived. Deploy smoke. Armor on the head, gun in hand. Backpack secured. Flowing like thoughts across the night sky. Oh, pardon me, I got carried away. Only halfway through looting, Song Mu suddenly remembered he wasn't playing as Hong Lang. Yet, to be fair, despite Song Mu's somewhat clumsy maneuvers and less than precise shooting, his looting speed was undeniably top-notch. In mere seconds, Chen Fei had transformed into a mere specter, ready to be revived. After completing the assessment, I should delve into the operative skills and see how much they cost. I recall that in this world, the operative skills can be freely combined. This fellow is quite the bounty. Song Mu mumbled to himself as he hurried towards the container to rescue his teammates. At this moment, Chen Fei finally had an epiphany. What the hell? The situation was rather exasperating. It became evident to Chen Fei that his opponent was, in fact, rather incompetent. He had initially believed him to be a skilled player, but upon realizing the truth, he nearly suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches, their comments flooding in. One remarked, "What an impressive peak, dear streamer. What a pity it was just a hair's breadth away." Another chimed in, "What are you doing? The opponent didn't even move. You wasted all your ammunition, you fool." Wait a second, was that opponent actually in the atmosphere? Yet another added, "To be honest, that player's performance was quite lackluster, wasn't he? Forget about his skill level. Just tell me if he got the kill." Someone interjected. After engaging in a battle of wits against the air for an extended period, the outcome was a summons for reinforcements. The audacity of the streamer was commendable, and one viewer expressed a desire to add him as a friend. Intrigued by his ID, Hell's Black Silk Thunder Shark. As Chen Fei glanced at the surging barrage of comments in the live stream, he was torn between amusement and frustration. He frantically pressed his earpiece, calling for his teammates to hurry and assist him, exclaiming that the opponent's weaponry was quite formidable. He hesitated to share his true predicament. His 2 teammates, initially reluctant to help, felt compelled to rush toward the eastern building, considering Chen Fei's status as a streamer. However, midway, they encountered a fully equipped trio stationed at position 2 in the eastern building. In a straightforward 2v3 confrontation, Chen Fei's teammates were swiftly eliminated without uttering a single word, followed by the ominous message flashing before his eyes. Evacuation failed. Evacuation failed. Attention. You have lost all items brought into the battlefield or found during the match. Eliminated by Hell's Black Silk Thunder Shark. Duration 0005. 42. Chen Fei nearly choked, his head buzzing. Is this truly the situation? Am I really dead? Is this just happening? A fully modified M14 worth 800,000, an entire set of pristine armor, and even a fully repaired gold helmet and vest were now lost. He had initially equipped himself for entertainment purposes, yet now, the program's effect had come at a staggering cost of nearly 1 million, a significant loss indeed. While Chen Fei grappled with his mixed emotions, Song Mu had already revived Lu Weiwei and Du Jieli, albeit at the unfortunate cost of one of their lives. If they were to be eliminated again, it would undoubtedly lead to another clear failure. What were you doing, Song Mu? Lu Weiwei, recovering, immediately consumed a painkiller and furrowed her brows, questioning, why didn't you just circle around the large vehicle instead of charging out? A quick peek could have secured the kill, but you dragged it out, costing us our first life. Beside her, Du Jieli wore a pained expression. Thank goodness the real pain feedback from Pooh Bah is only at 10. I shudder to think how seasoned players endure such agony. Weiwei was correct. It's your fault. Song Mu, if you had come to our aid sooner, at least Weiwei wouldn't have lost her life, and we could have had a better chance at a successful retreat. Nodding in agreement, Song Mu reached for the nearby supply crate. Ah, yes. You both make valid points. However, let us first consume this. Lu Weiwei and Du Jieli paused, realizing that Song Mu had not been listening to them at all. Their irritation growing. We'll exit through the parking lot and cross the right side of the transformer for a standard evacuation. Lu Weiwei marked a retreat point on the map while tending to her wounds. Du Jieli hesitated, lowering her voice. Weiwei, are we really evacuating now? Shouldn't we finish the supplies first? The one who killed us used an M14. If it's a fully modified one, it must be worth at least 600,000 or 700,000. Should I grab the gun? Wei Wei considered this, but remained uncertain. Is that appropriate? After all, we didn't eliminate that player. No worries. You're the campus belle. Your status is different. Du Jelly replied, turning to find that Song Mu had already consumed from the supply crate and was not stopping. Song Mu, calling out several times with no response. Du Jelly sighed. It seems he has muted his team microphone. We must proceed without him. With a stoic expression, Lu Weiwei agreed. The two cautiously navigated the rear of the containers, aiming to exit the parking lot swiftly, realizing that at this point, the quantity of supplies they could carry was of little consequence. A successful evacuation and passing the GDI operator assessment were their primary concerns. Meanwhile, having sampled from the supply crate, bird's nest, and medical pile, Song Mu quickly reached the large weapon crate on the west side of the container. Without hesitation, he opened it. Oh, a 2x3? What could possibly be inside? Chapter 8, huh? Your class finished last, but successfully evacuated? What a surprise. Could it be a civilian shell? Song Mu immediately considered the possibility of a shell hoax, but patiently awaited the search to conclude. 1 circle, 2 circles. Here we go. In an instant, a massive 23 military shell illuminated, and Song Mu eagerly stowed it away in his permanent inventory, simultaneously performing an impressive inspection of the shell. 23 military shell, military-grade ammunition. Market price approximately 1.45 million. While the unit price of military shells may not be exceedingly high, it must be noted that this was Pu-Ba, known as the most basic map, with the lowest resource drop rates. This is a solid win. This $1 million evacuation is assured. Song Mu cherished the military shell and inspected it once more, cradling it in his hands as he sprinted toward the military camp. This segment of the evacuation route required careful planning, demanding a wealth of information and real-time decision-making, not to mention a touch of luck. It was impossible to retreat without caution. The gunfire from the eastern building indicated a probable conflict between the second position in the eastern building and the first position in the western building. Though a team from the second position in the western building was likely en route as well, but had yet to disclose their presence. Counting their team, there were 4 in total, and the remaining 2 teams stealthily infiltrated the military camp's pipeline, swiftly eliminating an Asar soldier. Song Mu quickly opened the map, gaining clarity. The transformer station has a significant insurance policy, meaning that teams landing near the concrete factory are likely to circle back to the transformer station, while those at the visitor center may be waiting at the evacuation point. Searching a city is not as effective as waiting for a player. Let us not waste time. Lu Weiwei, Du Jelly, your route is incorrect. What were you thinking? I would like to interview you. There's surely a team at the transformer station scavenging. Taking that route is tantamount to seeking death. Upon hearing Song Mu's voice over the earpiece, Lu Weiwei merely snorted in response. Du Jelly, perplexed, queried, Song Mu. We crossed the transformer station without issue. How is there a team on your end? If you don't wish to team up with us, just say so. Moreover, I believe Weiwei's analysis is quite sound. The path we are currently traversing is undeniably the safest one. Weiwei, there's Lao Lu. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a barrage of gunfire erupted at the intersection of the large and small substations. In the blink of an eye, Song Mu witnessed 2 teammates' markers transition to a down state, soon followed by their transformation into X's. Evacuation failure. In the wake of losing a life, Lu Weiwei and Du Jelly were both shot and eliminated, resulting in their immediate expulsion from the current match. There was no recourse this time. Song Mu sighed, reluctant to voice his thoughts further. It is futile to reason with the obstinate. The two, with their talents akin to dragons and phoenixes, failed to gather intel or predict the situation, blindly charging toward the evacuation point. If they were to survive, who else would perish? With a resolute turn, Song Mu began to walk slowly towards the evacuation point in the direction of the military camp. The 4 blood-red characters' evacuation failure materialized before him, nearly causing Lu Weiwei to faint on the spot, her frustration leading her to exit the match in a fury. This infuriates me. Song Mu. Back in reality, Lu Weiwei slammed her fist on the table, her teeth clenched in a fierce expression as if she were ready to devour someone. Du Jelly followed suit, exiting the match promptly, aware of the situation. She called immediately, saying, Weiwei, are you alright? It's all Song Mu's fault for not evacuating with us. Otherwise, you surely would have succeeded in the assessment. I am furious. Absolutely furious. Lu Weiwei bit back in reply. Soon, the news of Lu Weiwei and Du Jelly's evacuation failure spread through the class group, with the first to learn being their homeroom teacher, Wang Yu. Each GDI operative assessment features a confidential live broadcast and video recording, though these typically remain undisclosed. As the homeroom teacher, Wang Yu had the authority to view the live stream and access the first-hand list of evacuation failures, prompting him to immediately question Lu Weiwei and Du Jili in the class group. What happened to you two? How did you fail to evacuate? Wang Yu was perplexed, recalling that both of them utilized standard issue vouchers. Under stable conditions, successful evacuation from Pu Ba should not have been a challenge. Du Jili responded, "Old classmate. It was all Song Mu's fault. He failed to rescue us in time, leading to our first death, and then he didn't evacuate with us, resulting in us being eliminated by Lao Lu." Lu Weiwei added, "Had Song Mu accompanied us, I would have been confident in retaliating against that team." Wang Yu remained skeptical. "So, you are saying that Song Mu did not get eliminated along with you? He is still alive in the match?" Du Jili hesitated. "I suppose so." Lu Weiwei affirmed. "He must still be alive. We drew the fire at the top of the dam, so he should be safe over there." If not for him, Wang Yu interjected, "All right, I understand." He then hastily made his way to the assessment live broadcast room, where he collided with Lu He, the homeroom teacher from the adjacent class. Lu He, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Oh, old Wang. I heard that your students Lu Weiwei and Du Jili failed to evacuate. I recall their grades are quite good, and they were using standard issue vouchers. How did they fail? They simply had bad luck." Wang Yu maintained a stoic expression, inwardly vexed at being the subject of ridicule among peers. "No worries, old Wang." Lu He clung to Wang Yu like a leech, patting his shoulder with exaggerated grandeur. "Our class is sure to have a commendable promotion rate this year. As of now, 3 of my students have successfully evacuated and completed the assessment. Your class has that one student, Song something or other. Never mind, it's not important. I recall that student has the lowest grades in the school. With him around, don't bother contemplating promotion rates. This year's bonus is as good as mine." Wang Yu took a deep breath to maintain his composure and then pulled up the live stream footage of Song Mu. The standard evacuation point is located below the cement factory at the border, and Song Mu is quite close to this point. Moreover, only 10 minutes have elapsed in the match, making successful evacuation highly probable. What is this kid up to? Intentionally betraying his teammates to ensure his own escape? No, this child does not strike me as that type. Wang Yu pondered, sensing something was amiss, preparing to download a copy of the match footage for a thorough review. At that moment, he noticed something on the screen. At first glance, Wang Yu thought he had misread. Upon a second glance, his eyes widened in disbelief. On the third glance, he exclaimed in shock. Lu He, noticing Wang Yu's silence, instinctively glanced at the screen. "Huh? Who would have thought that the student with the lowest grades in your class, Song Mu, would successfully evacuate? This is truly astonishing. Is that a military shell he is holding? Could it be a military shell?" Chapter 9. The entire school is bewildered. Pu Ba? 2. 71 million successful evacuations. What military shell? Is that the 23 Dahong valued at 1.45 million in the war zone? Who is it? Who obtained the Dahong? You must be joking, old Lu. Not only in our school, but across the nation's GDI new operative assessments. It is rare for students to find such a Dahong during evaluations. Finding even a small gene would be considered a stroke of good fortune. It seems to be that Song Mu from old Wang's class, the one with the lowest grades in the school. It truly is him. Accompanied by Lu He's loud exclamation, other homeroom teachers from different classes crowded into the assessment live broadcast room. And upon realizing that Song Mu was holding a military shell, they were all left in stunned silence. A room full of teachers exchanged bewildered glances, their faces blank. Is this real? Can it truly be? Across the entirety of Longhua, those who managed to find a Dahong and successfully evacuate during the GDI new operative assessment are indeed a rarity, countable on one hand. If Song Mu were a gifted youth with high scores across all subjects, it would be understandable. The critical point is that Song Mu is not a prodigious talent. Did he think being at the bottom of the class was a commendable reputation? The footage of the military shell vanished along with Song Mu's successful evacuation, leaving many teachers feeling quite unsettled. Why should someone at the bottom of the class succeed in evacuation and casually obtain a Dahong? Ultimately, the teachers who had gathered to observe could only lament about Song Mu's good fortune. Incredible. This child managed to evacuate with 2.71 million? And he even took down an operative? Lu He's booming voice echoed again, filled with confusion. How on earth did he manage that? In the current batch of GDI new operative assessments, the highest successful evacuation and acquisition was merely 180,000. In the past, Wang Yu would have been thoroughly annoyed by Lu He's loud voice. However, at this moment, the louder Lu He's voice grew, the more exhilarated Wang Yu felt. Akin to sipping ice-cold beer on a scorching summer day, an utterly refreshing experience. Teacher Lu, you are losing your composure. As educators, we cannot casually utter such exclamations. If the principal hears you, your salary will be docked. Do be mindful. Oh right. Wang Yu quickly downloaded the match footage, stood, and patted Lu He's shoulder. It seems that this time, someone from our class may very well take first place. With that, Wang Yu exited the assessment live broadcast room, only to be summoned to the principal's office by Principal Qian Jiang with a phone call. Excellent, excellent. This child Song Mu. I always believed in him, and look at him now. Truly remarkable. Principal Qian Jiang gazed at the report in his hands, nodding in satisfaction, with a remarkable achievement of 2.71 million in the first assessment, successfully extracting and eliminating an agent, and even touching upon a score of 23. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. He turned to Lao Wang and inquired about Song Mu's family background. Wang Yu promptly responded. He has an elder sister. You must be aware of her. She is a professional escort from our Langxing Shuriren Club, named Song Zijing. Song Zijing, the elite escort from the Shuriren Club? Qian Jiang recalled immediately. Yes. That is her, Wang Yu affirmed. He then quietly asked, Principal, if all goes well, Song Mu should be the top performer in this year's assessment. Should we prepare in advance? Preparation is essential, Qian Jiang declared with a sweeping gesture. You go prepare the certificates, and once the assessment concludes, we shall pay a home visit. Oh, by the way, fetch 10 elite standard vouchers from the warehouse as gifts, and do it now. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. 10 elite standard vouchers as gifts? Each voucher was valued at 400,000, totaling 4 million, and they were extremely scarce, unattainable even for ordinary individuals wishing to purchase them. The most significant aspect was that if these elite vouchers could yield substantial returns, their hidden value was beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, at the Langxing Shuriren Club, Tang Ren called out, Jingjing, come quickly. After finishing a top-secret aerospace operation, Song Zijing was enjoying a cola when she was pulled into an office by a bespectacled girl with a doll-like face. What's up, Xiaopingban? Do you need me for something? Song Zijing queried, puzzled. Bah, you're the flat one. Your whole family is flat. The bespectacled girl retorted, gnashing her teeth at Song Zijing. All right, I was wrong, my lady Tang Ren. Song Zijing quickly pleaded for mercy. Enough chatter. I have a video that you will find quite intriguing, Tang Ren declared, clicking on the computer to reveal a video. This streamer named Chen Fei just had a match a few minutes ago, where he used a fully modified M14 in the regular dam. Guess who he encountered? Who did he encounter? Song Zijing maintained her composure, though her heart sank. She thought, could it be? My brother has such bad luck to face a fully equipped streamer? Deity Black Silk Thunder Shark, your brother Song Mu. Tang Ren chuckled, sucking on her lollipop. Give me Chen Fei's contact information. Forget it. Song Zijing pulled out her phone, searching while not looking up. Help me find Chen Fei's address. I want to challenge him offline. Tang Ren made a series of clucking sounds. You really are protective. My sister. But tell me, do you actually have any hope for Song Mu? Of course not. Song Zijing sighed. Am I not aware of Song Mu's abysmal marksmanship? Huh. The worst in the school. Do you think this is a joke? Otherwise, why would I help him obtain standard vouchers? Suddenly, Tang Ren shrugged and turned the computer screen for Song Zijing to see. In reality, the 1v1 duel between Song Mu and Chen Fei lasted merely around a minute. A minute may seem brief in the heat of battle, as face-to-face exchanges often lead to kills within mere seconds. However, it could also stretch if two skilled opponents engaged in a standoff, probing each other until the match concluded. As Song Zijing watched the brief video, her eyes widened in disbelief. After finishing, she took a moment to collect herself, even rubbing her face in disbelief. No way, is this really my brother? With such atrocious skills, he could barely hit the broadside of a barn, and yet he managed to defeat a fully equipped streamer? Just then, she glanced at her watch, her eyes widening even more. Wait, this kid just messaged me. He successfully extracted 2.71 million from the regular dam. Chapter 10, Expansion of Safety Box, 18 slots. The most expensive operator skills. What a remarkable feat, a successful extraction of 2.71 million. This is the allure of the regular dam. Song Mu reveled in the sight of military munitions and the fully modified M14 he had acquired. Returning to the Special Operations Department. Deity Black Silk Thunder Shark, congratulations on passing the assessment and becoming a true GDI operator. Current operator level, LV1, LV2. Permission unlocked, operator skills. Operator skills? Following the guidance, Song Mu approached the large screen computer in the center of the Special Operations Department. He quickly understood, though his mind buzzed with confusion. The ability to customize operator skills was indeed exhilarating, but the costs were exorbitant. Moreover, the skill descriptions seemed different from those in the games of his past life. The initial versions appeared to be weakened and required subsequent upgrades to reduce cooldown times and enhance parameters. Previously, Song-Mu had taken the initiative to learn about operator skills in this world, albeit superficially. He was aware that operator skills needed to be purchased with currency and could be upgraded. Now, as he gazed at the series of operator skills and their accompanying prices on the screen, he suddenly felt a flicker of ambition. Operator skills. 1. Breakthrough Smoke Grenade. Hot smoke maximum throwing distance of approximately 20 meters, explodes upon landing, swiftly creating smoke with a radius of about 1 meter, lasting for 3 seconds. Purchase price, 3 million half a coins. 2. Triple Barrel Hand Cannon. Fires 1 grenade, explodes after 3 seconds, causing up to 50 damage, with a maximum distance of about 30 meters. Purchase price, 3 million half a coins. 3. Power Boost. Activating allows for rapid propulsion in 2 directions for 5 meters, shattering non-bulletproof glass along the way, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Purchase price, 3 million half a coins. After reviewing each operator skill, Song-Mu confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, upgrades were necessary for enhancements. But the costs were staggering, making it likely unattainable for ordinary operators. As he delved deeper, he discovered that the LV-1 operator skills included passive skills, all priced uniformly at 3 million half coins, with subsequent upgrades costing 5 million half coins, and for the second upgrade, not only 10 million half coins, but also various collectibles. After scrutinizing for several minutes, Song-Mu began to grasp the intricacies of operator skills in this world. What intrigued him most was that there were no specific operators like Wei Long or Hong Lang. Rather, operators could freely combine their skills, provided they had the funds. Every time operators entered the battlefield for treasure hunting, they could equip 1 passive skill and 3 active skills without any restrictions on skill conflicts. This was indeed fascinating. In a short span, Song-Mu had already conceived numerous skill combinations, including, but not limited to, 3 smoke grenades and 1 slide, 2 grenades, 1 drone, and 1 power boost, or 1 detection, 1 scanning, 1 electric arrow, and 1 visibility, among others. Yet, the prerequisite remained: having sufficient funds. In theory, one could acquire all the skills of the operators and arrange them in any desired combination to formulate strategies. How much would it cost to purchase all the operator skills? Song-Mu stared at the screen and counted. After calculating, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Including active and passive skills, there are a total of 114 skills, including S4 Wu Ming and S5 Zhang Jia, and acquiring all of them would require a staggering 132 million. Upgrading all the skills once would amount to 220 million, and a second upgrade would escalate the cost to 440 million, not even accounting for the price of the necessary collectibles. It's exorbitant, but such an investment should yield substantial returns. If every individual could be an expert at headshots, possessing even 1 additional operator skill compared to the opponent translates into a significant advantage, thereby greatly enhancing the chances of victory. This money must be spent. It is essential. Song-Mu contemplated this and decided to inquire about Song Zichin's practical experiences once she returned. Turning his attention, Song-Mu began examining his safety box. Brother Tong had initially gifted him a 33-slot large pouch. However, that was just the beginning. Each time Song-Mu completed an upgrade task for the safety box, its capacity would increase. As for how much the series of upgrade tasks could expand the safety box, he could not yet determine, as there remained a plethora of locked upgrade tasks. Now, having merely glanced at the task list, the series of completed tasks prompted him to exclaim in sheer delight. Safety box task list. 1. First successful evacuation, completed, safety box 1 slot. 2. Defeated 1 ASLR soldier, completed, safety box 1 slot. 3. Successfully extracted 1 electronic item of blue grade or above, completed, safety box 1 slot. 4. Successfully evacuated with a harvest of 500,000 for the first time, completed, safety box 1 slot. 5. Successfully collected 23 major red collectibles for the first time, completed, safety box 2 slots. In an instant, the original 9-slot safety box expanded to a remarkable 18 slots, granting Song-Mu an advantage akin to possessing an additional 18-slot blue backpack. Even if he were to be eliminated during a match, he could still carry everything from the safety box out. Considering the value of the items extracted, it would be exceedingly difficult for Song-Mu to incur a loss. If he were to engage in knife runs, it would be even more profitable, ensuring a guaranteed gain. Wasn't he this invincible? What an exhilarating prospect. He could already envision that delightful scene in his mind, thrilling at the thought of running a knife with an 18-slot safety box, able to scrape the ground 3 times over. Just as Song-Mu planned to venture into Puba for another round, A call from his homeroom teacher, Wang Yu, came through. "Hello? Congratulations, Songmu." Upon answering, Songmu heard Wang Yu's voice brimming with barely contained excitement. "You achieved a remarkable score of 271 million in your first assessment in the fiery battlefield. Just as I expected. Well done." Songmu was aware of the significance of this and replied, "Oh, come on, old Wang. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance. Your contributions as a homeroom teacher are invaluable." Wang Yu beamed even more, his smile widening. "By the way, later I'll be visiting your home with the principal. I brought some personal rewards from our school for you. I won't spoil the surprise, but it's definitely a delightful gift." A delightful gift? A generous scholarship? It was hard for Songmu not to think about the monetary aspect. Reality is what it is. But such a thing could indeed resolve over 90 of issues and would also serve as a useful gesture. There's one more thing, Songmu. The Douyin live streaming platform intends to open a live streaming room for you. They will discuss the specifics with you, but I wanted to give you a heads up so you can discuss it with your sister. Wang Yu added, "Personally, I suggest, given your capabilities, that if you venture into live streaming, you will undoubtedly shine and become a top-tier streamer." Songmu responded calmly, "You're absolutely right, old classmate. With my skills, I will surely become a leading streamer." Wang Yu was taken aback. "Wait, I was just trying to flatter you a bit. You don't genuinely believe that your shooting skills can compete with those top-tier technical streamers, do you?" Chapter 11. You've earned more red than I have in a lifetime. Haven Tu, Xiaogo? Where did this confidence come from? Wang Yu was left with a multitude of questions. Before the call, he had specifically reviewed the footage from Songmu's first assessment match. Even if he wished to praise Songmu, he had to admit that his shooting skills were quite rudimentary. It was truly a matter of luck. If there was anything commendable, it might just be Songmu's strategy of remaining unperturbed amidst chaos. However, he thought to himself, "I believe in you, Songmu." Wang Yu adjusted his tone to a serious one. "In my years of experience, I consider myself astute in recognizing talent. I have no doubt you will succeed." "Thank you, old classmate. I will definitely work hard," Songmu replied. "All right, I have some matters to attend to. Remember to discuss the streaming issue with your sister, and feel free to reach out to me with any questions." Wang Yu said, "Okay, thank you, old classmate," Songmu replied. Shortly after, a call from the Douyin live streaming platform came through. As the largest live streaming platform in the country, 99 of the streamers on Douyin were operators from the fiery battlefield. Any top-tier streamer pulled from their ranks would undoubtedly have a name on the global operator leaderboard. The remaining one of streamers tended to engage in comedic or edgy content, falling into different categories. The offer from Douyin for Songmu was merely a 3-month trial contract. The benefit was that this trial contract did not impose any requirements on his streaming hours or gift sharing, meaning Songmu could stream as much as he wanted. And all gift earnings would belong to him entirely. The downside was that Songmu would not receive a guaranteed streaming salary, and the contracting party could unilaterally terminate the contract without any penalty. However, this was quite normal for a novice streamer. Songmu was well aware of the capitalist's risk control tactics and promptly signed the trial contract, binding his operator ID and entering his streaming room for adjustments. Douyin's platform connects with the operator's watches, allowing for a transparent live broadcast of their matches. This transparency means that when operators open their tactical vests, backpacks, and safety boxes to retrieve items, the audience can view the contents from the operator's perspective. Of course, the live broadcast does not interfere with the operator's actions. Furthermore, all live stream comments are virtually displayed, ensuring they do not obstruct the operator's line of sight and can be adjusted at any time. While Songmu lacked experience as a streamer, he was well-versed as a viewer and understood that the two main elements that capture an audience's attention in a live streaming room are 1. Title. 2. Cover image. Much like clickbait titles and thumbnails, the majority of these tactics often involve a facade. The face is adorable, but the body is stunning. One might click in only to find that the body, even with filters, weighs in at over 200 pounds. The number one ant in Shanghai, the epitome of restraint. One might discover that beneath the surface lies a 50-year-old woman, indeed an ant, and not much else. Titles that sensationalize often abound in the live streams that Songmu had previously encountered in his past life. Any random selection would suffice to qualify as fraudulent. Yet, one must admit that a captivating title is essential to seize attention, to flaunt, and to evoke both disdain and curiosity that compels viewers to engage. Thus, an idea sparked in Songmu's mind, leading to the creation of his live stream title, In Your Entire Life. You've earned less red than I have in a single day? How about that, you little dog? He swiftly typed this title, and even he was struck by the sheer audacity of it, knowing that even passers-by would be drawn to comment, perhaps with a few expletives. In a moment of inspiration, he added a few lines of smaller text. 1. Red earned this month, 1-2. Gold earned this month, 1-3. Card earned this month, 1-4. Kills this month, 1 perfect. Next, he sought a cover image, calling upon his friend Tongzi to assist in finding a picture of the renowned actress Mai Xiaowen. Tongzi, in tune with Song Mu's thoughts, managed to replace the live stream cover almost instantaneously. The result was nothing short of perfection. Song Mu marveled at his own creativity, realizing that using Mai Xiaowen's image as the cover was a masterstroke. After considering the implications of revealing his 18-slot safe during the live stream, he deliberated carefully and engaged Tongzi in a thorough analysis of the current global landscape and the state of Longwu's national power, ultimately deciding that concealment was unnecessary. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure brings guilt. However, another adage states that when one possesses something unique in the world, and others cannot seize it despite their efforts, it brings boundless wealth and glory. Longwu's mother, surely you wouldn't want the neighboring beautiful nation to discover my 18-slot safe, would you? Let's get started. Without further hesitation, Song Mu commenced the live stream, fully revealing his 18-slot safe to his advantage. Even if circumstances took a turn for the worse, Tongzi could activate his passive skill, cognitive alteration, effortlessly resolving any trouble. This scenario offered the prospect of wealth and prestige, soaring above millions, while also ensuring personal safety. The new GDI operatives are allowed a maximum of 3 assessments, and most individuals manage to succeed in at least one of those attempts. However, some talented youths pursue extreme perfection, completing all 3 assessments. Following the final evaluation, rankings for the new GDI operatives across the nation are determined based on comprehensive performance metrics, including kills, value extracted, and damage dealt. With rankings come rewards. And while Song Mu was not one to chase extreme excellence, he saw no reason not to seize the opportunity to claim the top spot and enjoy a reward, especially since he had nothing else to occupy his time. Zero damn routine, wild matchmaking, commence. Simultaneously, a deluge of messages erupted in the class group chat when a student accidentally shared a photo. Was this photo edited? The boastful claim of 271 million successful escapes by a classmate named Chu Yunlong, who had just passed the assessment after eliminating 7 enemy operatives, caught everyone's attention. It seemed the photo was not edited, as rumors suggested that the high achiever was none other than Song Mu. Is it really our Song Mu? Nonsense. If he truly managed a 271 million successful escape, I would head to the restroom right now. A classmate recalled that Song Mu had teamed up with their class beauty, Lu Weiwei, who had previously mentioned that Song Mu failed to assist his teammates, leading to their capture by enemy operatives. Until I see the official footage, I won't believe it. I only trust what I can see. Did Weiwei not pass the assessment? The voice that cut through the chatter belonged to Lu Daong, the class's recognized sharpshooter. He had indeed succeeded in a match, escaping with 3 kills, though his total earnings were merely 210,000. Lu Weiwei responded with a simple, I've said it before, Song Mu is truly inadequate. You all know his abysmal performance. She added. Lu Daong, fueled with enthusiasm, sent out team invitations, declaring, I'll protect the class beauty that Song Mu couldn't. Chapter 12. Good brother. May I touch the gold bars on the ground just once? Together. Together. Protect her. Protect her. The group chat erupted in cheers. Upon Lu Weiwei expressing her gratitude and joining the team, Lu Daong felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence, overwhelmed with excitement. Don't worry, Weiwei. I still have a standard issue voucher to use. This time, I'll treat you to a splendid meal. We will definitely pass the assessment. This declaration was made through the team voice chat, and while he was confident, he refrained from making any extravagant claims in the class group chat. Lu Weiwei then invited her friend Du Jieli into the team. Lu Daong, Jieli. Who am I? I can ensure both of you excel. Lu Daong boasted. Lu Weiwei expressed her gratitude, yet sighed softly, almost to herself. I wonder if I can achieve a 271 million successful escape, like Song Mu. If I could secure such a score, I would surely rank among the top. Rest assured, Weiwei, Lu Daong replied with conviction. In this match, all kills and resources will be yours. If we find any small or large purples, they are all yours too. Lu Weiwei feigned surprise. Really? You are too kind, Daong. Lu Daong remained silent, secretly reveling in his good fortune. Meanwhile, Song Mu's second match in his operant career commenced, landing him with 2 teammates as the helicopter hovered above the starting point of the Zero Dam Visitor Center. These 2 players, identifiable by their IDs as Baeksh Trainee and Baeksh War Merchant, suggested they were likely a couple. In this match, Song Mu utilized a rookie standard voucher. To him, the distinction between rookie and standard vouchers was negligible. A good weapon would always deliver a lethal blow. Hey, your ID is intriguing. As soon as they landed and took a few steps, Bakeshore merchant exclaimed. Black silk thunder shark? Wait, are you actually a black silk girl? Come on, man. Song Mu sighed. If you had any sense, you wouldn't ask such a question. What kind of girl would name herself Black Silk Thunder Shark? She would more likely go for something cute like Strawberry Sweetheart or Beautiful Oriental. Ah, I thought I had paired with a black silk girl, Bakeshore merchant muttered. But if you're a brother, then just take care of yourself. Don't drag me down. We're both aggressive players. Song Mu was puzzled. Are you really launching a fierce attack on Puba? How idle can you be? As the two engaged in conversation, they continued to sprint unabated. Song Mu observed keenly. Whether or not these two were masters was debatable, but they were undoubtedly seasoned players, aware that upon landing, the first order of business was to secure insurance and grab the computer. If it had been the previous duo, they would have been left in the dust. With all three insurance options snatched away, they rushed to the first floor of the visitor center, where the large insurance vault was located. One of Song Mu's teammates, the Bakshi trainee, who lagged about 2 body lengths behind, couldn't help but exclaim, Hey, brother, slow down, let me have some insurance. I'm completely broke. Whose fault is it if you can't keep up? Song Mu paid no heed, unlocking the large insurance vault at lightning speed. When 3 individuals rushed to seize the large vault, it was simply a matter of who reached it first. There were no bonds of kinship or obligation to consider. Ha ha ha, you fool, Jiangzi, you're truly useless. Bakshi, the war merchant, didn't he care much about the ownership of the large insurance. After quickly consuming the computer case, he exclaimed in surprise, Whoa, a memory module. A small purple memory module. This is a high explosive round. This singular piece is worth 28,000. Yanzi, quickly give it to me. I'm too poor to buy a gun. Jiangzi hurriedly leaned forward. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed from the large insurance vault, startling both of them. They turned in unison to see Song Mu tossing a shimmering gold bar in his hand. Oh, just 1 bar. Song Mu remarked, somewhat surprised. To be honest, playing the real-life Delta Force with a gold bar feels surprisingly hefty in hand. If it had been the other 2 teammates opening the vault, they would have likely only found a series of items like a stepmother's earrings, horns, or gold decorations. Whoa, brother. Jiangzi's eyes widened, and he stumbled over his words. What did you just find in the vault? Is it a gold bar? Indeed, it's a gold bar. Now this is the real deal. Yanzi's eyes also widened in disbelief. Both of them were among the more skilled operatives, with commendable kill counts, yet they had never seen collectible items like small or large gold bars, let alone a gold bar classified as a 2-slot red collectible. In terms of single-slot value, a gold bar is worth around 160,000, which doesn't even place it in the top 10 collectibles. However, in terms of collectible value, gold bars are indeed captivating. In his previous life, Song Mu had a penchant for red collectibles like gold bars, champagne, and smoothbore guns. The visual impact of stacking them neatly across an entire page in the warehouse was undeniably impressive. Though Song Mu had acquired a gold bar, he was not as exuberant as his teammates. It was merely a matter of familiarity. Soon after, he keenly picked up on the sound of silent footsteps and promptly warned. Someone's coming from the right-hand stairwell, moving quietly. It should be a full squad. Hey, hello? Have you 2 disconnected? When Song Mu turned to look, he found his 2 teammates frozen, each gripping their weapons, intently staring at him, devoid of any other movement. Damn it. A single gold bar has knocked my teammates offline. Song Mu retreated to a safe position behind the door and glanced at the map, quickly deducing, it must be a team positioned at the damn top. It was only natural for them to head for the large insurance at the visitor center. But had his teammates become so overly excited that they zoned out? Should he make a run for it first? Just as Song Mu hesitated over whether to flee, Bakshi, the war merchant, and Yanzi finally regained their senses. Whoa, brother, you're truly incredible. A gold bar. I've never touched one before. Nor have I ever seen a teammate find one. Song Mu responded, people are approaching from outside, a full squad. Bakshi's trainee, Jiangzi, quickly followed suit. Good brother. I've never seen a gold bar in a war zone. Please, just let me touch it once. I beg you. Chapter 13, Black Silk Brothers, 3 guns worth 1.2 million. You can take them all without reservation. In the midst of battle, what are you touching? Be serious. Song Mu couldn't help but shout into the mic, adding, I harbor no grievances against you. Why treat me as a fool? If I toss it on the ground for you to touch, it will end up right in your pants. What kind of talk is that? Jiangzi immediately retorted, adamantly declaring, the first rule for GDI operatives is to absolutely trust your teammates. As the two exchanged banter, Yanzi suddenly opened fire. Da-da-da-da-da. The G3 battle rifle unleashed its suppressive firepower. Got one. Before Yanzi finished speaking, he swiftly pulled the trigger again, sending 7.62mm bullets flying. Song Mu barely caught a glimpse of an enemy figure leaping into the air before crashing down. War God jumps. War God sleeps. Wow, this guy is a bit fierce. A wild gunman? Song Mu marveled inwardly. If Yan Zi's success in taking down the first enemy operative relied solely on his straight shooting, then his rapid follow-up to eliminate the second enemy operative was undeniable proof of his skill. The lateral leap to evade the straight shot, while seeking an opportunity to kill, was a technique employed by many skilled operatives. Whether one could quickly complete the follow-up shooting and eliminate the enemy beforehand depended on individual marksmanship and ability. Some relied on talent, while others depended on diligent practice. As for Song Mu, he believed he could never execute such a dazzling maneuver. Following the gun? What gun? If it were him, attempting to shoot straight would merely serve to polish the enemy's toenails. I'll take the last one. Just watch my performance. After Yan Zi executed a double kill, Jiang Zi felt a surge of adrenaline and immediately pushed open the door, charging out with his S-12K loaded with slugs. Wow, another gunman? Song Mu was once again astonished. The S-12K shotgun certainly carried a reputation, especially when equipped with a 24-round drum and loaded with continuously burning dragon's breath rounds. The moment it fired, its deterrent capability within a certain range was at 100, boosting the morale of allied operatives to 100, while giving enemy operatives a 50 chance of entering a state of fear. Song Mu held fond memories of the dragon's breath S-12K, particularly with comrade Wang Yuhao wielding it. Tactical crouch connects brain functions. Breath replaces thought. The dragon pairs with dragon's breath, and whoever gets sprayed is in trouble. Evidently, Jiang Zi was adept at utilizing the dragon's breath, but since they were in the Zero Dams conventional area and dragon's breath rounds were classified as level 4 ammunition, Jiang Zi was using level 3 ammunition, the 12-gauge slug FTX. Despite its blue color, if aimed accurately, it possessed the capability to eliminate 4 enemies in one shot. Without a doubt, bang, bang, bang. Jiang Zi bravely charged out the door, swiftly leaping and starting to pull the trigger. But he could only manage 3 shots before he too succumbed. What the hell, Victor? Jiang Zi shouted loudly. The opponent is being a nuisance. Why the hell did he bring out Victor and not go inside? Do they even know who the real god of the administrative building is? Damn it, help. However, in the next moment, the enemy operator swiftly fired 2 shots, eliminating Jiang Zi and depleting his first life. This was indeed reckless. Song Mu covered his face, realizing that he had underestimated the situation. What was initially a highly advantageous 3-to-1 scenario had suddenly been reversed to a 2-to-1. His teammate, Yan Zi, remained unfazed. After consuming a painkiller, he declared, "It's currently 2v1. The advantage is ours. Hey, see, brother, let's jump out together and take them down." Song Mu, clutching his white bullet Uzi submachine gun, replied softly, "To be precise, it should be 15v1. Yan Zi asked, "Who is the one, and who is that 05? Regardless, they decided to charge at their opponents first and worry about winning or losing later. From Yan Zi's demeanor, Song Mu could sense that this guy would be a reckless warrior in reality, the type to draw his sword at the slightest disagreement. Charge! The two of them jumped laterally at the same time. A barrage of bullets flew through the air as the enemy operator wielding a Victor submachine gun inflicted 88 damage on Yan Zi, leaving him critically wounded. With such skill, Song Mu felt that replicating a 1 versus 2 scenario would not be an issue. However, the twist came when the enemy operator suddenly decided to switch targets. After inflicting damage on Yan Zi, he immediately aimed at Song Mu, attempting to eliminate him with the remaining bullets, aspiring for an extreme 1 versus 2. The thought process was certainly sound, indicative of a skilled player. Yet, the flaw lay in his failure to secure the kill on Yan Zi before changing targets. Kill confirmed. Yan Zi precisely eliminated the enemy operator. Armed with a G3 battle rifle, Yan Zi's weapon had its disadvantages in terms of firing rate and close-quarters combat. But in terms of damage, it was beyond reproach. Even the blue rounds were from the 7.62 by 51mm series. What the hell? He didn't die? He's definitely critically wounded. After the enemy operator was taken down, confusion reigned. This shouldn't have happened. I was certain I could achieve a 1 versus 2 at such close range with a Victor. Teammate 1 chimed in. "No, my friend. You should have taken out the first one before going for the second, right?" Teammate 2 added, "Exactly. Why attempt to kill the second before finishing the first? Are you trying to share the glory?" The enemy operator scratched his head, bewildered. "I don't know. I just felt that in that moment, something told me I could switch and go for the second. Do you understand what I mean?" Teammate 1. Teammate 2. After the enemy team was completely eliminated, they convened a debriefing to figure out what went wrong. Meanwhile, after reviving Jiang Zi, the 3 of them stared at the Victor submachine gun, which still had 18 bullets remaining, lost in thought. Strange. I initially thought he had run out of bullets, which made him hastily switch targets to kill you. Hey, see, brother. With 18 bullets, he could have taken out all three of us. Yanzi removed his helmet and looked at Songmu. Songmu pondered, wondering if perhaps he had played a role in this, contemplating whether the strength of the Tang Ren was at work here. It seemed plausible. Yanzi, who leaped out first, was followed by Songmu, and after jumping out, the enemy operator immediately redirected his aim towards Songmu, even firing prematurely. After mentally replaying the sequence, Songmu became increasingly convinced of this notion. Parameter 2 of the Tang Ren's strength. Within the context of the fire action, when facing an enemy operator, the enemy operator's strength is reduced to 50, including but not limited to hit rate, dynamic vision, situational judgment, and so forth. I am truly remarkable. Having resolved this connection, Songmu turned to examine the 3 operator boxes on the ground. Just as he turned, he noticed Yanzi tossing 3 guns onto the ground. Hey, see, brother. We confiscated 3 weapons. The Victor submachine gun worth 500,000, the SMG-45 submachine gun worth 300,000, and an M4A1 assault rifle worth 400,000. We didn't take any attachments, so you can have them all. No need to be polite. Songmu was taken aback. Who wants to hear my story about rummaging through the checkpoint's warehouse? You're all giving them to me. I'm becoming the boss. After a moment of surprise, Songmu quickly grasped the implication. Oh, I see what you mean. You want to exchange them for that gold bar I found earlier, right? Yes. Hey, see, brother. You understand me. Yanzi replied eagerly. But, brother, I also contributed. Surely, it's reasonable for me to claim one of these 3 weapons? Jiangzi interjected, showing signs of wanting to guard his share. Eat your own words. Get lost. Yanzi retorted. With that performance of yours earlier, you still want a weapon? Turning back to Songmu, he adopted a somewhat flattering tone. Hey, see, brother. Please, how about this exchange? If not, I'll try to kill a couple more to get you some extra cash. Brother, I mean no harm. I've never seen such collectibles as gold bars. I genuinely wish to take one home as a keepsake. Money doesn't matter. Songmu smiled and nodded. That's fine. But it has to be after we successfully extract. This introduced an element of human nature into the equation. In his previous life, Songmu had encountered many types of reckless CS teammates. Having seen enough of them, he naturally became cautious. For instance, if Songmu secured a 3x3 red, yet lacked a 3x3 safe box, and his CS teammates were aware, they would simply wait for him to perish without offering assistance, ready to loot his belongings. Or if he helped carry a large red to a safe box, the next moment, his teammate would grab the items, mute their mic, and head straight for the extraction point. Such scenarios were all too familiar to Songmu. You'll give it to me after we successfully extract? Fine, no problem. Yanzi seemed to understand Songmu's concerns, nodding vigorously. I get your point. Hey, see, brother. You take this SMG-45, I'll take the Victor, and Jiangzi will use the M4. If we manage to extract successfully, I guarantee you'll be well rewarded. Sounds good. I have no objections. Songmu replied with a smile. The 3 of them swiftly scavenged the remaining resources at the visitor center. Songmu made a special trip to the VIP room on the 2nd floor, recalling it as a fixed card spawn point, and he stepped inside to take a look. Wow, fortune smiles upon me. A card has indeed appeared. As soon as he spoke, he heard Jiangzi's agitated voice over the team mic. You must be kidding. First a gold bar, and now a card? Hey, see, brother, you're pushing it. Songmu replied, just a blue card, a single one from the checkpoint warehouse. Jiangzi responded, oh, that's fine. Wait, hold on. A few seconds later, Jiangzi suddenly exclaimed, his voice amplified. What the heck? If I recall correctly, that card is for Chang'an Shigu. Isn't it worth over 20,000? Yes, around 20,000, Songmu casually replied. The keycard inspection station in Chang'an Shi Valley indeed belongs to the higher echelon of blue cards, equating to approximately 200,000 in value, roughly equivalent to a small red collectible. The acquisition of a blue hand key card was merely a stroke of luck for Songmu, whose emotional fluctuation was minimal. As a seasoned participant in Tangrenji, it was common for him to gather 8 president cards within 3 days. Thus, a blue key card valued at around 200,000 was hardly enough to stir his feelings. That card was undoubtedly tailored specifically for you. Hey, see, brother. If the 2 of us were to open that door, we might not even be able to swipe for a sugar-free energy bar. Yanzi, however, was rather easygoing, leading Songmu and Jiangzi away from the visitor center, suggesting, shall we take a gamble at the administrative building? Considering the time, there should still be a scuffle happening there. I can mediate, but I've already lost a life. I'll just provide cover from the back, Jiangzi replied. I'm fine with that, Songmu responded indifferently. For him, a stroll around the administrative building was not out of the question. If they could persuade the combatants to eliminate the last team, it would be a delightful feast followed by a lavish retreat. Even if they were to be ambushed, it wouldn't be a loss, as the gold bars and key cards would have already been securely stowed away in his 18-slot cargo shorts. How much could a novice standard voucher be worth? A mere 5,000. Having entered the game for 5,000, Songmu had already amassed over 500,000, not even counting the firearms, an astounding hundredfold profit. No matter how one calculated it, he would not incur a loss. The trio advanced swiftly. This was the advantage of familiarity with the terrain. Since there were only a few spawn points on each map in the battlefield, and the number of teams was fixed, predicting the movements of other squads became quite feasible. As expected, when Songmu and his companions reached the parking lot of the administrative building, they could distinctly hear the continuous crackle of gunfire echoing from within, indicating a stalemate in the battle. What a lively scene, Songmu remarked. However, the number of participants seemed off. After listening intently for a moment, he whispered, "It appears there's an additional team in the building besides the ones in the east and west wings, which means we might be looking at a 3-team standoff. It's likely the team from the cement factory, suggesting the team in the west wing has been entirely wiped out." Yanzi was also analyzing the situation, stating, "It's a waiting game now, let us hold off for a bit." Songmu was not in a hurry. Only 7 minutes had passed in the match, leaving approximately 23 minutes for the 3 teams inside to determine the victor. With time to spare, Songmu pulled up the live stream chat and glanced over it. So many viewers in the live stream? Upon noticing the online count had reached 500, he momentarily paused. Oh, this is a newly open live stream. I forgot about my clickbait title and thumbnail. Checking the chat, he confirmed his suspicions. I'm curious to see how this live stream unfolds. What the heck? I just casually entered a live stream and ended up being insulted as a tiny dog? Is that reasonable? I came in to watch you rummage through the ruins. Not in a place like this. As one of the first viewers, I'd like to kindly point out that up till now, the host has managed to find a gold bar and a blue key card, totaling over 500,000 in value. Where's the gold bar? Host, can I have a look at your gold bar? Only those with insufficient skills would choose to rummage here. Besides, what's the drop rate in this area? If it drops, I'll eat it. Are you 3 just playing cards? Hurry up and assault the administrative building. The atmosphere in the live stream became rather heated as numerous viewers were drawn in by the title and thumbnail, having never experienced the dazzling sight of a gold bar. My apologies, everyone. I hadn't activated the chat earlier, Songmu said, opening the secure box to inspect the gold bar. Let me show you the treasure I just uncovered. It's still warm. He tossed the gleaming bar in his hand. The weighty sensation and radiant glow instantly captivated the entire audience in the live stream, plunging it into silence. You all see this, right? Songmu relished the momentary hush, adding, "It's just a gold bar, what? Do you want to hear the story of how I found a black box in the inspection station storage?" The viewer who sent the previous message had taste. Chapter 15. You're munching on a hiba. Save me first. Hey, see father. Hey, see brother. What are you saying over there? What's this chat about? Hey, see brother. You're actually a streamer? Yin Zi and Jiang Zi suddenly realized. Songmu nodded and replied, "To be honest, I am even a newly qualified GDI operator who just passed my assessment. This is my second assessment. However, my performance in the first assessment was so outstanding that the GDI platform opened a live stream for me." After a few seconds of disbelief, Jiang Zi's tone noticeably weakened as he quietly asked, "So, hey see brother, may I inquire how much value you extracted during your first assessment?" "Not much, just 2.71 million, Songmu replied. 2.71 million, Jiang Zi exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "You mean that's just not much? Back in the day, when the two of us cleared the entire Pooh-Bah, we didn't even earn 2.71 million. You don't understand. Hey see brother has some skill in this area," Yinzi whispered. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, dazzled by the gold bar, began to regain their composure. "Awesome. It really is a gold bar. 2 slots red. I admit I spoke too loudly earlier. Did the host really mention finding a black box in the inspection station storage? Is that true? Who asked that?" I did. Luck is just a matter of who runs out of it first. Isn't that obvious? Wait, weren't you all focusing on the wrong thing? Did you notice that the host's secure box seems different from those of other streamers? What secure box? I didn't notice. I was too busy watching the gold bar. Host, can I touch your gold bar? It seems there's no other streamer who can find a gold bar in Pooh-Bah. The ambience in the live stream surged with excitement. This was something Songmu had anticipated. It's not hard to understand. A video featuring a major insurance operation revealing 3 complete bull horns from a top-secret aerospace base could garner 4 million views. That's classified material. The highest difficulty map in the battlefield. As for Songmu finding a gold bar in Puba, it's likely that no other streamer can lay claim to such a feat now that it's a waiting game. Let me share a story about the inspection station storage. A friendly reminder, although this keycard is a blue keycard, the drop rate is remarkably high. I have a friend who once uncovered nearly a dozen level 5 armors and 7 or 8 level 5 helmets in the inspection station storage. Additionally, he has extracted black boxes, specifically flight recorders, 3 times, alongside items like powerful vacuum cleaners, all-in-one mop robots, armored vehicle batteries, and, oh yes, a few president cards and king cards as well. Songmu recounted these tales as if they were cherished memories. It wasn't he boasting. These were genuine experiences. In his previous life, he had a particular fondness for the map called Chonggong Xingu, known for its vast expanse and abundant resource points. One could easily traverse its terrain, akin to walking along the Silk Road, and secure a lucrative exit worth millions. The checkpoint storeroom was among Songmu's favorite spots to loot. Almost a guaranteed target in every match. When names of prized collectibles like flight recorders, powerful vacuum cleaners, and armored vehicle batteries spilled from Songmu's lips, the viewers in the live stream held their breath in anticipation, though many were quick to question his claims. Besides Songmu, Yinzi and Jiangzi exchanged puzzled glances. Yinzi, how much of this is just bravado from our Black Silk brother? Jiangzi scratched his head, glancing at Yinzi. I can't shake the feeling that he's improvising. While numerous streamers relentlessly attacked Chonggong Xingu, none had ever mentioned discovering a black box in the checkpoint storeroom. Yinzi, equally bewildered, shrugged. I suddenly feel compelled to meet this friend of his. Honestly, I'm almost drooling at what he describes. Jiangzi remained silent, consumed by envy. After conversing with the audience for about 7 or 8 minutes, Songmu merely smiled at those who hurled incredulous queries, choosing not to respond. Did you think Songmu was recounting tales of friends? No, he was simply narrating personal experiences. Aggressive players might endure multiple defeats and substantial losses before they could hope for a high-reward match. Yet for players like him, this was merely routine. Let us pause here. The fighting in the building has reached a climax, and we must intervene. Songmu excelled at seizing opportunities, finely attuned to footsteps and gunfire, a skill honed from his experiences as a nimble player. He gestured to his teammates, indicating that they should be alert. From the sounds earlier, it seems one team couldn't resist engaging, only to be ambushed by 2 others. Oh, and one team has taken casualties. I heard a particularly anguished scream. Just about a minute more, and these 2 teams will likely annihilate one another, Yinzi concurred. The trio synchronized their movements, stealthily advancing forward. As anticipated, around 50 seconds later, cries for help emanated from the manager's office on the eastern floor. Almost simultaneously, the heavy footsteps of another team surged forth. Let us go. Yinzi charged ahead, with Songmu closely trailing. Jiangzi, having lost a life, was assigned to the 3rd shooting position. The intense gunfire erupted at the entrance of the manager's office. The actual exchange lasting a mere 23 seconds. Yet 3 operators fell in rapid succession, screams piercing the air as both sides suffered losses. Yinzi, Songmu, and Jiangzi raced up the stairs to the eastern floor. I'll jump in and draw fire. You 2 engage. With the prowess of a seasoned player, Songmu leaped past Yinzi into the manager's office, unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate gunfire. Once again, it was evident that Songmu's initiative to draw fire was pivotal. The 2 remaining weakened operators inside the room immediately began firing upon seeing Songmu, but despite their efforts, they could barely manage to knock him down after he dodged several rounds. Yinzi and Jiangzi, following closely behind, swiftly concluded the battle as they entered. This is secure. We cleared the area. Let us feast, Jiangzi exclaimed, saliva almost pooling at the corners of his mouth. First, revive my Black Silk father. You can indulge later. Yinzi scolded, dragging Jiangzi to the entrance as he exclaimed, damn it, you'll have your time to eat, for now. Hold your fire while I rescue our Black Silk father. Chapter 16. Jiangzi, can I have a little gold? Is it truly my adoptive father? Jiangzi swallowed hard, tears glistening in his eyes as he readied his weapon at the manager's office door. Meanwhile, Yinzi rushed to assist Songmu, undeterred by the numerous enemy operator boxes strewn across the floor. This is bad. We encountered a saintly teammate. Songmu found himself at a loss for words. What more could he say? You go ahead and eat, Black Silk father, Yinzi encouraged, adding, let us tally the operator boxes while you ensure they're not wielding dual weapons. Songmu nodded. All right, I shan't hesitate. Yinzi waved dismissively. Don't be polite, just eat. Songmu mused, It seems like he is scolding me, yet it's all in good spirit. However, seeing the multitude of unopened operator boxes before him, he knew it would be a disservice to the viewers and to his own conscience to pass them up. Oh, an M14, a real treasure, albeit the most basic version. He marveled at the MP7 submachine gun. This is impressive, fully upgraded at 600,000. High-capacity magazine, full auto, remarkable. After devouring the first operator box, Song-Mu felt confident they could each secure a million-level exit, but upon opening the second box, his mind momentarily faltered. What on earth is this? White bullets and a wild buffalo. Green helmet, green armor? Oh, standard issue. Wait, there's a heavyweight. Dual-wielding whiteboard UZI submachine guns. Incredible, this fellow has a solid setup. And the AKS-74U assault rifle isn't bad either, even if it's a bit lackluster. Aside from the first operator box, which was notably rich, the remaining 5 in the manager's office were mostly subpar, filled with items like headset heads and blue armored shield operators, not to mention an array of mediocre backpacks. Song-Mu inspected each box, realizing that the most valuable items among the fallen operators were merely blue collectibles like dancing girls and cement. There was no sign of anything purple or noteworthy. His appetite for the operator boxes dwindled as he lamented, upon opening these, it's all just white or green, with scarcely a hint of blue. How can one eat this? The numbers align, Black Silk Father, Yinzi reported upon re-entering the manager's office. There are 2 operator boxes in the western floor and 3 at the intersection of the east and west buildings, but they're all of poor quality. With 6 teams accounted for at 0 damn, there's still 1 operator unaccounted for. I wonder if they fled in fear or are hiding somewhere. Be cautious. Let us scrape the ground and make our exit, Song-Mu agreed. He speculated that Yinzi's fluidity in calling him Black Silk Father stemmed from the influence of that gold bar he had previously found. Yet, he couldn't deny that this feeling of being in charge was rather exhilarating. Let us swiftly gather our spoils, Yinzi urged, calling over the earpiece to Jiangzi, who was stationed at the western floor. Be careful, there might still be a lone wolf lurking. If you get ambushed, don't call for help. Jiangzi, confused, replied. What the hell? Are we still good brothers? Aren't you coming to search with me? Yinzi glanced at Song-Mu, who was busy looting, and quietly replied. I must ensure my Black Silk Father escapes successfully. Only then will he willingly exchange the gold bar with me. Do you understand? Jiangzi, visibly displeased, curled his lip and remarked, you truly are something else. A single gold bar has managed to sway you? Calling out High-Side Dad with such silky finesse. Yinzi interjected with a vehement, I curse you. In mere moments, the 2 erstwhile comrades had transformed from steadfast allies into bitter adversaries, exchanging sharp retorts. Song-Mu, however, had no time to mediate their quarrel. He was swiftly scouring the Eastern Administrative Building, simultaneously munching and lamenting. The drop rate in Pooh Bah is indeed dismal. What on earth are these? A spy pen? A stepmother's earrings? Crocodile eggs? From Song-Mu's perspective, this round's drop rate was rather mediocre, far from the touted high explosion rounds. Yet, the viewers in the live stream were indignant, proclaiming, is this guy for real? The spy pen is worth over 20,000 each, and he disregards it? Is there no justice left? He truly deserves to be cursed, but I cannot help but feel envy. Indeed, this is a moment of sheer extravagance, brothers. This round must be a high explosion round, right? This streamer has an uncanny knack for rare finds. I confess my jealousy. Wait, what? This streamer's secure box looks off, doesn't it? How many slots does it have? Seems like 18 slots. What? An 18-slot secure box? Are you certain you aren't mistaking the backpack for the secure box? As far as I know, the maximum for the current batch of operators is only 9 slots. A single revelation stirred a tempest. Previously, only a handful of viewers had noticed the discrepancy in Song-Mu's secure box slots. However, as Song-Mu continued to sweep through the area with astonishing speed, stuffing various treasures into his trousers, the 18-slot secure box quickly caught the viewer's attention. Instantly, the chat exploded with questions. No one had anticipated witnessing Song-Mu harboring an 18-slot super secure box in his stream. Among the entire GDI operator community, few had managed to upgrade their secure boxes to 9 slots, as accomplishing the upgrade task for the GDI department was exceptionally challenging. It required ample financial resources, time, and the operator's own remarkable marksmanship and skills. An 18-slot secure box like Song-Mu's was unfathomable to the hundreds of viewers in the live stream. I see you are discussing my secure box. This is your first encounter with an 18-slot box, isn't it? Quite novel. Indeed, Song-Mu remarked with a smile, glancing at the barrage of comments. In truth, this was obtained through a task upgrade. You are all familiar with the GDI department's missions, right? I won't divulge any more. Go search for the strategies yourselves. Look, a white coat is spinning around. Could it be that I will receive 2 key cards in this round? After a few spins, ding, a Sala specialty wine glass won. Regrettably, it was merely a wine glass. Song Mu sighed, having anticipated a second key card, but was instead greeted with a trivial prize. As Song Mu sighed, the hundreds of viewers in the livestream collectively sighed in relief. Are you out of your mind? This is Pooh-Bah. If Song Mu were to pull 2 golden bars and 2 key cards in this round, at least half of the viewers would likely succumb to envy. Hey, have you two finished your friendly banter? Song Mu interjected through his earpiece, adding, I just acquired a small gold and a Sala specialty wine glass. Do either of you have any need for it? The fervent exchange between the 2 teammates abruptly ceased. Jiangzi was the first to respond, his voice trembling with disbelief. Is it true, my foster father? By the heavens, today, I am willing to brave fire and water for my black silk foster father. Chapter 17. Are you envious of the bond one share with Kuan-Ge? It is earned through marksmanship, after all. Wow, that was a swift kneel. Yinzi stood to the side, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, Jiangzi had vehemently criticized Yinzi as a filial son, only to now prostrate himself at the prospect of acquiring a small gold. What is this? I should have acted sooner, Yinzi lamented, filled with regret. Given my long-standing relationship with Black Silk foster father, how could I not request something? That would be unthinkable. All right, I shall come to find you, Song Mu replied. No, foster father, Jiangzi shouted while sprinting towards Song Mu, exclaiming, if foster father wishes to gift me something, there is no reason for him to deliver it personally. Song Mu merely chuckled, adding, as per our usual arrangement, it will be given at the extraction point. Jiangzi nodded and bowed in compliance, only refraining from lighting a cigarette in the war-torn area. Otherwise, he would have presented Song Mu with 2 premium cigarettes. This spectacle heightened the entertainment value of the livestream. That was a truly rapid call for dad, reminiscent of my glorious moments bringing meals to my roommate. I fear I might be consumed by jealousy. Streamer, I too am a GDI operator. Could you take me along for a match? My skills may be average, but my ability to call dad is unparalleled. Some individuals would forsake their dignity for a mere collectible. Unlike me, I only wish to assist my Black Silk foster father selflessly. Is this duo here to provide aid? They've consumed all the guns, bullets, and gear. Is the person above a novice? A novice would not comprehend the rarity of the golden and red collectibles in these war zones. Certain elite department upgrades require these collectibles, and their market price can soar tenfold and beyond, with scarcity prevailing. Moreover, did you know that upgrading operator skills also necessitates golden and red collectibles? The prices for such items are astonishingly high, often increasing tenfold or 20-fold. Song Mu took note of the lively discussion in the chat and felt a surge of curiosity. He had previously researched these golden and red collectibles while watching videos, but only knew of their extreme scarcity. As for the mention of the marketplace, he had yet to delve deeply into it. What does this mean? That the prices for golden and red collectibles in the marketplace can surge tenfold or more? Could it be that there is no overarching hand controlling the market? If certain small golds and large reds could indeed appreciate tenfold in value, would that not imply that a single African heart could fetch over 100 million? He resolved to examine the marketplace promptly after concluding this round. Song Mu pondered, realizing that he had overlooked a crucial matter. If no force was regulating the market and restocking supplies, then based on the current drop rates for all GDI operators, the odds of acquiring a large red or an African heart through sheer luck would be unfathomable for these operators. As the discussion continued to flourish in the livestream, Song Mu, under the protection of his 2 foster sons, Jiangzi and Yinzi, departed from the Western Administrative Building, thoroughly scouring the construction site outside, ensuring that the eggs in the 2 nests were thoroughly crushed. He surmised that the remaining lone wolf was likely lying dead underground. The 3 individuals made their way to the cement factory, at which point Jiangzi finally spoke up. The team that perished in the West Building likely entered through the underground pipes, and they probably encountered the Asala fire soldiers. Even the fire soldiers in Pooh-Bah are deadly. They can eliminate a team without a sound. Beside him, Yinzi retorted, You're quite the armchair strategist, aren't you? We're on the verge of retreat, and you only just mentioned this? No worries, it's not a big deal, Song Mu replied nonchalantly, drawing forth his butterfly knife, preparing to take down 2 Asala soldiers stationed at the factory entrance. This was, of course, to complete the upgrade task for his safety box. In his past life, during his relentless battles, he had reached a level where even the Asala and Hayfek soldiers were beneath his notice. They would avoid him, fearful that a stray bullet might end their existence. As Song Mu brandished his knife towards the Asala soldier, Yinzi and Jiangzi exchanged glances, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. In unison, they shouted a warning, Don't be reckless, father. You can't be serious. We're about to retreat. Just as they expressed their concerns, the Asala soldier charged at Song Mu, brandishing his weapon. He swung the butt of his gun through the air, followed by a swift kick that struck nothing but thin air. The display was fierce, yet he missed. The Asala soldier still cares for me, Song Mu mused, before swiftly dispatching one soldier with 2 precise strikes of his knife. He then turned to the second soldier, executing another 2 strikes. As the second soldier fell to the ground, Yan Zi and Jiang Zi were left bewildered, both wearing expressions of utter confusion. The hundreds of viewers in the live broadcast were equally perplexed. Is this for real? Did I just witness that? Incredible. The streamer has guts. He actually took on the Asala soldier with a knife and won. Wait, was that an illusion? When did that happen? He must have hired actors. There's no way that was genuine. Just the other day, I was taken down from over 100 meters away by an Asala soldier with an M870 shotgun. The simple act of dispatching 2 Asala soldiers stirred a wave of admiration in the chat. Song Mu glanced at the barrage of comments and sighed silently. How on earth do I teach this? Do they envy the amicable rapport I share with the Asala soldiers? It's all due to my marksmanship. Though internally bemused, he maintained his facade and continued to draw attention. Thank you for your support, everyone. But I do not take apprentices, he declared, beckoning Yan Zi and Jiang Zi to a secluded corner at the evacuation point. Yan Zi, here is a gold bar for you, and Jiang Zi, a unique Asala goblet for you. Is that all right? Of course. The brothers replied as they began to disarm, tossing aside their armor, backpacks, and dual-wielded firearms, cluttering the area with their discarded gear. Father, you take the first meal, Yan Zi said earnestly, adding, you eat your fill, and we'll be fine with leftovers. Jiang Zi, eager for attention, chimed in. How about this, father? You leave your weapons and backpack with me, and let me, the culinary master of Wolf City, whip you up something delicious. I guarantee it will be optimized to perfection. Chapter 18. What is the GDI trading house? From now on, I'll be taking the surname Song. Cook for me? No need, Song Mu replied, yet his actions contradicted his words as he relinquished his gear. By the way, Jiangzi, are you from Wolf City? Indeed, father, I hail from Nansuan in Wolf City, as does Yanzi, he replied while fervently preparing the meal. This cooking involved optimizing weapon attachments and organizing their backpacks to ensure they carried the most valuable gear, maximizing their potential gains upon evacuation. Wolf City folks are truly hospitable and loyal. Song Mu complimented, genuinely surprised to find that his randomly chosen companions were fellow townsmen. However, he refrained from disclosing his own origins, not out of fear of exposure, but because their relationship had yet to reach a level suitable for a face-to-face meeting. Minutes later, Jiang Zi completed his task. All set, father. Here are 2 rifles for you, the 500 000M4A1 assault rifle and the 300 000M14 marksman rifle. The remaining MP7, Victor, and SMG-45 submachine guns have been optimized and packed in your backpack. These 3 firearms are the most valuable, totaling over 1.8 million. Jiang Zi truly lived up to his title as the culinary master of Nansuan. As Song Mu gathered the firearms, chest rig, and backpack, his total equipment value soared to an astounding 3.23 million, an absolute treasure. Here is Yin Zi's gold bar, he tossed it out, followed by the goblet for Jiang Zi. In an instant, the brothers showcased their incredible reflexes, snatching the gold bar and goblet out of the air. Thank you, father, Jiang Zi exclaimed, brimming with gratitude. Long live the father. Yan Zi professed dramatically, kneeling as he tossed the gold bar in the air, declaring, I would brave any danger for you, father. All right, enough of that, Song Mu chuckled, making his way to the evacuation point. Moments later, the helicopter hovered above them, ready for extraction. Extraction successful. Routine operation, 0 dam. Evacuation point, West District Road. Duration, 002432. This round's earnings, 2,851. 301 total kills, 2 highlight kill of the round, 0 as the results screen appeared. The viewers in the live broadcast could hardly contain themselves, caught between laughter and disbelief, amused that Song Mu had only killed 2 soldiers yet had amassed such an impressive bounty of 285,666. No way. The streamer only killed 2 soldiers, right? Is that correct? In total, 2 Kuan brothers were eliminated, yielding a bounty of 285 million. Is this not the mark of a true leader? In the same realm of Puba, I once exerted every ounce of effort to vanquish 6 enemy operatives, annihilating 2 entire squads. After meticulously scavenging for resources, I barely managed to secure a mere 500,000. Indeed, there exists a stark disparity. It must be said that this streamer exhibits considerable generosity, 2 bars of red gold, and 1 bar of small gold. Such magnanimity is indeed commendable. Were it me, I would have quickly retreated after gathering my weapons and supplies, leaving my 2 teammates utterly powerless. CS is CS, and a streamer is a streamer. Let us not conflate the two. I earnestly beseech the esteemed streamer Hey Si Ifu to produce a tutorial video on upgrading secure boxes. I am willing to invest in a subscription or offer something of value, provided you create it. I implore you. Despite the live stream attracting merely a few hundred viewers, with real-time attendance falling short of 1,000, a remarkable diversity of species was already evident. In this regard, Song Mu expressed complete understanding. Much like the past when one would toil for virtual currency, the lengths people would go for a mere digital coin are astonishing, with countless individuals engaging in such pursuits. In the present world, when Hafei coins can be exchanged at an 11-to-1 ratio with real currency, human nature reveals itself in even starker relief. Indeed, in the second round, I managed to extract even more than in the first. After exiting the match, I returned to the Special Operations Unit, where I promptly stored my amassed items in the warehouse before heading straight to the trading hall. Upon accessing the GDI Special Operations Trading Station computer, I first inquired about weapon prices, accessories, helmets, and ammunition, discovering the prices to be relatively stable, free from exorbitant premiums or undervalued items. For instance, if one were to acquire a fully modified M14 worth 1 million during a match and successfully exfiltrate, selling it to the GDI supply office would yield approximately the same amount. Turning my focus to collectibles, I immediately noticed a significant issue. The GDI trading hall permits transactions of white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red collectibles, yet the price discrepancies are staggering. For example, a small gold pirate coin can be found in-game for over 50,000, and it retains its value when sold to either the trading hall or the supply office. Conversely, an Asterisk specialty goblet, initially valued at over 60,000 in-game, skyrockets to over 600,000 when listed in the trading hall. Oh, I recall that small goblet is indeed required for department upgrades. No wonder. I further investigated the price of gold bars, confirming they hover around 2 million. I also searched for items such as 2 bars of red champagne and 4 exhibits of smoothbore guns, each priced approximately tenfold their original value. Upgrading various departments within the Special Operations Unit necessitates a considerable quantity of small and large red items. It became clear the supply cannot meet the market's insatiable demand, leading to a tenfold increase in the price of upgradable collectibles, particularly those of gold and red. In contrast, the prices of white, green, and blue collectibles remain largely stagnant. Reflecting on the principle that rarity enhances value, I continued perusing the collectibles in the trading hall. This economic truth holds universally, regardless of the realm. After a thorough examination of the GDI trading hall for about 10 minutes, I gained a basic understanding of market demands. Simply put, the GDI operatives in this world possess an alarmingly low drop rate, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire significant gold and red collectibles, consequently driving prices to soar tenfold or more. As for the ultimate red item, the Heart of Africa, it is so rare that even at a 20-fold or 30-fold price increase, it remains unattainable, with only one known specimen in existence, a universally acknowledged rarity. Thus, my next course of action is clear. I must expedite my upgrades. A glance at the level restrictions across various maps elicited a nod of approval from me. Given my propensity to effortlessly acquire red items in Puba, one can only imagine the success I would achieve in classified and top-secret missions. What? The GDI Trading Hall. Soon, it shall be known as the Song Trading Hall. Chapter 19. The Contest for Persimmons, as ever. Upon concluding my analysis of the trading hall, I noticed I had received a friend request from 99. A quick calculation revealed it to be from the viewers in the live stream. Scanning the usernames, I found their creativity in crafting IDs to be rather peculiar, with names like Storm Inhaler, Zhejiang University graduate, and other amusing monikers emerging frequently. Very well then, I shall accept. With a swift click, I approved the friend request and promptly disabled group invitations, thus avoiding the incessant barrage of requests from my newfound friends. Father, are you up for another match? Yazim messaged me privately, adding, I just checked the trading hall and realized that the gold bar you gifted me is worth over 3 million. Ah, it's merely a small sum, I replied nonchalantly. 3 million is a small amount. Yazim was taken aback, astonished by my nonchalance regarding such wealth. In the trading hall, 3 million Hafei coins equate to over 3 million long coins in reality. What does that signify? It could allow an average person in a county to live comfortably in retirement. I am somewhat familiar with the price levels in this world, which are quite reasonable. The cost of essentials like rice, flour, and oil aligns closely with what I experienced in my past life, with little inflation to speak of. However, the fusion of the Delta with the real world has created a stark disparity in wealth levels. GDI operatives capable of generating income can easily secure millions after a single match in a war zone, a sum that would require decades of hard labor for an ordinary person. Yet, the nature of these operatives is such that while they may quickly earn vast sums, they are equally swift to part with them. One moment they might rake in 3 million, only to lose 5 million in the next. It is not uncommon for someone to enjoy a lavish lifestyle one day, residing in spacious villas and driving luxury cars, only to find themselves selling everything the next day to fund new gear in hopes of recovering their losses. They embody the archetype of gamblers, driven by greed. How about I team up with Jiangzi for a few more rounds? We could gear you up and ensure you reap substantial rewards. Yazi suggested eagerly. I believe the GDI new recruit assessment limit is 3 rounds. You should still have one more chance, right? Yazi, clearly someone who values appearances, was determined to repay me for the gold bar. Another round is indeed feasible. I nodded. The GDI new recruit assessment limit is indeed 3 rounds. I had already completed mine, but engaging in another match would allow me to pursue the rewards for topping the leaderboard. Such an opportunity is too valuable to pass up. Let's proceed. You shall lead the way, Songmu stated, submitting a request to join the team, which Yanzi promptly approved, simultaneously bringing Jiangzi into the fold. Jiangzi wasted no time in activating the team microphone, immediately exclaiming, "Foster father, as your foster son, you must not show favoritism. Why is it that Yanzi amassed over 3 million, while I only garnered around 300,000? The disputes over resources were perennial." Yanzi calmly responded, "Enough with the chatter, let us prepare our weapons." Songmu struggled to suppress a chuckle, yet could not deny that playing alongside these two brought him genuine joy. As Songmu readied himself for the 3rd round, Lu Daong, the class's protector of flowers, successfully completed a 1 versus 2 mission, escorting both the class beauty Lu Weiwei and the supporting character Du Jieli to the extraction point, passing the assessment. I assured you that you would pass the assessment. And indeed you did. Right, Weiwei? Lu Daong, brimming with excitement, confidently declared, "Did you see that magnificent 3-kill? It was a textbook example of firepower breakthrough." "Yes, quite impressive," Lu Weiwei offered begrudgingly, providing a modicum of emotional support. Indeed, Lu Daong had achieved a remarkable feat in that round, but the spoils were meager, as they had merely stumbled upon a ragtag team while scavenging their way to the extraction point, collectively earning less than 1 million. "Weiwei, how much did you earn in the last round?" Du Jieli, keenly aware of Lu Weiwei's thoughts, inquired with ulterior motives. "I caught a glimpse of the class group chat earlier, and according to some rumors, Songmu." "What about Songmu?" Lu Weiwei frowned. "It appears Songmu has begun streaming on the Douyin platform. He just completed his 2nd round and discovered a gold bar, earning a staggering 2.85 million. Du Jieli whispered. Upon hearing this, Lu Daong's voice escalated in disbelief. Is he bragging? A gold bar worth 2.85 million? With his skills? That means he has accumulated over 5.56 million worth of supplies in just 2 rounds. Indeed, there are screenshots in the group. Feel free to take a look. Du Jieli replied. In a moment, both Lu Weiwei and Lu Daong fell silent. They temporarily left the Special Operations Department, quickly scanning the class group messages, soon discovering the explosive screenshots. The first depicted Songmu inspecting a gold bar, the second showed him surrounded by operator boxes, and the third showcased his successful extraction, totaling 2.85 million. On what grounds? Why him? Lu Daong exclaimed upon returning to the Special Operations Department, struggling to comprehend, with Songmu's marksmanship. How could he possibly achieve this? Oh, I see. He must have had protection. Certainly, Du Jieli affirmed, adding, a classmate informed me that while watching Songmu's stream, he mentioned that in the last round, Songmu was merely acting as the boss, with his 2 teammates yielding all the best weapons and armor to him. Naturally, he would reap the benefits in the end. Shall we play another round? Lu Weiwei suddenly suggested. Absolutely, we must. Lu Daong insisted, feeling indignant. Rest assured, Weiwei. This time I will fully upgrade my weaponry, and we will charge straight to the administration building. Watch as I single-handedly conquer the entire floor. Lu Weiwei feigned anger, retorting. Nonsense. The battlefield clearly demands teamwork. How could it rely solely on you? Lu Daong paused. Lu Weiwei continued. We will support you by covering your lines and positioning, and our trio's coordination will surely prevail in taking the administration building. Trust me, Weiwei, Lu Daong quickly responded, I reiterate. Regardless of how many operators I take down this round, I won't claim a single item. They will all be yours. All right, let us begin. Lu Weiwei replied with a light laugh. The trio swiftly completed their preparations and re-entered the regular match at Zero Dam. Perhaps due to Lu Dayong's fervent declarations, their spawn point fortuitously landed them in the coveted position of East Building 1, often referred to as the prime location. As the three descended, Lu Dayong immediately urged the two ladies to dash inside. This round is ours. Let us swiftly enter the building. Keep up with me. Just as he spoke, Lu Dayong suddenly heard a series of gunfire erupting from the administration building, the sound resounding clearly, momentarily freezing his thoughts. Is that? Lu Weiwei gasped in horror, exclaiming, could it be the boss? Have we encountered the boss of Zero Dam, Commander Sade? Chapter 20. Fortune awaits. Premium coffee beans. Blade server. There was no mistaking it. The distinct sound of gunfire could only belong to Commander Sade of Zero Dam. The three had indeed crossed paths with Sade. Lu Weiwei's tone brimmed with excitement as she remarked, I recall that every map's boss box has a high probability of yielding valuable loot, including, but not limited to, gold bars and exclusive collectibles from the boss itself. However, defeating the boss is no easy feat, Du Jieli quietly interjected. As the two ladies spoke, their gazes turned to Lu Dayong in unison. Despite his fervor and fighting spirit, the realization of Commander Sade's presence began to instill a sense of trepidation in Lu Dayong. Are they treating me like a novice? That is Sade, the commander of Asala, not just any run-of-the-mill soldier. If it were merely a common soldier or a flamer or a machine gunner, Lu Dayong might have felt emboldened to engage them. But facing Sade was an entirely different matter. Dayong. Noticing Lu Dayong's silence, Lu Weiwei gently nudged his arm, speaking softly. If you feel overwhelmed by the prospect of us three taking down Sade, we can avoid the administration building altogether and scavenge resources elsewhere. Just say the word, and we shall heed your decision. What nonsense is this? I feel no pressure. Lu Dayong retorted hastily. You can call me unskilled, accuse my aim of being poor, or my luck abysmal, but I will not allow you to say I am incapable. Let us give it a try. I will do my utmost. He continued. We will proceed cautiously through the parking lot, eliminate any soldiers there, and then assess Sade's position outside the East Administration building before formulating our strategy. Lu Dayong, accompanied by two sisters, stealthily made their way towards the Eastern Administrative building. As for how to defeat the boss Sa-Idai upon reaching the foot of the Eastern building, Lu Dayong had no strategy in mind, without experience. How could he formulate a plan? However, he found some solace in the fact that all three of them had decent firearms, equipped with level 4 helmets and vests, and level 3 ammunition, which provided them with a modicum of margin for error. Meanwhile, in the lower left corner of Zero Dam, at position 1 of the cement factory, Songmu, Yanzi, and Jiangzi landed in the dormitory area of the cement factory. A spawn point second only to position 1 of the Western Administrative building. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side this round. The cement factory had not spawned any insurance. The Eastern building had 1 large crate, the Western building had 1 computer, and the military camp had 1 large crate, while the transformer station had 1 computer. Fortunately, the cement factory had an airdrop crate and a cement truck available. Glancing at the map, Songmu began to contemplate the route for this round. However, instinctively, the moment he landed, he switched to his butterfly knife and dashed towards the airdrop crate. It was only after a moment that he realized this was not a random match, and playing with a fixed team made the need to snatch insurance or the airdrop less critical. You go ahead and loot. I'll scout the construction site for any players, Yanzi remarked, cradling his weapon as he ventured to scout the lower area of the cement factory. Jiangzi, initially racing alongside Songmu to seize the airdrop, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Yanzi's words, thinking to himself, damn, that was close. I almost lost my position. This insatiable greed left him unable to control his own legs. Realizing his folly, Jiangzi slapped his thigh and muttered to himself, don't let a mere airdrop blind your judgment, Jiangzi. You must discern who holds the true power in this team. Hey, I'll head over to the military camp to keep watch, Jiangzi shouted, swiftly turning 90 degrees and heading towards the western entrance of the cement factory. One teammate went to the southern gate, while the other headed to the western gate. Songmu understood their intentions and was not at all polite. You both keep an ear out for gunfire to gather information. I'll swiftly loot the cement factory. Yanzi replied, take your time, no rush. Jiangzi added, what are you talking about? You need to be well fed so we can have the energy. It could be said that their words were blunt, but their reasoning was sound. Songmu made his way to the first airdrop crate in the cement factory, opening it to reveal a massive 3x4 shadow starting to rotate. 3x4? What the heck? Is it really giving me a blade server right off the bat? Before he could finish his thought, his expression darkened. Ding. Loot acquired. 2 Malawian Kwacha's Tactical Vest 1, valued at approximately 220,000. Damn it, blade server scam. Songmu sighed, marking the crate and saying, Yanzi, make sure to take the full purple armor from this airdrop as backup. Got it, boss. Yanzi replied instantly. Songmu regarded the level 4 purple armor with disdain, believing he could have obtained a blade server instead. However, for Yanzi, a fierce attacker, it was a prized find. The 2 Malawian Kwacha's Tactical Vest, a level 4 armor, was purple with a maximum durability of 110, making it the most durable among level 4 armors. Of course, it had negative buffs, aiming speed -5 and movement speed -5. With this armor in the general battlefield and Yanzi's shooting skills, it would make him quite difficult to eliminate. Turning, Songmu headed up to the second floor of the cement factory to loot the second airdrop. Let us get something good. Heat it up. Give it a spin. As he reached the second floor, he heard a rocket soldier shouting. The RPG on his shoulder already aimed in Songmu's direction. Don't mess around. I'm busy. After experiencing the blade server scam, Songmu was in a foul mood. Ready. The Asala rocket soldier continued to shout, but it seemed his RPG had malfunctioned, taking a few seconds before he finally pulled the trigger to fire a rocket. However, the rocket flew in a bizarre manner. Even though Songmu stood on the left, the rocket veered right, heading towards the administrative building, tracing a beautiful parabolic path in the air. Huh, He Chingguang's RPG? Songmu observed the rocket's trajectory before returning to the airdrop crate. As he opened the crate, he was greeted by a 2-slot shadow and a 3x4 shadow, causing his heart to race. As he began his metaphysical invocation, this should be a sure thing. Come on, come on, come on, high-quality coffee beans. Blade Server. Chapter 21, Blade Server Scam 2, the Rolex sister in the cement truck. Come on, high-quality coffee beans. This time, Songmu employed a metaphysical invocation technique, believing that the louder he shouted, the higher the probability of good loot. Ding. Loot acquired. Packaged drip coffee, 2 slots of gold, 1, valued at approximately 200,000. Well, that's acceptable. Packaged drip coffee, while still coffee, was better than nothing. Songmu was aware that in the general battlefield, the odds of finding a red 2-slot high-quality coffee bean from an airdrop were quite slim. However, slim odds did not equate to impossibility. Next came the 3x4 large loot. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Watching as the big loot turned 3 times, Songmu mused that this should be a sure thing. It spun so many times. It had to be substantial loot. Ding. Loot acquired. FS Composite Bulletproof Vest 1, valued at approximately 430,000. What the heck? Songmu felt his head spin, disbelief washing over him. Airdrop buddy, this isn't fair. 1 blade server scam is one thing, but 2 in a row is excessive, isn't it? What's wrong, boss? Yanzi inquired curiously. Nothing, Songmu sighed, replying, it's just that I opened a 3x4 large loot from the airdrop, thinking it would be a blade server. But it turned out to be a level 5 armor. Oh, Yanzi instinctively replied. Wait, Jiangzi, with keen ears, looked bewildered and asked, boss, are you saying that you found a level 5 armor in the airdrop and that is not to your liking? How much is a level 5 armor worth? How much is a blade server worth? You need to know how to do the math. Songmu replied earnestly. See, this is what we call a small farmer mentality. This is what we call lacking ambition. An FS Composite Bulletproof Vest might sell for around 400,000, and during good market conditions, possibly up to 500,000. While a blade server, a 12-slot red item, was worth approximately 1.42 million. Though a blade server might not rank among the top 10 collectible items by single-slot value, it was undeniably a red item. This was the exhilarating moment of acquiring a substantial red item. Regrettably, at this moment, Songmu has consecutively opened 2 aviation boxes, only to fall victim to 2 instances of blade fraud. It can only be said that the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. While Songmu's mood is somewhat dismal, the viewers in the live broadcast room are in high spirits, eagerly expressing their relief. Fortunately, the streamer managed to find a level 5 armor instead of a blade server. Otherwise, I would have been green with envy and perished in this live room today. Not even Jesus could save me. Bro, Jesus doesn't operate in our area. Cross-regional divine intervention doesn't work. That is not the point. I've only ever found cement, portable drills, and various magazines in my aviation boxes. How come you ended up with brand new armor? And you found 2 pieces too. I bow to you, streamer. May you bless my aviation box with great loot. Look at how terrified your 2 adopted sons are. The moment they heard the streamer prefers blades over armor, their CPUs nearly overheated. I'm not exaggerating. If the streamer manages to pull red or gold, and then withdraws with over 1 million. I'll print his picture, frame it, and offer incense daily. Incense offerings have truly begun. Songmu glanced at the barrage of comments and was taken aback by the viewers' wild imaginations. What on earth? I merely found a bit of loot, and you want to offer incense? This is all my personal drop rate. Offering incense 1T changed that. Not wanting to dwell on this, Songmu suddenly recalled an unlocked parameter in his Tang Ren stats, which seemed to be called the entire team buff. The notion of an entire team buff sounded extraordinarily impressive, suggesting high operability. Is Zongzi here? While munching on a cement truck, Songmu called out in his heart. May I inquire if the entire team buff parameter enhances the drop rates for the entire team? Indeed, host. It includes, but is not limited to, enhancements to the drop rate, reaction speed, shooting accuracy, and hit rate for all team members. Just as I thought. So, Zongzi, when can I unlock this entire team buff parameter? At level 60, host. This parameter will unlock once your operator reaches level 60. Fair enough. Songmu wasn't particularly surprised. The very idea of an entire team buff sounded formidable, and Zongzi's explanation only heightened that impression. The prospect of boosting the entire team's drop rates was indeed remarkable. As for whether this buff could save his teammates' drop rates, that remained uncertain. Reaching level 60 was not a troublesome task for Songmu. He could easily attain it, especially through completing various departmental missions, which yielded a wealth of experience points. After finishing the 2 aviation boxes and 3 cement trucks inside the cement factory, Songmu only acquired a level 5 armor, a level 4 armor, along with 2 units of cement, 1 plant sample, and he disregarded other miscellaneous white collectibles. Don't ask, he was simply picky. This drop rate seems rather inadequate, huh? Jiangzi, Yanzi, let us swiftly check the military camp and then head straight to the administrative building. With your current gear, you should have no trouble breaching the administrative building, right? As soon as Songmu finished speaking, his brothers Yanzi and Jiangzi arrived on horseback, eager to comply. We'll definitely breach it, father, Yanzi boasted, patting his chest confidently. See, I've got the MP7 with a large drum. You know what that means, right? Jiangzi chimed in assertively. Just watch me perform, father. The last time was an accident. My specialty is the AEG, which has no recoil at 30 meters. Wherever I aim, I hit. As the two were boasting, Songmu casually pressed on the cement truck on the road outside the north gate of the cement factory. As Yanzi and Jiangzi continued their banter, they suddenly fell silent, synchronously bowing their heads in awe, staring at the ground. At the cement truck's exit, a bright yellow, square object dropped, followed by a lamp post. Yanzi stammered, Father, is this the legendary double yellow egg? Jiangzi recognized it, his eyes widening. Is that military explosives? Holy cow, it's military explosives. And a UV lamp. I've never seen these 2 golden collectibles before, father. You see, I have a need for the military explosives. Songmu shook his head, recalling the collectibles needed for upgrading the Special Operations Department, and added, the 2 space golden UV lamp won't do either. I need it for my department upgrade. But you two can have a feel. Since the Black Silk father has spoken, Yanzi and Jiangzi immediately ceased their inquiries. However, they were determined to indulge in their moment. With Jiangzi reaching out to touch the UV lamp, while Yanzi began to inhale the military explosives with fervor. As the brothers reveled in the joy brought by the golden collectibles, Songmu suddenly exclaimed, bending down to pick up something, and then triggered an inspection action under the sunlight. A dazzling golden watch band, an exquisite watch face, unmistakably expensive. Brothers, cease your actions. What's so fascinating about military explosives and UV lamps? Allow me to present this to you. A single slot Rolex worth over 200,000. Chapter 22. No way. You can't have not even stepped foot in the East Building's manager's office, right? Sister? What sister? This object seemed to act as a keyword. Initially, the 2 brothers were preoccupied with the military explosives and UV lamp, but upon hearing the mention of a sister, they instantly perked up. One could only say that their synchrony was truly remarkable. They could easily be transported to the Atlantic for a mecha operation without any training. Look at what I have. Songmu sighed and remarked. I see you two are somewhat envious, lacking girlfriends in real life, huh? Well, it seems I don't have one either. Upon spotting the glimmering watch in Songmu's hand, the brothers erupted in unison. What the heck? Their eyes widened uncontrollably. It was not only Yanzi and Jiangzi who displayed this astonished expression. Nearly 2/3 of the over 1,000 viewers in the live broadcast room mirrored their sentiments. After several seconds, the shock of the over 200,000 Rolex began to dissipate slowly. No way, I'm about to lose it. What on earth is this? Who is the streamer? Is this really a case of Kuka dropping loot? God, what a feast. Who said otherwise? A cement truck yielded 2 gold and 1 red. Is anyone keeping tabs on this? I'm bound to die in this live room. Yes, the cause of death is pure jealousy. I beg you, streamer. Promise me you won't drop any more loot, or I might just perish from greed. Is the Wana group still leveling up? There exists a certain sentiment, my friend, that even in the realm of dreams, I would not dare to indulge in such fantasies. Compared to the allure of the black silk streamer, one cannot help but reflect upon the arduous days we endure. Where indeed is the black silk? Has the streamer donned such attire? In a concrete mixer, 2 gold and 1 red item emerged, a scenario that took Song Mu somewhat by surprise. He pondered whether it was a compensation for the previous 2 incidents involving air cargo blade scams. Yet, considering Song Mu's track record in the Tang Ren battles, the appearance of 2 golds and 1 red from a single concrete mixer was hardly extraordinary. His most remarkable encounter involved the first concrete mixer yielding 2 gold bars, followed by a second mixer producing a large red power battery pack. Just when he thought the high yield had concluded, he encountered a third mixer on the way to extraction, which unexpectedly yielded a reinforced carbon fiber board. However, during that particular instance of extraordinary luck, Song Mu ultimately managed to bring back only 2 gold bars, as he lacked the 3x3 cargo shorts and was ambushed at the last moment by a black-skinned wolf, who dispatched him effortlessly with a smooth G18. At the end of that match, Song Mu lost 2 large reds, totaling over 4 million half coins, along with a monitor. Thus, whenever Song Mu opened a concrete mixer in anticipation of rewards, he inevitably recalled that unforgettable round. Ant claws are ant claws, and crab claws are crab claws. In the past, they could easily bully me due to my lack of 3x3 cargo shorts, indiscriminately killing me and looting large reds. But now, should they dare to consecutively produce 3 large reds, I would boldly stuff them into my shorts and carry them away. It appeared that this round was leaning towards a high-yield outcome. Song Mu contemplated as he, along with Yan Zi and Jiang Zi, made their way to the military camp in the upper left of the map. Yan Zi seemed particularly fond of military explosives, engrossed in hoarding them along the way. Jiang Zi, on the other hand, was somewhat overwhelmed, alternating between playing with Rolex watches and ultraviolet lamps. By the time they arrived, the military camp had already been thoroughly looted. Goodness, the ground was scraped clean. Song Mu quickly surveyed the area, unable to contain his astonishment. One would think that the military camp had been entirely stripped bare. Not even a white collectible remained? All gone. This experience certainly opened Song Mu's eyes. Having played several thousand matches since engaging in Delta operations, he had never witnessed such a thorough looting, a veritable clean plate operation. It was clear that these individuals were indeed starved for resources. As Song Mu sighed, pondering how to articulate his thoughts, a series of intense gunfire erupted from the administrative building. Is it truly that fierce inside? Wait a moment, this gunfire sounds familiar. The more he listened, the more he sensed something was amiss. The 2 companions flanking him also discerned the oddity, with Yan Zi scratching his head in confusion. What is happening inside the administrative building? Have all the operatives entered? Why does the gunfire resemble that of an M249? Jiang Zi, deep in thought, pondered alongside him. The 3 exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before simultaneously exclaiming, "This round features a prison match." However, their tones were markedly different. Song Mu's voice resonated with excitement, while Yan Zi and Jiang Zi's voices trembled with apprehension. A prison match is indeed promising, especially as it theoretically involves Kuan Ge, who is inevitably influenced by the power of Tang Ren when encountering me. This round is secured. We shall assuredly reap the rewards of the prison match. As Song Mu contemplated, he proceeded towards the west wing of the administrative building. It was only when he reached the construction site adjacent to the west building that he realized his 2 companions had not yet caught up. Turning around, he saw them lingering by the main entrance. "What are you 2 doing?" Song Mu queried, using the team communication channel. "Hurry up. Do you know what a prison match means?" Yan Zi replied earnestly. "It means we 3 will face dire consequences." Jiang Zi nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, a prison match implies that his bag may yield large red room cards, and a room card from the Eastern Manager's office is worth over 4 million. Oh, I forgot. You 2 probably have never encountered a redeemable room card, have you?" Song Mu's casual inquiry struck hard, not only impacting his 2 companions, but also inadvertently affecting a host of viewers in the livestream. In an instant, the letter CS became the most popular term in the chat. I seriously suspect that this streamer is speaking in veiled references. Damn it. The more I see this stream's title, the angrier I become. I can't take it anymore. The CS streamer has been exposed. He is clearly showing off. He hasn't stopped since he started streaming. Honestly, the Black Silk streamer's words have truly hit a nerve. I have played nearly 1,000 rounds in the battlefield and have yet to see a single room card drop. Can you believe it? Don't listen to this streamer boasting. Rest assured, the prison match will exact a painful toll on every loudmouth. To think that a prison match could drop room cards? Are they insane? Even in the regular damn matches, a prison match is nearly unbeatable without operative skills. The chat room was abuzz with excitement. Song Mu's earlier question had struck a nerve, leading to a palpable tension among the viewers. What? You wonder why the remaining 10 of the audience remained unfazed? Because they are not GDI operatives and thus cannot be selected. With the presence of a father figure, I guarantee your safe return to the Special Operations Department. No worries there. But we must wait a moment. Song Mu sensed the gunfire from within the building becoming chaotic, instinctively darting to a nearby corner, crouching silently, conservatively estimating. There may be about 23 teams inside. Let us wait 5 minutes before entering. Are you two alright with that? Chapter 23. The $1 Million Butterfly Knife and the Bed Against the Chat. Since you, my adopted father, have declared your intent to confront fear inside, what more can we say? Yan Zi, embodying a spirit of camaraderie, exclaimed, let us go all in. If we win, we feast. If we lose, we simply move on to the next match. Song Mu nodded. Excellent, excellent, such spirited resolve. Jiang Zi remained silent, contemplating that in a few minutes, the three of them might be returning to the Special Operations Department after facing the prison match's elbow strikes, and thus he aimed to maximize his time enjoying the Rolex. Only 5.5 minutes had passed since the match began. There was still plenty of time. Speaking of which, to both of you, Song Mu turned to his companions and quietly inquired, how have you fared in previous prison matches? Have you ever attempted to eliminate them with knives? This single question sent shockwaves through the minds of his companions. Knife them in a prison match. Yan Zi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Song Mu. Adopted father, where did this brilliant idea come from? Knife a prison match? With their combat prowess, not only do they have machine guns, but they can also roll to evade gunfire, and they can even throw incendiary and smoke grenades. A close-range elbow strike would be fatal. How on earth do you expect to knife them? I'll teach you shortly, Song Mu replied, drawing forth the butterfly knife, Shadow's Edge, to demonstrate. Wait a moment, adopted father. Is that butterfly knife called Shadow's Edge? Jiang Zi finally noticed the knife in Song Mu's hand and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In the GDI marketplace, there exists a butterfly knife named Ingfeng, priced at an astonishing 10 million. Indeed, it is the Ingfeng. Song Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Wait, what do you mean it's 10 million? Song Mu paused for a moment, struggling to recall whether there was even a marketplace within the GDI Special Operations Department. Goodness, father, you truly are extravagantly wealthy. To purchase a butterfly knife at such a price without a second thought? But what on earth is the use of such an item? Jiang Zi exclaimed, astonished yet puzzled. Hold on, if I remember correctly, your operator level is only 4. It seems that the GDI marketplace unlocks at level 5. How on earth did you acquire this butterfly knife? Song Mu replied nonchalantly, my sister gave it to me. When faced with uncertainty, he shifted the blame to his sister. Impressive, Jiang Zi thought, giving a thumbs up, albeit with a hint of envy. So, none of you purchase knives? Surely, you don't all rely on the basic tactical dagger? Song Mu inquired, genuinely curious. Indeed, the tactical dagger, Yan Zi affirmed, adding, who has the luxury to squander money on melee weapons from the GDI marketplace? That would be utterly frivolous. Aside from their aesthetic appeal, what purpose do they serve? Song Mu was taken aback. During his previous gaming sessions with Yan Zi and Jiang Zi, he had completely overlooked what melee weapons they used. From start to finish, the two brothers were preoccupied with their firearms, seeking cover even when encountering opponents like a Salakin, swiftly eliminating them with headshots. As for using a knife on an opponent like Kuan, Song Mu had never witnessed them attempt such a maneuver. This represented a cognitive bias in his past life. Whenever he played with a knife-wielding teammate, those with a rank above 90 invariably possessed knife skins, one being the Black Sea and the other, either the North Star or Mercy. For seasoned knife specialists, it was common to enter the fray brandishing a knife while fully equipped for extraction. However, in this world, for operators with a rank above 99.99 in GDI, the distinction between a tactical dagger and the so-called Black Sea or North Star was negligible, as their kills relied solely on firearms. If it was unnecessary, why waste money? Furthermore, that was a staggering 10 million. To be candid, my two sons, Song Mu said, twirling the Ingfeng butterfly knife in his hand, my alias is the Great Damn Sword Saint. Soon, you shall witness my prowess. Wait, do you truly intend to engage in a knife fight? Yan Zi asked, bewildered. Surely, that is unnecessary? Jiang Zi tentatively suggested, hoping to dissuade him. What? Do you doubt me? Song Mu gazed at the two with a serious expression. When I say a knife fight, I mean it. I assure you, even the elderly cannot withstand my might. After a few moments of silence, Yanzi and Jiangzi exchanged glances and nodded in unison. It was evident that they held skepticism towards Song Mu's claims, perceiving them as mere bravado. However, due to their relationship, they hesitated to voice their doubts, settling instead for silent agreement. Yet, the online comments were unforgiving, bursting forth with mockery. I can't hold it in anymore. This streamer really makes me laugh. Can you believe this absurdity? A knife fight? With you? This is hilarious. I reckon this streamer has left his brain on a helicopter. Do you even know where the term knife fight comes from? Huh. You think you can survive that? Do you believe you can bring enough revival coins in your backpack? Thanks to the streamer for providing us with a cautionary tale on how to waste money on knives. Honestly, if anyone I know dares to spend 10 million on a knife from the GDI marketplace, I would surely ridicule them for life. Care for a wager, streamer? If you can win the knife fight, I'll send you 10 carnival tokens. But if you lose, you must come offline and spend a day with me. At this moment, Song Mu, feeling somewhat bored, was scanning the comments when he noticed the standout wager. Hey, you there, Tang from Tang Song Yuan Ming Qing. Don't run away. I saw your comment. If I win the knife fight, you'll send me 10 carnival tokens, right? Song Mu's spirits lifted instantly. I accept your wager. But you better be able to handle the stakes. Of course, I can handle it. But don't forget, if you lose, you owe me a day offline, Milk Wolf. Song Mu was taken aback by this reply, shuddering slightly. What is it about this person's tone that raises my suspicions? In an instant, various stories circulated in his mind about dubious encounters shared across the internet. And since Song Mu was engaged in a heated match, he could only interact through the comments, unable to view Tang's profile or details. What's wrong, father? Yanzi inquired curiously. Song Mu recounted the exchange, causing Yanzi's processor to nearly overheat. You better be cautious, father, Jiangzi said with a sympathetic glance, shaking his head in dismay. If you lose this wager and end up in a situation like that with an older woman, will you not be in for a surprise? Chapter 24. The eternal grandfather of the administrative building knife fight. Let the blades clash. Hey, how did you know I released the Luna Red skin? Shut up. Quickly. Shut your mouth. Evil spirits, begone. The child is still young and naive. Such nonsense is to be expected. I implore the divine not to take offense. And may all evil spirits retreat. Song Mu became flustered. A real-life encounter with an older woman? No, that simply cannot happen. I hold a different view, father. Yanzi pondered for a moment before speaking. Based on the previous comment, it seems this person refers to you as Milk Wolf, right? I suspect they are likely female. If she is a woman, that could be manageable, father. Regardless of whether she is an innocent high school girl or a wealthy Shanghai lady. As long as she is a woman, it could work out. Song Mu smiled at Yanzi. You should be quiet and leave with Jiangzi. The reality of such encounters is akin to rolling dice or opening a mystery box. Until the lid is lifted, one can never be certain if the outcome is a 6 or a 1. Nor can one ascertain whether the opponent is a genuine person or something entirely different. It's all a game of chance. The trio waited outside the west wing of the administrative building for nearly 30 to 40 minutes. Once the interior fell silent, Song Mu nodded. It seems the time has come. We can enter. Do you hear the sounds of the knife fight still echoing? I suspect the knife fight has emerged victorious. Then let us proceed, Yanzi replied indifferently. On the bright side, what if the knife fight has already been weakened by the teams inside? We could just swoop in and seize the opportunity, profiting immensely. Jiangzi began to indulge in his own fantasies. The three of them entered the building in a single file, proceeding directly to the western entrance of the administrative west building, swiftly ascending the staircase to the second floor. From a distance, they could hear the rhythmic sound of gunfire at the junction of the east and west buildings, the unmistakable cadence of an M249 light machine gun. In Song Mu's previous life as a Tang Dynasty individual, he had claimed the lives of no fewer than 40 to 50 adversaries. The primary reason being that these opponents were exceedingly easy to eliminate, far simpler than the likes of the longbow-wielding elbow-strike master Lei Si, the Bucksheye superhuman helicopters, or the fully automatic M7000 Elder at the aerospace base. The boss Lei Si in Longbow Valley was accompanied by a multitude of formidable minions, and Song Mu had only succeeded in defeating him a handful of times, boasting a victory count in single digits. As for the Bucksheye superhuman, he had never triumphed against it. His marksmanship was so poor that he could barely hit a moving target, and expending all his ammunition merely to take down a co-pilot was deemed a minor miracle. Regarding the fully automatic M7000 Elder at the aerospace base, Song Mu hadn't often met his demise at her hands, likely due to her reluctance to kill someone as hapless as him. However, the issue lay in the fact that while she showed restraint, the automated combat vehicles were indifferent to such considerations. What did it matter who he was? What did it matter if he was a Tang individual or a mere mouse? He thought they were merely speed bumps. "Ah, my adoptive father. It seems the West building hasn't taken much damage," Jiangzi remarked, quickly scanning the area with a hint of surprise. "The server in the trap room hasn't been compromised, and the nearby chassis remains intact. Could it be that the major insurance up ahead has been targeted?" "That is to be expected," Songmu replied, unfazed. When facing an encounter with the adversary, perhaps other resource points could not be leisurely consumed. But it was imperative to secure the most crucial items like major insurance and computers. If one were to be incapacitated by the enemy without having consumed any resources, it would be akin to missing out on a vital opportunity. The trio advanced cautiously, adopting a careful, point-by-point approach. Yinzi took the lead, leaping towards the connection point between the east and west buildings, peeking around the corner only to freeze in astonishment for a brief moment. "Goodness!" he exclaimed, barely managing to voice his shock. "What is going on?" Jiangzi followed suit and peeked, his mind similarly stalling in disbelief. Observing his two comrades in a daze at the junction, Songmu approached to take a look, only to exclaim in wonder, "What in the world? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Were 2 full teams eliminated here?" At the junction of the administrative east building lay 6 operator boxes, not in perfect order, but evenly distributed in a line. It was not difficult to imagine the scene that had transpired. 2 teams were engaged in a fierce battle while retreating, with the adversary in pursuit. 6 operators found themselves trapped, unable to escape. WVE struck gold. This is a delightful opportunity. Jiangzi could not contain his excitement and moved forward, inadvertently betraying his position. At that moment, a powerful background music suddenly blared. "You've fallen into a trap. It's south time to close the net." The sudden voice accompanied by a shadowy figure appeared, as the adversary emerged from the right-hand blind spot, rolling into view. The M249 light machine gun in hand unleashing a torrent of fire. Before Jiangzi could react, he was already down without uttering a sound. Good heavens! Is this even scientific? Has the adversary evolved to the point of using operator boxes as bait? Following closely, Yinzi also fell victim, having attempted to hide behind a corner, only to expose a fraction of his head in preparation to peek at the adversary. However, this minuscule moment of opportunity resulted in his immediate demise. In mere seconds, both comrades lay on the ground. Good grief! This adversary is truly something else. I was so quick to peek and still got locked on. Yinzi cursed in frustration. The gunfire echoed again, and the fallen Jiangzi and Yinzi barely had time to recover before they were eliminated, effectively having done nothing in that engagement. "Adoptive father, we must flee," Yinzi urged urgently after his own demise. "Listen to me. This adversary is not something a normal person can contend with unless one possesses an advanced setup paired with operator skills." Jiangzi fervently agreed. "Yinzi is right, adoptive father. You must escape and leave us behind. There is no saving us." Meanwhile, Songmu crouched at the corner of the staircase, silent. By the heavens, this adversary seems rather ruthless. Instantaneous kills. He recalled a video he had watched in this world. The content suggested that whether it was a regular dam or a classified one, the adversary exhibited an exceptionally aggressive demeanor, with a high level of threat, relentlessly pursuing operators within the building while also patrolling between the east and west buildings. Any slightest movement would draw attention. The strength of this adversary was evident in the brief seconds that had just transpired. It was worth noting that both Yinzi and Jiangzi had entered this round fully equipped, with Yinzi adorned in a fully durable 2 Malawian kwacha's tactical vest. "Adoptive father, hurry. What are you waiting for?" Jiangzi urged in desperation. At that moment, the adversary had already crossed Jiangzi's fallen form, moving from the east building to the west, now only 7 or 8 meters away from Songmu, who could see the adversary turning the corner. "What am I waiting for? I'm waiting to confront the adversary," Songmu declared, casting aside his firearm as he brandished his butterfly knife, keenly listening to the approaching footsteps. "My demands are modest. Just drop a room card for me. Can't we have a little courtesy? Isn't it reasonable to expect a token of goodwill upon our first meeting? Here comes the knife." As Songmu readied himself to engage with the adversary, Yinzi and Jiangzi dared not watch any longer, having already contemplated the equipment for their next round, even pondering what they would have for dinner that evening. The live stream was unusually silent, with a significant number of viewers preparing to unleash their mocking comments, ready to ridicule Songmu the moment he was taken down. "Here comes the knife," Songmu shouted, lunging towards the adversary with his butterfly knife. The adversary, wielding the M249 light machine gun, let out a derisive laugh before launching a crossbow bolt. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I've seen it all before. With a twist of fate, the bolt flew out the window, its destination unknown. Songmu raised his knife for a strike. The adversary executed a roll to evade Song Mu's second attempt, swiftly lifting the M249 to unleash a barrage of fire that struck the wall behind Song Mu with precision. Yanzi, Jiangzi, the audience of over 1,000 viewers? Not like this, my friend. The confrontation was intense. The collision was so forceful that it seemed lethal. How could he not have been killed? Just moments ago, the precision with which he executed headshots on two opponents was astonishing. Almost immediately, Lao Sai unleashed another barrage of bullets, each shot striking with remarkable accuracy, whizzing past Song Mu's ears and body. As I suspected, Song Mu quickly assessed the situation and lunged forward with his knife. At the connecting stairs of the Administrative West building, Song Mu pursued with a butterfly knife in hand, while Lao Sai rolled ahead, deftly managing to fire 2 shots amidst his evasive maneuvers. In a surprising twist, when Song Mu landed his second strike, Lao Sai hurled a Molotov cocktail, albeit with poor aim, causing it to land on the downed Yanzi. With a third decisive strike, Song Mu managed to land a blow on Lao Sai's mask-covered head. A pained cry escaped Lao Sai as he collapsed to the ground. Silence enveloped the entire administrative building. Simultaneously, Song Mu's live stream fell into a hushed stillness. The audience, who had been ready to hurl derisive comments, were left with their eyes wide open, transfixed by the screen. Moments later, Yanzi, caught up in the excitement, could not contain his voice. Your father, the divine. Did you really take Lao Sai down with a knife? Jiang Zi chimed in, equally enthusiastic. Their excitement only waning once Song Mu had revived them both. As Yanzi bandaged himself, he pondered aloud. Why do I feel like Lao Sai was treating us differently? He fired 2 perfectly aimed shots at us, yet when it came to you, he seemed almost incompetent. Was he deliberately targeting us? Do you understand the concept of charisma? Jiang Zi replied, nursing his head with a painkiller before continuing. Your father's charisma was so compelling that it even subdued Lao Sai. Do you understand? Then it's still preferential treatment. Yanzi exclaimed. The 2 brothers continued to bandage their wounds and tend to their injuries. Meanwhile, Song Mu swiftly looted Lao Sai's box, executing the operation with remarkable speed. However, upon reviewing his spoils, his expression turned sour. The rewards from this match revealed no substantial gains. This was a practical technique to quickly assess the outcome of a loot. Despite his lack of marksmanship, Song Mu excelled in looting. Lao Sai, you've made it difficult for me, he sighed, patiently waiting to explore the contents of the backpack before lamenting. Is this it? A level 4 helmet and vest, along with an M249 and 50 rounds of level 4.5. 56 ammunition? Where's your treasure? You should be carrying your African heart with you. Just as he voiced his frustration, a rare item emerged from the backpack, a Saeed certification box. What use do I have for this nonsense? Am I merely interested in your weapon skin? What I truly desire are your rune cards and diamonds. Just this? If nothing else, you could at least have given me your crossbow. Having fully explored the contents of Saeed's backpack, all he obtained was the Saeed certification box, a memory stick, and a combat stimulant. When his 2 adopted sons approached, it was evident that Song Mu was in low spirits. What happened, father? Yanzi asked curiously. Did Lao Sai not yield any loot? He only gave me a protocol box, which can be opened in the Special Operations Department to receive an M249 skin, Song Mu replied, showing the protocol box to his sons, adding, remember to loot Lao Sai's helmet. I've taken the ammunition from his weapon. The brothers exchanged puzzled glances at the gunskin protocol box, clearly unfamiliar with it. Song Mu, however, was unfazed. Although the gunskins were rare, they held no monetary value. Cash was the true currency. Let us head to the East Building. You 2 should scout the area, noting the number of operator boxes while being cautious of any surviving lone wolves. Also, help me prepare some food, he instructed, adding, I'll engage with the audience in the meantime. With a firm stance, Yanzi and Jiang Zi declared in unison, rest assured, father, we shall not fail in our mission. Turning his attention back to the stream, Song Mu called out, hello? Is Tang from the Tang Song Yuan Mingqing era still here? When will the 10 Ferris wheels arrive? As soon as he finished speaking, a magnificent gift notification appeared in the chat. Tang from the Tang Song Yuan Mingqing era, gifted Ferris wheels, X10. Did he really send them? This guy seems quite reputable. I would have bolted if I were in his position. Hey, that person up there. Do you really think everyone is like you in CS? I think, streamer, that this viewer is worth engaging with. If all else fails, why not meet him offline? It wouldn't hurt to take a chance. I apologize, streamer. I admit I raised my voice earlier. I didn't expect you to actually take Lao Sai down. Is this the first time a streamer has defeated Lao Sai on the internet? It seems not. If it were Saeed in the secret mode, then he would indeed be the first. However, I recall a prominent player who managed to defeat Lao Sai once under dire circumstances. When will you go to secret mode to take down Lao Sai, streamer? If you succeed, you will undoubtedly be the global first. The viewers in the chat adeptly shifted their opinions. Before Song Mu defeated Lao Sai, he was met with skepticism. After the triumph, admiration flowed in. Thanks to Tang from the Tang Song Yuan Mingqing era for the 10 carnival gifts. Song Mu expressed his gratitude, feeling elated. One carnival gift was worth 3,000 dragon coins, totaling 30,000 for 10. Moreover, as his live streaming contract allowed him to keep all gifts without sharing, this substantial sum went directly into his pocket, save for a minor tax. Tang from the Tang Song Yuan Mingqing era. Your little wolf brother is quite impressive. When will you go to the secret dam to take down Saeed? This time, I'll wager 100 carnival gifts with you. Chapter 26. Wagering to defeat Saeed in secret mode. Unexpectedly finding a class representative dog tag, a wager of 100 carnival gifts? Song Mu pondered, quickly calculating. If he bet 10 gifts and lost, he would have to spend a day with this viewer offline. Hence, losing a bet of 100 gifts could lead to quite the predicament. Nonetheless, he decided to accept. I'll wager 100 carnival gifts. But it must wait until my operator level hits 12. I cannot enter the secret difficulty yet. What wager? It doesn't exist. After recently validating the terrifying parameters of Tang Ren Li, Song Mu now harbors considerable confidence. To him, this wager appears to be akin to the opposing boss generously dispensing funds without receiving anything in return. The thought of 100 Jainanwa translates to a staggering 300,000 Longbi. Such an amount is sufficient for him to engage in combat for an entire day. Indeed, the bosses seem to be naive and affluent. One wonders, does the streamer truly intend to forego the opportunity to impress this particular boss? Not to mention, when one is told they are overweight, one ought not to react in such a manner. Genuinely believing that the difficulty of the confidential missions is akin to the standard ones, which is patently false. The discrepancies between standard and confidential difficulties are stark. In the realm of standard difficulty, one could venture into a chaotic battlefield without gear or firearms, armed merely with a tattered backpack and a small knife to scavenge for sustenance. However, one's ability to escape remains uncertain. In contrast, under the confidential difficulty, would one dare to enter unarmed? One could easily meet their demise at the hands of a sniper from 100 meters away or be overwhelmed by a machine gunner. In light of the comments in the barrage, Song Mu merely smiled in silence. Does one not comprehend the value of Tongziga? Song Mu had no intention of explaining himself. When the time comes to enter a confidential mission and eliminate a target, these skeptics will surely fall silent. Moreover, the derisive comments from the viewers serve a beneficial purpose. Any form of notoriety, even if it is ignoble, still garners attention, especially after proving one's prowess. The ensuing fervor is simply unfathomable. One viewer, Tang Song Yuan Mingqing, expressed anticipation for Song Mu's performance, suggesting a wager of 100 Jainanwa, with the stipulation that should he lose, his demands would be modest, merely to have Song Mu at his beck and call for a day. To which Song Mu retorted in indignation, how shameless. It appears this viewer is merely tantalized by his persona. Upon exiting, he resolved to thoroughly investigate the background of this viewer, especially in light of such comments, which left him feeling that the viewer was solely fixated on his appearance. Temporarily concealing the barrage, Song Mu began to scavenge. As for the culinary optimizations, he was more than content to let his 2 adopted sons handle that task. You may find it hard to believe, but within the administrative building, 4 entire teams had been eliminated. Yinzi, upon counting the casualties in the Eastern Administrative Wing, was astounded, noting that this was a sight he had never witnessed before. 3 had perished on the balcony, 3 more on the first-floor staircase, and 6 at the junction of the East and West Wings. Were all these casualties the result of the prison match? Song Mu inquired curiously. One team had not fallen victim to that fate. Jiangzi reported that he had observed the dog tags of the other 3 teams, all of whom had indeed succumbed to the prison match, while the 3 on the staircase were slain by other operatives. It appeared that among them were 2 young ladies, one named Wei Wei, who despised cilantro, and the other Jiejia, who detested strawberries. However, he was cautious not to make assumptions about their identities. Yinzi quickly intervened, whispering a warning to Song Mu to refrain from presuming the gender of the opposing players, lest they provoke a backlash. Song Mu remained unresponsive, merely feeling that those 2 IDs seemed vaguely familiar. He searched his memory in vain for any recollection of these IDs, ultimately deciding not to dwell on it further. What of the ladies? Is it not possible for a female teammate to play normally? Must she be relegated to a support role? In his past life, he had been exasperated by sycophantic teammates who, upon learning of a female player's presence, would become overly eager, showering her with attention, yet their skills were often lacking. Once they had consumed their fill, Songmu glanced at the map and remarked that they totaled 5 teams in the building, meaning 1 team remained unaccounted for. They may have fled upon hearing of the prison match, or could be lying in ambush at the extraction point. As they spoke, Jiangzi presented Songmu with a spread of food: a 50,000 Longbi Tunglong assault rifle, a 40,000 Longbi SR-3M compact rifle, and a 60,000 Longbi AKM assault rifle, with all the other valuable attachments packed away for Songmu's convenience. Songmu nodded in appreciation, preparing to indulge. He swiftly equipped himself with a purple single-slot tactical vest, a purple GT-1 outdoor backpack, and a durable DSCH training helmet, discarding his previous weapons in the process. "I will assist in carrying your weapons back, Father," Jiangzi offered dutifully. Yet, when he beheld the 10,000 Longbi weapon that Songmu had discarded, he faltered, suggesting it be left behind. Songmu waved dismissively, asserting that the cost of that weapon paled in comparison to the value of any random firearm. The trio consumed all the crates from the eastern wing, proceeding to the extraction area, and then ascending the western elevator towards the container zone, seizing the opportunity to scavenge further before the countdown concluded. Having played 3 rounds in the dam, Songmu lamented the absence of any substantial rewards, even a demolition. As they scavenged from the western to the eastern containers, although Songmu claimed nearly all the resources, his haul amounted to merely a high-pressure crushing claw, a special steel unit, a sterile supply pack, 2 outdoor medical kits, a combat stimulant, and a standard armor repair kit. The viewers observing Songmu's scavenging in the live stream were left speechless. Is this truly not a lucrative haul? Adorned with nearly all purple items, and even concealing military-grade explosives, a UV lamp, and a Rolex, he claims this is not particularly fruitful? What then? Are we to call our own acquisitions? Do not just watch, partake in the feast, Songmu urged, intending to share his bounty with his 2 sons. Yinzi quickly interjected. Perhaps refrain for now, Father. This should be your 3rd round of the GDI new operatives assessment. Consume more, so you may excel in your results. I concur. Jiangzi added in agreement. Upon witnessing Songmu crouched behind the industrial elevator's evacuation point without uttering a word for a considerable duration, the 2 foster sons exchanged bewildered glances, unsure if they had miscommunicated. To be candid, had you not mentioned the evaluation, I would have completely forgotten about it. Do you recall the IDs of those 2 dog tags? At last, Songmu remembered and exclaimed in astonishment. The owners of those dog tags are indeed young ladies. If I am not mistaken, they should be from our class, my fellow classmates. Chapter 27. Upgrade Gift Package. Loot Rate Upgrade Department Task Simplification Card. Oh, what a remarkable coincidence. Foster father, are those classmates of yours attractive? Do they have boyfriends? Let us add them as friends later, and I can send you some handsome photos of us. The 2 foster sons gazed at Songmu with eager eyes. Reflecting on the appearances of Lu Weiwei and Du Jelly, Songmu glanced at the faces of his 2 foster sons and mused. If your operator images are a scan of reality, I must say you both require additional practice. Regarding the topic of these 2 young ladies, Songmu refrained from further elaboration. If we were to discuss appearances, Lu Weiwei was indeed quite lovely, her figure perfectly aligning with the norms of a youthful maiden. She embodied the quintessential schoolgirl aesthetic, donned in a white blouse and plaid skirt, clutching books, and sporting a high ponytail. A genuinely beautiful young lady. However, Songmu had no interest in someone like Lu Weiwei, his affection value standing at a resounding 0. Matters of romance, it could only be said, require extensive interaction with young women to discover one's true preference. Mere beauty is insufficient without mutual attraction. At the industrial elevator evacuation point, the 10-second countdown concluded. The trio swiftly ascended to the dam's summit via the industrial elevator, leaping from the top directly into the water, where they boarded the hovercraft dispatched by GDI. Evacuation successful. Standard operation, 0 dam. Evacuation point, industrial elevator. Duration, 001-745. Total earnings for this round, 2, 759, 332. Total enemies defeated, 1. Highlight defeat of the round, 0. As the summary screen appeared, the viewers in the live stream were left in a state of confusion. Throughout the entirety of the session, Songmu had not eliminated a single enemy. It seemed as though he had merely taken a leisurely stroll through the common dam, only to act bravely at the administrative building and eliminate the jailer. A number of viewers wished to criticize him, yet found themselves at a loss for words. How could they possibly find fault? There were no points to critique. To brand Songmu as timid would be an egregious misrepresentation. His actions were anything but cowardly. Having traversed from the cement factory to the military camp, ultimately confronting the jailer at the administrative building, a route that most ordinary GDI operators would dare not replicate. Could they accuse Song Mu of merely reaping rewards without effort? He had put forth considerable effort, decisively eliminating the jailer, while his two foster sons contributed nothing, having merely greeted the jailer before dozing off. Upon the conclusion of this session, Song Mu's operator level had ascended to level 5, prompting his thoughtful companion to automatically log him off. Congratulations, host. Your operator level has risen to LV5, earning you a level gift package. Oh, how could I have nearly forgotten? A level gift package is awarded for every 5 levels. Open. Having thoroughly enjoyed the last 3 rounds, Song Mu had almost overlooked the existence of this gift package. Level gift package successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 random parameter upgrade card, 1 random department task simplification card, and 1 random key card. Can I upgrade my parameters now? Song Mu promptly began to inspect the rewards he had just acquired. Nodding in approval, utilized the random parameter upgrade card. Random parameter upgrade card successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the parameter loot rate. Your current personal loot rate is white 15, 10, green 8, 5, blue 4, 3, purple 6, 3, gold 2, 1, red 1, 0, 5. Note, the numbers in parentheses represent the loot rate prior to the upgrade. Oh, my luck seems to be rather favorable. The significance of the loot rate parameter cannot be overstated. This is indeed splendid. Song Mu meticulously examined his loot rate parameters, thoroughly satisfied, before turning his attention to the newly acquired Random Department Task Simplification card, instantly grasping its purpose. Random Department Task Simplification card. This simplification card, upon use, will automatically streamline a series of tasks from a specific department. Understanding the concept was one thing. However, Song Mu had no clear idea of the extent to which the tasks would be simplified, so he decided to use it immediately. Utilize the Random Department Simplification card. Random Department Task Simplification card successfully used. All tasks in the combat department have been simplified, with all tasks now unlocked. With that, Song Mu hurried to the central computer at the Special Operations Department and began to review the combat department tasks. What do we have here? The first task is already completed. The second task involves achieving a single session profit of 10,000 HOF coins while defeating 1 enemy soldier in any combat zone at 0 dam. Defeating 1 enemy soldier? At first glance, this seems trivial. But upon further reflection, Song Mu recalled that the original requirement for the second task in the combat department was to achieve a session profit of 30,000 HOF coins and defeat 5 enemy soldiers. After quickly scanning all the tasks in the combat department, Song Mu was astonished. The prowess of this task simplification card far exceeded his expectations. Firstly, it had unlocked all tasks in the combat department, meaning that apart from specific contradictory or conflict-based tasks, he could now simultaneously complete other tasks within a single session. Secondly, the difficulty of the tasks had significantly decreased. For instance, a task that originally required the elimination of 5 enemies now only necessitated the defeat of 1 for completion. Similarly, for investigative tasks that previously required examining multiple locations, only 1 location needed to be surveyed now to be deemed complete. This also applied to item retrieval and value tasks, originally requiring the collection of 5 items. Now only 1 suffices, previously demanding a total value of 500,000, now merely 100,000 is needed. This is remarkable. By this calculation, with diligent effort, I could potentially complete all combat department tasks in just 1 day, unless, of course, the map's level prevents access. Song Mu meticulously calculated, feeling an overwhelming sense of optimism. Simplified tasks translate to rapid completion, yielding plentiful experience and accelerating the pace of level advancement. The prospects are indeed exhilarating. GDI Special Operations Department comprises 5 distinct divisions. If I utilize the task simplification cards for all, would I not become invincible? The legend of the swiftest global department mission completion indeed resides within me. Chapter 28. A market rich with the essence of Vine. Security box upgrade. 25 slots. This unexpected delight is truly a boon. It equates to rapid level advancement and swift task completion, allowing simultaneous high-speed progression. Given my parameters as a Tang Ren, confidentiality and secrecy are my grander stages, and enhancing operator levels is of paramount importance. Furthermore, upgrading departments is crucial, particularly concerning stamina and carrying capacity. Song Mu meticulously reviewed the various facilities within the Special Operations Department. The 5 departments consist of combat, medical, tactical, logistics, and research, with an additional special task division, which is essentially the security box department. Songmu held little regard for the security box tasks, scarcely even glancing at them. With Zhongzi Go by his side, a 9-slot security box no longer piqued his interest, unless additional slots could be accumulated. Upgrading departments influences the enhancement of facilities within the Special Operations Department, encompassing 9 major installations: pharmaceutical table, workbench, warehouse, armor table, training center, shooting range, diving center, technology center, and command center. The most critical among these are the training center and shooting range, as they pertain directly to operator stamina and carrying capacity, classifying them as core facilities. Naturally, for someone like Songmu, who cherishes collectibles, the warehouse stands as his primary facility, making its upgrade significantly more vital than that of the workbench or armor table. The experience of engaging in 3 rounds of Pooh Bah was markedly different, akin to a real-life Delta Force scenario, with stamina and carrying capacity being the most pronounced aspects. The authentic pain feedback, however, was absent, as I had removed it from my Tang Ren parameters, rendering me impervious to such sensations. Nevertheless, with insufficient levels, I shall prioritize upgrading the warehouse. Reflecting on the experiences garnered from the 3 rounds of Pooh Bah, I can assert that the real-life Delta Force within this world is genuinely intriguing, allowing me to embody a GDI superhero amidst the flames of conflict. After all, if one were to meticulously calculate, it would be a daunting task for an untrained 18-year-old boy like Songmu to traverse the entirety of the map while bearing a weight of 76 kilograms or more for over 10 to 20 minutes without respite. In reality, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Turning my attention to the trading hall, I purchased 2 medical drones, 1 military recording device, and 3 relays, totaling 300,000 Hafei coins. The original price for these items would have been around 130,000. However, due to their necessity for the warehouse upgrade, the prices in the trading hall had nearly doubled, forcing me to spend almost twice as much. While scavenging within the game is an option, it would indeed be arduous. Moreover, items like the drone, occupying 4 slots, and the military recording device, occupying 3, would encumber my inventory. Would it not be more advantageous to utilize that space for additional containers or rare items? Upon finalizing the warehouse upgrade, I also opened a SAID certification box, acquiring a skin for the M249 light machine gun. Subsequently, I seamlessly accessed the central control computer of the Special Operations Department and located the Level 5 unlocked GDI mall. Upon entering the mall, an automatic promotional video featuring Lord Polaris commenced, its volume significantly loud, yet I must admit the production quality was commendable. Oh, the familiar ambience was undeniably nostalgic. As I surveyed the GDI mall, infused with the essence of vines, it felt akin to returning home, allowing me to swiftly browse the offerings. The selections were impressive and comprehensive, including the Paratrooper Knife Black Hawk, the Claw Knife Red Owl, the Folding Knife Mercy, along with my Butterfly Knife Shadow Edge and Lord Black Sea. The price, however, was shocking, 10 million Hafei coins each. Upon closer inspection of the prices, I exclaimed in disbelief. Aside from the Paratrooper Knife Black Hawk, valued at 1 million Hafei coins, the others such as the Red Owl, Mercy, Shadow Edge, Black Sea, and Polaris were uniformly priced at 10 million Hafei coins each, with no discounts offered. Were I not short on funds, I would have certainly indulged in acquiring a Black Sea for my own pleasure. After perusing the melee weapons, I turned my attention to gun skins. Astonishingly, this world even features a gun skin opening mechanism. If I could obtain an SSS-level red gun skin, it could yield havoc. However, the price stood at 20 million Hafei coins for 100 draws, with a guaranteed S-level skin. Calculating the costs, I surmised this to be a significant trap. Exploring the trading market further illuminated my understanding. A plethora of single S-level gun skins was available, yet not a single double S-level skin was in sight. It seemed that all single S-level skins had been obtained through the guaranteed draw mechanism, each priced between 20 million and 25 million Hafei coins. Most GDI special operations personnel would not expend 10 million Hafei coins on melee weapons, yet a considerable number of affluent players were willing to invest heavily in gun skins. After thoroughly scanning the trading market, I felt no inclination towards any of the offerings. In fact, they appeared somewhat garish. Thus, I exited them all, realizing that given my current financial status, it was still too premature for me to engage with gun skins. My capital simply fell short. As the clock struck 11:30, I contemplated whether to indulge in another round before lunch. Oh right, the security box tasks. I nearly forgot this paramount concern. The upgrade of the security box and the increase in slots remained one of Song Mu's utmost priorities. The security box task list included 1. Defeat 1 boss, completed. 2. Security box slots. 2. Achieve a total of 1 million or more in a single match and successfully extract 3 times, completed. 2 security box slots. 3. Successfully extract 1 red craft collectible, completed. 1 security box slot. 4. Accumulate 3 successful extractions, completed. 1 security box slot. With several security box tasks completed, the original 18-slot capacity surged to a remarkable 25 slots, effectively granting Song Mu an additional 25-slot GT1 outdoor mountaineering backpack hidden within his trousers. Now, that is what one would truly call a security box. The sight of a 25-slot security box evokes an unparalleled sense of security, especially for someone like Song Mu. Having an expansive pocket is of utmost importance. Shall I proceed with another round? Just as I was preparing to rally my 2 eager sons for another venture into the Pooh Bah for wealth, a phone call unexpectedly rang through, identified as Nguanjia. Hello, Nguanjia. Nguanjia, or Tang Nguan, is Song Zijing's closest confidant and a colleague at the Night Watchman Club. Hello, Xiaomo. Tang Nguan's voice resonated with a playful tone as she cheerfully inquired, have you completed your 3 assessment opportunities? You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Hurry and get dressed. I'll take you out for hot pot. As she spoke, Tang Nguan pressed the car horn twice. Song Mu, hearing this from above, was left perplexed. Pondering, isn't this a bit unusual? My sister's best friend is waiting downstairs to take me out for a meal. Hurry up, Mu, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Tang Nguan declared before abruptly hanging up, leaving no room for Song Mu to refuse. The peculiar trajectory of events inexplicably instilled a subtle sense of guilt in Song Mu. Nevertheless, his body remained quite honest. He swiftly exited the Special Operations Department, changed his attire, and tidied his hair, all within a mere 5 minutes. Standing before the mirror, he admired his own visage and nodded in satisfaction, pondering that when faced with uncertainty, one should first indulge in a meal. Given that it was already noon, he thought a hot pot lunch with Nguanjia would likely meet with Song Zijing's approval. Downstairs, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz G-Class awaited. The driver's window had already been rolled down, revealing a woman in sunglasses, lazily leaning against the window, a lollipop perched between her lips. Most striking was her cascading, wavy hair, primarily a light chestnut hue, with several strands dyed a delicate pink. It was Nguanjia. Song Mu recognized her instantly and greeted her. Tang Nguan feigned aloofness, nodding slightly and gesturing towards the passenger seat, evoking the strong impression of a pampered little puppy under the care of a wealthy mistress. After settling into the passenger seat and fastening his seatbelt, Song Mu turned to Tang Nguan and asked, Nguanjia, what prompted this sudden invitation for lunch? Surely, Song Zijing hasn't commanded you to do this? Indeed, Tang Nguan replied with a smirk. Your Song Zijing is exemplary in every regard, except for being overly dedicated. She insists that I, as the eldest lady, must resolve your lunch dilemma today. As she spoke, Tang Nguan removed her sunglasses and playfully pinched Song Mu's face, deliberately forming a heart shape with her thumb and forefinger on his cheek, continuing her playful assault. Song Mu thought that had he not known Tang Nguan's temperament, he would have called for help by now. However, this was not the primary reason for his restraint. One need not ask why. It was simply that Nguanjia was indeed beautiful and charming, with a voice that was a delight to hear, and beneath her attractive exterior lay an exceptionally intriguing soul. Song Mu had a profound aversion to gambling and drugs. This was indeed the case. What of being lecherous? He was not lecherous. It was merely that the blossoms of beauty were in full bloom, and to neglect admiring them would render him somewhat uncultured. Throughout this playful interaction, Song Mu offered no resistance, even relishing the moment. When it came to Tang Nguan's appearance, it was undeniably impeccable, embodying a whimsical charm, fond of mischief, which, in a certain sense, aligned with Song Mu's ideal type. If romance were to be pursued, dating someone like her would surely bring joy, as their personalities would harmonize rather than clash. In comparing Tang Nguan to Song Zijing, one could argue that Tang Nguan did not fall short in beauty. Rather, she suffered in terms of physique, creating a stark contrast when standing alongside Song Zijing. Indeed, comparisons could be quite vexing. If Song Zijing represented the bountiful harvest of autumn, then Tang Nguan was akin to a desolate abode, bereft of wealth, with the disparity resembling that between a B cup and a D cup. You seem to be enjoying this, Tang Nguan mused, having playfully squeezed Song Mu's cheeks for a while. With a serious expression, Song Mu turned his head and replied, What nonsense. Out of gratitude for your invitation to hot pot, I am merely tolerating this. Truly a good little brother, Tang Ren teased, ruffling his hair before setting the car in motion. Initially, Song Mu remained oblivious to any unusual circumstances. However, as Tang Ren drove the Mercedes G-Class away from the community and onto the road, he suddenly realized that his life might very well be at stake in this vehicle today. Wan Jia, did you previously undergo training in F1 racing? Why do you ask? Just curious. You chat a lot for a little kid. Buckle up. I intend to drive fast. Song Mu could only express silent relief. Thankfully, Tang Ren was driving a G-Class, known for its high durability and ground clearance. Even in the event of a collision, they would likely emerge unscathed. Had she been driving a McLaren or another sports car, they would have likely found themselves under someone else's vehicle by now. To divert his attention, Song Mu pulled out his phone and began to engage in group chats. In the midst of his chatter, he found himself in his class group. Lu Weiwei, did you all engage in a regular dam battle a little over 10 minutes ago? Did you encounter the boss prison break in that match? A few seconds later, Lu Weiwei responded, how did you know? Instantly, the group chat fell silent, with previously boastful classmates suddenly adopting a more subdued, spectator-like demeanor. It seems we were matched together in that game. My friend picked up your and Du Jelly's ID tags. Matched together? So you were also taken out by the prison break? Also, weren't you taken down by other operatives? What does that have to do with the prison break? His sincere retort nearly caught Lu Weiwei off guard. Suddenly, another voice emerged in the chat. Lu Daong, that match was just our bad luck. What of it? We launched a fierce assault on the administration building as soon as we landed. What about you? Were you brave enough? Regrettably, they were outmaneuvered by another team, leaving them with no recourse. Oh, I see. Song Mu, you must have dawdled until the last few minutes before entering the administration building, only to be taken down by the prison break, right? I told you, the boss of the Zero Dam is exceedingly dangerous. The regular dam limits equipment, making it nearly impossible to contend against the prison break. Lu Weiwei remained composed, yet someone else had succumbed to the pressure, with a hint of sarcasm in their tone. Song Mu observed Lu Daong's messages flooding the chat, each coming in rapid succession, indicating that he had likely become agitated. Look, getting anxious again. The prison break? Quite easy to defeat. Just 3 strikes, and it's done. Song Mu coolly dispatched a message, casually attaching a screenshot of his successful retreat from his 3rd match at Zero Dam, boasting a sum of 2.75 million. That screenshot effectively quelled the conversation. Lu Daong fell into silence. However, the other classmates in the group erupted in excitement, rapidly typing awesome and similar praises, flooding the chat with dozens of accolades. Mu Shun, you're extraordinarily bold. Impressive, brother Mu, too. 75 million in retreat. In a regular dam? When can you take me along for a match? No ulterior motives. Just eager to witness your prowess. For you, 1 million in retreat is no big deal, right? I've heard that in this assessment ranking, you've triumphed over all competitors, leading by a substantial margin. Wow, there's even insider information? Such information is highly confidential and cannot be disclosed for now. You'll understand once the assessment rankings are published. Brother Mu is undoubtedly a true god. Mu Dad, please take me along. I am your long-lost son. The class group was abuzz with excitement. Song Mu glanced at the frenzied classmates clamoring for his attention and felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had overstepped. Had he known, he would not have boasted so brazenly. Next time, I'll definitely let you all know. My sister is calling me for lunch. I must take my leave. After sending the message, Song Mu exited the group chat. He had nearly put himself in a precarious situation. With his skills, he was hardly in a position to lead others. Before long, Tang Ren drove into Yida Plaza, despite her somewhat reckless driving on the road. It must be said that her fundamental skills in parking were impressively solid. First, they would enjoy a hot pot lunch to address their midday hunger. Then, we shall stroll about to aid digestion and, in passing, procure 2 sets of attire for you. Subsequently, the 2 of us will indulge in a newly released film, F1 Fei Biao Fei Che starring Pai Shan, which I have longed to see for several days but have been unable to find the time. Upon hearing Tang Ren's words, Song Mu was momentarily taken aback. So, these arrangements were all made by Song Zijin? Tang Ren glared at Song Mu, stating solemnly, what does it have to do with her, Song Zijin? She is quite busy with her own affairs. Our priority is to live our lives well. Isn't that right? I mean, given our relationship, which is akin to siblings, but even closer, it is entirely reasonable for us to enjoy a delightful world of just the 2 of us, is it not? Song Mu responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 30. The World of 2 with Jian Wan. The Core Talent Assurance Bureau has arrived for inquiries. What? Do you have any objections? Tang Ren clenched her fist, baring her tiger teeth as she leaned closer to the front passenger seat where Song Mu sat. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them boldly. I will consider them judiciously, albeit not too seriously. Song Mu smiled. I have no objections. I am rather pleased. Right? Let us disembark. Tang Ren was evidently delighted. Murmuring, Song Zijin is your sister, and I am your sister's best friend, so rounding that off means I am also your closest sister. Is there anything wrong with a biological sister taking her brother out for meals, shopping, and movies? Absolutely not. Song Mu played the role of the mood enhancer, exclaiming, no way. The two entered Ida Plaza side by side, and the height difference between them became apparent as they walked together. Song Mu stood tall at an impressive 182 centimeters, a perfect model physique, while Tang Ren, at 165 centimeters, walked beside him, creating a rather harmonious match. Hee. It appears we correspond to the most aesthetically pleasing height difference of a couple. As Tang Ren spoke, she casually looped her arm through Song Mu's, securing it tightly. Do not move around. Regardless, when we walk together, any explanation would be futile. Song Mu remained still, finding the embrace comfortable. Upon arriving at their destination for hot pot, Song Mu discovered another admirable trait of Tang Ren, her hearty appetite and her lack of pickiness. Unlike some girls who fuss over food preferences, Tang Ren readily prepared a large bowl of dipping sauce with scallions, cilantro, and chili, and each time she dipped her chopsticks into the pot, there was always meat, leaving only a swirl of oil behind. By the way, Mumu, Tang Ren suddenly recalled something and said, your sister just messaged me, saying she reserved a table at a barbecue restaurant this afternoon to celebrate you. Celebrate my passing the assessment? Song Mu inquired. Indeed. Tang Ren nodded. However, on another note, Mumu, given your marksmanship skills, your success in passing the GDI operator assessment was quite a pleasant surprise. Everyone in our club was astonished, thinking your sister must have gone to Wutai Mountain to pray for good fortune. Song Mu exclaimed. What a revelation. It seems that my friends have already heard about my somewhat embarrassing situation, and it has even reached the Night Watchman Club? No worries, no worries. Everyone in the club are good friends, and they merely joke around. They know how to differentiate between jest and seriousness. Tang Ren added softly. If they were to jest without thought, they would not truly believe that your sister's 8-Dan Silver Dragon Sonda skills are merely for show, would they? Song Mu nodded. That is indeed true. He was well aware of Song Zijin's character. She possessed an innate determination and a competitive spirit. It was no wonder she could attain the 8-Dan Silver Dragon certificate in Sonda through relentless training and sheer talent. Let us not dwell on that. Tang Ren wiped her mouth, sipping her drink as she gazed at Song Mu. Now that you are a GDI operator, what are your plans moving forward? Hell Black Silk Thundershark? Song Mu nearly choked. Indeed, that outrageous ID has reached the Night Watchman Club too. What an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. What plans? Given my marksmanship skills, pursuing a strategy of aggressive assault is evidently not feasible. I am aware of my own abilities. Song Mu pondered and said, I plan to pursue a path as a streamer, though not as an aggressive one, but rather as a merchant streamer, with the ambition of becoming the world's foremost collector. The world's foremost collector? Oh, impressive. Tang Ren's mouth formed an O shape, her expression conveying surprise, with her emotional investment quite evident. Is that so? Song Mu chuckled. The title of the world's foremost collector sounds rather impressive, and it indeed is, simply put. It means having the most valuable collection in one's warehouse. Regardless, Song Mu did not intend to pursue the path of aggressive or technical streaming. He wished to dominate in his area of expertise instead. Well then, I wish you success. Cheers. Tang Ren raised her drink to clink with Song Mu's, adding softly, once you succeed, do not forget your Jin Wan, who treated you to hot pot during your most difficult times. Do not forget your friends when you prosper. Song Mu found it amusing yet somewhat exasperating. Difficult times? Please. Given my current assets, excluding streaming gifts of over 300,000, the value in the GDI warehouse alone is nearly 10 million. I can certainly afford a meal of hot pot. After finishing their hot pot, the siblings went shopping. Tang Ren claimed it was to buy clothes for Song Mu, but in reality, she was spending freely, and upon returning, she always managed to add a multitude of shopping bags to Song Mu's burden. They shopped for a full 3 hours, leading to Song Mu's phone running out of battery. Before they knew it, the sun was setting, and it was 5 in the afternoon. A business vehicle exited from Langcheng Yizhong, driven by a chauffeur, with Principal Qian Jiang, Director Lu Hui, and class teacher Wang Yu seated in the back, heading to visit Song Mu's home. Although termed a home visit, it was essentially an attempt to cultivate a connection with Song Mu, accompanied by a few gifts. Old Wang, do you think that during this GTI new operator assessment, Song Mu will undoubtedly secure the top spot? How many rounds of assessment has he completed? Upon hearing Principal Qian Jiang's inquiry, Wang Yu promptly replied, Song Mu has completed 3 rounds of assessment successfully, extracting successfully in all 3. In the first round, he extracted 2.71 million, in the second, 2.85 million, and in the third, 2.75 million. In total, he has extracted items valued at 8.31 million. And currently, across the entire Langchong, no, even the whole Shan province, Song Mu's performance stands as an unassailable first place, leading by a considerable margin. Excellent, excellent. Very good. Principal Qian Jiang nodded in satisfaction. But I heard that Song Mu hired escorts? Otherwise, how could he successfully extract in 3 consecutive rounds? Director Lu Hui, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu immediately countered, shaking his head. In the first round, Song Mu teamed up with classmates. In the second round, he was matched with 2 random teammates and even shared a gold bar with them, a small one. Had those 2 been escorts, Song Mu could have easily taken everything for himself. As for the third round, they encountered no one throughout, merely eliminating the final boss. Is that not quite normal? It was just luck. Lu Hui clicked his tongue. Wang Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable and asked, Director Lu, are you questioning the authenticity of Song Mu's assessment results? If so, may I inquire? The annual assessment of new operatives at GDI is a customary affair where affluent scions often seek protection. However, throughout the years, who has managed to achieve results akin to Song Mu's while being accompanied by such escorts? Let us refrain from discussing past instances and focus on the present year. I have heard that a certain Lu student from the neighboring second high school has expended a significant sum to secure dual protection during the assessment. Yet, he only managed to withdraw successfully in 1 out of 3 evaluations, bringing home merely over 1 million. I must assert that this primarily showcases Song Mu's exceptional personal capabilities. This statement feels rather cutting. As soon as Wang Yu uttered this, Lu Hui's expression darkened immediately. Old Wang, what do you mean? Are you pointing fingers at me? If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. All right. Principal Qian Jiang interjected with a smile, attempting to mediate. The facts are laid bare before us. We must acknowledge that Song Mu's abilities are indeed remarkable. To be candid, after Song Mu completed the 3 evaluations, I received a phone call. Can you guess where this call originated? Both Wang Yu and Lu Hui, despite their simmering frustrations, displayed curious expressions. The call was from the Longhua Core Talent Assurance Bureau. As Principal Qian Jiang revealed this name, the expressions of Wang Yu and Lu Hui shifted instantly, clearly understanding the weight it carried. Principal, are you referring to the same Core Talent Assurance Bureau I know? The one established specifically to cultivate core talents in Longhua, known for its generous financial investments in talent? Wang Yu spoke, trembling with excitement. Qian Jiang nodded with a smile, adding, Indeed, that's the very bureau you mentioned. And I presume you have already conjectured that they are inquiring about whom? Absolutely, I completely understand. Wang Yu nodded fervently, his face alight with enthusiasm. In stark contrast, Lu Hui's countenance grew even darker. For Lu Hui had envisioned that this year's GDI new operative assessment would crown his son from the second high school as the victor. Securing the top spot in Langcheng would lead to unquantifiable resource allocation, serving as a monumental stepping stone towards success. And now, not only was Lu Hui's son out of the running, but any candidate from Langcheng, or even from the entire Shan province, would tremble beneath Song Mu's exemplary score. Do you comprehend the significance of such a gap in performance? The very thought sent Wang Yu into a frenzy of excitement. The Longhua Core Talent Assurance Bureau was established following the unanimous approval of the Core Talent Cultivation Plan, designed as a specialized department. Its sole principle is unrestrained investment, ensuring the steady growth of core talents in Longhua, encompassing substantial support in various aspects of living, including but not limited to financial assistance for daily needs and educational resources. In simpler terms, once one is selected by the Core Talent Assurance Bureau, any concerns regarding living expenses, education, or even personal relationships will be addressed with utmost care. They would even go to great lengths to assist in finding suitable partners for romantic pursuits. As for financial aid, it pales in comparison to the myriad conveniences offered. Principal, could you elaborate further? Wang Yu, brimming with excitement, leaned in, whispering, Has Song Mu been selected by the Core Talent Assurance Bureau? Qian Jiang, not withholding any information, nodded. I can only say that the Bureau is quite interested in Song Mu, but further decisions will require discussions and evaluations. I understand completely. Wang Yu nodded vigorously. This felt like a stroke of fortune landing in his lap, and it was difficult for him to contain his exhilaration, especially as Song Mu's homeroom teacher. If this teacher-student relationship is maintained well, Wang Yu would inevitably reap the benefits when Song Mu ascends to greatness. The school's business vehicle swiftly arrived at Song Mu's residence. However, after several attempts to contact him, Wang Yu found that Song Mu's phone was off, and knocking on the door yielded no response. After consulting the security guard, he learned that Song Mu had left in the luxurious vehicle of a wealthy patron earlier that afternoon. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu managed to find Song Zijing's phone number. When he called, it rang for a few seconds before being abruptly disconnected. A text message followed, stating, "Sorry, I'm currently in a meeting and unable to take calls." This left Wang Yu thoroughly perplexed. Meanwhile, Principal Qianjiang was resolute in his desire to meet Song Mu, stating, "Since everyone is busy, I shall wait here. If you two have matters to attend to, feel free to leave." Wang Yu and Lu Hui quickly waved their hands. It was merely a courteous gesture from the principal. Taking it seriously would be overly presumptuous. Simultaneously, in a barbecue restaurant in Langcheng, Song Zijing tossed her phone aside and downed an entire liter of beer in one go before fixing a scrutinizing gaze on her brother Song Mu and their friend Tang Ren, who sat nearby. Under the scrutiny of Song Zijing's gaze, Song Mu remained unfazed, casually enjoying skewers and sipping beer. Tang Ren, however, engaged in a flurry of exaggerated motions, pretending to eat edamame and feigning that beer splashed onto her shoes, all while avoiding eye contact with Song Zijing. "Speak up. What mischief did you two indulge in today?" Song Zijing demanded, sitting with an imposing demeanor reminiscent of a judge. Song Mu shrugged. "We had a meal, went shopping, watched a movie, and then came here for barbecue and drinks." "Indeed, Mu is right." Tang Ren chimed in. "Who are you calling right?" Song Zijing retorted, irked. She reached out to pinch Tang Ren's arm. "I merely asked you to help feed Mu at lunch, and you ended up skipping the entire afternoon. Were you using this as an excuse to go on a date with him?" Song Mu. Tang Ren covered her face, her voice a mix of shyness and amusement. "Oh, don't say that. It's just a joyful little world between an older sister and her younger brother." Song Mu. "This isn't right, Wanjia. You're only making things worse." Enough. Song Zijing sighed while pouring more drinks. "I was planning to take Mu out for a day off the day after tomorrow, but since you, Lady Tang, took care of it today, I want to take a break." Song Mu sighed. "Honestly, you just want to go out to play, right? I'm happy to accompany you." Song Zijing nodded eagerly. "It's a deal. You mustn't go back on your word." "I knew it." Song Mu silently scoffed. It was clear that the so-called day off was merely a pretext for her to enjoy herself while seeking out a suitable companion who resembled a boyfriend. "And what about me?" Tang Ren exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, her voice tinged with a whimper. "What about me? What will I do? Am I to be left alone?" As she spoke, Tang Ren clung to Song Zijing's arm, shaking it vigorously, causing Song Mu's eyes to blur. Song Zijing merely smiled, watching Tang Ren's dramatic display with patience. After a while, Tang Ren finally ceased her antics, her lips pouting like a child. She even poked Song Mu twice. Mu, you must say something nice to your sister. Take me along when you go out." Song Mu looked at Song Zijing with an exasperated expression. "Can you please stop being so clingy, Miss Tang?" Song Zijing retorted weakly. "All right then, cheers." Tang Ren instantly perked up, her face beaming with joy. The two young ladies, who were just moments ago playfully teasing each other, now clinked their glasses and dove into a lively discussion about the latest gossip in their club. Song Mu, on the sidelines, eagerly indulged in the juicy tidbits, savoring every moment. However, the gossip was secondary. The main joy lay in appreciating the scenery. A profound saying echoed in her mind. "I am not lecherous. It is simply that the flowers are in full bloom. If I do not appreciate them, it would seem I lack an understanding of beauty." It was truly a sacred truth. "By the way, Song Mu," Song Zijing said, sipping her beer, "now that you've passed the GDI operator assessment, what are your plans? Will you pursue escorting or become an entertainment streamer?" Tang Ren instinctively interjected. Mu aspires to be the world's foremost collector." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Song Zijing set down her beer with a blank expression, regarding Tang Ren with suspicion. "Did you two do something behind my back this afternoon?" You two must have something going on. Do you know where discussions about life ideals often take place? At the dining table and in bed." Chapter 32. What does it matter to be first in the province? There's a chance to be first in the nation. Don't say that. Really don't say that. At first, Song Mu thought Song Zijing was just rambling, but upon reflection, her words seemed rather insightful. "When do we discuss our ideals in life? Isn't it precisely during drinking sessions?" "Hey, Song Zijing, we can eat and drink freely, but we mustn't speak carelessly." Tang Ren said seriously, "We truly did not do anything behind your back, honestly. After all these years of being close friends, don't you know me? Mu and I are completely innocent." Song Zijing nodded. "Yes, completely innocent. And yet you speak of having 8 children." Tang Ren paused, quickly covering her face. Hey, look at you, speaking nonsense again." What do you mean completely innocent and having 8 children? Hee hee. Ahem. We truly have nothing going on. If you don't believe me, ask Moo. Song Moo sighed in agreement. What Wan said is true. We merely chatted casually during lunch when we had hot pot. It's as simple as that. Song Zijing retorted, is it really that simple? Song Moo nodded, indeed. Although Song Zijing likely doubted Tang Ren's theatrics, she held a decent level of trust in Song Moo. So she chose not to pursue the topic further. Cheers. Song Zijing raised her glass first, nodding towards Song Moo. I wish you success in becoming the world's top collector. Keep it up. With a smile, Song Moo lifted her glass. Trust me, my sister, it's a done deal. Tang Ren joined in, raising her glass enthusiastically. Patting Song Moo's shoulder, who is my Moo? I watched her play, and I nearly blacked out, but her luck is phenomenal. She will definitely make it. At this point, even Song Zijing couldn't hold back her laughter. She had witnessed Song Moo's first assessment video, and as Tang Ren had said, while Song Moo's luck was extraordinary, her skills left much to be desired. The trio indulged in barbecue until 9 in the evening. In truth, they barely ate. They spent most of the time drinking. By the end, only Song Moo remained coherent, while Song Zijing and Tang Ren were on the verge of collapsing under the table. What to do? Song Moo felt a headache coming on, so she called for a designated driver, then carried the semi-conscious Song Zijing on her back and Princess held Tang Ren. Completing this arduous task was quite the burden. Yet, the aroma of the food lingered delightfully, enticingly. As for Tang Ren, her drinking etiquette was somewhat lacking. Even being cradled in Song Moo's arms, she was restless, nearly leaving her with a couple of hickeys. Song Zijing, on the other hand, was far more docile when drunk. At most, she simply allowed Song Moo to carry her, evoking a sense of camaraderie reminiscent of the legendary Sun Wukong. However, while Sun Wukong had only one 5-finger mountain, Song Moo had 2 to bear. This entire sequence of events made her the center of attention in the barbecue restaurant. As they traversed the establishment, even 2 gentlemen who had just toasted each other forgot to drink, their eyes glued to the spectacle. Returning Tang Ren home was clearly unfeasible, so Song Moo instructed the designated driver to take her large G-Class home, while Song Zijing's R8 would be temporarily left behind, as it appeared somewhat cramped in comparison. Upon reaching the ground floor, Song Moo noticed a familiar-looking business vehicle parked below. Just as Song Moo stepped out of the car, the door of the business vehicle opened, revealing 3 individuals, Principal Qian Jiang, Director Lu Hui, and class teacher Wang Yu. Oh no, I completely forgot about the home visit. Seeing their faces, Song Moo suddenly remembered. Welcome back, Song Moo. Principal Qian Jiang greeted warmly. I had a feeling you must have gone out to unwind after your assessment. You seem to be in good spirits. Apologies, Principal, Teacher Wang, Director Lu, Song Moo said sheepishly, gesturing towards the vehicle. My sisters insisted on taking me out for a celebratory drink. And we ended up drinking until now. I'm sorry for wasting your valuable time. Oh, not at all. No waste, no waste. Class teacher Wang Yu quickly replied. Waste time? Who would dare say such a thing? Wang Yu was quite aware of the hierarchy in this situation. He would gladly wait for Song Moo, even if it meant an all-night vigil. Could you please wait for me for another 10 minutes? I just need to settle my 2 sisters. Song Moo said, as was her custom, first carrying Song Zijing on her back and then Princess holding Tang Ren, making her way toward the elevator to return home. The entire scene left the 3 educators bewildered for a moment. Finally, Principal Qian Jiang coughed lightly and remarked, this kid is quite impressive. One of them must be Song Zijing, but who is the other? It seems she's also from the Night Watchman Club, Lu Hui replied. Wang Yu remained silent. Now was not the time to speak carelessly. About 10 minutes later, after settling her 2 sisters, Song Moo returned downstairs to meet the 3 educators. I apologize. A home visit right now might not be possible. Both my sisters are drunk, so please feel free to discuss anything directly with me. All right then, let us keep it brief. Principal Qian Jiang nodded with a smile. First and foremost, we must congratulate you, Song Moo. If all goes as expected, you should be the top scorer in this GDI new operator assessment, the best in the city and even the province. Song Moo pondered for a moment and asked, is there any chance for the national top spot? Class teacher Wang Yu responded, theoretically, it's possible, but you know, Song Moo, there are plenty of capable families across the country. If someone were to arrange an escort or provide equipment. I understand, Song Moo nodded. The employment of escorts during the GDI new operator assessment was not uncommon, and generally, no one would investigate such matters. It was typically a case of turning a blind eye. However, in any assessment, achieving absolute fairness was nearly impossible. Some families simply had the means to hire escorts listed on the rankings. What could one do about it? The concept of colliding is quite straightforward. It merely involves mobilizing 2 or more teams of operatives to venture into the battlefield simultaneously to see if they can be matched in a single game, thereby offering their lives and equipment to the benefactor. In the previous season, while Song Mu was fervently grinding in 3x3, he also resorted to such collisions to fulfill his collector and kill missions. Once the clock strikes midnight tonight, Song Mu will discover whether his performance can eclipse all others and secure the top spot in the national rankings. However, prior to this, Principal Qian Zhang nodded at Wang Yu and remarked, "As your alma mater, Langxing Yizhong should duly commend your outstanding achievements. We have decided to present you with 10 elite standard vouchers to safeguard your future." "Thank you, Principal." "Thank you, Director." "Thank you, my old class teacher." Song Mu hurriedly expressed his gratitude to each of them. He immediately discerned their intentions. They were eager to seize this opportunity to win him over, and the gifts were merely a means to enhance their relationship, making it only fitting to accept them. Additionally, there was another matter. The Core Talent Assurance Bureau of our Dragon Country has contacted me for your relevant information. Qian Zhang patted Song Mu on the shoulder and whispered, "You have successfully attracted the attention of the Talent Assurance Bureau. Once you are selected for the core talent list, I can hardly imagine what your future holds." "Oh, this is all thanks to the nurturing from you, Principal," Song Mu said, waving his hands in modesty, though he was indeed a bit surprised. He adeptly navigated the realm of pleasantries and social niceties. After exchanging trivialities, Qian Zhang excused himself, taking Lu Hui and Wang Yu with him, leaving Song Mu standing alone at the foot of the building. The Core Talent Assurance Bureau, he pondered, had clearly taken note of his assessment results, which meant they would review his evaluation footage. Thus, his extraordinarily large, safe, and impressive delivery rate would undoubtedly come to their attention. This bodes well for him. Chapter 33, A Scholarship of Millions. Buhai, someone is throwing flashes in the bedroom. Song Mu had never been concerned about the exposure of his colossal safe. After all, his brother Tongzi had contingency measures to ensure safety. The critical issue was that if the upper echelons of Dragon Country became aware of his safe, just like the current inquiry from the Core Talent Assurance Bureau, as long as Song Mu could secure a spot on the core talent list, various issues related to life and security would be effortlessly resolved. Now, it all hinged on the level of support from Dragon Country. As for the 10 elite standard vouchers, Song Mu turned to take the elevator home, marveling at the school's generous offer. Each voucher, valued at 400,000 in battle readiness, amounted to 4 million. However, if one were to break down the costs, the equipment purchased separately from each voucher would easily exceed 1 million for a complete set. Thus, one voucher equates to 400,000 in battle readiness, but if calculated, each voucher is worth 1 million, totaling 10 million. Rounding up to suggest that the school had essentially bestowed upon Song Mu a scholarship of 10 million. It can only be said that the principal was indeed willing to invest substantially. Upon arriving home, Song Mu did not immediately check the elite standard vouchers, but first charged his phone and then prepared 2 glasses of room-temperature honey water in the kitchen. Before drinking, one must resemble Li Tai Bai, but after drinking, one turns into Wu Lauer. He joked as he pushed open Song Zijing's bedroom door, only to be stunned into silence for a full minute upon witnessing the scene before him. Good heavens, what a blinding sight! Who threw the flash? Half a minute later, Song Mu swiftly shut the door and took a deep breath. Stay calm. You have experience. You once navigated through a garden of flowers without a single petal clinging to you. How could you falter here? Maintain your composure. Do not make any mistakes. Goodness! How can these 2 sisters be so troublesome even in their inebriated state? This is simply chaotic. After another deep breath, Song Mu finally regained his composure. On his second attempt to enter the bedroom, his movements were akin to being on fast forward as he first separated the 2 sisters embracing each other, offering each half a glass of honey water. Throughout the entire process, he dared not look directly at them, fearing he might lose control. He then deftly tossed a duvet over the 2 sisters, covering them. After completing this series of actions, he promptly retreated, as he could not bear to linger, knowing their sleeping positions could indeed be quite distracting. After a refreshing shower to cool his mind, Song Mu exerted significant effort to regain his normal state. Though his mind inevitably conjured peculiar images, such as thunderous roars and enticing legs, not to mention 2 pairs of alluring figures that could easily whet one's appetite, one must admit, it was indeed visually pleasing, enough to prolong his vitality by at least 10 days. Realizing he would not be able to sleep anytime soon, Song Mu donned his GDI operative watch and entered the Special Operations Department, immediately checking his email. As expected, the 10 elite standard vouchers had already been credited to his account. What is advantageous in this world is that the stacking limit for standard vouchers is not 1055, but a uniform 999999. theoretically allowing one to accumulate them without worrying about automatic conversion into half coins. Shall I indulge further before resting? Songmu glanced at his friend's list, only to find that his 2 foster sons were offline. However, before logging off, they had sent him private messages with their green bubble numbers. Just after adding them, he received a message from class beauty Lu Weiwei. I noticed you just logged on. Why are you still awake at this late hour? Perplexed, Songmu wondered what this was about. Was she truly waiting for him to come online, just to inquire? Wait, could it be? She wouldn't want me to treat her to a meal, would she? Songmu felt he had unraveled the mystery and replied, I'm about to sleep. Just admiring the warehouse before heading to bed. Lu Weiwei replied instantly, oh, what a pity. I wanted to play a game of Battlefield with you. I waited for you all night. I didn't join the others when they asked me. As expected, Songmu thought, knowing he had hit the nail on the head. He quickly switched his status in the Special Operations Department to invisible and replied to Lu Weiwei, I'm too tired to play today. I'm heading to bed. All right then, good night. Phew. Songmu sighed in relief. He narrowly avoided a potential predicament, grateful for the personal status feature that allowed him to remain unseen. His 2 foster sons accepted his friend requests one after the other. Upon inquiry, he learned they were both excitedly drinking. Songmu decided to forego joining them. Fine. I'll just play a solo game and gather some collectibles before heading to sleep. He had no intention of searching for teammates. Instead, he opted to start a live stream, chatting casually while playing a game of Battlefield, and perhaps completing some departmental tasks to level up. Let the broadcast begin. Before the broadcast commenced, Songmu took a moment to modify a few lines of text in the live stream chat. 1. This month's red items, 3-2. This month's gold items, 5-3. This month's cards, 2-4. This month's operator kills, 1-5. This month's boss kills, 1. After making these adjustments, Songmu nodded in satisfaction, leaving the live stream title unchanged, which still retained its original provocative tone. Consequently, the live stream's cover title read, Hatred Explodes. Standard 0 Dam. Activate. In this round, Songmu chose not to invite additional teammates, opting instead to play solo in a regular match. He was equipped with merely a 25-slot purple GT1 outdoor backpack, a 20-slot purple GR tactical vest, and a butterfly knife. Nothing more. He lacked even a pistol, not to mention the tattered blue helmet and armor. The GDI helicopter hovered in the lower right area of the visitor center, commonly referred to as Visitor Spawn 3. This spawn point was reminiscent of the Southwestern Road location near the cement factory, both being relegated to remote areas. Oh, it seemed luck was not on his side this time. The visitor center lacked substantial loot, but the transformer station had a single item. Could it be that this round featured a breach operation? It appeared there might be an opportunity to raid the vault beneath the dam. Songmu swiftly scanned the map for this round and began plotting his route. However, before he could finalize his plan, the live stream chat erupted with viewers bombarding him with questions, expressing disbelief at his lack of gear. Comments like, is this guy insane? No helmet, no gun, betting he'll die upon landing, flooded the chat. Oh, the number of viewers was rising rapidly. Songmu glanced at the online count. Within mere minutes of starting, the number had surpassed 800. It seemed that the ritual of watching a live stream before bedtime was universally embraced, regardless of the realm. Noticing the influx of new viewers, Songmu chuckled, unperturbed, and declared, now, allow me to demonstrate what it means to be the first person to run with no helmet, no armor, and no gun. Chapter 34. The first person to run with nothing. Upon uttering this declaration, the chat erupted in excitement, the messages soaring like a frenzy, leading one to believe he had signed a contract for an avalanche of comments. Doubt it. Any takers? But I won't survive past 3 minutes. Songmu calmly responded, unfazed by the barrage of comments. This is all thanks to Delta. If you have a short temper, I suggest you refrain from playing, as you might end up damaging your equipment. Songmu's temperament had long been honed by Delta. Go ahead and criticize. If I lose, it's on me. Betting. Huh. I accept. I wager he won last 3 minutes. Why does this platform seem to spawn these bizarre streams at night? If it's for entertainment, I can understand, but let us not take it too far. I'm dying of laughter. The first person to run with nothing? Does this guy even know what it means to run with a knife? Forget 3 minutes. I'll bet he'll be dead in 30 seconds. Brother Kuan will make every arrogant player pay. Oh, isn't this my Black Silk father? Black Silk father, take me along. Have you even supported Black Silk father before asking to be taken along? At the very least, you should have a carnival to back it up. New viewer here. What do those lines in the chat mean? What does it mean by this month's red items? Surely, it can't refer to the number of red collectibles? As the comments surged, Songmu was disinclined to explain to these inexperienced newcomers. Actions speak louder than words. Brother Kuan indeed ensured that every arrogant player faced consequences. But he would show leniency to the Tang people. Upon landing, Song Mu swiftly brandished his butterfly knife and sprinted forward, fortune favoring him as he dashed through the southern entrance of the visitor center, encountering two Asura Kuan brothers. "You're finished. Come, let us have a practice round." One Kuan brother wielded an M870 shotgun, while the other brandished an UZI submachine gun, advancing towards Song Mu from both sides. With the butterfly knife in hand, Song Mu charged forward. At this moment, many newcomers to the live stream wore expressions of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the moment Song Mu would be sent flying. However, the first Kuan brother, shouting his line, attempted a powerful kick but only struck the air behind Song Mu. The second Kuan brother opened fire, yet despite holding a shotgun, not a single pellet found its mark on Song Mu. Every shot went awry. "Is this real? Where did that fierce intensity go when you were attacking us? You promised to start firing from 80 meters away." The new viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Song Mu, standing still, executed a series of deft knife strikes, effortlessly dispatching the two stationary Kuan brothers. With their helmets and weapons now in his possession, Song Mu quickly looted their boxes, acquiring an UZI submachine gun, a batch of 9x19mm green ammunition, an M870 shotgun, a set of white 12-gauge 7mm buckshot, along with a blue ballistic helmet with 23 durability and a blue standard-issue bulletproof vest with 42 durability. After swiftly equipping himself, Song Mu made his way towards the visitor center, kicking the door open. The hundreds of new viewers were still processing what had just occurred, exchanging bewildered glances as they stood in astonishment, while the seasoned viewers were less surprised, having witnessed Song Mu's prowess before. After all, those who had seen Song Mu's daytime streams had not only witnessed him eliminate Kuan brothers, but also marveled at his stunning headshot against Sade. While Song Mu dared to play recklessly, they could only indulge in vicarious thrills, too intimidated to attempt such feats themselves. Upon kicking open the side door of the visitor center, Song Mu did not rush to loot. Instead, he stealthily approached the staircase, listening intently for footsteps for several seconds. Indeed, there was one shield brother on the second floor, and footsteps of a rocket soldier could be heard on the balcony. It appeared that this round had spawned a team of operators rather than visitors. Confirming temporary safety, Song Mu turned to loot a suitcase and a filing cabinet, yielding a military intelligence recording, a bottle of refreshing lemon tea, and a storage card. Whether to be picky about his loot could be decided later. For now, it was time to eat. In truth, the resource points in the visitor center were rather limited. If there were a room card, one could unlock a small loot box. But without it, finding valuable items would be quite challenging. This encapsulated the mindset of a standard run with a knife. "Have you learned it?" As Song Mu spoke, he opened a machine box on the first floor and boasted, "Spawned at the northern visitor spawn 1, quickly looting bread to check for a room card. But what if you spawn at the southern visitor center? A treasure awaits." Ding! The sound of a red item drop was nothing short of heavenly. As the graphics card emerged from the computer case, it was instantly seized by Song Mu, who triggered the inspection action. He held it in his hands, inspecting it closely from side to side, even spinning the small fan at its center with his finger. Quite splendid, indeed. What a marvelous beginning. Song Mu admired the graphics card in his grasp before decisively tucking it into his trousers. Just as he had touched the third container, he revealed a 2-slot red graphics card, immediately causing the live chat to erupt with a flurry of over 100 question marks. "What the hell, no way?" I truly appreciate a phrase from contemporary netizens. Huh? The new viewers are still stunned, while the season ones have long since become numb. Now you understand what those lines of small text in the chat signify, right? P.S. Still pulling items. This is Pooh Bah after all. Wait a minute. What happened to the guy who bet on the carnival earlier? Did he run away? Damn, you're really something, aren't you? Host, can I just touch your graphics card? Just a little touch. A single graphics card has thrown you all into confusion? This is merely the beginning. Glancing at the chat, Song Mu simply smiled without speaking. After all, drawing a graphics card at the start is just basic skill. Isn't it? If you were to find a Rolex in the restroom next, wouldn't you all be sleepless tonight? The listed price for the graphics card is around 330,000. But it appears that the materials used in the upgrade department include graphics cards. This changes the game. In the trading hall, this graphics card could fetch a price comparable to that of gold bars, exceeding 3 million. With this price in mind, Song Mu felt a surge of joy. He promptly headed to the second floor of the visitor center, greeting the patrolling brother shield before making his way straight to the card room. Just before opening the door, Song Mu casually informed the chat, "When you're on the 0 number dam map, if you spawn near the visitor center, make sure to check out this room. This is the room with the highest probability for card spawns throughout the entire dam. As he spoke, Songmu pushed the door open and entered, pausing momentarily before instinctively marking the spot. He uttered not a single word. Merely performing the marking gesture sent the entire live chat into a frenzy. Golden marker, Longbow Valley Radar Station Control Room. Chapter 35. Huh? Brothers, you haven't seen a gold card yet, have you? No way. Golden Room card, Longbow Valley Radar Station Control Room X1, priced at approximately 1.24 million. Throughout, Songmu did not utter a single word, even standing at the door without moving, simply pointing to the room card on the table, marking it, unmarking it, then marking it again. With each mark, the viewers' hearts raced. Their pupils dilated, and their breaths quickened. What did I just say? ISNT, the card spawn probability exceedingly high. Approaching, Songmu picked up the room card, triggering the inspection action. Holding the golden room card in his left hand, he gently flicked it with his right, producing a delightful sound. This melodious chime was no less enchanting than the heavy clink of a red card. Surely, dear friends in the live chat, you must have never encountered a room card you could inspect this way, one that even emits a sound when flicked, have you? If the preceding series of actions served as a prelude to the chaos, then Songmu's words struck like a thousand-fold critical hit. Is this real? I swear I've played hundreds of rounds on the dam and have never seen even a blue room card. This live stream is causing me immense discomfort. I'm reporting it. Wait, ISNT, this golden card worth over 1.2 million. The standard price for this room card seems to be over 1.2 million, but I've never heard of anyone selling their room card. They usually hoard them for themselves. Forget it. I'm done watching. I'm furious. My wife asks why I'm watching the stream on my knees. She doesn't understand this is the unique reverence we GDI operatives have for golden cards. A mysterious ritual to absorb some luck. Songmu could now glance at the chat and see that over 90 of viewers were expressing their admiration with folded hands, accompanied by keywords such as absorb luck. The remaining 10 of the comments were filled with disdain. This is a classic case of being both envious of a friend's misfortune while resenting their success. It's fine if I don't draw anything. But if you do, I'll be annoyed enough to roast you a bit. Have you learned your lesson? Those who spawn near the visitor's center. Do you realize how many fortunes you've missed out on? Continuing to showcase the room card, Songmu proceeded downwards, casually dispatching Brother Shield with 2 swift strikes. Before logging off, Brother Shield generously provided Songmu with a fully loaded Uzi submachine gun, a purple-level bulletproof vest with 56 durability points. Despite Brother Shield's headgear being a purple-level item, it was a D6 type, which Songmu bypassed. Although the D6 helmet is sturdy, it renders the wearer nearly deaf, making it difficult to hear enemy operatives sneaking up from behind. No heart drop? I recall the probability of finding the African heart in Brother Shield's bag is quite high. Oh right, this is Pooh Bah, not a top-secret area nor Evernight. So it's understandable. Songmu rummaged through Brother Shield's bag without giving it much thought. Although he had previously found at least 5 hearts in Pooh Bah and Pooh Gong, such outcomes cannot be forced. They depend entirely on fate. Sometimes you can touch a manhole cover, and it will yield a heart. 3 minutes later, Songmu thoroughly searched the visitor center, including the medical kits in the restroom, 3 manhole covers outside, an ammunition box, and a bird's nest beneath the bridge. The haul was quite satisfactory. 1 graphics card, 1 golden room card, 2 crocodile eggs, 1 M2 muscle stimulant, 1 refreshing lemon tea, 1 pirate cutlass, and several other blue items. Primarily, the resource points in the visitor center are limited. Otherwise, Songmu would undoubtedly fill his 25-slot trousers to the brim. A sudden inquiry. Do you know which route I will choose next? Standing at the entrance of the visitor center, Songmu glanced at the chat and shook his head repeatedly. Go to the dam top to loot containers? Head to the transformer station to scavenge? Did they permit you to go to the transformer station? Wrong. All wrong. With 20 minutes remaining in this round, it means the resources at various spawn points have been nearly depleted. If we wish to draw anything now, we must take risks. Saying this, Songmu opened the map and marked the current mission, Operation Wallbreaker. This move sent the live chat into another uproar. Incredible. I thought old Lou's flowers were invincible. Yet here you are, a godlike host. I'm eager to see how you perish in just 20 minutes. Such a peculiar thought process. I can't keep up. Wait, have you all noticed that this host's number of safe box slots seems off? What the hell? How did this host manage to fit a GT1 outdoor backpack into his trousers? Are you kidding me? The newcomers in the gaming community are still grappling with the basics, while seasoned players have already prepared their late-night snacks to indulge in. It seems that the streamer is either inexperienced and reckless or possesses remarkable skills in psychological warfare, able to anticipate the movements of other players on the battlefield. I await the moment when the brothers behind the barricade are met with a hail of bullets. In response to the confusion expressed in the live chat, Song Mu found it challenging to provide an explanation. How could one articulate the essence of this situation? It was merely a culmination of his extensive experience from a previous life, combined with an understanding of the operatives within this realm. A saying from his past life echoed in his mind. The great ones walk freely among the masses. This sentiment holds true. While the general battleground is manageable, as participants are either novices or those focused on their own objectives, consuming the primary resource points within a few minutes, the confidential battleground presents a different challenge. Particularly on weekends, the confidential battleground is rife with task-oriented players, those sprinting with blades, snipers atop the dam, and fierce competitors. It is a veritable showcase of talent. Thus, it is said that the Zero Dam is a breeding ground for extraordinary players. However, this world is distinct. In the war-torn zones here, the intensity of the competition is remarkably high, akin to a pressure cooker, with every participant boasting near superhuman marksmanship, coupled with the exceedingly low drop rates. Everyone is driven by the desire to earn, which necessitates conflict. This leads to the question, where can one engage in combat from the outset to the conclusion within the Zero Dam? The administrative building. I believe my deduction holds merit. While everyone is preoccupied with positioning and aiming at each other, one could effortlessly execute a stealthy maneuver and swiftly access the vault at the dam's base, achieving a success rate exceeding 90. If one were to perish, it would matter little, for the valuable items would remain concealed. Confident in his assessment, Song Mu acted decisively. Under the gaze of nearly 2,000 online viewers, he sprinted towards the missile launch pad to accept the in-game task, the breacher operation. I could sense the presence of the prize, lying quietly in the vault, awaiting my arrival. Song Mu swiftly deciphered the Morse code and promptly selected the missile launch option. I shall lead you all to experience the unparalleled joy of raiding the vault's safe. Chapter 36. Breacher Operation. The power of the Tang people rendered ineffective? A surprise attack from the Shield brother, successfully infiltrating the air defense facilities. I have linked to the defense network. Due to Song Mu's remarkable speed, the viewers in the live chat barely had time to comprehend the task on the screen before he completed the deciphering. As the countdown began, he vaulted over the missile launch pad, racing towards the entrance, crossing through just as the countdown concluded. Everything unfolded with impeccable timing. Do not inquire further. It is simply experience. Ask again. It is mastery. Song Mu held a fondness for the breacher operation, not only because the vault at the dam's base was exceptionally lucrative, but also due to the potential to acquire 3 gold bars and a red card in a single raid, along with the chance to open a safe containing an African heart. The missile launch sequence commenced. It was time for them to face the consequences. Boom, boom. 2 missiles soared into the sky, precisely demolishing both gates of the dam. The missile launch was successful, and the gates lay in ruins. Using a drill, I breached the vault door. As the task notification chimed in his ears, the sound was loud yet failed to distract Song Mu as he stealthily navigated alongside the Western Administrative Building, attuned to the sounds of footsteps. Instead of footsteps, he heard the cacophony of gunfire erupting from the junction of the East and West buildings. Lacking a smoke grenade was somewhat inconvenient, but he decided to take the risk. Uncertain if anyone was aiming in his direction, he pressed on until he reached the container area, where he finally exhaled in relief, momentarily safe. His gamble paid off. This also validated Song Mu's earlier deductions. Amidst the chaos of combat within the administrative building, few would notice the situation behind the containers, as experts were engaged in a fierce duel, reluctant to divert their focus. While the battle raged in the east-west corridor of the administrative building, Song Mu had successfully maneuvered to the rear of the containers, assuring his safety unless a few cunning red wolves were lurking nearby. Even if he encountered them, Song Mu remained unperturbed. At worst, he would meet his end. What could they possibly gain from his demise? A Wild Bull submachine gun from the Shield brother, along with tattered armor, constituted his most valuable possessions, aside from his purple backpack and purple chest rig. His hypothesis was accurate, albeit with an element of chance. After this round, he would need to strategize and equip a set of operative skills, ensuring a smoke grenade was on hand. It was not obligatory, but certainly advisable. To be candid, Song Mu's heart raced a bit earlier. With such bold maneuvers, had anyone been observing the containers, they could have easily eliminated him in an instant, leaving no chance for survival unless he had operative skills. As expected, the live chat overflowed with comments about luck favoring fools, questioning why the operatives in the building were not taking more prudent actions. Luck, too, is a facet of skill, is it not? Song Mu chuckled as he engaged with the chat, swiftly scanning the emptied containers before diving through the central gate of the dam. Immediately, he encountered several armed brothers patrolling. And to his surprise, the Asala brothers in the dam seemed to be more convincingly portrayed than those he had encountered previously. The coffin lid is ready for you. There's an intruder. Eliminate them. The brothers shouted from a distance, their voices resounding loudly, with two slightly distant brothers opening fire upon seeing Song Mu. The rate of fire from an M870 shotgun rivaled that of an S12K. Yet, they could not hit their target. Bravo, comrades. Instead of confronting the charging brothers head-on, Song Mu tactfully circled around them, saying, "I appreciate your assistance in guarding the door for a moment. Thank you. I'll be sure to mention to your leader about assigning you to a security post." The Asala brothers remained silent, merely continuing their theatrical display of gunfire. Before reaching the vault at the dam's base, Song Mu showcased a casing, acquiring a small purple memory stick. Turning to face the vault door, a shield brother on duty aimed at him and fired a shot. This sudden attack nearly startled Song Mu, primarily because he had grown accustomed to the antics of these brothers. Regardless of their intimidating presence, their shots were bound to miss him. Being caught off guard and suddenly taking a hit is indeed alarming. "You must be new here." Song Mu swiftly countered with his marksmanship, eliminating the shield brother, then hastily installed a drill on the vault door, finally allowing himself a moment to glance back. The shield brother's box was unremarkable, containing the usual Wild Bull submachine gun with 9x19mm blue rounds. He appeared to have no valuable items. What was amiss with this shield brother? Was he startled? Or was he secretly indulging in a film when I stumbled upon him? The issue was, he had no phone on him. No wonder he was guarding the vault door. He dared to fire upon me upon seeing me? What a bold move. Song Mu's outburst left the audience in the live stream utterly bewildered. What was he even complaining about? Each word seemed comprehensible, yet the arrangement into coherent sentences eluded them. The drill had been initiated, and the Asala guards were advancing. It was imperative to hold the ground. Accompanied by the sound of mission alerts, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from above the vault. In a scenario involving other operatives, they would undoubtedly have entered a state of heightened alert immediately. What would it be like to be confronted by a horde of Super Kuin brothers? Even if just one operative stood here, let alone a trio, in peak condition. A single misstep could result in being overwhelmed by a hail of gunfire from the Kuin brothers. Due to past experiences, Song Mu instinctively prepared his weapon in advance. However, despite the chaotic footsteps above the vault, not a single Kuin brother charged towards the vault entrance. The sole Kuin brother that appeared only revealed half his body before hastily retreating upon spotting Song Mu aiming his weapon, as though he had made a firm decision. "Look at him." Song Mu gestured towards the ceiling with his gun, then glanced at the shield soldier box on the ground. "No wonder they assigned you to guard the vault." 25 seconds slipped away in an instant, and the vault's grand door slowly creaked open. A rousing and intense melody erupted from within, accompanied by the sight of a fully armed figure clad in armor, wielding a revolving machine gun. It was the Asala machine gunner, as a member of a special unit. The lethality of the Asala machine gunner far exceeded that of an ordinary Kuin brother. Once he locked onto a target, his revolving machine gun could mercilessly eliminate them, leaving no room for error. "You wouldn't come out unscathed." "I'm furious," roared the Asala machine gunner, as he began to warm up his weapon. "Buzzing, this is bad." Upon witnessing this, Song Mu felt a sense of impending doom and instinctively turned to flee, thinking to himself, "This can't be right. Has the power of the Tang people failed? These guards at the vault truly have no respect." Chapter 37, Machine Gunner. "Apologies, sir. I didn't recognize you earlier." The revolving machine gun whirred into a frenzied spin, priming for a barrage of fire. Song Mu decisively pivoted and fled, not hesitating even for a millisecond. The Asala supergunner was simply too formidable. Previously, Song Mu had come across a video showcasing a trio of the top 100 operatives teaming up for a classified space operation. Those three warriors were unstoppable, swiftly clearing the area. Yet, as they prepared to board the bridge for the Ascendant action, from over 200 meters away, the Havoc machine gunner unleashed a furious barrage, swiftly wiping out the trio of warriors. What warriors? They did not exist. Before my machine gunner, even the mightiest warriors would meet their demise if they dared to underestimate him. Wait a minute. As Song Mu hurried up the stairs, he suddenly heard the Asala machine gunner inside the vault, whose weapon had just finished warming up, inexplicably fell silent, seemingly jammed. Could it be? Did the machine gunner inside the vault recognize my identity? His mind raced as he recalled the earlier ambush by the shield soldier. There was an element of surprise, as if the shield soldier were about to take off, but was startled by Song Mu. Would firing a shot in such a startled state be unreasonable? The crafty frog was always probing. Song Mu resolutely turned back towards the vault entrance. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream began typing. ready to mock Song Mu for his panicked retreat. However, before a single comment could be completed, Song Mu had already turned back. This back-and-forth maneuver left the viewers thoroughly puzzled. What was happening? Was he just jogging back for credibility points? Inside the vault, the Asala machine gunner paced slowly, radiating an oppressive aura while continuing to shout, "I'm furious. You are finished." Song Mu nodded. Yes, you are correct, but who am I? The machine gunner raised his revolving machine gun once more. Buzzing, the gun spun in preparation, only to jam again. Buzzing, the gun spun yet again, preparing to jam once more. Yes, that's right. Observing the machine gunner's weapon endlessly cycling through jamming and restarting, Song Mu realized his power of the Tang people had not failed. Under normal circumstances, within mere seconds, a single encounter would have led to him being riddled with bullets. Exchanging glances with the Asala machine gunner, despite the latter's fixed phrases, the unspoken message was clear. "Apologies, sir. I did not recognize you earlier." "No worries. I am pleased you recognize me now." Song Mu even saluted the Asala machine gunner, then circled around him to take a look behind, yet found no trace of the golden bar sister. Turning to the other side, he spotted a clutter of items that appeared to be valuable. Wow, Asala-style water bottles, Asala-themed ceramics, Asala-style liquor flasks, and Asala fashion magazines. Oh no. I've fallen into the Asala trap. Song Mu gasped. Back in his past life, most would have merely glanced at such a heap of junk and walked away, while a few scavengers might have taken the purple water bottle, the liquor flask, and the little prince. But not Song Mu. He had learned the hard way. 2 golden bars had once slipped right past him, concealed beneath the Asala ceramics. He hadn't looked closely, and his teammates had snatched them away. Approaching quickly, Song Mu gathered the items into his backpack. Indeed, a cold smile crept across his face as he thought to himself. I knew those rascals in the vault were up to tricks. Did they truly believe that covering their treasures with ceramics would deter me from rummaging through the trash? Apologies, my friends in the live stream. I've got 1 golden bar. Feeling elated, after collecting the golden bar, Song Mu triggered the inspection action, tossing the heavy, gleaming bar in his hand before swiftly stashing it into his 25-slot secure box. Instantly, a flurry of question marks filled the live stream, as countless viewers clenched their teeth in frustration upon witnessing the scene. What a pity, there was only a single golden bar. Song Mu swiftly scanned the surroundings, finding no overlooked golden bars before leaping onto the vault table, where he merely spotted 2 remaining bullet casings, no cards in sight. The explosive BGM of the vault and the furious roars of the 2 Asala Kuan brothers filled the air. Song Mu dashed towards the safe, crouching down to begin unlocking it. The 2 Asala Kuan brothers nearby seemed to have gone mad, shouting and firing indiscriminately, making it seem as if they were about to devour Song Mu whole. Yet, the 2 Kuan brothers, singing and dancing, only grew further away, eventually retreating to the machine gunner's side at the door, forming a triangular formation. Looking at these 3 Kuan brothers in the vault, then glancing at the shield soldier, Song Mu couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion, reflecting on their true dedication. Unlocking a safe and accessing a large vault are strikingly similar, both demanding a rapid response in a QT format. Song Mu excels in opening safes, acquiring large bags, and cracking computer Morse codes with remarkable finesse and speed. Under normal circumstances, completing 8 safes within 2.5 minutes is ample time. However, to consume all 15 safes, one must rely on fortune. Particularly when solo looting a vault, the uncertainty is palpable. After all, one cannot guarantee that any moment 1T bring a high explosive grenade, electric arrow, cruise missile, or hand cannon crashing down upon them. Yet, Song Mu remains unfazed. At the vault's entrance stands a machine gunner, accompanied by 2 guards, with additional sentinels on watch outside. Even if an ambush were to occur, they would first have to contend with the guards. Soon enough, all 15 safes are unlocked. Song Mu, somewhat dissatisfied. Sighs, why are there only 2 pure gold lighters? The stepmother's earrings yielded 5? Hello, Wulong, goodbye Wulong. How about you, friends? Have you experienced the thrill of solo looting a vault? Instantly, the comments section erupts. This dog of a streamer is not just inhuman, but truly a dog. He hasn't stopped showing off. Damn him. Hee, the streamer gold bars, slurp slurp. Experience? What experience? Your joy is yours, the gold bars are yours. Even the little gold is yours. What do we gain? A case of envy? Thanks for the invite. I'm already green with envy. I have some matters to attend to. This is deeply unsettling. I reported it. Just teasing you. Song Mu chuckles, glancing at the barrage of comments, intentionally inspecting a gold bar in his hand, tossing it lightly, and saying, "You can't handle finding just 1 gold bar. Wait until I open a higher difficulty vault and collect 4 at once. Won't you all explode then?" Chapter 38, starting with a knife? 2 million for withdrawal. Have you learned your lesson? Songmu adeptly stirs up animosity. As for collecting 4 gold bars in one vault, that is merely the limit of the base vault, not Songmu's personal best. He once extracted 8 bars in a single run, 4 from the vault, 2 from the large safes, 1 from the small safes, and 1 from the sofa. True to form, upon Songmu's declaration, the loyal viewers in the stream began clamoring for freebies. Some wanted a sip of something light. Others wished to consume monitors or keyboards, all eager for a taste. Don't believe it? Believe it or not, Egypt. Just don't be caught off guard. I must say, your psychological fortitude is rather lacking. It's natural to feel envious. But this is manageable. To grow, one must learn to control one's emotions, you understand? Songmu adopts a serious demeanor and speaks earnestly. Just as the viewers expect a dose of motivational platitudes, he continues. However, in my stream, as long as I broadcast, you can rigorously train your mindset. Who said their SA fee? Psychological consultation fees? Not at all. Just get a fan badge, my friends. In a moment, the viewers were nearly overwhelmed. I knew that Dogwoon T spit out ivory. A fan badge? You're driving me mad, and you expect me to get you one. This streamer is infuriating, but I genuinely like him. Streamer, if I get a badge and join the fan club, can I join you in the battlefield? If so, I'll get 10 badges, or maybe an annual membership. This friend. Of course, you can join. Songmu tidies his backpack and safe box. Nodding at the comment. I'm a straightforward person, no fluff. Join my fan club, and you get 1 free ride if you purchase a 1-year membership. It's simple, direct, and undeniably honest. What does this mean? So if I pay, I still have to fight, right? Am I just a fool? Will you be taken down by the guards? If so, then you're even less capable than the streamer. In a certain sense, this streamer is quite direct. Unlike those dancing girls. I've spent millions to be the top donor, and so far, I haven't even touched a weapon. Damn it. The viewers promptly engaged in heated discussions on this topic. Songmu, preoccupied with preparing to leave, had finished organizing his safe box and backpack. Striding towards the vault's exit, the base vault is truly not a safe place to linger. Primarily, the base vault has but one entrance. If trapped inside, one must either force their way out with gunplay or wait to be overwhelmed, or else perish within its confines. Thank you for your hard work, Songmu said at the vault's entrance, nodding to the machine gunner and 2 guards, stating seriously, I hope to see you again next time. The 2 guards, now recalling their duty to guard the safes, began to sing and dance as they moved away. The machine gunner performed even better, approaching Songmu with a forceful elbow strike. But instead of hitting Songmu, he inadvertently turned and cleared the doorway. Time to slip away. Songmu decisively dashed out. As for the machine gunner, the guards, and the newly arrived shield bearers outside, Songmu had no intentions of engaging them. In a sense, they were comrades who had fought alongside him. How could one betray a good brother who stood guard while they feasted? The notion of the bird dies and the bow is put away belongs to CS. Upon exiting the vault, Songmu swiftly turned right, glancing at the 2 storage lockers by the entrance, then surveying the shelves behind him. Everything from network cables to voltage testers was present. No batteries? Songmu muttered, racing toward the small room at the far west of the base. Expertly opening the door and quickly scanning the interior, discovering a spy pen X1. Exiting through the main gate of the base, he turned right and sprinted until reaching the passage beneath the military camp, where he finally felt secure enough to speak. Did everyone remember the 2 points I mentioned earlier? The first storage shelf has a chance to yield 6 red armored vehicle batteries, and the second shelf, have you ever seen a 9-cell red microreactor? Clearly, the viewers in the stream had never encountered these 2 items, as the comments section was filled with question marks and confusion. What is an armored vehicle battery? I've only seen electric vehicle batteries. And what is a microreactor? Is it valuable? No. Do we really have these 2 items in the war zone we're fighting in? The comments were flooded with such inquiries, leaving Songmu momentarily stunned. However, upon reflection, he understood. These viewers had nearly lost their minds over 2 red gold bars, and had turned green with envy upon seeing him acquire a 1.2 million gold house card, let alone coveted collectibles like armored vehicle batteries and microreactors, to truly allow them a glimpse of such vibrant red. Songmu was apprehensive that this group might become overly excited, potentially leading to spasms or even sudden death. Alas, my friends, life has been arduous. With a heart full of sentiments, Songmu added, I can comprehend your yearning to witness the splendor of this vibrant hue. But if you wish to catch a glimpse of such a sight in your lifetime, I suggest you like and follow this live stream to avoid losing your way. For those fortunate enough, acquiring a signboard would be even better. Just look at the title of my live stream and the shipment list on the left. Those in the know will understand. while Song Mu's words were evidently capable of inciting animosity. The audience in the live stream found themselves at a loss for a point of contention, genuinely bewildered, for Song Mu was not boasting. He was indeed delivering substantial goods. Traversing through the military camp, he swiftly made his way to the Eastern Passage. The remaining resource points were scarce, comprising merely a few nests and a medical pile, prompting Song Mu to make a hasty exit without lingering. The helicopter circled above the Western Highway extraction point, and after a 10-second countdown, Song Mu successfully boarded. Extraction successful. Routine operation, 0 dam. Extraction point, Western Highway. Duration, 001844. Rewards this round, 2, 321, 306. Total defeats, 4. Highlight defeats this round, 0. The 4 green characters proclaiming extraction successful shone brightly, yet what truly captivated the audience were the figures of reward, a bountiful 2.32 million. After extraction, settlement, and return to the Special Operations Unit, Song Mu's operative level rose to LV6. Have you learned this, my friends? Start with a knife. Gear is all about seizing opportunities. As long as your backpack and chest rig are sufficiently large, extracting over 1 million each time is no dream. If you've learned, drop a 1. Stretching and tidying his warehouse in preparation to end the stream, Song Mu remembered. Oh, by the way, I'm now level 6. Tomorrow, I can meet Miss Olivia Champagne in Longbow Valley. Friends wishing to join should remember to subscribe in advance. Chapter 39. The Recklessness After Being Locked by Sister Nguyen. Good night. My friends, for your health, let us have a toast. He ended the stream and returned to the Special Operations Unit at lightning speed. In the live stream, a group of viewers with puzzled expressions stared wide-eyed at Song Mu's collection, feeling a sense of defeat as he ended the stream just as they were ready to dive deeper. Song Mu's warehouse was rather tidy, devoid of chaos. Items like headgear and firearms were sold off at his convenience, with no intent to keep them overnight. However, military-grade shells, gold bars, and precious collectibles like the Rolex were meticulously arranged alongside other valuables. This was the true visage of a proper Tang Ren warehouse. What respectable Tang Ren would clutter their warehouse with headgear? At most, they would stash some bullets for resale. Song Mu murmured as he exited the Special Operations Unit. After a stretch, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to check on his 2 dear sisters, considering he was the only sober person in the house. Indeed, upon opening Song Zijing's bedroom door, Song Mu realized he had made the right choice. The well-mannered Song Zijing was relatively composed, at least remaining on the bed, her blanket intact. In contrast, the other Tang sister was quite wild. Song Mu could hardly fathom how Tang Nguyen managed this. During the short time he played a regular match, Tang Nguyen had transformed from vertical to horizontal, half the blanket already kicked off, displaying a carefree sleeping posture with half her body precariously hanging off the edge of the bed. What to do? To an outsider, it might seem she was practicing some form of martial arts. Despite his complaints, he had to intervene and restore her to her original position. There was no other choice. Considering Tang Nguyen's poor tolerance for alcohol, Song Mu half embraced her and fed her half a cup of lukewarm honey water. Just then, Tang Nguyen's sparkling eyes suddenly opened, her gaze remarkably clear. Mu. Tang Nguyen was momentarily taken aback. Seconds later, she realized she was lying in Song Mu's embrace. Song Mu was equally stunned, contemplating the predicament. Should he abandon Nguyen and make a hasty retreat? Or should he embrace the situation and continue? Good night, Mu. Tang Nguyen gazed at Song Mu for a good 10 seconds before softly murmuring, closing her eyes. Her arms instinctively wrapped around Song Mu's waist, her expression blissfully unaware as she mistook him for a plush pillow. Seeing this, Song Mu sighed in relief. However, a new dilemma arose. He had come in comfortably. But now, when he wanted to leave, he found himself trapped. What to do? Song Mu suddenly felt a sense of panic. He was now the rider caught in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward. If he chose to leave, a sudden movement might wake Tang Nguyen, likely causing a ruckus that could disturb Song Zijing. Conversely, remaining was equally inappropriate. In broad daylight, here was an 18-year-old boy lingering in the room of 2 young women, one of whom he was holding. It simply felt wrong. With no clear choice, Song Mu decided to abandon all thought. I might as well let it be. Embracing the principle of when in Rome, do as the Romans do, he leaned back against the headboard and closed his eyes, content in the embrace of Tang Nguyen, who held him tightly, unable to break free. What is the harm in finding a flaw? There were none. It felt delightful. Before he knew it, it was already 9 in the morning the next day. Song Mu awoke to the glaring sunlight streaming through the window, blinking in confusion as he stared at the ceiling. The first sleep after crossing over was indeed blissful. But why did this room have a celestial ceiling? Wasn't this Song Zijing's taste? Boheo. In an instant, Song Mu became fully alert, quickly sitting up. After throwing off the down comforter, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, he was still in his pajamas, with no signs of having been torn. The expansive 2x25 mattress was solely his, with no one beside him. Leaning against the headboard, Song Mu strained to remember the events of the previous night, but he could not recall what had transpired. His memory halted at the moment he had fed Tang Ren water for the second time. Surely, I didn't go overboard last night. I remember feeding Ren water. And then she seemed to come back to life, hugging me and not letting go. What did I do next? Oh right, I just let it be and fell asleep. A swift knocking interrupted Song Mu's thoughts. From outside came Song Zijing's voice, the emotion indiscernible. Mu Mu. Hurry up and have breakfast. You have a lot to attend to today. I'm coming. Song Mu quickly replied. For some reason, his voice instinctively softened, creating a peculiar feeling as if he had committed a wrongdoing and was caught red-handed. In the dining room, Tang Ren sat at the table, engrossed in a show while munching on a sandwich. Upon hearing Song Mu open the door, she quickly glanced back at him, then returned to her meal. Today, Tang Ren exuded a campus vibe, donning black-rimmed glasses, her hair casually cascading over her shoulders. Wearing a petite Chanel-style jacket paired with a black pleated skirt, complemented by light gray stockings and a pair of black wedge shoes, she was undeniably a sight to behold, truly captivating. My heart was stolen. Nwanjia understands me well. Song Mu, unable to resist, admired her for but a brief moment before turning to greet Song Zijing, who had just emerged from the kitchen, momentarily taken aback. How amusing. What kind of scholarly charm does Nwanjia possess? Away with such notions. Today, Song Zijing was particularly fierce. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she donned a simple black camisole that accentuated her fair skin, creating a flawless silhouette with her elegant collarbones and shoulders. Song Mu couldn't help but worry about the quality of that camisole, for it bore an unimaginable burden. Although Song Zijing wore casual wide-leg trousers that concealed her stunning legs, this only intensified the alluring mystery of her ensemble. It was evident that she would pair this outfit with a pair of crimson-soled high heels and a casual short-sleeved blazer. Clearing his throat, Song Mu forced a greeting, taking a seat at the dining table. Song Zijing casually placed a plate in front of him, nodding. First, eat your meal. Afterward, we shall head out for some important matters. Out. Important matters? Bewildered, Song Mu questioned. Didn't you say you only had a day off the day after tomorrow? What matters could possibly require my presence? Tang Ren, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Silence, Song Zijing admonished, leaning closer to Song Mu, shaking her fist before him. I have yet to settle last night's affairs with you, so behave yourself. What temper did Song Mu possess? How could he submit? He immediately retorted, last night. It was clearly. Song Zijing interrupted with a cold smile. No need for further explanation, I understand. Understand what nonsense? Song Mu found himself at a loss for words, on the verge of throwing the table in frustration. Meanwhile, Tang Ren couldn't help but chuckle again, her laughter reminiscent of a triumphant glee. Confused, Song Mu looked at her, bewildered. Wait, Nwanjia, why are you blushing? What are you blushing for? You two must listen to my explanation. Chapter 40, The Casanova Song Mu. National ranking number 1, Song Mu. It's nothing at all. I merely recalled something joyful. Tang Ren laughed so hard she could barely eat, waving her hands dismissively. Mu Mu, keep on your defense, or rather, take your time to explain. I believe in you. Song Mu. Song Zijing sighed, glancing at the seemingly hopeless Tang Ren before turning to Song Mu. Look at what you've created, a tangled fate. Song Mu. Who understands, dear family? Upon awakening, the sky seemed to have fallen. Thus, Song Mu began to recount the events of the previous night at triple speed, detailing everything from carrying the two sisters from the barbecue restaurant to the car, then back home, and finally tossing them onto the bed and covering them with a blanket while feeding them honey water, sparing no detail. Of course, he couldn't recall the latter half of the night, as he was the type who, once asleep, remained utterly unresponsive unless an earthquake occurred. He had an extraordinary quality of sleep. Oh, I see now. You've had a tough night. Mu Mu, Song Zijing ruffled Song Mu's hair, nodding. Let us eat. Afterward, we will accompany you to the city hall for the award ceremony. The award ceremony? Song Mu was puzzled. Wait a moment. Let us not discuss the award ceremony just yet. Sister, you don't truly believe what I just said, do you? And you, Nwanjia, you've been laughing nonstop. The atmosphere in the dining room grew slightly tense. After a moment of silence, Song Zijing sighed, her gaze softening as she looked at Song Mu. I can understand. After all, you are a young man, and such occurrences are quite normal. Yes, I can understand. Tang Ren nodded in agreement. Song Mu exclaimed, 666. This is the innate talent of women. No matter how diligently you strive to restore the truth, if a woman hasn't witnessed it herself, she will invariably reconstruct it according to her own conjectures. All right, I shall speak plainly, Song Mu declared, fully comprehending and directly throwing caution to the wind. I like both of you. Yes, you heard correctly. I like you. And you. If I didn't genuinely like you, why would I stay up with you until midnight? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. As soon as this statement escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the dining room grew even more solemn. You like me? Tang Ren stuttered, her entire demeanor visibly flustered, likely due to the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind, stunned by Song Mu's sudden honesty. Meanwhile, the typically commanding Song Zijing appeared somewhat flustered as well. After a prolonged silence, she said, "You should eat first. Afterward, wash up and change your clothes promptly, so as not to delay your award ceremony." With that, she feigned calmness and hastily led Tang Ren out of the dining room. Is that all? Song Mu finally felt at ease, taking a hearty sip of freshly squeezed juice. Two novices who haven't even dated are here lamenting with me? Easy pickings. While eating breakfast and scrolling through his phone, he saw a flood of congratulatory messages from a group of people in the green bubble. And he suddenly remembered that after midnight last night, the results of the GDI's newly recruited personnel assessment had been released. Being first in the province was anticipated. Glancing at the congratulatory messages, he noticed two from his adopted sons. Jiangzi. Wow, Dad, you really kept it under wraps. Turns out you're also from Langcheng? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Last night we were in Langcheng. You should have said we could take you to explore the shops. Song Mu, explore shops? Did you two come to the city last night? Jiangzi. Yeah, Yanzi said a new foot massage parlor just opened in the city. We had to go check it out, so we went on a late-night adventure to the city and had barbecue at XX Barbecue Restaurant. Jiangzi, by the way, while we were at the barbecue place, we saw a Casanova who was incredibly handsome, hugging one girl while carrying another on his back. We were completely dumbfounded. XX Barbecue Restaurant? The incredibly handsome Casanova? Hugging one girl and carrying another? Song Mu scratched his head, thinking this restaurant name sounded familiar. Wait a moment. Wasn't that the place he had visited with the two sisters last night? After some recollection, he sent a message. Were you two clinking glasses at that time? Watching that Casanova until he reached the door? Jiangzi, huh? Dad, you have quite the insight. Song Mu sighed. Is there a possibility that Casanova was me? After sending that message, a long time passed until Song Mu finished his breakfast and completed his grooming. Yet Jiangzi had not replied, seemingly lost in contemplation. Grooming, dressing, and heading out. By the time they were almost at the Langcheng City Hall, Song Zijing, who was driving, and Tang Ren, seated in the passenger seat, had both turned into mute brides. However, it was evident that the two girls had conspired while Song Mu was having breakfast. Zijing, will Mu be speaking on stage later? Tang Ren suddenly spoke, looking at Song Zijing. As family members, are we also expected to make an appearance on stage? I have social anxiety. I can't handle such situations. Song Zijing sighed. Stop pretending, young lady. You have social anxiety? If you did, there would be no such thing as autism in this world. And is there really a segment for speaking on stage? Delivering an acceptance speech? Song Mu meticulously perused the guidelines sent by his homeroom teacher, suddenly feeling a wave of unease. Who was the scoundrel that invented acceptance speeches? Online, I am as fierce as a tiger, yet offline, I am as timid as a clumsy hand. Is Mu feeling nervous? Tang Ren noticed the change in Song Mu's expression and turned to smile reassuringly. Don't worry, just imagine the audience as your loyal fans in the live stream, and everything will be just fine. Song Mu's eyes lit up immediately. You have a point, Nuanjia. Tang Ren proudly raised her chin and nodded. Of course. Your Nuanjia has experienced grand occasions. But I must say, your performance in this assessment was truly astonishing. Today's event may be rather grand. Grand? Just how grand can it be? Song Mu didn't think much of it. You will find out shortly. Song Zijing shot Tang Ren a glance, signaling her to refrain from oversharing. The municipal hall was bustling with noise and excitement. However, most attendees were promising new GDI operatives and their families. Song Mu, alongside Song Zijing and Tang Ren, found their seats at the very front of the award stage, a positioning that did not surprise Song Mu in the least. Isn't it reasonable for me to sit in the front row since I'm first in the province? Soon, the award ceremony commenced. The lights in the hall dimmed, and the large screen at the center of the stage gradually illuminated, displaying rows of names and scores. Wait a moment. Song Mu suddenly sensed something amiss and nudged Song Zijing. Sister, isn't the title on the big screen misspelled? Isn't this supposed to be the provincial ranking? Before he could finish, a voice resonated throughout the hall. Welcome everyone to this award ceremony. First up, please welcome to the stage the top performer in the GDI New Operative Assessment, Song Mu, from the national ranking. How did it become national first? I distinctly remember being first in the province. Song Mu's mind buzzed as he instinctively looked towards Song Ziqin. Sister, what is going on? When I checked the ranking this morning, I was only first in the province. Song Ziqin spoke rapidly. At that time, you were indeed first in the province. But the national ranking needed to verify the new operative scores for authenticity, which required time to compile substantial data. We only received the news later. All right. You should go on stage now. While speaking, Song Ziqin stood up to adjust Song Mu's collar and leaned in to whisper, go accept your award. There is nothing to worry about. Wan and I are here with you. Okay. Song Mu nodded in agreement. It was indeed peculiar. Even though Song Ziqin merely adjusted his collar and whispered a few words, he felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over him, banishing the earlier confusion and helplessness. He stepped onto the stage with measured strides. Despite the sea of faces before him, his demeanor had settled. Nervous? Not a chance. Securing the top spot in the national ranking is a testament to true ability. The subsequent award process was rather standard: speeches, interviews, trophy presentations, and a moment for Song Mu to deliver his acceptance speech. After completing the series of events, Song Mu returned to his seat with the utmost poise. Quickly, let me feel the trophy, Mu. Tang Ren exclaimed as she took the hefty trophy from Song Mu. Oh wow, this trophy is made of pure gold? Impressive. Let me see the engraving. GTI New Operative, National First, Song Mu. The trophy itself might not hold great value. The real treasure lay within the gift box he held. Song Ziqin, who was more knowledgeable, recognized that aside from the golden trophy, the remaining prize was a beautifully crafted black and gold gift box, resembling the size of a tablet packaging, but with substantial weight. The intricate hollow and gilded design formed the likeness of a golden rose. This rose design seems familiar. Wait a moment, is it the gilded rose? Song Mu's spirit surged as he swiftly opened the gift box. Indeed, inside lay a brand new operative watch, with a golden dial and pure black strap, resembling a Casio metal edition, but far more exquisite. Is this really the gilded rose watch? It's stunning. Song Mu couldn't resist admiring the watch. After pressing a red button, the screen illuminated, displaying an electronic-style skull that even made a hard-eyed expression. Song Ziqin took the gift box to examine its contents and discovered a list. Wow, is this the treatment for being national first? Each month, you'll receive 3 elite vouchers, 5 standard vouchers, and 10 rookie vouchers, plus an additional monthly bonus of 5 million, totaling over 12 months. Song Ziqin calculated softly. That amounts to over 9 million each month, totaling over 100 million in a year. Only a little over 100 million? That is not much. I could blow through that in no time. Tang Ren appeared unconcerned. This sum indeed wasn't substantial. Pointing to the operative watch in Song Mu's hand, Song Ziqin remarked, that watch is truly remarkable. As far as I know, it's unattainable for purchase, only awarded to the national first among new operatives each year. I recall someone sold this watch a few years back for over 10 billion. Tang Ren nodded thoughtfully. 10 billion sounds quite impressive. Even if Mu decides not to be an operative anymore, his pension is secure. While the two sisters conversed, Song Mu was largely oblivious. After relishing the gilded rose watch for a while, he slipped it onto his wrist, bound it to his ID, and began to explore how to nurture the electronic pet skull. The award ceremony continued for about 3 hours. Just as Song Mu, Song Ziqin, and Tang Ren prepared to leave, several well-dressed individuals who clearly appeared to be government officials invited them to the reception room. Inside the reception room sat a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, with a straight posture and a commanding presence, devoid of any middle-aged flabbiness. Hello. The man stood to politely shake hands with the three. Smiling, I won't take up much of your time. Let us get straight to the point. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Baohui, the director of the Core Talent Protection Bureau of Longhua. Please, take a seat. The trio settled into their seats. Song Mu had heard the principal mention the Core Talent Protection Bureau before, so he was not taken aback. Meanwhile, Tang Ren, seated beside him, appeared considerably more composed. As the stature of the individual before them suggested that leaving a negative impression could adversely affect Song Mu. Congratulations, Song Mu. Congratulations on achieving the national first in the GDI New Operative ranking. Your prize is already on your wrist, I see. Su Baohui smiled as he continued. The purpose of bringing you here is straightforward. Your name has been entered into our core talent candidate list. I need to ask you a few questions to determine whether to promote you to a formal core talent, thus allowing you to enjoy the protection plan. Please, go ahead. Song Mu nodded. Su Baohui's tone shifted to a more serious demeanor as she inquired. If our Longhua Core Research and Development Center requires the red collectibles from your warehouse for research purposes, including but not limited to 3x3, 2 by 3, 1 by 4. What would you do? Without a moment's hesitation, Songmu replied, you need as many as you want. I shall provide them without charge, though I am not averse to compensation. Su Baohui was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. You are quite straightforward. I appreciate that. Rest assured, even if we require the red collectibles from your warehouse, we will offer a premium of 3,050 over the market price for acquisition. Songmu chuckled, choosing to remain silent. In truth, this was indeed Songmu's genuine sentiment. What? The motherland of Longwa desires my prized reds? Do not hesitate, take them all. Songmu had previously speculated that while the drop rate for operatives in this world was astonishingly low, so low that even one's mother might fail to recognize them, it could not be that the output of red collectibles was absurdly scarce. Even if the container drop rates were diminished, what of the open-air reds? Given the extreme rarity and high value of red collectibles, could they perhaps serve a different purpose? For instance, research? The exchange of items? Illuminating a mysterious technological tree? Hearing Su Baohui mention this matter only solidified Songmu's suspicions further. The second question could be set aside. Some inquiries were better left unasked. Su Baohui stood and shook Songmu's hand, quietly stating, I will inform you of any updates at the earliest opportunity. By the way, I require your participation in a global event in a week. Is that acceptable? Songmu was taken aback and quickly shook his head. No, leader, my marksmanship is abysmal. I fear I would be a liability. Su Baohui chuckled, gesturing towards the two women behind them. Your shooting skills may indeed be lacking, but if I recall correctly, these two sisters of yours are formidable experts on the Longwa War God list. Chapter 42. Songmu, what? I am to participate in a global competition? Me? Your marksmanship may be subpar, yet your sisters are indeed champions. On the journey home, Songmu found himself pondering Su Baohui's final remarks. The implication was quite clear. It effectively confirmed his participation team. You have poor shooting skills? Not a concern. Let your two war god sisters safeguard you, and all will be well. Why must I be involved in this global event? Su Baohui is quite the enigma. Could she not share some insider information instead of keeping it concealed? Wait. I must participate. Songmu reflected, keenly discerning a point of significance. What distinguishes him from other operatives? Indeed, there were notable attributes, the most striking of which was his impressive drop rate of Tang Ren. Moreover, he possessed a spacious 25-slot safe. Indeed, they are drawn to my oversized safe. Following this line of thought, Songmu impulsively asked, Sisters, have you ever participated in any global events? I have participated in national events. Song Zijin replied without turning her head as she drove. Your sister is quite remarkable, Tang Nuan remarked from the passenger seat. She once competed in a national war god league, where the objective was simply to tally the number of defeats inflicted in the battlefield. Songmu inquired curiously. So my sister Tang Nuan's expression turned serious as she replied softly. She secured second place in that national war god league. She should have claimed first, but unfortunately, her teammate betrayed her in the final round and engaged in match fixing. Match fixing? An image from Kung Fu Soccer flashed through Songmu's mind. It was a case of collusion among referees, organizers, and sponsors. All parties were in cahoots, making it impossible to contend against them. What purpose is served by revisiting such unpleasant occurrences? Furthermore, it was merely a trial national event, its value rather limited. Song Zijin appeared unfazed, adding, Mumu, this opportunity is significant for you, as it is a global event. However, if you truly wish to decline, you may do so. At this juncture, Daji slowly pulled over. Song Zijin turned to face Songmu. This matter may influence your access to the protection plan. That said, if you prefer not to participate, feel free to refuse. I may lack other talents, but I am quite skilled at making money, and our savings ensure we shall not starve. Tang Nuan nodded in agreement. Zijin is correct. For a fleeting moment, Songmu felt as though tears might spring to his eyes. He even considered exclaiming that he had encountered two affluent benefactors. What more could he desire? Songmu quickly regained his composure. I will think it over, sisters. Indeed. Let me know once you have made a decision. Song Zijin resumed driving, adding, our profession revolves around providing protection. If you wish to compete, we shall accompany you. However, if you wish to be the boss, it will require financial investment. Tang Nuan regarded Songmu solemnly, stating, our protection fees are rather steep. If you wish to be the boss, it will cost you. Songmu, what? Are you two truly calculating the costs so meticulously? Driven by curiosity, Songmu ventured. Sister Nuan, what is the fee structure for your protection services? Is it a default double protection, fixed rate, or a percentage? Yes, double protection is indeed a percentage. 80 for confidential and 90 for top secret, Tang Nuan explained patiently. For instance, if the boss receives 1 million in rewards for this round, Our compensation would amount to 800. 000. Do you understand? Songmu pondered. And what if the line is breached? Tang Ren responded. In the event of a breach, it would be 100. 000 for confidential and 200. 000 for top secret. However, if the bosses engage in malicious breaches, those do not count. We reserve the right to refuse service. Songmu nodded in comprehension. So, Sister Nguyen, is being a protector quite lucrative? Tang Nguyen sighed. It is indeed profitable, yet also exceedingly exhausting. As we handle high-stakes confidential and top-secret missions, requiring intense concentration throughout each session lasting 20 to 30 minutes. You wouldn't understand. Songmu, although she never explicitly stated it. I couldn't shake the feeling that Tang Nguyen was subtly implying I lacked the experience to handle such intense scenarios. Having delved into the topic of protection, Songmu decided to inquire further about the inner workings of their circle. In reality, within the entire protection club scene, individuals like Song Zijin and Tang Nguyen, who were regarded as elite protectors, were not in abundance. They represented the upper echelon, naturally commanding higher fees. Of course, the club also took a cut. For example, should a round be classified as confidential, and the boss earns 1 million, Song Zijin and Tang Nguyen would collectively receive 800. Subsequently needing to share 10 with the club, meaning 80,000 for the club, and so forth. This was the pricing structure for top-tier protectors like Song Zijin and Tang Nguyen. Those with slightly inferior skills or lower extraction rates would receive only 20,000 or 30,000, with a higher percentage going to the club. Ultimately, the most significant aspect was that protection came at zero cost. The equipment and ammunition utilized for protection were sourced from the club's inventory, purchased by the ordering boss. In essence, protectors only needed to contribute their energy and skills, with no other considerations. Theoretically, the more the boss earned, the more the protectors would earn, with virtually no personal expenses incurred. Yet, it undeniably sounded quite taxing. Songmu quickly visualized the scenario in his mind, similar to the Delta Club escorts he was familiar with in his past life. Encountering the black market or high-pressure zones was a serious matter. If one did come across them, they would be met with silence and swift destruction. As for this world, it could indeed be described as a realm of secrets, where every encounter was fraught with the hidden dangers of dark forces and high-stakes maneuvers. Merely a breeding ground for manipulation, contingent upon whose warrior reigned supreme. The trio did not return home directly. Instead, they euphemistically organized a celebratory banquet for Songmu. A sumptuous lunch, an afternoon of shopping, and a hearty dinner ensued. Fortunately, Song Zijing and Tang Nguyen demonstrated admirable restraint and refrained from excessive drinking, alleviating one of Songmu's concerns. As for why Tang Nguyen chose to linger at the Song residence instead of returning home, Songmu found it difficult to comment, sensing that Nguyen Jia might be up to something. By 8 in the evening, Song Zijing and Tang Nguyen had opened a bottle of wheat juice in the living room, accompanied by chilled lobster tails and an assortment of snacks, indulging in a series of dramas while unwinding beautifully. Meanwhile, the ambitious Songmu retreated to his bedroom, accessing the Special Operations Department through his Shurjin Megaway operator watch. The Dragon Kingdom's authorities had issued him an important mission. How could he condescend to mingle with the revelers? Strive. Endeavor. Rapidly increase levels. Expand the territory. Songmu first sent a message to the online Yanzi, instructing him to wait a moment. He then turned to the central computer of the Special Operations Department to explore operator skills. It was somewhat boastful to claim he could acquire all operator skills at once. For Longgong Valley, what exquisite skill combinations might be devised? Chapter 43. Splurging 12 million on skills. Teammates handle the mayhem. I take care of the glory. Perhaps a sliding tackle as a warm-up? Yes. The two minor skills of the bee healer could be determined in advance, a stationary smoke and a moving smoke, both versatile skills that could be employed on any map. For the time being, Songmu set aside the passive skills and swiftly finalized two minor skills. However, he faced a dilemma when it came to choosing a major skill. Should he opt for Huakai, Tiger's Den Cannon, Detection Arrow, Sonic Shockwave, Sacrificial Artifact UAV? Scanning through the array of ultimate skills, Songmu felt genuinely torn. It was clear that he needed to engage in several more rounds on Longgong Valley to fulfill departmental missions, quickly level up, and simultaneously complete the upgrade task for the safety box. Given the expansive outdoor setting of Longgong Valley, the sliding tackle was immediately ruled out. As for the UAV, the detection arrow, after careful consideration, Songmu also dismissed the UAV's ultimate skill, primarily due to its vulnerability to being shot down by opponents, which could be quite bothersome. He was all too aware of the precision of the operative's marksmanship in this world. Hitting a moving target was second nature to them. Even a rapidly flying UAV would likely meet the same fate unless 3 were launched at once, which might yield a hit. On the contrary, Luna's detection arrow, which could not be destroyed, also provided enemy visibility, making it particularly suitable for a player like Song Mu. In that case, for the passive skill, the efficient healing of the female healer would suffice. With that passive skill, he wouldn't need to do much. Just fire a detection arrow upon encounter, and then stand by, allowing his teammates to engage in combat while he handled the loot. Song Mu deliberated over the skill combinations for several minutes, weighing various factors. Of course, the primary reason was that his marksmanship was truly lacking. While he possessed intelligence and keen awareness, his shooting skills were an insurmountable flaw. Though sliding tackles, jet propulsion, and exoskeleton activation appeared incredibly impressive, Song Mu recognized his limitations. He was ill-suited for an assault position, as it would only lead to his demise. Even with the influence of Tang Ren's power on opponents' operations, reactions, and marksmanship, it would be perilous for Song Mu to charge headlong into battle. Thus, he tentatively settled on a support-oriented skill set for Longgong Valley. This would allow him to establish a single-target knife-run skill group. Yes, Long Ji's passive skill of Jet Smoke Bomb, alongside various speed-enhancing abilities and smoke bombs, would ensure that if the opponents could see his figure, he would consider it a loss. Once the skill set was determined, Song Mu felt quite pleased. However, when it came to the expenditure, it was indeed rather steep. 1 passive skill, 2 minor skills, and 1 major skill amounted to 4 skills, each with an initial price of 3 million Haofu coins, totaling 12 million. It must be said that the operator skills in this world were exorbitantly costly. After purchasing this support-oriented skill set, he needed to withdraw funds. A glance at his account revealed a total of 11,200,006. 2 million from 3 rounds of pure coin earnings, excluding bonuses, and 5 million from the national first-place monthly prize. The difference wasn't too significant. Song Mu pondered for a moment, then quickly retrieved a gold bar from his storage and listed it on the marketplace for 3 million, only to have it snatched up instantaneously. A 10 transaction fee and a 1 security deposit? Examining the net amount he would receive for the gold bar, Song Mu revisited the marketplace interface and spotted a small line indicating 10 transaction fee and 1 security deposit for listed items. Oh, a gold bar incurs a fee of 330,000. Well, as long as it was a fixed rate, it was acceptable. Song Mu paid little mind to it. In the marketplace, it was reasonable to charge a transaction fee and a security deposit, provided the rate remained stable and transparent for everyone. Upon selling a gold bar, his cash soared to 14,137,000, more than enough to purchase a set of operator skills. Indulgence, consumption, earning money without spending it was an absolute crime. Soon, the central computer of the Special Operations Department was filled with the sounds of transactions, and Song Mu's hands moved with astonishing speed. Spending 12 million in the blink of an eye. Operator skills. 1. Medical acceleration. Reduces the usage time of medical items and repair kits for oneself and teammates by 30. This passive skill does not stack. Purchase successful. 2. Hive technology smoke bomb. Initial carrying limit of 1. Total carrying limit of 1. Maximum throwing distance of 30 meters. Smoke duration of 10 seconds. Can be dyed with hormone guns. Targets within the dyed smoke regain 1 health per second, and this effect lasts for 30 seconds after leaving the smoke. The hormone smoke lasts 10 seconds and can be seen with thermal imaging after it dissipates. Cooldown, 50 seconds. Purchase successful. 3. Smoke screen. Initial carrying limit of 1. Total carrying limit of 1. Controls a drone to generate a smoke wall. Direction controllable. Maximum distance of 40 meters. Control time of 3 seconds. Smoke wall duration of 10 seconds. Cooldown, 70 seconds. Purchase successful. 4. Reconnaissance arrow. Total carrying limit of 1. Fires a reconnaissance arrow with a bow, exposing enemies beneath the arrow and marking them for 1 second. After a 3-second delay, it marks moving targets again for 1 second. With a built-in rebound, the headshot damage of the detection arrow is 30 points, while other body parts incur 20 points. The downward detection radius increases with height, reaching a maximum of 40 meters at 10 meters high. Maximum flight distance, 150 meters. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Purchase successful. To inquire whether Song Mu finds spending money exhilarating, the answer is undoubtedly affirmative. Without hesitation, Song Mu proceeded to the training ground to test the operative skills, a practice he deemed entirely reasonable in today's triangular delta world. After all, which training ground only allows for weapon testing without skill practice? What are the newcomers to do in such a scenario? After testing all 4 skills, Songmu reminisced about his past experiences with porridge, contemplating the intuitive flaws of a level 1 operative skill, namely the extended cooldown period, followed by limitations on smoke grenades in terms of carry capacity and duration. Overall, having operative skills is far superior to lacking them, and their usage proves to be quite convenient. Having completed the skill tests, Songmu invited Yanzi to join the team and discovered that his second adopted son, Jiangzi, was currently preoccupied with matters back home and unable to log in. Songmu pondered, what should we do with one slot vacant? Yanzi quickly responded, no problem, my adoptive father. Just pull a viewer from your livestream. He then added, by the way, your livestream has exploded with followers today. Are you aware of this? Songmu, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by exploded? How many followers have we gained? By chapter 44, within a single day, he had gained 2 million followers. And a new friend, Demulin, the enthusiastic little pup, was revealed. Upon opening his livestream, Songmu finally understood the meaning of exploded. He vaguely recalled that after finishing a solo knife run the previous night, his follower count had been around 2,000, which was hardly impressive. Yet now, it had skyrocketed to over 230,000. An astonishing increase of 1,000 times in just one day left Songmu dumbfounded. He had anticipated a surge in followers once his provincial ranking was revealed, but he had not expected to be the top in the entire nation. Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable for a newly minted GDI operative to gain over 200 million followers after achieving national recognition. Hold on, Yanzi. Let me see if any viewers wish to join us, Songmu declared, commencing his livestream. He then observed the online viewer count surging at an alarming rate. Not incrementally, but in dozens and hundreds. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments in the chat began to flood in, with viewers expressing their curiosity. Is this the national #1? What on earth is this cover and title? What does the small text in the livestream mean? Good evening, brothers and sisters. Allow me to introduce myself. My operative ID is Hell's Black Silk Thundershark, the national champion of this year's GDI operative assessment. Songmu paused momentarily before continuing, for some common knowledge questions. Seasoned viewers, please explain to our new friends. Oh, by the way, our team is currently 1 member short and about to embark on our journey to Changgongshigyu. Is anyone interested? This proclamation unleashed a deluge of 1111 comments in the livestream, demonstrating the eagerness of those wishing to join. Without hesitation, Songmu swiftly typed a message in the chat, join the host's fan club, activate an annual membership, and enjoy 1 free ride. Note, if your weapon isn't top tier, please refrain from joining. The annual membership for Songmu's livestream was quite affordable, priced at merely 1998 long coins. What? Someone remarked that an annual membership could buy me 200 gene of pork for 2 months? And another person claimed that 1998 could elicit a sweet I love you. Big brother from a female streamer? Songmu lamented, expressing his dismay at their naivety. He added earnestly, when you spend 1998 yuan on me, I can let you touch the grand treasures you have never encountered before, and you can even play with the golden and red cards. This splendid experience cannot be compared to merely watching in the live stream. One must experience it firsthand to truly understand its allure. Just as he finished speaking, a prominent banner scrolled through the live stream. User, your rock god has activated an annual membership X10. Songmu momentarily stepped away from the live stream and turned to his teammate's microphone. Hey, Yanzi, was that you who just activated 10 years worth of membership in my live stream? You're quite the hype man. Yanzi remained silent, only chuckling in response. No more pretense. The stakes were clear. With this round of competition, victory was assured. Though humans inherently possess a tendency to conform, spending money is a different matter. Even with Yanzi setting an extraordinary precedent, the subsequent viewers who activated annual memberships were few, totaling only 3. Songmu paid little mind, adding the first viewer who activated an annual membership to the team. Demulin, the enthusiastic little pup, joined the ranks. Wow, this ID is impressive, adoptive father. This guy's creativity in naming rivals yours. Yanzi exclaimed, lamenting his own lack of such ingenuity. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Songmu felt a tinge of admiration. Hello, can you hear me? Black Silk brother? The little pup addressed through the teammate's microphone, adding, I am a seasoned player from Bakeishi and am not very familiar with Changgongshigyu. So please don't berate me for any mistakes. Not to worry, I'm extremely familiar with the map, Songmu replied calmly. To say he was extremely familiar was an understatement. Changgongshigyu was like second nature to him. During his previous life, his favorite spots were Zero Dam and Changgongshigyu, where he could navigate as effortlessly as returning home. He knew every nook and cranny, from bird nests to manhole covers, and where to find key cards on tables. Every detail was etched in his memory. 321, let's go. The GTI helicopter soared into Changgongshigyu, but Song-mu felt a tinge of regret as this round lacked the special event of a crash, thereby reducing his chances of acquiring significant loot. The crash sites within Changgong-shigu were just as promising as those at the radar station or the hotel. In his previous life, Song-mu had collected countless black boxes from crashes, and he had retrieved no less than 7 or 8 red cards from the clothing in the cockpit, not to mention the numerous small golden treasures. An enticing bounty indeed. Oh, this is a favorable spawn point. He noted their starting location was directly above Champagne Town, with a small plane also situated in a champagne room. This was a secure position. Quickly scanning the map, Song-mu planned his route while analyzing the positions of other teams based on their spawning locations. In this world of conflict zones, one of the best aspects was the fixed number of teams per map, eliminating any bizarre rules about team spawns. Changgong-shigu consistently hosted 8 teams, with a minimum of 8 players and a maximum of 24. 2 teams were situated at the radar station, 1 at the train station or the transformer station, 1 in the town, 1 at the small station or the bird's nest village, and 1 at the port. Thus, he had identified approximately 6 teams' locations. The remaining 2 teams were entirely random, left to chance. Song-mu's map scanning and judgment speed were remarkably swift. Don't ask why. It was merely the fruit of countless deaths experienced by a player who could neither fight nor flee. In Song-mu's view, Changgong-shigu was a map that defied rigid tactical formulas due to its inherent randomness. This situation increasingly relies on tactical acumen and map-reading skills. As long as one's mind is agile and information is gathered effectively, the likelihood of a sudden demise becomes exceedingly low. One could merely scrape the surface and still be satisfied. "Father, how shall we proceed?" On the helicopter, Yanzi inquired upon landing. "Should we first secure Amaya Town and then head straight to the radar station or the hotel for combat? How does my plan sound?" Song-mu nodded in agreement. "That sounds feasible, but it is highly probable that a team will come to seize the town." The descent rope was cast down from the helicopter, and they landed. The moment Song-mu touched down, he swiftly drew his butterfly knife, Shadow Edge, while simultaneously stuffing his helmet into his backpack, dashing towards the champagne room with vigorous strides. "Not so fast, buddy." The follower, a novice named Xiao Naigo, was left bewildered. "You stuffed your helmet in your bag? That takes a lot of guts. I remember entering here might mean encountering Brother Kun. Isn't that courting death?" Although Song-mu did not turn back, he managed to respond. "This is my exclusive method of play. You can only learn it at noon. Hurry up. I can already hear Miss Champagne calling my name." Chapter 45, The Champagne Sisters. Xiao Naigo exclaimed, "Thief! Do not harm my father. The coffin board is ready for you." As Song-mu dashed through the north gate of Champagne Town, he spotted Brother Kun rushing towards him, brandishing a firearm. Brother Kun was undeniably brave, yet he clearly recognized Song-mu's identity. Without waiting for Brother Kun to feign any actions, Song-mu turned right and headed straight for the champagne room. Upon opening the door, he did not first indulge in the small insurance on the table, but rather checked the liquor cabinet behind it. Song-mu's keen eyesight allowed him to discern at a glance whether there was anything worthwhile. To his delight, he spotted Miss Olivia Champagne, adorned in a flowing golden gown and a black ceremonial hat, standing quietly atop the liquor cabinet. "Why are you the only one here? Where are your sisters?" As he inquired, he seized Miss Champagne and scrutinized her before swiftly placing her into the safety box, then turned to grab the small bread on the table. "Ding! A solo wine glass X1. He exclaimed, "Haha, champagne paired with wine glasses, the more one drinks, the more enjoyable it becomes." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yanzi, who had hurriedly followed him, admiring Miss Champagne's beauty. "Impressive, father." Yanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let me have a feel," Song-mu declared, casually tossing Miss Champagne towards them. "What are you two doing?" Xiao Naigo entered, puzzled. He had just cautiously eliminated a Brother Kun downstairs before arriving on the second floor, a moment too late. In the next instant, Xiao Naigo's eyes widened in astonishment. Yanzi, grinning mischievously, inspected Miss Champagne in a manner that epitomized lewdness. Capturing his current expression and posting it on a lamppost would certainly scare off a multitude of women. "Quick, let me have a feel too." Xiao Naigo eagerly pushed forward, attempting to touch Miss Champagne from Yanzi's hands. "I've never seen champagne before. Please, Brother Yanzi, let me touch her." "Damn, I haven't had my fill yet," Yanzi protested, as he watched the two engage in their antics in the champagne room. Song-mu could only stifle a laugh and promptly headed towards the third-floor balcony, raising his knife to eliminate a Brother Kun who was facing away from him. Song-mu was well aware that the Brother Kun on the balcony was a skilled actor. He knew everything, yet dared not turn to face them. Typically, Song-mu was reluctant to eliminate Brother Kun, as he considered him his fourth teammate, who could provide invaluable assistance when necessary. However, to complete the task at hand, Killing was unavoidable. After dispatching Brother Cohen, Song Mu's gaze fell upon the balcony sofa, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Yes, that's more like it. Welcome, one champagne sister upstairs. Just a minute after Song Mu landed, he had already acquired 2 bottles of champagne, causing a buzz in the live stream chat. Many viewers unconsciously clenched their jaws, nearly grinding their teeth to dust. What the hell? How is this fair? Within a minute of landing, he got the champagne sisters. How come I can't have such luck? That's a champagne worth 3 million in the trading market. My champagne sister, please come back. How can I live without you? Ahem. Streamer, if I call you father, can I also touch your champagne? Wait, why is there a composite bow on the streamer's back? Did he purchase an operator skill? This B-streamer can shoot arrows now? Of course. You must understand that the streamer is a player who earned over 8 million through 3 assessments. Buying an operator skill is a piece of cake. Could the streamer be planning to gift a bottle of champagne to this little novice? No way. Could such good fortune be real? I must get on board. I'm heading to buy an annual membership now. In less than a minute, the appearance of 2 bottles of champagne caused the viewers' CPUs to overheat, as they struggled to comprehend why they fell short compared to Song Mu. Was it looks? If that were the case, then there was indeed a disparity between them and Song Mu. Starting with 2 reds, luck was on his side. Song Mu nodded, casually tossing the second bottle of champagne to Xiao Nai Go, considering you are the first to dare to join my ride. This bottle of champagne is a gift for you. Xiao Nai Go, holding the champagne, was taken aback. Is this real, father? It proved that as long as the father was generous enough, the subsequent acceptance from the sons would come naturally and smoothly. It was the same for Jiang Zi in the past, and for Xiao Nai Go now. Song Mu sighed. Indeed, your willingness to join me signifies your trust in me. And this bottle of champagne is a token of my gratitude for your support. Oh, by the way, Yanzi, that bottle in your hand should go into your safety box as well. It's a gift for you. Thank you, father. Yanzi replied, quite at ease, having already passed the initial phase of being a son. All right, let us eat. Be attentive to the information. Song Mu began to gather resources centered around the champagne room, checking items such as the briefcase on the second floor, the outdoor dining table, and the 2 small rooms next door. Song Mu felt a twinge of regret for not having the room card for the town's restaurant. Given the current odds of 2 bottles of champagne, there might well be another bottle in the restaurant room, allowing him to gather the entire family of sisters, aunts, and mothers. The lack of a room card was troublesome, as it solely relied on chance. The GDI trading market had no replenishment mechanism. Obtaining cards like these was indeed challenging, but there was no rush. He would take his time. Despite missing out on Champagne Mama, Song Mu still felt a slight disappointment. However, food is the essence of the people. After finishing with the bird's nest, Song Mu consumed the trash bin on the first floor and checked the manhole cover of the delivery truck. The trash bin yielded no gold bars, but rather a 5 lang. The manhole cover did not produce a Rolex, but instead offered a bottle of refreshing lemon tea. Just as Song Mu was about to check the cement truck in town and see if the half-body statue refresh point had appeared, a series of gunshots suddenly erupted from the opposite side. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted violently, instantly reducing Song Mu's 3-headed 3 armor to 0 durability, while his health plummeted to a mere 9 points, teetering on the brink of disaster. Fortunately, Song Mu had the foresight to deploy smoke grenades swiftly and took cover just in time, as several bullets whizzed past him. That was a close call. Thankfully, his habit of grabbing smoke grenades while crossing streets saved him from a fatal encounter. It seemed his adversaries were rather skilled, having crept up from below and even understood how to exploit the minions' blind spots. As Song Mu's mind raced, his hands were not idle. He was rapidly administering first aid. Thanks to the passive skill of the female doctor, medical acceleration, his healing process was remarkably swift, allowing him to consume an additional health pack before the smoke dispersed. What strategy should he adopt next? The enemies had secured the high ground at the weapon crate's balcony, making it challenging to engage them effectively. With both Yan Zi and the small puppy in the fray, a head-on assault seemed perilous. Just as Song Mu hesitated, a sudden jet-like sound sliced through the air above him. In a fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of the small puppy soaring from the third-floor balcony, clutching an M14 rifle that was already firing in mid-air, indicating he had begun shooting even before leaping. Who dares to harm my guardian? Chapter 46. Come forth, my beloved. Lace black card. The roar of the M14 echoed above Champagne Town. The small puppy, with a fervent cry, skillfully wielded the M14 precision marksman rifle, executing a headshot on soldier 9527. The subsequent notification rang in Song Mu's ears, but before he could comprehend, another jet-like sound reached him. He barely glimpsed the small puppy's silhouette as he soared through the air. Incredible. Is this really the small puppy? Yanzi, rushing to provide support, exclaimed in astonishment, Guardian. This fellow is astonishingly formidable. He took down one in midair and another upon landing, all with headshots. Songmu discarded his damaged level 3 helmet and scratched his head. Don't look at me. I've never witnessed such a formidable individual. Before he could finish, another round of gunfire erupted. Accompanied by another kill notification, the small puppy had eliminated Shin Ming Mo by achieving a team wipe. The reports of the kills reverberated in his ears. How long had this skirmish lasted? A minute? 30 seconds? Songmu could not be certain, as the dazzling display of the small puppy's triple kill was something he had only seen in highlight reels. Regretfully, he lamented, having missed witnessing the action firsthand while he was prone on the ground. Deal with the Guardian first, then come grab the loot. The small puppy's voice came through the earpiece. Although Songmu was not particularly adept in combat, he excelled at looting. Wait, have I really accelerated my healing speed so significantly? As he ascended the stairs, he noticed the small puppy still busy with healing and quietly inquired, Guardian, besides smoke grenades and a drone smoke screen, do you possess a passive skill for medical acceleration? Well, my shooting skills are lacking, so I can only assist in other ways, Songmu replied candidly. The skills of the operators were easily recognizable. The smoke grenade he previously carried, the composite bow on his back, and the rapid healing were all telltale signs. Your jet maneuver was quite impressive, Yanzi remarked. It was nothing special. I just purchased this operator skill and have been using it frequently, so I'm relatively familiar with it. You could easily surpass me with a bit of practice. The small puppy humbly replied. Songmu glanced at the small puppy's waist and noted the presence of a Draken power unit. Nevertheless, the previous display of Do Not Harm My Guardian was undeniably striking, showcasing the small puppy's exceptional marksmanship, which had decisively turned the tide in their favor. Guardian, you should eat first. Here are 3 groups of blue rounds for the $400,000 Tunglong assault rifle. Oh, this fellow has stashed a 48-point durability GT1 tactical helmet in his bag. Hurry, Guardian, a brand new 110-point durability 2 Malawian Kwacha's tactical vest, completely unscathed. The small puppy's enthusiasm grew, and he called out with increasing familiarity, his voice reminiscent of the charming tones often found online. Unfazed, Songmu dove into the loot. Yanzi, on the other hand, abstained from eating, remaining closely at Songmu's side like a vigilant bodyguard, sensing the lingering threat. After consuming 3 operator boxes, Songmu transformed from a standard recruit to a formidable force armed with a $400,000 Tunglong assault rifle and a $300,000 M700 sniper rifle. The 21-slot coffin bag he acquired even contained a compact SR-3M rifle worth over $300,000. As for the warrior submachine gun he initially brought, Yanzi was now tasked with carrying it. Wow, it seems this streamer has done nothing but loot while closing his eyes. Has he really amassed over $1 million? Are you sure you could have done better? The Black Silk brother landed and collected 2 champagne bottles in under a minute. Can you match that? To be fair, this small puppy is genuinely impressive, right? That last play of taking down 3 opponents was something else. Stop pretending, Black Silk streamer. Just join us, third prince. Wait, let me calculate. The streamer possesses 3 operator skills, medical acceleration, smoke grenades, and drone smoke screen, plus a composite bow. So his ultimate must be the recon arrow? Goodness. This streamer has all 4 operator skills maxed out. Maxing out 4 operator skills? That's 12 million. Must be nice to be rich. The fact that Songmu was equipped with 4 fully developed operator skills was easily discernible upon closer inspection, given the limited number of skills available. However, the viewers in the live stream could not help but feel a wave of self-doubt wash over them. 4 operator skills equated to a staggering 12 million coins. The viewers were left questioning their own efforts, as comparisons only deepened their sense of inadequacy. Songmu paid no heed to the clamor in the chat, focusing instead on swiftly consuming all the resources within Champagne Town, from cement trucks to high towers, ammunition boxes, trash bins, and various delivery packages. Meanwhile, Yanzi and the small puppy remained vigilant, providing close protection without disturbing the containers. The little puppy felt content after acquiring a bottle of champagne, while Yanzi, being somewhat more familiar with Songmu, understood that when Songmu reached for something, it was indeed a genuine haul. Hence, Yanzi refrained from touching any containers, allowing Songmu to handle everything personally. 3 minutes later, they were ready to depart for the storage station. Songmu had already stuffed his pockets with small and large purple items and added, "We must remain vigilant regarding the Iron Dome operation and the checkpoints at Chaoxing Station. I estimate that it won't be until the final minutes that someone will attempt to test the waters." We'll head through the water curtain cave located in the lower right of the storage station. The two adopted sons chorused in agreement. Understood. The trio made their way directly to the storage station on the east side of the radar station, passing through the water curtain cave. This cave served as a makeshift resource point, not abundant in supplies, yet frequented by those opportunistic rats seeking to scavenge. Song Mu was no exception. The water curtain cave had always been a staple in his eating itinerary. As he rummaged through a yellow-lidded storage box, his attention was abruptly captured by two items within. The first item quickly revealed itself, a blue low-grade fuel. However, the second compartment continued to spin for over 3 rotations. A sense of anticipation surged within him. Song Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded emphatically. I knew the storage box from the water curtain cave had an exceptionally high turnover rate. Come forth, my beloved. The Lace Black Card. Chapter 47. A Surgical Incursion. Tactical Intimidation from Lao Lu. What card? Yanzi inquired, unable to catch the last part. What is this Lace Black Card? The little puppy asked, perplexed. The two exchanged glances, observing Song Mu as he seemed to chant incantations. And then they beheld a card adorned with golden patterns appear in his hand, radiating an air of opulence. Behold, the exclusive Lace Black Card for Chang Gongshigu. Song Mu casually displayed the card to his two adopted sons, adding, however, this card is restricted for official use only and cannot be taken out. It grants access to any key room within Chang Gongshigu. The two sons, appearing completely awestruck, exchanged looks as if they had never encountered anything like it before. Initially, Song Mu believed that there were no black cards within the Zero Dam and Chang Gongshigu, but it was evident now that he simply had not discovered them in Puba. However, he pondered that while the presence of a black card in a storage box was somewhat acceptable, finding one hidden within various garments would certainly not please him. In his previous life, he had often sought after black cards, particularly when he would feel the excitement rise as he watched the compartment spin round and round, only to have his hopes dashed when a card popped out from clothing instead. Who would want such a thing? How lamentable. He sighed inwardly. In retrospect, he had once dreaded encountering such cards, yet now he found himself wishing for more. In his past life, even when he managed to find a black card, it was often futile. While Chang Gongshigu was somewhat manageable, Zero Dam was truly out of reach. He had attempted to access the East Tower Manager's office only to be denied entry. He had endeavored to enter the technical room of the transformer station, yet again met with failure. Ultimately, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, he tried using a prison black card to access the cement plant dormitory, only to be ambushed by a wolf and meet a swift demise. Now, with no means to acquire room cards from the GDI trading market and unable to quickly gather all the necessary cards, each additional black card would allow him a little more sustenance or a grand feast. Adoptive father, with this black card, where shall we go? The drone platform at the radar station or the king's room in the hotel? Yanzi asked with a hint of excitement. Since becoming an operator, I have never set foot in those places, chimed in the little puppy. Song Mu cast a sympathetic glance at them, his expression grave. Very well. Let me take you both to witness the drone platform. It is my domain. You don't understand? Just consider it a boast. I have deployed at least 100 military drones from the radar station's drone platform. In my heyday, my ID was AA Drone Wholesale Song Go. Bro, you truly are a master of boasting. 100 military drones, huh? And you claim to have over 100 African hearts in your warehouse. I don't think that's likely. The way the streamer speaks doesn't sound like boasting, but it also doesn't add up. Wasn't he just made an operator at GDI? Enough of this nonsense, you fools. Why not just charge into the radar station and start fighting? Finish this round quickly. I need to hop in the car with Puppy Bro. Clearly, the majority of viewers in the live stream were skeptical of Song Mu's claims, most believing him to be exaggerating. Much like when he recounted the tale of finding a black box in the checkpoint warehouse. Meanwhile, the two adopted sons were equally bewildered. Hundreds of military drones? Now that sounds a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? Yet considering it was Song Mu speaking, the little puppy held a sliver of doubt, while Yanzi was completely convinced. Well aware of Song Mu's fortune, the true master of luck, the trio traversed through the water curtain cave and reached the storage station on the east side of the radar station, only to find that all resources had been thoroughly depleted, including a handbag hidden beneath a manhole cover and within a container. The elevator had already ascended. However, the radar station was eerily silent, devoid of gunfire. Song Mu tilted his head, observing the surroundings near the radar station's entrance, pondering aloud. Could it be that a lace has spawned in the radar station this round? Is there a boss, adoptive father? Yanzi inquired, his excitement palpable. I don't know. Song Mu shrugged, slightly perplexed. Whether or not there's a boss is one thing, but what are you so eager about? Do you wish to engage in melee with the lace? The little puppy regarded Yanzi with newfound respect, astonished by his boldness. I think I'll pass. Yanzi replied sheepishly, scratching his head, mumbling, I just wanted to see if you could take down the lace as well. After all, if you can defeat the prison guards, a mere lace should be child's play, right? What a blatant flattery. However, on the other hand, taking down a mere lace might not be so straightforward. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, the sound originating from the eastern side of the main building's entrance. Songmu listened intently, analyzing the situation before signaling the two adopted sons to follow closely. It's highly probable that a team of Lao Lu is lying in wait outside, obstructing those inside from accessing the main building's resources. We'll take the elevator directly. It should be safe. The trio swiftly ascended the elevator, effortlessly scaling the eastern wall of the radar station. At that moment, the gunfire near the eastern side of the main building grew increasingly intense. They crept quietly to a cluster of containers about 30 meters from the firefight, at which point Songmu signaled for his adopted sons to prepare. It's confirmed that two teams are engaged in combat. I distinctly heard two cries of anguish. Adoptive father, would you like to shoot a reconnaissance arrow? Yanzi inquired. No, this grand conference is indeed effective. Songmu shook his head. Oh. Yanzi did not inquire further. The young pup beside him wanted to ask, but held back. Despite his exceptional marksmanship, he had to admit that Songmu not only possessed a profound understanding of the maps, but also exhibited remarkable analytical abilities, accurately predicting the enemy operatives' positions. How could this be achieved? How could someone with mediocre shooting skills possess such formidable analytical prowess? The gunfire continued until, after 30 seconds, a sudden burst of intense gunfire erupted, and Songmu captured the agonized cries of two operatives. He promptly retrieved the composite bow from his back. Now is the time. Forward. Songmu commanded his two sons to charge ahead, simultaneously loosing a reconnaissance arrow at a 45-degree angle. Beep, beep, beep. The reconnaissance arrow sliced through the air, illuminating the body of an operative who had been shot and revived, another operative crawling on the ground, and a frantic operative rushing towards the main building. Do you understand what tactical intimidation means? This is the fear instilled by the seasoned veteran, the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Chapter 48. Heizi speaks. Tell me, how many military drones are on the ground? What is the most despairing situation when making kanji? It is not when you are ambushed while your teammates are far away, nor when you lose a 3-by-3 match without a safe box, but rather when you exhaust yourself, taking down one squad after another, only to find yourself unmedicated while attempting to assist your downed teammates, and then a piercing arrow flies through the air. Humph. The laughter of Songmu now resembled that of a villain, rivaling even that of the CS players at the bridge. What does the last straw that breaks the camel's back mean? This arrow is the reconnaissance arrow shot by Songmu. In the radar station's main building, two teams were engaged in a fierce battle. One was completely annihilated while the other was left with just one survivor, once illuminated by the reconnaissance arrow. This last operative panicked instantly. He didn't even have time to contemplate the source of the arrow nor dared to consider how close the approaching footsteps were. He instinctively wanted to flee. This was a primal response to crisis. Rat-a-tat-tat. The young pup disregarded everything, launching himself forward with a jetpack, and began firing his M14 assault rifle, swiftly eliminating the operative who didn't even look back. Team wiped. Damn it, dog brother, share a kill with me. Yanzi was visibly annoyed. Apologies, I forgot. I'll definitely do so next time. The young pup hastily apologized. It was clear that both had heard Songmu's command to charge into battle simultaneously, yet the young pup triumphed because he had one more jetpack skill than Yanzi. The two sons swiftly carried the 6 operative boxes into the radar station's main building for Songmu to savor. Father, you have some skill. The young pup remarked while cooking. That reconnaissance arrow you shot was perfectly timed. That guy clearly panicked. What are you joking about? My father is someone special. Yanzi boasted proudly. Songmu calmly waved his hand. Basic skills. Sit down and eat together. In the live stream's chat, 2/3 of the screen was flooded with CS comments. Songmu glanced at the barrage and nearly burst into laughter. Is this what you call CS? You haven't seen anything yet. Just wait. Your thrill is yet to come. The visual impact of 6 operative boxes stacked together was quite impressive, but it wasn't the limit. Songmu once witnessed as many as 16 unopened operative boxes in a single match of Sanjimi Bakusher. Later, he discovered that a hacker had eliminated all the operatives trying to claim the mission, but unexpectedly, the boss was killed, prompting the hacker to rage and wipe the map clean, only to be kicked out before he could eliminate Songmu, who was far away indulging in leisure. This incident was also recorded in the S4 season, Night's Child. Father, sit back for a moment and watch me show off some skills. The the young pup said, beginning to cook. Seeing the scene, Song Mu decided to relax. With someone cooking, why exert any effort? Yanzi beside him quietly learned to cook. His culinary skills quite commendable, reaching a professional chef level. Yet he realized the true meaning of there's always someone better after encountering the young pup. And he still needed practice. Ultimately, the 6 operative boxes yielded 2 submachine guns, 2 assault rifles, and 2 sniper rifles. The young pup swiftly assembled a 700-000K 437 assault rifle and a 600-000 AS Val assault rifle for Song Mu, with 2 rifles slung over his back and a 300-000 M700 sniper rifle tucked in his pack alongside a 350-000 SR 3M compact rifle. Song Mu had effectively consumed the bulk of the loot, akin to someone who only eats the tips of a watermelon. Upon assessing the bounty, Song Mu could not help but exclaim, "Good gracious, from the beginning until now, I've done nothing and yet received over 2 million? Huh, what are you saying, father?" The young pup's tone turned serious as he replied, "If it weren't for you gifting me a bottle of Miss Champagne, I wouldn't have exploded from the get-go, taking out 3 in one go. If it weren't for your excellent command, we couldn't have so precisely engaged the battle, eliminating the last of 2 teams. Hence, how could you say you did nothing? It was all due to your adept leadership." Song Mu gave a thumbs up, marveling. You wouldn't happen to be a local from a major province with a civil service exam, would you? Your eloquence is truly remarkable." The young pup exclaimed, "Father, your insight is impressive. You saw right through me." The dialogue between the two left Yanzi beside them astonished. He could keep up with the conversation, but could never learn. The viewers in the live stream were even more amazed. Look at them. This is what true eloquence is. After Song Mu feasted on the main share, Yanzi and the young pup casually assembled the remaining weapons and accessories, not caring much about it. Just small change. Only the Miss Champagne in the safety box was truly significant to them. After thoroughly cleaning out the loot, they decided to head upstairs to open the card. If they didn't encounter any brave souls for the Iron Dome operation afterward, they would take on the mission and retreat via the station. Estimating that the Diamond Queen Hotel had already been thoroughly looted by that time, Song Mu glanced at the map and, with familiarity, led his 2 adopted sons upstairs. The radar station was located on the 3rd floor. The drone platform housed a large safe and 2 aviation boxes, with items randomly refreshing on the ground, where the chance of military drones appearing was quite high. If luck favored them, it could be quite rewarding. However, considering this was an ordinary Chonggong, Song Mu nonchalantly tossed the lace black card onto the ground and used his own card to swipe into the radar station control room, stating, "Let me take the lead and see how my fortune fares on my first visit to the radar station." Are we delving into the metaphysical again? The 2 adopted sons were perplexed but eager to learn. Ding! The radar station control room door opened. Upon entering, Song Mu instinctively looked to the right on the floor and beckoned his 2 sons over. Come, help me count how many military drones have spawned on the ground. I seem to be developing presbyopia and can't keep track." The 2 sons entered the room one after the other, utterly bewildered. "Are there 2 military drones?" Yanzi questioned uncertainly. "I thought I saw 3, remarked the little pup, rubbing his eyes intently. Song Mu crossed his arms and stepped aside, decisively starting to barrage the chat. "Where are those who claimed I was boasting during the previous livestream? Come forth and tell me how many military drones are on the ground. Answer me. Look in my eyes. Speak, Hazy." Chapter 49, AA Drone Wholesale, Song Gu. Truly deserving of the title. The volume stemmed from confidence, which often derives from strength, and luck is also a facet of that strength. Song Mu's voice rang loud and clear, addressing the over 20,000 viewers in the live stream, gesturing emphatically. Yet, the entire chat remained silent. No one dared to retort. "It's definitely 3 military drones, right?" Song Mu paused his display of bravado to inspect the military drones on the ground, nodding repeatedly. "What did I say? I mentioned that the radar station control room is my lucky place, didn't I? But didn't you previously mention the drone platform?" Yanzi was perplexed. "No." The father figure was referring to the radar station control room. The little pup contradicted. Song Mu remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Yanzi, gently shook his head twice, and let out a sigh that implied understanding. How should I put it? In comparison, it was evident that the little pup was more adept at the art of language. As for Yanzi, he resembled a leader who hesitates to take action, neither foolish nor incompetent, simply lacking experience and temperament. Moments later, Yanzi grasped the situation, realizing that he had to defend his position from being usurped by an illegitimate child. At this point, the audience in the live stream, previously silenced, finally regained their senses. The sight of 3 military drones clustered together in the radar station control room was undeniably impactful, explaining Song Mu's astonishment. "You come?" You see, you're also astonished. 666. It's not even salty anymore. Bro, you're truly delivering. I genuinely want to devour you. A harmonious family of military drones. Soon to be delivered to the Special Operations Unit by this nefarious black silk streamer. How infuriating. 666. This bee streamer has indeed stumbled upon the military drone production line. Wait, bros. Shouldn't military drones be on the drone platform? How did they fall from above? Is this even an ordinary Chang'e? I'm exhausted. Just destroy it already. Who would imagine that this bee streamer wasn't exaggerating? He truly a drone wholesale Songgo. Oh man, new viewers. Can't handle it already? You small fries, just wait until my black silk streamer treats you to a 4 seasons of peace, then you'll explode. It must be said that there are indeed disparities among individuals. However, the sight of Songmu effortlessly acquiring a family of 3 military drones was enough to leave the viewers in utter disbelief, almost causing them to faint. Why is this happening? Over 20,000 online viewers had these 3 words echoing in their minds. I've said it before. Changgongshi-gu is my lucky place. Do you finally believe it now? This welcome gift is quite generous. I assent it. With a deft movement, Songmu swiftly stowed the 3 military drones into his bag and turned to his 2 sons. 3 drones. Shall we each take one? Father, you know me well. I am devoted to Miss Champagne, and there's no room for anyone else, the little pup replied, a hint of bashfulness evident. In truth, it's because the safe cannot accommodate more, Yanzi bluntly revealed. Although both sons were quite formidable, the safe only had 2 slots. Just enough for a bottle of Miss Champagne. They genuinely desired the military drones, but hesitated to take them, fearing it might offend Song Mu's goodwill. All right, then I shall keep them for myself. Let us see what surprises await at the drone platform. Song Mu was unperturbed. His safe was ruthless enough. Even if a military drone version of the 4 seasons of peace appeared, it would be entirely acceptable. After swiping the lace black card to unlock the radar station drone platform, half a minute later, the 3 men found themselves pondering over a large safe. The safe was not empty, containing a decent assortment of items, yet all were pointed objects. Oh, did we overextend our luck in the control room? Songmu stared at the 3 complete bullhorns in the safe, scratching his head but maintaining composure. Oh well, it doesn't matter. After all, it's a complimentary lace black card. In truth, upon seeing the ground littered with dual-wield shotguns on the drone platform, Songmu had sensed something was amiss. The 3 complete bullhorns were quickly stowed into the bags of his 2 sons. Songmu had no appetite for such items as they were a choking hazard, and he had previously studied that even in desperation, one should avoid consuming bullhorns, as they only lead to more trouble. Let us go regroup. The 2 large aviation boxes yielded nothing of value, filled only with minor treasures, and Songmu initially thought he had struck gold. However, he soon realized he had underestimated the insatiable hunger of the agents in this world. Even locusts would cry out for their forebear. Medical supplies, ammunition boxes, computer cases, delivery boxes, storage cabinets. Throughout his journey, Songmu had encountered no unopened containers. Moreover, all the opened containers had been thoroughly cleared, leaving nothing behind. Even mice would leave the radar station in tears. Father, someone has taken on the Iron Dome operation. Just as Songmu pondered where to search next, the little pup interrupted his thoughts. Quickly glancing at the map, it was confirmed. The mission, Iron Dome, had indeed been accepted. Songmu turned to his 2 sons, quietly inquiring, "How are your helmets and weapons? Are you feeling any pressure in a 2v3 situation? Ready to plunge into the depths for you, father." The little pup replied with a serious expression. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Yanzi appeared equally spirited. From the beginning until now, they had only managed to eliminate 4 agents, all of whom had fallen to the little pup's prowess, leaving Yanzi feeling his position was precarious and in dire need of a display of merit. Excellent, very spirited. Let us set off. Songmu was quite satisfied as he led his 2 adopted sons directly to the missile launch platform of the Iron Dome operation. The Iron Dome operation is a unique mission within the Changgongshi-gu map, with the missile launch platform situated on the eastern side of the Superstar Station, an area densely populated with operatives. This in-house mission is also referred to as the Operative Summoner, sharing the same table with the Breacher operation in the Zero Dam and the Nightingale operation. The 3 of them exited the radar station and headed straight for the missile launch platform, where the sound of gunfire was exceedingly intense. However, it did not seem like operatives were engaged in combat. Rather, it sounded more like the chaotic rampage of the Kuan brothers. Wait, let me shoot an arrow first. Songmu drew his compound bow, knocked an arrow, and shot a reconnaissance arrow at a 45-degree angle. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, a cluster of highlighted figures appeared within the trio's line of sight. Adoptive father, am I seeing things? Did the reconnaissance arrow mark 3 operatives? 2 are crawling on the ground, and 1 is lying flat? Chapter 50. A new generation godfather? Who could it be? Me? A chance encounter with the operative Shu Shu at the Superstar Station. Indeed, bro, you are not mistaken. A group of half-Kuan brothers surrounded the area below the platform, while 2 operatives were crawling and 1 was lying down, presumably in dire straits. The little puppy remarked, inexplicably feeling a bit of sympathy for that team of operatives. Why provoke the half-Kuan brothers? You lost your chance. What should we do, adoptive father? Yanzi, observing the cluster of half-Kuan brothers, felt a shiver run down his spine and said, first of all, those 3 are as good as dead, but if we go, we'll definitely be paying our respects. Songmu sighed, I'll go then. There's no other option. Yanzi was self-aware enough to realize that between him and the little puppy, they wouldn't stand a chance against the mob of half-Kuan brothers. In a matter of moments, the gunfire at the missile launch platform ceased. This indicated that the 3 operatives above had returned to the Special Operations Department. Otherwise, the half-Kuan brothers below would still be firing. To ensure his 2 adopted sons remained safe, Songmu directed the little puppy and Yanzi to take cover behind a container at the Superstar Station, allowing them to maintain a slight line of sight without being dragged away by the half-Kuan brothers. They rushed straight towards the missile launch platform, passing by busy half-Kuan brothers, some wielding M870 shotguns, others with M16A4 assault rifles, and even a couple seemingly holding SG-552 assault rifles. You all are working hard, Songmu said as he passed by the half-Kuan brothers, giving a thumbs up. When I move to the space base, I'll speak well of you to your boss. Don't worry, you're all doing great. The half-Kuan brothers remained silent, merely chanting their lines in a disjointed manner, throwing punches and kicks, firing wildly, singing, and dancing with smoke grenades, yet they dared not direct their attention towards Songmu, fearful that their month's bonus might be jeopardized. From a distance, the little puppy and Yanzi crouched stealthily in the container, using a sniper scope to observe the situation near Songmu, increasingly alarmed. Yanzi wanted to light a cigarette, saying, adoptive father is truly impressive. How does he manage it? I can't wrap my head around it. The little puppy pondered and whispered, perhaps it's because he comes from the masses and returns to the masses. Never mind, you wouldn't understand if I explained. Yanzi, cautious, asked, brother, what exactly do you do? The little puppy hesitated, then lowered his voice again. Actually, I'm a professional shop inspector, mainly responsible for overseeing certain nightlife venues and strictly combating issues like price discrepancies. Yanzi understood instantly and extended his hand to shake the little puppy's hand. Brother, a kindred spirit. The 2 bonded over their shared understanding. Meanwhile, Songmu was feeling a bit of a headache from rummaging through the boxes of the 3 operatives. As none of the contents appealed to him, only a backpack filled with various tools like hammers, periodicals, and screwdrivers. Only 2 packs of fried noodles were barely edible. As for the equipment on the 3 operatives, for a moment, Songmu thought he had encountered fellow knife wielders, 3 Vityaz submachine guns, and they hadn't even upgraded the barrels, using only blank rounds. I'll see how these 3 met their demise. As he spoke, Songmu instructed the little puppy and Yanzi, we have 15 minutes left. If you're bored, go pull the lever at the Superstar Station. Received. The 2 adopted sons replied in unison and set off. Soon, the 3 dog tags were inspected. The half-soldiers, using an M870 shotgun, 12 gauge, eliminated a future destination, level 60 silver, in the routine operation at Chang'an-Shigu. The half-soldiers, armed with an M16A4 assault rifle, 556x45 FMJ, took down Ning Mo1 Qingqiu, level 60 silver. The half-soldiers with an SG-552 assault rifle, 556x45 FMJ, also eliminated Hunyan, level 60 silver. All 3 operatives fell victim to the gunfire of the half-Kuan brothers, their demise not without reason, as there were at least 7 or 8 half-Kuan brothers surrounding them. Who would dare to venture here? Life is tough for these brothers. Songmu stuffed the 3 dog tags into his backpack, turned, and headed straight for the Superstar Station. Deep in thought, should I consider a substantial poverty alleviation initiative upon my return? Perhaps offering a 10-year membership for a single ride? The lever at the Superstar Station was now open. Just as Songmu arrived at the train car, the train doors also opened, coincidentally allowing him to showcase his large loaf of bread and suitcase, everything aligning perfectly. With lightning speed, he unlocked the large safe and devoured 2 suitcases. Ding. Total rewards, Shiny Pirate Gold X1, Intelligence Files X1, and Wu Lang X1. It seems that fortune was siphoned away by the military drone trio of the Champagne Sisters at the very start. Otherwise, at the very least, I should have obtained a Rolex sister, right? Time to go play cards. Song-mu said, leading his two bewildered adopted sons to the end of the train car. Play cards? What cards? It wasn't until Song-mu pulled out 3 playing cards from his bag that the two adopted sons finally understood. With 4 minutes until departure, it was a perfect time to kill the wait by playing cards. Song-mu glanced at the 3 cards on the ground. Contemplative. It seems I should acquire a deck of playing cards for my next visit to Changgongshigu, so I can engage in a game of landlord during dull moments. Adoptive father is amazing. The little puppy was almost ready to bow down to Song-mu in admiration. A true genius. Who else would stuff playing cards into their bag? Not only are they worthless, but they also take up space. Only someone as large-hearted as Song-mu could afford to casually toss some junk into his bag. What scale should we play at? Yanzi, excited by the sight of the playing cards, scratched his head. But the problem is we only have 3 cards. AQ10. What can we do with 3 cards? Just compare sizes? Take turns blowing up flowers? Song-mu nearly shoved the cards into Yanzi's mouth, sternly declaring, "You better not say such nonsense. I won't allow you to engage in these activities. Entertainment is one thing, but if you're playing for money, then I won't take you along anymore." As Song-mu was fervently promoting positive energy, a half of an operative's head suddenly peeked in from outside the carriage. His speed was astonishing. After a swift glance and noticing 3 burly men squatting inside, he immediately retreated. What just passed by? Yanzi was perplexed. Was it a little mouse? The little milk dog, however, was more knowledgeable and added, "I often encounter such little mice when I fight against Bakshi. They don't attack you upon meeting. Instead, they bow and plead for mercy, hoping for a safe retreat." Not quite. Song-mu pondered. I can comprehend the inability to communicate with hostile operatives due to the absence of complete vocal exchanges. However, are there not any signals among your mice? What if they suddenly pop out and startle others? What signals? The little milk dog looked bewildered. This. Song-mu suddenly realized something and mused. Wait, are there mice in this world too? It seems they have yet to invent any signals. Right. The operatives in this world generally harbor a strong desire to kill, so any signals could easily be misconstrued as declarations of war. Hold on. Could it be that I am destined to become the new generation's godfather? Chapter 51. Heaven did not give birth to me. Tang Ren 2. Tang Dao is eternal as the long night. Is there a godfather in this world? It seems I have no recollection whatsoever. Song-mu meticulously recalled. Since his arrival in this world, he had watched numerous videos and live streams, yet had never encountered any knife-throwing streamers or Tang people streamers. Upon opening the live streaming platform, it was filled with aggressive attack enthusiasts, and a glance at video sites revealed a plethora of provocative attack maidens. However, considering the speed at which Song-mu had gathered 3 adopted sons in just 3 days, it appeared inevitable that he would become the godfather of the new era. Who among the adopted sons could match his pace? Yet, when it came to the economics of knife throwing, there was truly no way to impart such wisdom. After all, in this world, only Song-mu could confidently stroll into the war-torn zones armed with nothing but a knife. Other operatives, like Xiong-kun, would make every unarmed operative pay a painful price. Sigh. Heaven did not give birth to me. Tang Ren 2. Tang Dao is eternal as the long night. Yanzi, go fetch that mouse from outside. I wish to assess his worth. Upon hearing Song-mu's words, Yanzi immediately took up his weapon and went to escort the mouse into the vehicle. The little milk dog edged closer to Song-mu and whispered, "Adoptive father, be cautious. Stand behind me. If this mouse suddenly turns hostile, I can shield you from any attack." Understood, Song-mu nodded. It was evident that the little milk dog had encountered the treachery of scavenging mice before, or he wouldn't be so vigilant. Soon, with Yanzi's adept communication, the mouse that had just shown its head was escorted into the vehicle. The mouse was armed with an Uzi submachine gun, featuring a blue grip, a muzzle, and a large magazine, along with a 28-slot purple dismemberment pack and a 14-slot purple assault tactical vest. Adoptive father, he seems dazed, Yanzi sighed, scratching his head. Why can't I communicate with him? We're so close, yet only my teammates can hear me. Would he understand my gestures? Probably not. It was said that to prevent malicious teaming, communication was restricted, so let me handle this. The little milk dog eagerly volunteered. He first pointed his M14 sniper rifle at the tactical vest on the mouse, then at the backpack, followed by firing 2 shots into the ground. Sure enough, the mouse immediately understood, swiftly discarding its helmet, armor, gun, vest, and backpack, transforming instantly into a glowing silhouette, and promptly dropped to the ground. Song-mu was taken aback, thinking, this fellow is quite astute, showing experience. Adoptive father, you should quickly inspect his bag while the little milk dog and I keep him subdued, Yanzi stated. Positioning himself alongside the little milk dog, their weapons aimed at the mouse's head. It was clear that should he dare to rise, he would meet a swift demise. I won't inspect it. I never consume the possessions of mice. Nevertheless, Songmu nodded at Yinzi and spoke. Yinzi, remove the bullets from his gun and toss them on the ground. Do you understand my intent? Completely understood. Yinzi nodded and began to extract the bullets. Removing the bullets from the Mouse's gun was a precautionary measure. Refusing to touch the Mouse's supplies was a matter of principle. In fact, the moment Songmu had spotted this mouse operative, an involuntary flashback had occurred, reminiscent of his own early days when he first entered the fray. He had been entirely unfamiliar with the maps, wandering aimlessly, ultimately losing himself and diving back into the Special Operations Unit. What distinguished his past self from this mouse operative? Not much. They both played the role of pawns, reading the expressions of others. Of course, with the mechanisms of searching, attacking, and retreating in place. Encountering those who refused to allow passage or sought conflict without signals was not unreasonable. They were merely engaging in normal gameplay. Yet, if one encountered operatives who accepted signals only to betray them, that was equally vexing, merely frustrating oneself. Whether it was the operative who betrayed the mouse after accepting the signal, or the foul mouse that backstabbed a well-meaning operative, they were all of the same ilk, sitting at the same table as the troublesome trio. Well, I want to teach him about signals. Given the current fervor in the live stream, if signals were taught, they would likely become a trend quickly, leading to an influx of operatives. Contemplating this, Songmu casually tossed a small gold coin from the safety box, the pirate coin he had just acquired, and pointed at it. The mouse operative, lying on the ground, visibly brightened at the sight. Yet, he remained motionless. How could he move? With two guns aimed at his forehead, he dared not stir. Hey, are you one to respond only to force? Seeing the mouse operative hesitate, Songmu grew impatient, drawing his gun and firing 2 shots at the pirate coin before gesturing again towards both the mouse operative and the coin on the ground. The mouse operative's mind was in disarray. What the hell? How did I encounter such a benevolent person? Too frightened to move or eat. Why is he still insisting I take a bite? Songmu fired 2 more shots and repeated his earlier motion. The mouse operative had no choice but to comply, cautiously sliding the shiny pirate coin into his pocket. Yes, into his pocket, not daring to tuck it away in his trousers. Oh no, I'm done for. This can't possibly be a death sentence, can it? As the mouse operative prayed internally, Songmu switched to a secondary weapon and, using a fire control sight, observed the mouse operative's ID, Fangzhongyike. Immediately, Songmu detached the fire control sight and tossed it to the ground, then fired 2 shots at the UZI submachine gun lying on the ground. Having learned from previous experiences, the mouse operative quickly grasped Songmu's intent. Hurriedly picking up the fire control sight and affixing it to the UZI, then aimed the gun at Songmu, noticing his flamboyant ID, Du Haisai Leisha. Indeed, this was the correct approach. Fortunately, he was lucky to have encountered such an adorable mouse operative. Songmu nodded in satisfaction, reattaching the fire control sight to his secondary weapon, and signaled for the mouse to don his helmet, armor, gun, vest, and backpack once more. At this moment, the Shushu operative finally comprehended the meaning behind Songmu's words. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears and saliva mingled as trembling hands grasped the gleaming pirate coin, examining it closely. Little Jean, a single piece valued at around 570,000. The Shushu operative had never encountered such a treasure before. Quickly straightening his attire and presenting a profound bow to express his gratitude to Songmu. Songmu remained silent, not smiling, merely staring blankly at the Shushu operative before him. Ding! The countdown for the train's departure concluded, the carriage doors sealed shut, and the train swiftly departed from Chaoxing Station. The evacuation was successful. Routine operation, Chonggong Valley Evacuation Point. Train evacuation point duration, 002631 current rewards, 3, 557. 841 total defeats, 1 highlight defeats, 0 a successful evacuation of 3. 5 million led back to the Special Operations Department. Despite setting a new record for rewards thus far, Songmu found himself momentarily at a loss, sitting on the sofa in the Special Operations Department, lost in thought. After a while, alright, feeling rejuvenated and fully recharged, Songmu had not done much, merely reflecting on his memories as a Tang Ren Shu, and now, returning to normalcy. He promptly altered the title of his livestream. Delta Tang Dao Flow Godfather, the first AA military drone wholesaler. Just as he finished updating the title, a large banner flashed across the live stream. User, indulge for a moment, activated annual membership X1. Chapter 52, Save Soldier 31211, Tang's Gourmet Imported Wine. This ID seems familiar. A moment of reflection led Songmu to recall, exclaiming, oh, That operative shoo-shoo from the carriage. What a swift return of gratitude. Indulge for a moment. Thank you, streamer, for allowing me to experience the joy of holding a little gold I have never touched before. Can I join you for a game? My skills are decent. Songmu sighed. Sorry, my friend, but you'll have to wait in line. This was not an evasion on Songmu's part, nor an excuse for a future opportunity, but rather the undeniable data presented before him. Prior to this water friend activating their annual membership, already 4 or 5 others had done so. As the saying goes, it is not the lack of resources that troubles us, but the inequality of distribution. If this newcomer to the live stream could join simply because they activated an annual membership, what about those loyal friends who had been there first? Contemplating this, Songmu decided to establish a small rule in the live stream, stating, Ahem, I have an announcement to make. From now on, whenever I start streaming, unless there is something urgent, I will only take 3 water friends for a game each day, and no cutting in line is allowed. What? Did you just say you want to cut in like Yinzi with a 10-year membership? On the other hand, this stirred up quite a commotion. Songmu, intentionally leaving his statement unfinished, chuckled. Just teasing you all. Haha, the rules remain unchanged. There is no such thing as cutting in line here. A black silk sister posting photos to cut in? Even if you wear your great-grandmother's woolen pants, you still need to wait your turn properly. Alright, please hold on for a moment. I need to address a personal matter. Initially, this was fine, but those 2 sentences sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy. What black silk sister? Send me first. Do you know who I am? I am the first enforcer beside the adoptive father, your Yin Shun. Let me review it first. Message me privately. Fake sister upstairs, don't believe it. Send me your photo, and while you're at it, a Vivo 50, a 10-year-old scalper. Guarantee you can successfully cut in. You guys are truly impossible, all scoundrels. Only I remain steadfast and unwavering. Still waiting for the day the streamer appears in black silk. What about that shoo-shoo brother from earlier? Loyal, responsible, grateful, a true comrade. A comrade? That might be a bit painful. This B streamer actually has principles. Wait, how did he change the title of the live stream? I can understand the last 2 names, but what is this Godfather thing at the front? Is he finally unable to resist gathering adopted sons and daughters from all over? At this moment, the live stream chat was particularly lively, with discussions ranging from black silk to boarding the train, and others pondering the meaning of Songmu's title. Meanwhile, Songmu temporarily suspended the live stream, interrupting the broadcast and sound. Has the operative level already reached LV8? I didn't notice earlier. Several departmental tasks and safety box tasks have also been completed. Claim rewards. Without much thought, Songmu directly clicked to claim. As the previously acquired task simplification card had only simplified the combat department tasks, there was no grand display of completed departmental tasks. However, the results were satisfactory. With the experience rewards from several completed tasks, Songmu's operative level surged to LV9. Notably, the rewards for departmental tasks in this world consisted solely of experience and items such as firearms, armor, and ammunition, without any half-a-coin rewards. For instance, completing a task might yield Department Reputation X1, Experience X1700, CAR-15 Assault Rifle X1, and so forth. The upgrade speed was acceptable, if he could manage a few more tonight. He aimed to take a stroll through the confidential area before bed. Songmu nodded in satisfaction, then pulled up the upgrade interface for the Special Operations Department. Warehouse, Armor Station, and Command Center were all ready for upgrades. Let us do this. One click to complete the required materials for the upgrades. A clanging sound of coins echoed as over 2 million was deducted from Songmu's cash, leaving him with only 31,211 Hafu coins, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. What the hell? Why are these materials so exorbitantly priced? Songmu was left perplexed, dazed. Upgrading 3 departments nearly derailed my rescue of the soldier. Oh right. There were a few rather expensive purple collectibles. After careful calculation, everything added up. For instance, the wide-angle lens required for the upgrade, being a 2-slot purple item, was indeed quite rare, priced at over 50,000 in-game. While on the trading market, the price nearly skyrocketed tenfold. Other miscellaneous purple, blue, and small blue items also exhibited varying degrees of price inflation compared to in-game prices, but were still somewhat acceptable. Songmu was more than willing to spend on upgrading the departments. Moreover, did he really need to worry about a bit of money? After all, he still had military drones in the warehouse waiting for auction, which would sell out in an instant, easily bringing in over 5 million. No need to panic. Turning back, Songmu glanced at his inventory. When he claimed the task rewards just now, he noticed. But now he realized that his previous 25-slot inventory was a thing of the past. There was no time to mourn the loss of the 25-slot inventory. as now he was equipped with a 30-slot inventory. This meant that when Song Mu entered the fray, he had a 30-slot golden GT5 field backpack tucked away. And he could even enter without a backpack. Aside from headgear and gun accessories, he could simply dive in and bring everything back to the Special Operations Department. How exhilarating. This sense of security? Yes, absolutely abundant. Song Mu felt thoroughly refreshed. This 30-slot safety box provided him with a profound sense of security from within, even igniting an intense desire for indulgence. Yanzi, please wait for a moment. Let us play a few more rounds. First, I sent a private message to Yanzi. Song Mu cautiously opened the door and peeked outside, discovering that the two sisters were still engrossed in their drama, seemingly enjoying themselves. However, the number of beer cans on the table appeared to be rather excessive. I can't believe these two have already polished off a whole case of 12 cans in such a short time. Only half an hour had passed. Just as Song Mu pondered this, he suddenly caught the gaze of Tang Ren, who hurriedly approached and pulled him into the living room, pressing him onto the sofa. "Come on, Mu, cheers," Tang Ren exclaimed, taking a sip herself before offering the can to Song Mu. Song Mu hesitated. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate, Wanjia? But then again, just a sip, since we have a live stream later." He took a gulp of beer, only to find the taste peculiar. "Strange. Did you two buy counterfeit beer? I recall it being somewhat bitter, but this tastes quite sweet. Is it imported?" Chapter 53. What Tang Ren? What marksmanship? Have I ever killed anyone? Wow, observed Song Zijin, who lounged on the sofa. "Do you want me to make some space for you two? Or should I just leave?" She continued, "By the way, Mu, the beer you're drinking is the one had. It's indeed imported." "Oh dear." Tang Ren playfully feigned distress, covering her face and stamping her foot. "Stop joking, Jin. But if you really want to leave, I happen to have a reliable moving company's contact." Song Mu shivered, wanting to shout "Death Trap, look out," but somehow restrained himself. It was indeed peculiar. Typically, when he encountered such deliberately exaggerated videos of death traps, he would transform into a Subway elder meme, nearly smashing his phone in frustration. Yet seeing Tang Ren pull off such an act was oddly endearing. He sighed inwardly, pondering if this world truly favored appearances. The term love for the house extends to the crow resonated deeply. As Song Mu savored the imported beer, Song Zijin set her can down and stood up, stretching her wrists and neck. "Well, Tang Ren, you've gained some skills, daring to encroach upon my territory?" Tang Ren sulked, pouting and crouching down with her head cradled in her arms, exuding an air of pitiable innocence and showcasing her acting prowess. "Go on, continue your stream," Song Zijin remarked, glancing at Song Mu. "All right, sister," Song Mu responded, feeling a wave of relief as he dashed away. That was a close call. He nearly got entangled in a palace intrigue. After returning to restart his live stream, Song Mu decided to momentarily set aside concerns about Tang Ren's well-being. What could he do? He dared not snatch her away from Song Zijin. He simply couldn't compete. As the saying goes, food is heaven. And since nothing serious would happen to Tang Ren for the time being, and Song Zijin wouldn't actually resort to extreme measures, it was better to commence a game. "Let us get started. By the way, where's the little pup? Where's he?" As Song Mu spoke into the team microphone, he realized the little pup had already left the team, evidently aware that Song Mu intended to continue playing with viewers. Moments later, a private message from the little pup appeared. "I'm in the live stream, adoptive father. What is up?" Song Mu smiled and nodded. "I'll create a group later and add you. How about becoming my regular escort when you're free?" "Sure. Since you asked, I can't refuse. Just call me whenever, even if I'm busy." Song Mu was taken aback, quickly responding, "Oh no, that's entirely unnecessary. Just focus on your responsibilities. I wouldn't want your girlfriend to think you're cheating." "All right, adoptive father, I'll follow your lead." Having wrapped up the conversation with the little pup, Song Mu wiped his brow. It's often said that one would rather dismantle 10 temples than disrupt a marriage. What if the little pup, upon hearing the call, rushed in while his girlfriend was in a fit of rage? Now let us see who the next viewer is. Sean Si-jun, please join the team. Song Mu added this viewer as a friend and promptly invited him into the game. "Hello, can you hear me, Sean classmate? Speak up." Moments later, Sean Si-jun responded, his voice timid. "Yes, I'm here, Black Silk brother. Are we continuing with the normal bow, or do you need me to gear up?" Song Mu wondered. Why does this guy sound so unsure? Just grab a forehead, forearm setup. Even a basic loadout works. As for weapons, just use what you're good at. He hesitated and asked again, "By the way, Sean classmate, how is your shooting skill? Can you consistently take down 3 opponents?" After a brief silence, Sean replied, "Only if I trigger my passive ability." Song Mu and Yanzi exchanged glances, both clearly puzzled, their expressions filled with questions. "Trigger your passive? What do you mean?" Do you possess a passive ability like a mantis, isolated and helpless? Something felt off, deeply off, based on the little pup's earlier confidence. The players who were eager to join should be formidable. Ah, he understood. Perhaps this player's performance was inconsistent, fluctuating between brilliance and mediocrity. While Song Mu grasped the situation, the viewers in the live stream remained bewildered, filled with questions. Wow, this new player seems interesting. He needs to trigger a passive ability to achieve 3 kills? What if he can't? Honestly, let us not waste time. Sean, classmate, let us skilled gunners take the lead and provide a visual feast. I agree with the previous comment. If you're shooting ISNT stable, it's best to step aside. We don't want to waste time if you can't find any opponents. So, now all the pressure is on Yanzi. Poor Yanzi. But he won't say anything. Alright, can you all stop whining? My Black Silk streamer hasn't even spoken yet, and you're all jumping to conclusions. How dare you? I'm perfectly capable. Why shouldn't I be allowed to join? Amidst the commotion in the live stream, Song Mu remained unfazed. Such behavior was commonplace. Those with sharp shooting skills often looked down on those who were less proficient, and the hierarchy of disdain persisted. Alright, let us prepare to start. He declared, addressing Yanzi. Regardless of how you performed in the last match, you must step up this time. Don't worry, adoptive father. I'm as steady as a rock, Yanzi replied confidently. As for Song Mu, he harbored no expectations for his performance. He opted to don the same gear from the previous match, for helmets and 4 body armors, accompanied by the warrior submachine gun, which was fortuitously retrieved by Yanzi. However, this time, Song Mu tucked 3 sets of blue ammunition into his pants and loaded his weapon with 30 rounds. What if, right? Regardless of whether he was a Tang Ren or not, or the skill level of his marksmanship, the real question was whether he had ever taken a life. 3, 2, 1. Commence. The helicopter once again pierced through the clouds, descending into Changgongshigu. However, this time, encircled by several helicopters, a plane plummeted sharply. Was there a crash in this round? Something significant was about to unfold. Song Mu was intrigued and quickly glanced at their team's starting point, his excitement mounting. Splendid. The crash site was at position 1, just above the ranch. Before he could finish his thought, the helicopter began to circle, and the rapid descent rope dropped. 3 individuals swiftly descended to the ground. Upon landing, Song Mu immediately sprinted towards the crash site, exclaiming, I possess 2 smoke skills, and since we are at position 1, we can be audacious. By the way, this classmate Sean, if I'm not mistaken, the weapon you're carrying is the legendary Wild Bull, isn't it? Chapter 54. The Wild Bull worth over 300,000? A heretic. He is indeed a heretic. Is it truly the Wild Bull? Song Mu's exuberant voice resonated through the live stream, igniting fervor among the 50,000 online viewers who reveled in the moment. Prior to boarding the helicopter, Song Mu had overlooked the gear on Shan's back. At that moment, a glance nearly sent him crashing into a tree. Not that it mattered, though. While this was an ordinary bow, did he not recall the performance of the previous match's puppy brother? The weapon he wielded was a fully modified M14, the Wild Bull. That was quite a fortune. Yanzi, deliberately lagging half a step, admired the Wild Bull that Shan Si-jun bore, immediately discerning the issue. My friend, you are indeed a heretic, aren't you? If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Wild Bull submachine gun fully modified? Worth over 300,000, right? Indeed. Over 300,000, Shan Si-jun replied. Their exchange sent Song Mu's emotions on a roller coaster. The bad news was that his ally was wielding a Wild Bull submachine gun. The good news was that this very weapon was valued at a staggering 300,000. What a pity, he mused. If all else fails, there would always be another round. Fortunately, Song Mu could maintain his composure. Knowing that his own gear was not particularly valuable, a few small red and gold items from the crash site could easily recoup his losses. Father, which points should we be cautious of at the crash site? Yanzi inquired. Both the upper and lower ranches could spawn enemies. And there's also the checkpoint at the southern bridge. Typically, the transformer station remains unvisited, but we must remain vigilant for surprise attacks. Song Mu replied hastily, adding, otherwise. Why do you think the crash site is also referred to as the sniper's den? In my view, it is the most challenging position in all of Changgongshigu. A moment's neglect could lead to utter devastation. Yanzi assured him, don't worry, father. I've brought my sniper. Song Mu instinctively wanted to commend him for his thorough consideration. Shan Si-jun, I'm afraid I can't shoot from a distance. My apologies. I never expected you to, dear. Song Mu retorted. While the Wild Bull submachine gun was indeed a remarkable find, it could still be effective in close combat. However, at greater distances, it would merely be a nuisance. Rest assured, classmate Sean, Yanzi declared confidently, just stay close and protect father. As for sniping and other tasks, I shall shoulder it all. Bold and impressive. Song Mu barely had time to applaud, as he was already on the move. Given that the crash site was easily targeted by snipers, Song Mu did not approach the rear of the plane. Instead, he quickly scanned the area, realizing that the dilapidated tank held no loot before hastening towards the aircraft's fuselage. When you spawn at position 1 at the crash site, do not rush to ascend the stairs, understand? Are you aware that there is a restroom on the first floor? There is a chance to find a room card on the sink. As he spoke, Song Mu sprinted forward, glancing at the sink card point only to find it empty, prompting him to pivot without a moment's hesitation. He turned, leaped onto the ladder, and surveyed his surroundings. Shan Si-jun, still unaware, was left astounded as Song Mu deftly collected a small gold, an internal defibrillator. He then swiftly climbed 2 more rungs of the ladder, peeking around. Regrettably, there was no black box near the third-floor bird's nest. A flurry of actions swiftly fulfilled 2 wishes. This round seemed to be off to a poor start. Song Mu mused as he accessed the plane's computer. His deft hands unlocked it before the viewers in the live stream could even comprehend what was happening. 1 golden blueprint. A treasure. I thought something was amiss in the previous match. Turns out it was waiting for me here. With a series of spins and agile movements, Shan Si-jun, trailing behind Song Mu, was nearly dizzy from the pace, but managed to keep up with Song Mu's looting speed, his mind solely filled with admiration. This round seemed truly dismal, didn't it? Song Mu was beginning to doubt. The front of the plane yielded no supplies, leaving him perplexed. Previously, there was always at least a small gold waiting. What was different this time? When things go awry, there must be a reason. Perhaps the coveted loot was hidden at the hotel. Contemplating this, Song Mu reached into the lab code at the front of the plane, watching as the item within spun for more than 3 circles, stirring a strong premonition within him. Wealth is coming. Wealth is coming. Fortune from all directions. I curse you. You cursed Lacey. Ding. Lacey black card X1. Father, another card? Yin Zi, who was currently setting up a vantage point, recognized the significance of Song Mu's exclamation about Lacey. Isn't that quite delightful? We can head to the hotel's royal suite. That made sense. The substantial loot must be awaiting them. Song Mu wholeheartedly agreed. Incoming. Yin Zi suddenly announced. Bang. A powerful gunshot echoed through the air. The M700 sniper rifle wielded by the Box war merchant struck true, knocking down Yu Bin Xianyu. The notification rang in Song Mu's ears, and he couldn't help but commend. Impressive shot, Yin Zi. Exceptional weapon. Yin Zi replied, quiet. Immediately, Song Mu fell silent. To be a leader requires one to embody the demeanor of such. Yet, Song Mu was aware that Yin Zi's focus was sharply attuned, needing to listen for nearby footsteps and discern the enemy's location, making it inconvenient for him to be distracted. Bang! Yin Zi's words were as swift as his trigger. The Box war merchant once again wielded the M700, taking down Mei Zhou Tian Kuai. Goodness! Are my persimmons about to flourish? Song Mu marveled inwardly. Classmate Sean, follow me. Yin Zi's inherent boldness was immediately apparent as he added. You and I will advance together to provide cover fire. I'll mark the targets. You take the upper path, while I'll take the lower. We'll swiftly eliminate them and still have time for a second team. Not recklessness, but rather the calmness of a sharpshooter. Understood. Shan Si-jun swiftly climbed atop the wing of the plane, synchronizing his strides with Yin Zi as they pressed forward. Yet, an uneasy feeling loomed in the air. Song Mu harbored an unsettling premonition, yet at that moment, his ultimate reconnaissance arrow had not fully charged, leaving him unable to offer substantial assistance to his 2 teammates. Nevertheless, having played as the leader for several rounds, it was high time for him to unleash his potential. Just as Song Mu emerged, resolved to apply pressure, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted, tat 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 tat. He could distinctly hear the jarring sound of bullets striking Shan Si-jun, a thrilling and vivid auditory experience. Shan Si-jun succumbed to sleep in an instant, even losing his first life due to the relentless barrage. The route he traversed along the wing was treacherous. Devoid of cover, survival was improbable unless the opposing players were of the same caliber as Song Mu. Apologies, Shan Si-jun immediately expressed regret. My bad. Song Mu instinctively accepted the blame. Tat 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 tat. Accompanying another volley of gunfire came the notification. Baeksh, the war merchant, has executed a headshot with the Scar assault rifle, eliminating Qing Lung Xianming and wiping the squad. Wow, did that guy really explode? Song Mu marveled. Easy, no apprentices. Yin Zi's tone was cocky, embodying the audacity that follows a solo squad wipe. Guardian father, hurry. These 3 fine brothers are delivering us some loot. Let's feast. Chapter 55. The Great Potluck of Merit Forest. Song Mu accidentally enters the Dragon Gate array. Let me rescue Sean. Yin Zi, cover me. Though Song Mu voiced his intentions, He first surveyed the surroundings, confirming temporary safety before crawling out to seal off the small smoke and then the long smoke, ultimately carrying Shan Si-jun back to the cockpit position. Hold on, it won't hurt, he reassured as he began administering first aid. The first thing Shan Si-jun uttered upon revival was an apology. I'm so sorry. I'm not familiar with the Longbo Valley map. I've slowed you down. Song-mu, puzzled, replied, it's not like we were entirely wiped out. Where's the slowing down? Yanzi took the initiative to shoulder the blame. It's my fault. I shouldn't have given erratic commands. Taking that position was indeed my oversight. My bad. Song-mu chimed in. I'm truly sorry, Shan Si-jun reiterated. Yanzi was bewildered, pondering why such a scenario unfolded. In previous matches, why had no one acted this way? Why were they all frantically passing the blame post-squad wipe? Enough of this. Yanzi raised his voice, taking on the mantle of responsibility. This round was undoubtedly a result of my strategic miscalculations. I failed to consider all aspects. The blame is mine. No one else can take it. All right, it's yours, Song-mu conceded. Huh. A sudden twist left most of the live chat in stitches. You crafty black silk fiend. Are you plotting against our Lord Shitsi? Fine. I want to let you have a taste. Setting the streamer aside for now, let us admit that Shan's contribution was practically zero, right? Oh, come on, enough already. He apologized, and besides, zero contribution is better than negative effects, right? You clearly haven't witnessed our streamer's mesmerizing gunplay. Newcomer checking in, where can I claim my black silk? You guys are truly unyielding. What's the deal with this black silk obsession? Does taking a whiff grant ascension? Please remember me when you claim the streamer's original flavor. Thanks. That last round truly deserves gratitude to our Yen god. I always knew Yen was capable. He just lacks the jet skill compared to a puppy. Otherwise, he would have wiped the floor clean. Song-mu did not immediately loot the 3 boxes. Instead, he meticulously scoured the aircraft wreckage, glancing at the chat. Regarding Shan Si-jun's lackluster performance earlier, it was hardly noteworthy. He had barely taken a few steps before going down. However, to label it a problem would be misleading. It was merely a matter of unfamiliarity with the position and an unclear rhythm to follow Yanzi's advance. This position was indeed quite tricky. I won't come here again. Next time, I'll go solo, Song-mu contemplated. Feeling that landing in the first position to loot the wreckage was a considerable risk. It could lead to being trapped or, worse, a squad wipe. It would be far more exhilarating to run in solo with a knife, loot swiftly, and retreat with nothing to lose. My apologies, Guardian Father, I misjudged. Among the 3 boxes lay 2 M700 sniper rifles and 1 AKM assault rifle, indicating that these 3 were likely a coordinated team. But the total value of the 2 snipers was under 300,000. Yanzi lamented, feels like we hit a wall. Song-mu, unfazed, casually handed 1 sniper to Shan Si-jun while keeping another for himself, opting for the slightly more valuable AKM. With 5 minutes remaining, if no one approached, it was unlikely anyone would. Let us head to the Diamond Queen Hotel. As they moved, Song-mu quickly opened the map for a rapid review, predicting potential positions. As for his favorite loot at the checkpoint warehouse, he planned to return to it later. The immediate priority was to breach the Diamond Queen Hotel and access the King's room. The trio advanced resolutely, their objectives clear. One could only commend Song-mu's acute sense of timing and precise predictions of other teams' movements. In his past life, 5 minutes would have sufficed for a regular Bao user to scour the entire hotel and venture down the Silk Road, leaving behind only a few remnants. In this world, however, the analysis was straightforward. When 2 teams converged at the hotel, they would inevitably hesitate to engage, neither daring to fire the first shot. Just as the 3 entered through the west entrance of the hotel, gunfire erupted inside, as if choreographed. Excellent, an auspicious beginning. Song-mu lowered his voice, whispering, let us proceed cautiously from here, keeping our steps silent. We'll employ the same strategy as in the radar station. We won't engage the first or second teams. Only the last. Understood, both affirmed in unison. Powerful assault teams would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity to storm in, eliminating both opposing squads in a flurry of chaos. The reason Song-mu did not opt for such a decision was twofold. He was not an aggressive player, and they were not an assault team. What kind of assault team would wield a Warrior submachine gun and a 300,000 value PP-19 Bison? That was not the approach of an assault team, but rather a ploy to pamper the enemy operators. The 3 crept stealthily, inching closer to the main building's west entrance. Intense exchanges of gunfire erupted from the second floor, and Song-mu calculated the positions, whispering, one team is in the large insurance room, the other at the King's room entrance. No sooner had he spoken than 2 agonizing cries echoed, signaling that both sides had sustained casualties. indicating that the firefight on the second floor was nearing its climax, ready to determine the victor. Shall I fire a reconnaissance arrow, Guardian Father? Yanzi inquired softly. Wait a moment, let me rebound it. Songmu drew out his compound bow and knocked a reconnaissance arrow, stepping into the doorway and aiming at the corner of the wall. Releasing his grip, the arrow shot forth with an impressive ricochet, soaring toward the second floor. The red light of the reconnaissance arrow zipped through the air, reflecting off surfaces and illuminating numerous operatives marked in bright highlights. Indeed, there were many, including but not limited to 4 operatives climbing on the second floor, 2 administering medical supplies, and 3 on the first floor, adopting various stances of crouching, prone, and standing. By the Dragon Gate, Songmu's mind instantly recalled the camaraderie of peeling garlic, but as he realized the urgency to retreat, it was already too late. Withdraw. There are professionals. Chapter 56. The foster father is dead. I no longer care for right or wrong. The sound of gunfire erupted. Despite Songmu's quick reflexes, the 3 adept operatives opposite him were quicker. As he leaped towards the exit, they managed to eliminate him effortlessly. Thus, Songmu showcased his agility, like a corpse flying through the air. By the heavens, my father. Yanzi immediately entered a second phase, instinctively assuming the role of a brawler, grasping the Scar-H battle rifle and launching himself fearlessly. By the heavens, Wanla. Songmu's vision darkened, realizing this would end poorly. The gunfire continued unabated. Even though Yanzi was exceptionally valiant, he was ultimately outnumbered, and with a decisive blow, he fell without having the chance to recover, losing his first life in the process. My goodness. After Yanzi's demise, he regained his composure, his voice tinged with regret. I was too hasty, foster father. I'm sorry, I acted foolishly. I shouldn't have jumped in. Songmu crawled into a small corner before speaking. It's all right, I understand. After all, it was a desperate attempt to save a father. This was akin to the sentiment of a boss who had perished, where right and wrong no longer mattered. The only flaw being that Yanzi failed to eliminate the opposing team single-handedly. I'll save you, Brother Haisai. Meanwhile, Shan Sijuan had taken his position and began administering first aid to Songmu. Stop, Shan. It's too difficult to save him now. With 2 of us down, the opposition will surely press the advantage. Why don't you counterattack instead? Shan Sijuan remained silent, continuing his task. By the heavens. Songmu sighed. Fortunately, he had developed a commendable habit of organizing his belongings, a necessity from his previous life due to the limited space of his safety box. Now, it was simpler. Everything could be stowed away in his large pants. Aside from the main rifle containing a magazine of bullets, all other ammunition had been tucked away securely within his trousers, along with surgical kits and painkillers, none of which remained outside. Opening Songmu's backpack revealed nothing but 3 firearms and an empty chest rig. The enemy operatives would find nothing of value. They're coming. We can't save him. Yanzi called out urgently. Just 3 seconds remained before Songmu would be rescued, and Shan Sijuan initially hesitated to abandon him, but the heavy footsteps of 3 enemy operatives were already approaching. These 3 opponents were undoubtedly a coordinated team, showcasing remarkable synergy. As Shan Sijuan turned to face the entrance, the 3 enemy operatives leapt through the door in perfect unison, creating an intensely dramatic scene. At that moment, Songmu's mind began to play the familiar tune of peeling garlic, envisioning a spectacular clash. 3 coordinated operatives, all leaping in unison. This was surely a battle they could not win. Garlic Bird, let us move on to the next round. I need to take this seriously. Songmu was already contemplating the next match. Suddenly, the high-value 300,000 yuan Wild Bull submachine gun roared to life. Songmu watched in astonishment as the first enemy operative flew through the air, followed by the second, and the third only fell after delivering 2 shots. Shan Sijuan has downed the dreamer of becoming a Kashum master. Shan Sijuan has downed the one wishing to switch careers to Asura. Shan Sijuan has eliminated the one who wanted to burn his teammates. A series of notifications rang in his ears, seeing the trio of enemy operatives at the entrance. Songmu was left bewildered, questioning how they had been so effortlessly dispatched. How on earth did this happen? Is the 300,000 yuan Wild Bull imbued with some spirit? Is this a garlic-peeling spectacle, or rather a funeral scene? Not at all. Did you genuinely trigger a passive ability? Did you bring a lone wolf to the fight? I have the teammate's perspective. I saw it all, foster father. Due to being downed and automatically switching to a teammate's view, Yanzi had witnessed everything unfold. All 3 operatives had fallen victim to an exquisitely precise crab leg shooting technique. Songmu suddenly understood. Yanzi continued, moreover. Shan was lying on the ground. His position was quite deceptive. When the enemies jumped out, their first instinct was to target your position before considering Shan's. No wonder, Songmu remarked, That's why the last guy managed to hit me twice before going down. To be honest, such skill was beyond his capability. Yanzi, intrigued by the analysis, continued, Shan's shooting style was the epitome of crab-leg shooting, with every bullet aimed squarely at the lower routes. A true master. Songmu suppressed a laugh, unable to find humor in the situation. By the heavens, it doesn't matter if he is a master. The issue is that I can't replicate this crab-leg technique. Shan Sijuan, having swiftly dispatched 3 enemies, hurried to rescue Songmu, anxious that he would suffer further harm. Just as Songmu was about to be revived, with only 3 seconds remaining, another heavy footfall approached the doorway, followed by a powerful jet skill, and an enemy operative soared out from within. This time, it was a genuine flight. Shan Sijuan instinctively turned and fired, witnessing the flying operative transform into a box before returning to his task with unwavering focus. Shan Sijuan has eliminated the one who shall be remembered by the evening breeze. Songmu, Yanzi, viewers in the live stream. Is this real? Did that flying enemy operative just get taken down by the wild bull in one hit? No chance for a counterattack? If it weren't for the absence of physical exploits in this world, Songmu might have believed that Shan Sijuan had unlocked some secret ability. The live stream erupted with astonishment, as every viewer was left wide-eyed. By the heavens, who is this Shan Sijuan? Was that last kill a bit too poetic? He just slayed a dragon with ease, casually eliminating the opposition. Seriously, did he not aim when he turned and fired? Did he come with a built-in lock-on feature? No seat. Regardless of the target, just admit you didn't T-lock on. I once believed that the esteemed Shitsi Dianxia's extraordinary prowess was unparalleled, only to discover that there exists an even more formidable lieutenant. I bestow upon him the illustrious title of Xie Tui Tang Ren. Is it not merely the Xie Tui spear technique? Anyone with hands can perform it, and I can too. The laughter from the comrades above was infectious. The sharpshooter of the target range, I presume? However, the practicality of the Xie Tui style is far more challenging, demanding precision and marksmanship. The true essence of the Xie Tui style lies in its versatility, capable of crouching, dashing, or launching a fierce assault. Even if the great Lu Tao were to arrive, he would have to take a couple of hits before departing. It is difficult to fathom that the raucous noise in the live streaming room stemmed from a calamity of the Xie Tui. Songmu was finally rescued. And due to the power of the Tang people, despite multiple fractures and blood oozing from his abdomen, he felt no pain and was lively and spirited. Yanzi sighed with relief. Shan Sijuan, I am glad you are unharmed. Songmu patted Shan Sijuan on the shoulder, nodding solemnly. You performed remarkably. Your performance was truly impressive. Keep up the great work, Xie Tui Jun. Shan Sijuan, slightly embarrassed, lowered his head. All right, hey Si Go. Chapter 57, The First Lesson of Running with a Knife. The Silk Road of Chonggong Valley. Help me, help me, help me. If this were a game in my previous life, I reckon Yanzi would have nearly worn out the left mouse button by now. Look at you, so anxious. Songmu sighed as he approached Yanzi to offer assistance. See how calm and composed Shan Shueshing is. You should learn from him. It would benefit you. Yanzi retorted. I've been this way since childhood. It's always been a fight. If we can win, we fight. If we can't, we still fight. Maintaining a constant state of readiness. Songmu expressed surprise. I didn't clearly see your faces that day. I only remember you two as rune warriors. So, are you the taller one? Report your parameters. Yanzi pondered before replying. Height, 9 meters, weight, 180 kilograms. Songmu responded. Then there's nothing to worry about. You are indeed a true rune warrior. You two take your time looting. I will head up to unlock the card. After rescuing Yanzi, Songmu dashed upstairs, first checking that the hotel's royal suite had not been occupied, then sighed in relief before inspecting various supply points like the large safe and the small computer. Regrettably, everything was spotless. One might think there were no supplies at all. While Yanzi and Shan Sijuan were busy enjoying their fried vegetables, Songmu used the lacy black card to unlock the royal suite's grand door, heading straight for the first restroom. All right, a welcome gift awaits me here, right? A large Asala ceramic piece lay on the sink, and despite his disbelief, he picked it up to inspect it, discovering no hidden supplies. He then entered the first large safe room, where a sun disk rested on the sofa, and 2 African wooden carvings stood on the desk, with a beautifully crafted bullet pendant placed between them, resembling some mysterious ritual. Is this truly correct? This does not feel right. Songmu scratched his head, contemplating where the issue lay, yet instinctively stuffed the African wooden carvings into his backpack, attempting a touch of mysticism. Unlocking the large safe at lightning speed, he received Asala Specialty Wine Glass X1, Shiny Pirate Coin X1. This is exceedingly unusual. Logically, it should not be so, after the last round, where the drone trio absorbed all the good fortune. How could this luck carry over into this round? Were we set up by the Champagne Sisterhood? I refused to believe it. He stepped into the second large safe. Once again, unlocking it at lightning speed, he found 3 items inside, lifting his spirits considerably. The items contained 3 slots, 2 slots, and 1 slot. The 3-slot item was a given, the 2-slot item was a gamble, and the 1-slot item would depend on sheer luck. He received Jewelry Crown X1, Golden Laurel X1, Pirate Curved Sword X1. After clearing all the large safes, he searched the containers in the room again and headed toward the final restroom, attempting to mystically alter the current loot rate. No half-body statues, please. If you come, I want to pick you up. I'll be furious. As the door creaked open, a tube of toothpaste lay quietly on the sink. Upon seeing this, Song-Mu was almost laughing in anger. After rummaging through the deepest backpack, he only found a pure gold lighter. Thus, he entered the royal suite joyfully, but left cursing, kicking the door twice on his way out. What happened, Ifu? No good loot. Noticing Song-Mu's discontent, Yanzi quickly interjected. We should not judge a hero by a single victory or defeat, Ifu. Wait until after midnight, and I will drive to pick you up for a little outing. What do you think? Song-Mu paused. Isn't it normal to go out around 1 o'clock? Midnight is the peak hour. Yanzi was taken aback as well. Shan Si-jun, bewildered, looked at the two of them. What are you mumbling about? It's already evening. Does it matter if it's 12 or 1? Go away, you little brat. Don't pry into adult matters. Yanzi waved his hands, solemnly stating, what business do children have in adult matters? Maihei Fu and I are discussing serious topics regarding the economic development of our Wolf City and the GDP contributions of certain industries. Shan Si-jun was utterly confused. If a little puppy were present, he would have instantly understood and perhaps even proposed forming a team to discuss it. Not tonight. Perhaps another opportunity will arise. Song-Mu politely declined. There was no other option. The 2 inebriated fellows were bouncing around the living room. How could he not keep an eye on them? However, it must be said that drinking is indeed a good way to relieve stress, yet the next day, after sobering up, one must still confront reality. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, even a brief escape from reality, even if only over a meal, is sufficient. Come on, Ifu. Let us eat, Yanzi declared, shedding his backpack and chest rig, which contained 2 guns and a plethora of accessories. While he hesitated to include items like the small blue and small green, Song-Mu was never one to be polite when it came to meals. He dove right in. The current haul immediately soared to over 1.5 million. Come on, you two, don't hold back. Each of you take a small golden item to whet your appetite. As he tossed down a golden blueprint, he gestured for Yanzi to partake. You one tea choke on this, will you? Yanzi hurriedly took the golden blueprint and stuffed it into his pants. I one tea choke, Ifu. I have a taste for this. Thank you, Ifu. Here, Shan Shueshing. You have this. Song-Mu tossed him a pure gold lighter. Thank you. Thank you. Hey Si Ifu. Shan Si-jun stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Though this round lacked the ferocity of the previous one with its high-value red loot, Song-Mu had certainly gathered an impressive collection of small gold items, such as the Asala specialty wine glass and the pure gold lighter, which could easily fetch tenfold in the trading market. Fine. I'll give you the wine glass as well. After a moment's thought, he decided to pass the Asala specialty wine glass to Shan Si-jun, as he was not particularly concerned about a small trinket here or there, especially since Shan Si-jun had accomplished a great feat. Had it not been for Shan Si-jun triggering his passive to form an army, Song-Mu and Yanzi might still be debating the GDP issue. Thank you. Hey Si Fu. This time, Shan Si-jun's call was rather harmonious. With a grand gesture, Song-Mu declared, after we finish with the hotel, let us visit the inspection station, and then I will guide you both on a journey along the Silk Road. Shan Si-jun inquired, what? Yanzi added, wait. Do I need to study history while traversing the Longbow Valley? Song-Mu replied, it seems you no longer wish to keep that disguise of yours. However, for the aggressive players, traversing the Silk Road does pose quite a challenge. Whether you choose to learn or not is beside the point. Song-Mu spoke with grave seriousness, asserting, as the patriarch of the San Jiaozhou Tong Dao Liu, it is imperative that I equip my brethren in the live stream with essential skills. Should the day come when aggression leads to ruin, you will thank me. Our motto is to earn from the dams, to soar in aerospace, to acquire the finest steeds, and to bring home treasures. Chapter 58. The Tale of the Inspection Station's Warehouse. Echoes of the Minefield Bird's Nest Stronghold. As anticipated, the entire Diamond Queen Hotel was impeccably clean, from the main building to the spade room, from the bar to the southern medical stack. Every nook was spotless, as if a diligent cleaning lady had been employed for 1,000 days. These folks truly excelled. On the way to the inspection station, Song-Mu continued to grumble. They even slaughtered the shoes in the pool. Why not haul back a couple of pounds of crocodile meat to the Special Operations Unit? What shoes? Shanxi Juan asked. Puzzled. The shoes refer to the crocodile, a little nickname. It also goes by a series of other monikers, such as the Rottenwood Stump, one of the Babel Tower's manifestations, and the King of the Black Dam. Songmu provided a brief explanation, then curiously inquired, by the way, have you two ever fought a crocodile? Shanxi Juan pondered for a moment and replied, I was fortunate enough to have a close encounter. Yinzi, evidently inexperienced in wrestling with crocodiles, was intrigued. And then what? How formidable was that creature? How does it compare to the prison tournament? How many strikes would it take to slay it? Shanxi Juan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sighed. Well, I didn't have the chance to retaliate. It pounced on me and lulled me to sleep right away. Impressive, Yinzi exclaimed. Songmu remarked, what a splendid tale, truly filled with life. Yet, he was genuinely curious. He wished to see just how adept the crocodiles in the war-torn regions were, and to test whether the strength of the Tang Ren would affect this creature of legend. As fate would have it, they were about to embark on the Silk Road, and he intended to seek out a crocodile for a trial. Theoretically, it should have an effect. While mulling over this, Songmu led his two sons into the inspection station's warehouse, simultaneously accepting an in-game task to eliminate high-value targets. 10,000 was not a trifling sum, yet it was still money. Naturally, this task was one only Songmu could undertake, while Yinzi and Shanxi Juan had to find a secluded corner to hide. In a swift encounter, Songmu dispatched the shielded guard at the inspection station with ease and skillfully looted his belongings. What had these Asa Law guards been up to lately? Their bags seemed rather empty. Could it be that a previous encounter had led to a collective wage deduction? Did they not understand the concept of an apology? If you offered me a card, I would forgive you. Songmu ascended to the second floor of the inspection station, cursing as he dispatched another inept husband. Delighting in the spoils of the second floor's luggage. The loot included 1 blood pressure monitor, 2 power adapters, and 1 intelligence file. Taking a deep breath, Songmu stood at the entrance of his beloved inspection station warehouse. Retrieving the key card he had found in Puba, not a single red flag has appeared throughout the whole game. Surely something must come forth now. Here comes the fortune. With a resounding shout, he activated the door, and upon entry, his gaze immediately fell to the ground. With a sigh, he recognized that the neatly positioned green helmet between 2 high-grade storage boxes likely signaled a loss. After finishing with the lab coat, he opened the 2 high-grade storage boxes, yielding a poker card 9, a poker card 10, a poker card J, a poker card Q, and a poker card K. Songmu was taken aback. He casually marked it for his sons outside, exclaiming, look what I've found. We can enjoy a round of cards at the withdrawal point later. Yinzi marveled, Ifu. You are indeed incredible. You've almost drawn a full deck. Shanxi Juan was even more astonished. What? Did you actually draw straight? At that moment, Songmu was at a loss for words, having grown numb to the situation. He merely wished to conclude this round promptly. Yet, it must be said that drawing a straight of 9, 10, J, Q, K from several containers was indeed a display of skill, perhaps even more impressive than a mere haul. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches. Initially, when Songmu swiped his card to open the inspection station warehouse, the audience held their breath, fearing he might unearth something dreadful, like a black box or a vacuum cleaner. Now, it seemed he had emerged empty-handed. Safety first. Laughter erupted, and Songmu ominously threatened the chat. I remember all your IDs. By the way, is there a moderator in the chat room? Just wait. Once this round is over, I will step outside and deal with you all. I will get to the bottom of this. Unbeknownst to him, his initial warning went unnoticed, as viewers continued with their conversations. However, upon his second proclamation, the chat exploded with reactions. Scanning through the messages, nearly all were requests for investigations. Investigate me. Host. Check me. I'll sponsor the carnival. Check me first. I have a membership. I'm first in line. It was utterly shocking. Songmu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, realizing he had inadvertently dug a pit for himself, only to find that he had tumbled right into it. Those crafty ones, how detestable. He thought. Let us move swiftly, quickly. He urged his 2 sons to hasten their pace, speaking rapidly. I'm not joking. The chat is full of troublemakers. It's quite ominous. Yinzi pondered thoughtfully, while Shanxi Juan fell into deep contemplation. Upon departing the inspection station, they stepped onto the Southern Silk Road. Songmu began imparting knowledge about traversing the Silk Road to the viewers in the livestream, detailing locations of bird nests along the way. The so-called Southern Silk Road has its optimal starting point at the northern pastures. If no teams spawn in the south, it is best to indulge freely. The specific route includes departing from the pasture inspection station to the Blue Harbor Dock and the Bird Nest Village, with the option to stop at the Queen Hotel for leftovers. In contrast, The Northern Silk Road can be navigated via the small train station or the Bird Nest Village's water curtain cave, storage station, radar station, power station, and church. The route is straightforward, and the amount you can collect depends entirely on your personal prowess. As they traveled, Song Mu taught and looted bird nests along the way, detailing every spot, including but not limited to the 2 bird nests on the southern wall of the Queen Hotel, 1 bird nest at the Broken Fountain on the south side, and 3 along the route until they reached Blue Harbor Dock. The rewards were rather mediocre. Upon reaching Blue Harbor Dock, Song Mu had only managed to acquire 2 pirate curved sabers, 1 Wulong, and 1 intelligence file, along with 1 monitor. He could not fathom how a monitor had ended up in a bird nest. Was it even plausible? Song Mu sighed, contemplating that this round was likely a complete loss. On the other side, Yinzi arrived just in time to add insult to injury. Foster father, the supplies at the dock have been completely exhausted. How about we withdraw swiftly and start another round? Let us go. Song Mu had no objections. They traversed through Longang Dock, heading straight for the regular evacuation point at Niaowa Village. Out of sheer habit, Song Mu found himself unknowingly stepping into the minefield at the Niaowa location, harboring a sliver of hope that perhaps he might stumble upon a treasure while other operatives dared not venture into the perilous area. With a sudden chirp, a resounding bird call brightened Song Mu's spirits, prompting him to stride forward eagerly. Yes, indeed. This is promising. I can hear the echoes of fortune. Chapter 59. What is the 1x4? It must be the 725 double-barreled shotgun. Foster father, don't. Before Song Mu could fully enter the minefield, Yinzi's desperate cries echoed behind him. Shan Si-jun, trailing closely, dashed forward, anxious that Song Mu might recklessly step into the mines and meet a grim fate. Foster father, is it worth risking your life for a mere bird's nest? Shan Si-jun began to persuade. You don't understand a thing. Song Mu could guess what his 2 foster sons were thinking and boldly stepped into the minefield, heading straight for the raucous bird's nest while declaring, in this trivial minefield, I could walk with my eyes closed. Yinzi nearly blurted out a retort. He wanted to say that Song Mu was merely boasting, but fortunately, his brain intervened at the last moment, allowing him to swallow the latter half of his sentence. His eyes began to widen in disbelief. Oh no, he really dares to tread into the minefield? Shan Si-jun was equally stunned. The 2 exchanged glances, bewildered, oblivious to the surrounding dangers of the minefield. Song Mu was entirely focused on the bird's nest as the sounds of fortune resonated in his ears. Retrieve from the bird's nest. Show me what you've got. Upon discovering the 1x4 unknown item within the nest, Song Mu felt a wave of satisfaction. Now this is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of drop one expects from a war-torn zone. Oh dear, what could the 1x4 possibly be? It's truly a mystery. Ding. A heavy red item notification chimed, like celestial music. Song Mu's nimble fingers were astoundingly quick. Before the audience in the live stream could discern what it was, he had already pinched a USB drive between 2 fingers, inspecting it before them. Have the brothers in the live stream ever seen this item? Hey, this is rare. The quantum storage ranks 9th on the red item value list, worth around 270,000, skyrocketing to 10 times that in the auction house. While speaking, Song Mu held the quantum storage up to the sun for a thorough examination, appearing to scrutinize it while actually indulging in a display of opulence, successfully inciting the ire of the viewers in the live stream. But soon after, ding, another heavy red item notification sounded. This time, some viewers recognized the item as resembling a gun, but it wasn't until Song Mu extracted it from the nest that its form was fully revealed. Oh, a 4-slot red collectible, a smoothbore gun? Song Mu intentionally lifted the smoothbore gun with both hands for inspection, exclaiming with feigned disappointment, what a shame. I thought it was the 725 double-barreled shotgun. Is there anyone in the live stream who can enlighten me on how to operate this smoothbore gun? Whether he was being ostentatious or not is debatable, but after retrieving a quantum storage and a smoothbore gun, Song Mu had effectively unleashed a collective silence among the viewers. It was akin to Galen unleashing a powerful move. Among the over 50,000 online spectators, 99 experienced a mental blackout, exhibiting symptoms of clenched teeth, wide eyes, and rapid breathing. What is the foster father mumbling about? What goodies has he found? Yinzi stood outside the minefield, perplexed. Is he communicating with the livestream chat? Shan Si-jun pondered aloud. We're about to evacuate, and the foster father has just found red collectibles. Shouldn't he revel in this moment? That makes sense. Yinzi nodded in agreement. Although the 2 foster sons were also curious and anxious, unlike the viewers in the live stream, they were present on site, able to call out to their foster father to personally inspect the smoothbore gun or quantum storage, and thus felt no urgency. While the 2 foster sons remained calm, others were far from it. Black Silk Streamer, I can't believe this. It's utterly outrageous. My friend said he broke down upon seeing this and is now being rushed to the hospital. You must take responsibility. No offense. But where exactly did your friend break down? What is going on? My eyes seem to have suddenly gone blind. What on earth did that streamer pull out from the bird's nest? I can't see a thing. It's infuriating. Is that a smoothbore gun? The legendary 1x4 red collectible? Goodness, it seems there are hardly any of these globally. If that is the case, doesn't it feel like our black silk streamer is already entering the global collectible rankings? Let us get a quick update on the frontline situation. Frontline report. Currently, the black silk streamer ranks 198th on the Longwa collectible list and 999th globally. However, these rankings reset daily at midnight. It's likely that after tonight, this streamer's rank will surge significantly. Across the barrage of comments in the live stream, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say there was a collective outcry, largely due to Song Mu's ostentatious display, appearing to flaunt his triumph. It was akin to a good friend flaunting their new Land Rover. Not only driving it in front of you, but also showing off their epic girlfriend in the passenger seat, effectively stabbing you twice. What a delightful feeling. Song Mu couldn't help but revel in his good fortune. After enduring an entire round of restraint, he had finally received a double red drop, one of which was even a 4-slot smoothbore gun. It was hard not to be elated. Naturally, the sensation of having this once unattainable smoothbore gun now comfortably nestled in his possession was indescribably joyous. It's worth noting that this smoothbore gun, being a 4-slot red item, had previously been the reason for Song Mu being relentlessly pursued by bloodhounds. It was a certainty that if caught, it would be lost, only to be retrieved again in the next round. Although Song Mu was fortunate to acquire loot, the loss of significant red items like the smoothbore gun, aerospace fuel, or blades was undeniably disheartening. Reflecting upon his transition into this world, Song Mu realized that gaming had become less sweet than in his previous life. Perhaps only half as sweet, as actions like walking or jumping were merely physical movements. This was the advantage of a VR experience. However, in terms of marksmanship, he felt he truly lacked any innate talent. As Song Mu exited the minefield, he was met with applause from his 2 foster sons, who looked at him with admiration and astonishment, clearly impressed. Incredible, foster father. You truly are remarkable. Yinzi applauded in amazement, exclaiming, to my knowledge, neither in the minefield of Zero Dam nor in the Longbow Valley's danger zone do many operatives dare to traverse so casually as you do. Impressive. Shan Sijuan echoed enthusiastically. Absolutely extraordinary, foster father. I wish to learn from you how to navigate such dense minefields with your level of composure. Is there a secret to it? How do you perfectly step between the mines? What are these 2 foster sons babbling about? Navigating a minefield? Isn't it simply a matter of having legs? Song Mu was somewhat perplexed, yet upon crouching down to scrutinize the distribution of mines, a cold sweat instantly trickled down his back. Oh my goodness. This is a Minefield 30 Pro Max exclusive Supreme Edition, isn't it? Wait, how on earth did I walk in and out just now? Chapter 60. Shocking the entire internet, the streamer engages in a fierce encounter with a Nile crocodile. After pondering for a long while in front of the minefield, Song Mu simply could not recall how he had entered. Where's my brain? Quick, someone save me, rewind the footage. This minefield seems rather different from the usual ones, doesn't it? Why are there so many mines? Beneath one warning sign, 5 or 6 mines are hidden, arranged in a beehive pattern. Does this mean that in this world, walking directly in front of a warning sign is utterly pointless? A meticulously planned route is essential. The more Song Mu observed, the more he felt dread, and the more perplexed he became, muttering to himself for quite a while without arriving at an answer. How did I manage to enter just now? The 2 foster sons exchanged glances, scratching their heads in confusion. They hadn't quite caught what Song Mu had been mumbling about, but dared not inquire further. Ahem. Let us regroup. Song Mu gestured to mark the evacuation point and took the lead. Shan Sijuan hurriedly followed, clearly eager to learn. Foster father, I want to learn this. Can you teach me? The way you navigated the minefield was truly magnificent, like a realm devoid of obstacles, a free-roaming dragon. Song Mu replied, next time. I shall definitely teach you. Yinzi lightly tapped Shan Sijuan on the head and whispered, can't you see that foster father is in a hurry? Whatever he is up to, just follow along, keep your mouth shut, and do more. Understood, understood. Shan Sijuan nodded vigorously. Walking ahead, Song Mu secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly found myself in dire straits. To think I would even contemplate teaching you how to traverse a minefield. I'm laughing at myself. I can hardly recall how I got in and out. How could I teach you? If I were to go back and navigate it again, it would surely be a silent endeavor, and I would emerge feeling unwell. There's a bird's nest location here, did you know? When Song Mu spoke of the bird's nest location, he recounted it as if it were second nature. leading the two foster sons to uncover a bird's nest north of the minefield, yielding 1x memory stick. I genuinely didn't know of this spot, Shan Sijuan admitted. Foster father, how do these birds think? Why do they stuff everything into their nests? Memory sticks, monitors. By the way, can I touch that smoothbore gun? Yinzi asked from the side. Go ahead. Feel free, Song Mu said generously. He tossed the smoothbore gun to Yinzi for him to handle, then presented a quantum storage device to Shan Sijuan for his enlightenment. Just as the two foster sons were fervently inspecting their newfound items, a thunderous series of footsteps approached rapidly from afar. Boom. It's a dress shoe. Shan Sijuan was the first to react, vividly recalling that noise. He had heard it just before being lulled to sleep by the crocodile in a previous encounter. Foster father, run. Yinzi instinctively drew his gun, positioning himself protectively in front of Song Mu. Everyone, get out of the way. Song Mu suddenly felt invigorated, unsheathing his butterfly knife and darting forward, shouting, "Neither of you is allowed to fire. This is my phantom brother." The moment he uttered those words, both foster sons' CPUs seemed to smoke from processing the information. Phantom brother, you say? However, considering Song Mu's previous camaraderie with Osalikan and Hafukunkan, the two foster sons pondered that this situation might be more intricate than it appeared. The booming footsteps of the Nile crocodile were intensely oppressive. The most eerie aspect was the speed of this phantom, as it charged towards Song Mu, preparing to unleash a devastating bite. Song Mu remained still. After all, he wouldn't die and felt no real pain. Even if this crocodile were to execute a smooth combo on him, the two foster sons could catch up and rescue him in time. It was merely a test, so there was no fear. Yet, Song Mu could never have anticipated that the Nile crocodile, clearly aiming for him, would suddenly feint and dart to the side, knocking Shan Sijuan down instead. Shan Sijuan was left dumbfounded again. I'm not joking. This shoe can fly. The Nile crocodile clamped down on Shan Sijuan's arm, swiftly executing a series of lethal rolls. In Song Mu's mind, a voice began narrating. With the ghost blade unleashed, fainting into a red fury W. Followed by EQEA, a smooth combo executed flawlessly. Help! Shan Sijuan managed to utter a single word before succumbing to slumber. Yinzi hadn't even had the chance to fire his weapon when Song Mu leaped onto the Nile crocodile's back, brandishing his butterfly knife. Performing a series of deep squats and slashes, weaving and dodging, creating a dazzling display. After countless strikes, the Nile crocodile flipped over, exposing its white belly. And just before its demise, its eyes seemed to roll towards Song Mu, as if to say, I'm clocking out now, brother. You carry on, we'll talk later. Song Mu instinctively replied, nodding at Yinzi to signal him to assist Shan Sijuan. Wait a moment. Song Mu glanced at the Nile crocodile and then back at Shan Sijuan. If I recall correctly, a crocodile's bite should only take away about 80 health points. How did you die? Did it deliver an extra bite after the roll? I hadn't even processed it before I was knocked out again. This is the second time. Shan Sijuan looked utterly exasperated. Who could have predicted this? I clearly saw the crocodile target Song Mu, yet at the last moment, it feigned a strike and took me out instead, lulling me to sleep so swiftly. This sudden and unwarranted calamity temporarily distracted the viewers of the live stream from their fear of Song Mu's antics. Impressive. This moment truly depicts Shan as a mere mortal battling against a phantom being. Oh, comrade, please wake up. Sleeping on the ground is not permitted. See, I told you this streamer is a menace. By the way, why did the Nile crocodile suddenly change its target? Is it because the streamer doesn't suit its taste? This is akin to drinking milk tea and unexpectedly discovering a sock in it. Would you still drink it? Rounded up, it implies the crocodile doesn't fancy socks. Hence I bet the black silk father is definitely wearing socks. I'm a genius. Is there a counter? How many strikes did the black silk father deliver while perched on the Nile crocodile before it was defeated? Wait, up and down. The father and the Nile crocodile? Goodness. Is there a life segment involved? You all truly are impervious to reason. What was a thrilling hand-to-hand combat with a crocodile has somehow transformed into an action drama, in your words. Is there a recording? Please send me a copy privately. I'll pay for it, thank you. Initially, Song Mu presumed that the comments from the viewers in the live stream were merely jesting, but as he continued to observe, a sense of unease took root. These individuals were genuinely generous with their contributions. He sighed, expressing his frustration. Enough of this nonsense, you bunch of CS enthusiasts. All of you will be banned. With a righteous demeanor and a serious tone, he declared, those with peculiar interests should indulge in them on niche websites. I do not wish for you to taint the burgeoning talents in our live stream. Thanks to Boss Tang from the Tang Dynasty for sending a 1, 2, 3 zeros. What has happened, boss? Did you win the lottery or suffer heartbreak? In Chapter 61, the mixture of strong liquor and Red Bull, along with a hint of vodka, prompted a question. Who are you two trying to bring to ruin? To ensure he was not mistaken, Song Mu meticulously counted and confirmed his observation, his mind racing. 3 zeros. How could one possibly amass 1,000 carnival tokens? Could it be that bro actually won the lottery? Or perhaps, after a heartbreak, he is drowning his sorrows in excessive spending? This situation took a turn for the absurd. Song Mu felt a phantom pain in a certain part of his body. To consider that 1,000 carnival tokens equated to 3 million. This sum would indeed suffice for a casual dinner and drinks with an online influencer from his previous life. But now? A mere drop in the bucket for his current stature. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. However, until Song Mu and his 2 adopted sons reached the evacuation point at Niaowa village, the boss had yet to send a message or make a comment. Resignedly, Song Mu refrained from further inquiries. Asking too many questions could lead to unnecessary complications. So, how much did that boss just reward you with? Yanzi inquired curiously. 1,000 carnival tokens. Not much, Song Mu replied. Not much. Shan Si-jun exclaimed in surprise, instinctively responding. That's 3 million at once. My senior at school was taken away by an older man with a monthly living expense of 1 million. Song Mu and Yanzi exchanged a serious glance, both clearing their throats in a solemn manner. You are still young, Shan. You must cultivate a proper value system, Song Mu said, his expression grave. Consider a different perspective. One must be strong and self-sufficient. When one becomes formidable enough, isn't it true that desires can be fulfilled? What do you mean? Shan Si-jun was baffled. The meaning is, Yanzi lowered his voice, explaining softly, no girl remains 18 forever, but there will always be girls who embody that youthful spirit. Shan Si-jun appeared to contemplate this, as if beginning to grasp its significance. A helicopter hovered above the evacuation point, and a rapid descent line was deployed. Evacuation successful. Routine operation, Changgong Valley. Evacuation point, 0 highway evacuation point. Duration, 0:27:22. This round's earnings, 2,541 for 125. Total defeats, 2. Highlight defeat this round, 0. Although the viewers had witnessed such settlement screens before, each time they saw Song Mu achieve 0 operator kills while still managing a 200 million evacuation. It stirred feelings of envy among them. To say that those skilled players secure millions with every round does not incite jealousy, for they have earned their rewards through genuine combat prowess. But Song Mu, he has not slain anyone, yet his profits are substantial. All right, Shan, see you later. There's only one last opportunity to board the vehicle. If I play one more round, I must test the card flow, Song Mu announced. Before he could finish his sentence, a knock interrupted him. At the door stood Tang Ren, her voice laced with urgency. Mu, may I come in? I have something to discuss. Without hesitation, Song Mu replied, of course. Temporarily departing from the Special Operations Office, he noticed Tang Ren at the door, her demeanor slightly furtive as she cracked open the door to peek inside. Wait, how long have you been spying on me? Song Mu exclaimed in surprise. What spying? Nonsense. You're just being ridiculous. Tang Ren retorted, pushing the door open and gesturing behind her. Jean seems to be in a bad mood. She's drunk, and I can't carry her. You need to help me. Song Mu was taken aback. This can't be right. Truth be told, he harbored doubts. As far as he knew, these 2 sisters were trained drinkers, especially Song Zijin, who possessed an impressive tolerance and impeccable drinking etiquette. Had it not been for Song Mu's superior capabilities, it was likely that all 3 would have ended up under the table that night. It's true. Come out and see for yourself, Tang Ren insisted, her tone a mix of frustration and urgency. Fine, let me take a look. With that, Song Mu set aside his operator watch on the table and called out. Hang tight, brothers. I've encountered an urgent matter. I'll be back shortly. The live stream audience, now exceeding 60,000 viewers, transformed into a scene of eager anticipation. What is going on? I need to see. Did someone just speak? Who is this Mumu? Is our esteemed Black Silk father referring to him? I still think the nickname Tang Ren 2 suits him better. Everyone, quiet down. The man has already cranked the volume to the max. If there's any commotion outside, I will hear it. What on earth? Is our father cohabitating with other ladies? And 2 at that. Is anyone managing this situation? This is outrageous. I hope this sister recognizes her place. Mumu hasn't logged off yet. He is still my husband. Why is it so quiet outside? Shouldn't something be happening? My mind is racing with wild scenarios. Everyone adored gossip, or perhaps everyone possessed a thirst for intrigue. In any case, Song Mu's live stream was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, devoid of insults or feuds, merely discussions on audio levels and speculations. Meanwhile, in the living room, Song Mu was utterly bewildered. Wan, I need to ask you something. He gazed at the assortment of bottles and icy buckets on the table, perplexed. Didn't you both come in for beer? What is this? Strong liquor? And this? Vodka? Red Bull? What are you two single ladies attempting to accomplish with this concoction? Tang Ren, undeterred, plopped onto the couch, closing her eyes and feigning ignorance. Upon further inspection, Songmu realized the sisters had merely grown impatient with the slow effects of beer and had mixed various drinks, rendering Song Zijin quite tipsy. Considering that it was inappropriate for her to sleep on the living room sofa, Songmu gently lifted Song Zijin and carried her to the bedroom, tucking her in with a down comforter. He then returned to the kitchen to prepare warm honey water, ensuring she was cared for before concluding the matter. Are you truly drunk? I can't shake the feeling that someone is orchestrating this, he mused. On several occasions, he thought he saw Song Zijin's eyes flutter open, but upon closer inspection, she remained unresponsive, breathing steadily in a deep slumber, giving no indication of distress. Gently closing the bedroom door, upon exiting, Songmu found himself once again in a state of bewilderment. He surveyed the living room, checked the restroom, the kitchen, and the study, ultimately standing in the living room in a daze. What a peculiar occurrence. Where has my dear Nwanji gone? Chapter 62. LV-10 Level Package. Parameter Upgrade. Polaris Bundle. After pacing in the living room for several moments, Songmu suddenly realized the problem at hand. This situation could be aptly described as the classic tactic of feigned slumber to lure the enemy, followed by a surprise attack from behind. Indeed, just as he returned to his bedroom, he noticed an additional figure on his bed. Those long legs. That petite frame? It could only be Tang Ren. Wake up, dear. This is not a place for indiscriminate napping. Songmu approached and gently shook Tang Ren, but to no avail. She was evidently in a deep slumber. Having commandeered his pillow, well, let it be. Turning away, he decided not to dwell on it. As for whether to engage in a game, he had contemplated it. Yet at this moment, he was thoroughly engrossed in earning money, leaving him little time for romantic entanglements. He could always consider it later. Hey, Yanzi, are you still there? Hello? Songmu re-entered the Special Operations Department, calling out, please hold on for a few minutes while I upgrade the department. Oh, and I've granted you housing management rights. Remember to take care of the nuisances. All right, foster father, Yanzi replied cheerfully. Songmu then temporarily suspended the live broadcast. Having successfully withdrawn from Chonggong Valley, along with the mission and experience points, Songmu's operator level had effortlessly risen to LV-11. Not only was there a department available for upgrade, but he also had an unopened LV-10 level package from Tongzi. The crafting station, whether upgraded or not, seemed inconsequential to him. He decided to proceed with the upgrade. Without further thought, he selected the option to replenish materials in the central computer of the Special Operations Department. Fortunately, he had the required items, a blood pressure monitor and a power adapter in his warehouse, saving him a bit of money. Opening the level package. A melodious notification chimed in Songmu's mind. Today's Tongzi is rather playful. I vaguely recall the last time it was the dragon's lullaby. I wonder what sound effect it will make next. Level package opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving Random Parameter Upgrade Card X1, Random Department Task Simplification Card X1, Random Key Card X1, Random Skin Bundle X1. Oh my, Tongzi has been quite generous this time. What could a random skin bundle entail? Could it possibly yield my own bundle? After all, I am famously known as the descendant of Yan Zhu from the Wolf City. Songmu pondered silently, feeling that it would certainly be beneficial. Let us open the card and turn the tide. Random Parameter Upgrade Card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the parameters of Tang Ren, Enemy Operator Strength. Currently, the enemy operator strength facing the host is 60. Note, enemy operator strength includes hit rate, dynamic vision, reaction speed, situational judgment, and so forth. Well, that's acceptable. Does this imply that I am to launch an all-out assault in the upcoming round? Songmu mused, contemplating that the parameter upgrade card had unlocked a reduction in enemy operator strength. Perhaps it was time to engage an operator for a test of strength? Using the Random Department Task Simplification card. Random Department Task Simplification card used successfully. All tactical department tasks have been simplified, and all tasks in the tactical department are now unlocked. Ah, the Asura Gunsmith. Ugh, I am quite vexed by this department's tasks. Instantly, Songmu recalled the dread he felt from the series of tasks dictated by the Asura Gunsmith. While tasks involving modifying firearms or eliminating Kuan-gu were manageable, those that required using specific firearms to eliminate operators were a nightmare. Especially tasks demanding the elimination of enemy operators from a considerable distance. For Songmu, that was utterly terrifying. His marksmanship was such that even hiding in a corner wouldn't guarantee a kill, let alone from several meters away. He vividly remembered relying heavily on friends to complete those tasks. Looking again, wait, the elimination task has no distance restriction? Goodness. Even the requirement to eliminate operators has been lifted? This is a boon for someone like me, a friend of Kuan Gu. This will surely make the task a breeze. Songmu felt increasingly pleased. For instance, one particularly troublesome task, using the AK-12 assault rifle to defeat 5 enemy special forces operators from 30 meters away. This task was simplified to use the AK-12 assault rifle to kill 1 enemy special forces operator and 5 Havoc soldiers. Moreover, tasks requiring the submission of firearms with specified modifications were simplified to merely submitting a fully equipped weapon, with no restrictions on attachment levels, making completion a cinch, cost-effective, convenient, and requiring no mental effort. If he were to delve into firearm modifications, it would be akin to a death sentence for him. What? You ask why Tang Ren doesn't team modify firearms? Naturally, for them, having a gun or not makes little difference. Upon meeting, it's all about rest. Besides, the difference between Kuan Ji's Wild Bull and a fully modified Wild Bull worth over 300,000 in Song Mu's hands is negligible, merely a larger magazine. Furthermore, should you bring a fully modified gun to the battleground, I wouldn't bat an eye. If you carry an extra grip into the war zone, I would still think you were at a loss. Let us save the 2 random key cards for now. We can test the card flow later. Though opening cards in regular mode yields more, it is the confidential and classified that holds the key to significant rewards. Now, let us see what this random skin bundle has to offer. Open. Random skin bundle opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving Polaris Bundle X1. Congratulations to the host for receiving Melee Weapon Polaris X1, K437 Assault Rifle Polaris, QCQ-171 Submachine Gun Polaris, Charm Polaris, Avatar Polaris, Dog Tag Polaris, Spray Paint Polaris. Oh my Polaris. Songmu was taken aback. He had previously contemplated the inadequacy of his butterfly knife's damage while considering a new melee weapon. Thankfully, he did not spend any money. Otherwise, he would have lost millions. Well, ahem, brother Ingfong, could you take a short break for a couple of days? With Polaris here, I need to have a good chat with him. You understand what I mean, right? Don't think I have any ulterior motives. I simply wish to be a sword saint. In a flash, Songmu had already swapped out his butterfly knife Ingfong for the spring knife Polaris in the preparation room, delighting in the feel of it in his hands for several minutes. Who cannot take a life with a single stroke? Who could it be? It's such a mystery. One could only say that acquiring the Polaris bundle made Songmu feel invigorated. It was as if he had done nothing and yet gained over 10 million for free. As for the firearm skins, after examining them repeatedly, he found nothing particularly special, merely that they provided corresponding percentage experience boosts based on the skin level. Additionally, they were simply aesthetically pleasing and offered a certain tactile experience. Reactivating the live stream and audio, Songmu first tested the microphone by calling out a couple of times. Upon hearing Yanzi's response, he began to gather people into the team. Let me check who's up next. It's you, Shinua Nua. Step in and speak. As Shinua Nua joined the team, she immediately enchanted the entire live stream with her sweet voice, exclaiming, "Hello? Greetings, Black Silk Patriarch. Hello Yin Shun. I'm Nua, delighted to engage in the Battle of Feng Hu Di Dai with you." Yanzi was instantly thrilled and eagerly responded. However, deep within, Songmu remained unperturbed, stating, "Just to clarify, Nua, you can freely take any operator boxes in this round. I'll share whatever you find. But regarding the small loaves of bread and various resource containers, you understand what I mean, right?" In Chapter 63, Buddies, the fiery red gazelle spun like a windmill inside the insurance. It was impossible for the live stream not to erupt in howls. Even Songmu had to concede that this female water friend's voice was indeed exceptional, sweet enough to evoke the scent of strawberries even through the screen. Yet, that sweetness was only charming if she didn't snatch the bread or containers, or else I might have to retaliate. This was primarily because Songmu was acutely aware of his personal drop rates. While he may find half-body statues, small laborers, or fossils, others would likely get mere cow horns, or, at best, 5-pounders. I understand. Shinua, evidently an experienced water friend, readily agreed. It's just about the small and large loaves. You can have all the containers, right? I grasp the rules. Leave the killing to me and Yin Shun while you gather the supplies. Very good. Songmu felt reassured. As long as there was negotiation, everything would be manageable. He dreaded those who would take advantage of their status without acknowledgement. 321, let us go? The GTI helicopter soared into Changgongshigu. This time, the trio's spawn point was quite formidable, situated to the west of the radar station, genuinely at position 1 of the radar station. Upon seeing this spawn point, Songmu knew they had secured a solid advantage. We'll head straight for the main building. You both are alright with that? This position guarantees us substantial insurance. Even if the Eastern team rushes in first, they won't catch up with us. Songmu marked the map and added, as for positions 2 and 3 behind us, there's no need to concern ourselves. Absolutely fine, adoptive father, Yinzi replied. No issues at all, adoptive father, echoed Nua eagerly. For a moment, Songmu felt slightly dazed. Who could resist being called adoptive father by a sweet girl? Any normal man would struggle to withstand such charm. Yet if reality didn't match the image, that would be a different story. Splendid, full of spirit. Let us set off. As the three descended, Songmu immediately switched to the North Star and sprinted forward, his focus unwavering. What about the girl? Let her deal with my insurance. Yin Shun. All I need to do is stay close to adoptive father and provide protection, right? Nua inquired while running, seeking Yin Z's advice on his courting. In theory, yes. Yin Z was more than willing to impart his knowledge. Just shield adoptive father from bullets, eliminate enemies, and cook. It's quite simple. What about the art of language? Nua asked further. You'll have to consult your little milk dog for that. Yin Z sighed. Don't ask, sister. This is truly a sore spot for me. That little milk dog excels in social gatherings and has a special bloodline unique to the public service exam province. As for me, I can only eliminate operators or perhaps tear apart a real person over drinks. The two trailed behind Songmu, chattering, while he remained emotionless, now a machine of relentless speed. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream began to express their varied opinions. I won't say much, brothers, but I genuinely like this Nua. Honestly, I'm not exaggerating, just listening to her voice makes me feel a certain way. You know what I mean? What Nua? Clearly, she is my wife. Anyone who disagrees, come forth. I see you all are a bit suppressed. Let us be real. If this Nua were a little South girl instead of a sweet girl, would you all still be this calm? Just say that little South girl must have her charm. Wait, did anyone notice the knife in Black Silk Patriarch's hand has changed? He seems to be wielding the 1 million value spring knife, North Star? When did this happen? Oh no, could it be that he has been taken care of by a rich lady? I bet Black Silk Patriarch's wealthy partner is already in his room. Tang Song Yuan Mingqing's Tang, are you there? Speak up. I'll give you absolutely no air. During a brief moment to catch his breath, Songmu glanced at the plethora of colorful comments on the screen and sighed. He was genuinely concerned about the mental state of these water friends. However, upon inadvertently catching sight of the comment about the wealthy partner, he momentarily lost his composure and instinctively turned to look in the direction of his bed, only to meet the puzzled gazes of Yanzi and Nua. What's wrong, adoptive father? Yanzi queried, intrigued. Nua, mistaking it for a threat, hastily raised her gun, scanning the area like a diligent bodyguard. Nothing. Songmu shook his head, regaining his composure, and continued sprinting towards the main building. Although a nagging question lingered in his mind. Is the wealthy partner truly in my room? Tang Song Yuan Mingqing's Tang. Oh no, what have I gotten myself into? Suddenly, Songmu realized, if Tang is done for, then it's Song that's in trouble. What am I even thinking? But what if this wealthy partner named Tang is genuinely nearby? It's indeed a case of being blissfully unaware of one's fortune. No, how does the saying go? Ah, yes, the observer is often confused. The observer is often confused. As for the identity of the wealthy partner, Songmu temporarily set it aside, for he had already burst into the main building of the radar station, charging up the main staircase with resolute strides, determined to join the ranks. Wait, that is odd. Nua trailing behind paused, somewhat perplexed. Why is adoptive father taking the main staircase? Don't we usually use the side stairs to reach the second floor for greater safety? Yanzi directly quoted one of Songmu's sayings. Because the great Black Silk Patriarch once stated, this method of running can only be learned at noon. Nua was left in a state of confusion, but she soon comprehended. Once Songmu donned the North Star, he became akin to a sword saint, charging forward without pause, spotting the singing and dancing Kuingu and immediately delivering a strike. The Hayfek shield soldier collapsed. The Hayfek soldier fell to the ground. Suppress them. Come at me if you dare, shouted the Hayfek machine gunner, advancing towards Songmu. However, before he could even ready his gun, Songmu swiftly dispatched him with 2 strikes, leaving him sprawled on the ground, singing the tune of Makabaka. My North Star's proud stats. Songmu twirled his weapon, preparing to phone to ask him to refrain from contacting him for the time being. Not out of any ill will, but to prevent any misunderstandings with the North Star. Truly remarkable, there's a sword saint on the second floor of the radar station. Nua exclaimed in astonishment. It's merely the basic skills of adoptive father, Yanzi remarked nonchalantly. Yanzi remarked, adding, Just take a look. Personally, I advise against learning it. I'm quite afraid that if you do, you won't say a word and go bankrupt in 3 days. While the adopted son and daughter exchanged words, Songmu had already unlocked the large safe at lightning speed, producing a sound that could easily be misconstrued. Ah, bang you. The vibrant red gazelle inside the safe was whirling like a windmill. Chapter 64. A gift from Hayfek, the machine gun brother. Interrogation room number 1. The adoptive father looked at Songmu, who was crouched in the corner of the large safe. Shinua turned to Yanzi and whispered, "Has he always been like this? How long has it been?" The adoptive father typically spoke this way when he was about to make a delivery. Yanzi was quite familiar with Songmu's habits. "Oh, you startled me," Shinua said, falling silent. "Ding. It's broken." In truth, Songmu had already anticipated what it was, yet he dared not open his eyes. This sensation was mystical and peculiar. Only those who had extensively interacted with containers could cultivate such intuition. Seeing the contents begin to spin the first time, one could vaguely guess with over 90% accuracy. What could there possibly be in the 4 compartments of the large safe? Naturally, it was the esteemed clock lord. Seeing the 4 compartments of red gold gazelle slip away, Songmu found it hard to feel joy. Even if the item in the large safe was of 4 compartments of gold, which might be worth around 200,000. With a potential return of 89 times in the trading hall, he still felt uneasy. After all, it was the reputation of the clock lord that caused various immortals to flee in terror, proving to be formidable. Thankfully, it was merely a clock, which was somewhat acceptable. Had he managed to collect 3 clocks within 1 round, it would trigger a special mysterious ritual, culminating in a fierce assault on the Special Operations Division in ways unforeseen. It seemed the outcome of this round was already predetermined. After a brief contemplation, Songmu cautiously placed the clock lord in the center of the safe, then resumed eating while directing. "Yanzi, Noa, you two guard the front and side stairway. Stay alert for any sounds." According to the mirror spawn point logic, the storage station would likely spawn a squad of operatives. If they headed straight for the main building, they would only be slightly slower than us. By any calculation, they should be arriving soon, if you catch my drift? Understood. Yanzi nodded. What if they set up an ambush at the entrance? Shinua wondered. Isn't that quite normal? Songmu chuckled, adding, from my perspective, the number of potato mines in the Longbow Valley map is only second to Night Basin. The trio had clearly defined roles. Yanzi positioned at the main entrance, while Shinua took the side stairway, effectively guarding both the front and back entrances to receive information promptly. Meanwhile, after finishing with the large safe, Songmu opened the storage cabinet, then meandered around the nearby computer desk, discovering 1 mobile phone. "Oh, my skinny chicken." Turning, Songmu checked both sides of the sofa, casually tucking a monitor into his waistband before climbing through the window into the glass room, successfully retrieving a RAM stick. These two haven't yielded much in terms of cards, have they? Looks like I really need to test my luck with card gathering soon. Murmuring to himself, his legs moved instinctively while his hands reached for the computer casing in the neighboring glass room. This was Songmu, a true connoisseur of containers. Wow, a treasure from the Yangqi family. As Songmu uttered this phrase with his distinctive voice, the viewers in the live stream inexplicably felt a surge of delight, as if a weight had been lifted. After swiftly scavenging the resources on the 2nd floor, as he headed to the 3rd floor through the main entrance, he also opened several scattered Kuin-gu boxes on the ground. Each open box yielded nothing but green blueprints, scalpels, and Asolara monthly journals. Machine Gun Brother, I deliberately saved your box for last. You should know what I mean, right? To be frank, as Songmu opened Machine Gun Brother's box, he stated seriously, "You know the old lady, your superior. Let's just say your bonus for this month is 4 circles? Impressive. Well done, Machine Gun Brother. I knew you were capable." Ding. Received. Interrogation room number 1. This was genuinely satisfying. Songmu swiftly tucked the golden card into his waistband, inspecting it as he flicked it repeatedly. Ding 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 ding. Isn't it delightful? A delightful card indeed. The interrogation room number 1 card boasted a high return rate. Of course, it must be noted that cards from the Babel Tower generally offered decent returns. Obtaining goods was a significant profit, but one should avoid looking at cards without rewards to prevent a shattering of resolve. What do you mean by satisfying? What does that imply? Shinua was somewhat distant and only vaguely heard the beautiful sound of the golden card being flicked. The adoptive father produced a golden card, hence the satisfaction. Yanzi observed, having witnessed the entire scene. "I'll let you two handle the golden card later. I need to eat first." Without further ado, Songmu turned and headed straight for the 3rd floor to inspect the aviation box, hoping to snare a military drone family of 4. First aviation box, dual-wielding smoothbore shotgun X1, power supply X1, portable electric drill X1, second aviation box, boxed candles X1, level X1, screwdriver X1, masonry hammer X1. 666. Not salty at all. Knowing he had just acquired a golden card from Machine Gun Brother, it seemed the aviation boxes wouldn't yield boxed gold bars, would they? Fine. You have your way. In a swift motion, Song Mu dispatched 2 incoming Haifek Kuingu operatives as a form of protest. The sensation from wielding the Polaris Lord's weapon was incredibly smooth. Using it against Kuingu truly felt like wielding a cheat code, striking for 999 damage with each blow. One head fell, and another head soon followed. It was rather addictive. Notably, although this close combat weapon was a switchblade, its attack range and damage were far beyond that of a typical switchblade, resembling the sword of Dos Lao Deng to some extent. After clearing the storage cabinet, computer casing, and briefcase in the small room, Song Mu almost acquired a second treasure from the Yangqi family, but alas, it was just another RAM stick. Along with Lemon Tea X1, Military Intelligence X1, Thermometer X1, and Cola X1. Has there been any movement outside? No footsteps? Just as he was about to enter the radar station control room, Song Mu recalled this detail. Yinzi, none. She knew all. Nothing. Song Mu felt uncertain as he continued to swipe cards, pondering, do the operatives in Longbow Valley not favor the main building? That can't be right, as the saying goes. Silence from a child usually indicates mischief. Regardless, I've already secured a solid profit in this round. Though he was equipped with a full set of 3-star gear and even adorned his UZI submachine gun with a blue grip, these paled in comparison to the treasures tucked within Song Mu's waistband. Stepping into the control room, he glanced at the floor and sighed. The viewers in the live stream collectively exhaled. They were purely frightened by the last encounter with the military drones. And now that he was about to enter the radar station control room, they were on edge. They feared the appearance of a military drone family resembling the 4 Seasons Prosperity, 5 Blessings Arrival, or 6 Smoothness scenes. It was certain there would be goods upstairs. But thankfully, out of sight, out of mind. Song Mu, speaking as he opened the 2 storage cabinets, collected items including lemon tea X2, USB drives X2, fried noodles X1, and a medical drone X1. He stuffed everything into his trousers, yet they remained far from full. With a swift motion, he reached for his lab coat, which quietly concealed 1 single-slot item and 1 double-slot item. As the single-slot item completed its 3rd rotation, Song Mu realized it must be yet another card. With a sigh, he remarked, hypothetically speaking, if I were to uncover a lace black card, followed by activating a drone platform, and then showcasing the drone production line to you, wouldn't you be in awe? Chapter 65. Master of Blood Pressure Control, Dual Gold Card Fossil, Triple Critical Hit. The live streaming effect was firmly under Song Mu's control. The audience, consisting of numerous loyal viewers, could hardly anticipate the reveal of the card hidden within the lab coat. Just as the answer was about to be unveiled, Song Mu exclaimed, "Oh dear," my hands slipped in my nervousness. He then reiterated the previous steps, offering a gentle reminder to the audience that they could breathe. For a fleeting moment, the tension in the live stream escalated to a level palpable even to Song Mu. However, considering the stream's impressive attendance of over 60,000 viewers, it was only natural for the excitement to be heightened in such a crowded space. Ding. Acquired. Babel Tower Power Supply Permission Card X1. Song Mu paused, initially believing that this round had already yielded a card from the machine gunner, making the chances of another card exceedingly slim. Who could have anticipated such a delightful surprise? Oh my goodness. A fossil. Ceratosaurus Claw, Fossil X1. Song Mu had not considered the possibility of a double-slot red item, assuming it would be a green blueprint or something similar, yet he was met with an unexpected windfall. This is not my fault. You all witnessed it. It was forcefully stuffed into my pocket. As he spoke, inspecting the Ceratosaurus Claw fossil, Song Mu's mood significantly improved, invigorated and rejuvenated. You come too? You'll enjoy it as well. This is the unique thrill of acquiring red items in the Delta. While Song Mu continued to chat animatedly, his 2 adoptive children below grew increasingly anxious. With 1 gold card appearing, followed by a fossil, items they seldom had the chance to encounter. They were desperate to get closer and observe in detail. Naturally, the viewers in the live stream were even more anxious, their excitement palpable. Tian Wenjing. What the heck? Please remain calm, my friend. I know you're eager, but take a breath. The moderator is keeping a close eye on us softies. So be cautious not to get caught. Seriously, how can this black silk godfather have such a high drop rate? Is he even human? Did he perhaps pray to the god of wealth before entering the battlefield today? With the items he has pulled, how many streamers nationwide can match that? Nationwide? How many? I wouldn't be surprised if the combined drops of all streamers across the country don't even come close to what this guy has pulled in just a few rounds. Well, I admit I may have been a bit too loud earlier. Father, there are a lot of people outside. I humbly asked for a chance to join you for a round. I wouldn't ask for a gold card. Just a small purple one would suffice, please. The underdog group is still climbing. Requests? You'll need to queue up. The atmosphere was indeed heated, with over 60,000 viewers feeling envious. Their jealousy evident as they watched with bated breath. Among these viewers were various platform streamers, all of whom relied on live streaming for their livelihood. In just 2 short days, the viewership of the live stream had plunged dramatically, and these streamers found it impossible not to feel anxious. Quickly identifying the source of the upheaval. After all, a streamer like Songmu, who consistently produced gold and red items as well as room cards, was a rarity on the Douyin platform. Fueled by a sense of competition, a small group of lesser-known streamers formed a chat group to strategize on how to safeguard their livelihoods from being shattered by Songmu's prowess. Brothers, have you all seen this? This so-called godfather has pulled 2 gold room cards and a Ceratosaurus claw fossil in 1 round. What do we do? Bai Suiwa asked. What can we do? Just watch, I'd say. His drop rate is undoubtedly the highest in the world. It's terrifying. Su Sheng replied. This won't he do. If he continues streaming like this, we'll lose our audience. He possesses a certain skill set. I've watched 3 rounds and still want to see more. Sui chimed in. How about we try to target him? I think I can figure out his strategy. He is primarily focused on collecting containers and items. If we can suppress him right from the start of each round, will he still be able to drop items? Nanjian Li Bao suggested. I think it's worth a shot. We should engage our loyal fans to increase our chances of success, another chimed in. Soon, the small streamer group reached a consensus, reflecting the immense pressure Songmu's rise had placed on them. The unprecedented strain was palpable. These smaller streamers primarily thrived on competing for viewership, and though they benefited from the larger streamers' excess, they were still able to sustain themselves. However, with Songmu's sudden ascension, drawing viewers away from traditional streamers, the audience underestimated his capabilities. After sampling his stream, they found themselves captivated and unwilling to leave. While the smaller streamers pondered their strategies, Songmu was still fervently collecting items. Who was satisfied? No one. His 30-slot super trousers were far from full. He could never feel content with even 1 empty slot in his safety box. A high-speed solid-state drive, a treasure. This round seems to be leaning towards a high explosion trend. After finishing the items in the radar station control room, Songmu, holding the small gold high-speed solid-state drive, contemplated his fortuitous state. If he ventured downstairs to collect more computers, he might even obtain a Mandelbrot supercomputer. With this thought in mind, Songmu waved his hand, summoning his adoptive children to gather in a corner on the 2nd floor. Let us give you both a taste. Pay close attention, don't be frightened. As he reemerged, Yanzi and Xinua were momentarily dazzled by the sound of clinking coins, their attention drawn to the pile of gold, room cards, and fossils scattered on the floor. I can start collecting now, right, father? Yanzi expressed her desire to retrieve the fossil, but little did she know that classmate Xinua possessed swifter hands. And before she realized it, the fossil had already materialized in Xinua's grasp, who began to fondle and examine it. As the two observed Xinua meticulously scrutinizing the Spinosaurus claw fossil, an unexpected thought crossed Yanzi's mind, prompting her to whisper, Foster father, do you not feel that this Spinosaurus claw fossil resembles, some kind of object? Songmu sighed. I hope you are referring to an object and not a certain organ. Chapter 66, Supercalculation Unit? Sister, that is the supernatural unit. This statement left Yanzi momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, she resumed speaking, giving Songmu a thumbs up. No one understands me better than my foster father. You truly comprehend my thoughts. The moment you opened your mouth, I knew what you were about to say. Songmu sighed again. Foster father, here is your fossil. Xinua, having played enough with the fossil, was about to touch the clock on the floor when Songmu swiftly intervened. Ah, dear friend, you must not touch that. You know we, the people of Longhua, have many taboos, one of which forbids giving clocks as gifts. Do you understand? I thought a couple of touches wouldn't matter. It wouldn't count as a gift, right? Xinua replied. It does not count as a gift. Yanzi remarked as she began to play with and inspect the fossil, whispering, that merely counts as adding a clock. Adding a clock yields nothing. Songmu retorted. You know nothing. He then proceeded to educate Yanzi about the special event triggered by adding a clock to an NPC. You must understand that there are disparities between people. For instance, if we both sought out technician number 22, you might need to add 3 clocks to gain something, while I might walk away without needing to add any clocks at all. Yanzi was taken aback, feeling as though she had just received a sudden and impactful revelation. What are those two young men babbling about? Technicians? Are they discussing car repairs? Nua pondered, unsure whether to inquire further. After approximately half a minute, Yanzi finally grasped the concept. Songmu nodded. Do you understand now? Do you suddenly feel as though you've lost an enormous fortune? Given the opportunity, he promised to introduce her to technician number 22. Yanzi felt compelled to bow deeply to Songmu. This was what true foster fatherhood entailed. Do you comprehend the substantial value of a carefully selected foster father? Although it was said to provide the foster children with a taste of the experience and broaden their horizons, both Yanzi and Nua had wasted considerable time. They finally felt satisfied after admiring the various gold pieces, fossils, and golden cards scattered on the floor. Yanzi, do you have a cough? If you do, you should eat Yangqi, but never mind, have a bite of this tender chicken. Songmu exclaimed. Come on, classmate Nua, try this high-speed solid-state drive. It's incredibly delicious, priced over 70,000, and can be flipped for 10 times that. As Songmu handed a small golden phone with his left hand and a small golden solid-state drive with his right. He also stuffed a few valuable small purple items into the safety box for his foster children. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched with bated breath, drooling at the sight. Yet, they too had to wait in line. Come on, let us head downstairs for the computer. I have a feeling I might acquire the Mandel supercalculation unit this time. As Songmu spoke, he swiftly tidied his appearance, gathering all colors, red, gold, purple, and blue, into his oversized pants, leading the two down the side stairs. What is the Mandel supercalculation unit? Nua asked curiously. Isn't it a kind of large red unit with 9 squares? Yanzi also inquired. This left Songmu momentarily speechless. How could he explain it? Observing their bewildered expressions, he realized they might not even know what the Mandel supercalculation unit looked like. An idea struck him. Have either of you encountered a certain operator skill called magnetic bomb? Songmu inquired. Yanzi nodded. I have seen it. That skill is incredibly cool. I wanted to buy one before, but I lacked the funds. Nua nodded in agreement. I've seen it too. My brother possesses that skill. Satisfied with their acknowledgement, Songmu replied calmly, as long as you've seen it, understanding the magnetic bomb makes things much simpler. The magnetic bomb is also known as the Mandel supernatural unit, or Little Mandel. The 9-square large red Mandel supercalculation unit resembles the magnetic bomb. It's just that sort of thing. Oh, the two exclaimed in realization, their minds suddenly conjuring an image. Shortly after, the three of them witnessed something square and shimmering red, resembling a supercalculation unit, flying up from the foot of the stairs, perfectly adhering to Yanzi. Hey, the supercalculation unit. Nua exclaimed. That's the supernatural unit, my dear sister. Another old 6. Songmu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, instinctively retreating. I'm directly experiencing an explosion. Yanzi reacted swiftly, realizing that being attached to the magnetic bomb meant certain doom. Instinctively, she leaped away from the stairs, firing a reverse shot midair. Tat 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 tat. The arms dealer Bakush used the SR-3M compact rifle to take down my beloved. I'm joining in too. Seeing Yanzi's boldness, Songmu inexplicably felt a surge of adrenaline, albeit retaining a semblance of reason. Sister, keep up. I'll draw the fire while you eliminate the enemies. With the explosion imminent, Nua also felt a rush of excitement. In the blink of an eye, as Yanzi executed a reverse jump while shooting, taking down the lurking enemy at the bottom of the stairs, there was no time to draw her gun back. She managed to shoot the second enemy with a few bullets before succumbing to the magnetic bomb's effects. Without time to mourn Yanzi's selfless charge, the next to emerge from the stairs was Songmu, who executed a remarkably stylish airborne shot, aiming accurately. The only drawback was that the UZI submachine gun fired too rapidly, and the ammunition was scant. Tat 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 tat, he reloaded. 2 enemy operatives, having been lying in ambush, were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Songmu would make such a bold and stylish entrance, standing in front of them to reload. What the hell? How can this guy be so audacious? What does this mean? Is he flaunting his skills while reloading in front of us? Their surprise was palpable. However, that fleeting moment of confusion allowed Nua to decisively leap out and open fire. With her Tunglong assault rifle, she executed a flawless 180-degree shot, headshotting 2 enemies. Nua used the Tunglong assault rifle to take down the soul singer, Xiang Naimei. Nua used the Tunglong assault rifle to eliminate Bai Go, leading to a team wipe. In an instant, the team was obliterated. Oh my goodness, sister, your shooting skills are astounding. Songmu was still processing when he had been contemplating how to die more gracefully, only to be taken aback upon realizing his sister had already secured the kills. Oh dear, Foster father, don't look at me. I'm shy. Xinua waved her hands and rushed to save Yanzi. Being shy is one thing, but your marksmanship is ruthlessly impressive. It's only reasonable for me to admire you a little longer. Song Mu exclaimed in astonishment, still reminiscing. Such an extreme 180-degree shot. Achieving this level of precision. This is the first time I've witnessed such a feat. With a click, the door opened. Song Mu instinctively turned his head and, upon clearly seeing the 3 ominous gun barrels, could not help but laugh. Damn it, how delightful. This is the joy of Chang Gong Shigu. Chapter 67. Director of the Assurance Bureau, short on funds? No worries, it will be credited immediately. Rapid return to the Special Operations Division. Sitting on the sofa in the Special Operations Division, Song Mu was still savoring the final scene he had just witnessed, finding an increasing aesthetic pleasure in the déjà vu of encountering the potato bomb twice in succession at the dam's container. Are you two all right? No shattered spirits, I hope? Are you feeling red? Song Mu inquired of his teammates, specifically addressing Yanzi and Xinua. Yanzi sighed deeply, to be honest. I am a bit flushed. Foster father, you've reached level 12? That is splendid. How about I equip myself with some fierce attack gear and take you to the dam for some fun? I want to join too. I want T back down. Xinua evidently felt the same flush. No. If it's a fierce attack, you two should team up and bring along Xiao Go. I reckon the 3 of you together should be quite formidable. I have some pressing matters to attend to. Song Mu politely declined and, after exchanging a few more words with his adopted son and daughter, exited the team. Observing his friends, Yanzi and Xinua, form a team and add Xiao Go, Song Mu felt that the 3 of them would surely gel well together. Mighty men paired with skilled women. Wouldn't that be a recipe for chaos? As for himself, although this was his first failed evacuation since arriving in this world, he felt little about it. For he had long grown accustomed to the sight of the 4 glaringly red characters proclaiming evacuation failed. In short, it was just death, so what? Upon my death, the only thing you'll get is a blue-handled Uzi submachine gun and some shabby 3-star gear. What else can you expect? Hard to guess. Nonetheless, a tinge of emotion was inevitable. After all, he had just been blown up by 2 successive Chang'an Shigu-style potato bombs before engaging in a verbal spar with a barrage of comments. Engaging in a counterattack is liberating. No seat. You're right, I didn't kill anyone just now, but you can't say I was useless. I successfully distracted those 2 operators, didn't I? Moreover, Song Mu opened his warehouse and exclaimed, in the last round, I acquired a fossil, a golden room card, and a clock. Truly, the clock was the star of the show. And what about this pile of purple and blue items? Did they not return with me? Wow. That friend sure knows how to insult. Aren't the teammates' gear and weapons equivalent to money? That is a valid point. So let me ask you this. The little gold and purple items I distributed to them, aren't they worth more than the gear they're wearing? Huh. Answer me. A barrage of comments ensued, nearly bringing the trolls in the live chat to tears. How is this B-streamer not only blessed with luck, but also gifted with a mouth of tempered steel? His back and forths put him in an invincible position. All right, darling, don't be upset. Getting agitated with the trolls will only lead you into a trap. Besides, in my view, your last move was truly spectacular. If anyone should be blamed, it's the opposing operators for lacking insight. They should have taken the bullets head on. I can't believe it. That person above is quite the character. Their insults are brutal. To be fair, if we disregard all factors of luck, I believe the Black Silk Godfather's prowess is fairly consistent. Sleeping soundly after a stable performance is still a form of strength. Wouldn't you agree? Is anyone recording? Just that segment alone should secure a spot in this year's top 100. Such a scenario would leave those 2 operators dumbfounded. Who would expect a dashing operator to suddenly leap into the fray and stand right in front of them to reload? You'd be baffled too. Foster father. Have all 3 rounds been dispatched today? Are we going to let the brothers witness the prowess of the technician on the 22nd? The live chat surged with excitement, brimming with a lively atmosphere. At that moment, Song Mu was not paying attention to the barrage. He had just paused the live stream, silencing the sound, as he contemplated the operator's skills while tidying up his warehouse inventory, with cash flowing back to around 2.8 million. With the existence of black cards, the rapid card-grabbing method seemed unfeasible. Song Mu was also hesitating. Having black cards from the prison contest and the lace black card meant they consumed part of the card's drop rate, thereby reducing the likelihood of acquiring cards. Yet, it must be noted that in the previous game, he had drawn 2 golden cards consecutively, seemingly indicating to Song Mu, the head of the Song family, that the black cards were influenced by others' drop rates. Did it have anything to do with him? Let us fill all the card slots. Determined, Song Mu began to take stock of his warehouse, intending to conduct a minor cleanup, primarily due to insufficient funds. He was currently unable to afford a Mandel super unit. Military Drone X2, on the shelves. Almost immediately upon listing, over 9 million in cash flowed back into Song Mu's hands, a sensation that could only be described as exhilarating. In the past, during his gaming days, nothing would sell unless he clicked the minus button a few times. Taking advantage of the moment, Song Mu upgraded the command center, conveniently having all the materials needed to elevate it from LV2 to LV3, thus saving a bit of money. Just as he sold the 2 military drones, Song Mu received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. It was nearly midnight. Who would be calling him? It couldn't be a real estate hotline, could it? Not that he could rule it out. Unperturbed, Song Mu answered the call in the Special Operations Division. Hello? Is this Song Mu? Yes, it is. Su Bao Hui. Do you remember me? Upon hearing the voice, Song Mu immediately recalled the name. She was the director of the Dragon Kingdom's Core Talent Assurance Bureau. Of course, I remember. Song Mu replied, puzzled. Director, why are you calling me at this hour? Su Bao Hui swiftly responded. I just received news that you sold 2 military drones in the trading hall, correct? Are you short on funds? Song Mu was forthright in his reply. Yes. I need to purchase some operator skills, but I'm short on cash. Su Bao Hui spoke rapidly. This situation is my oversight. It's my responsibility. All the red items in your warehouse, such as military shells, military drones, and Delong claw fossils, if you wish to sell them, come to me. I will offer you approximately 30 to 50 above market price. Of course, my suggestion is to hold off on selling for now. In a few days, I will arrange for dedicated personnel to liaise with you regularly for consolidated purchases. Song Mu understood. Oh, I see. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I could have lost 100 million. We can discuss the specifics when we meet tomorrow. By the way, Su Bao Hui was about to hang up when she suddenly asked, how many operator skills do you need to buy? Do you have enough funds? And how much are you short? Upon hearing this, Song Mu realized this was a disaster relief fund. Director, I am preparing to purchase a set of operator skills, some of which need upgrading, but I currently have only around 10 million half of coins. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Bao Hui interrupted with a tone brimming with generosity. Don't worry about that. The funds will be credited immediately. Chapter 68. 20 million in disaster relief funds? I'm going to spend. Less than 30 seconds after the call was disconnected, an email arrived at Song Mu's warehouse. The contents were sparse. Merely a figure, 2 followed by 7 zeros, blunt and straightforward. 20 million credited. This is akin to the rapid relief grain from the court during a disaster. 20 million. Just like that, without any need for review? Unable to restrain himself, Song Mu smacked his lips. This was undeniably enticing. However, upon reflection, Su Bao Hui's swift allocation of funds confirmed some suspicions. Firstly, the state places exceptional importance on such red collectibles and is rigorously monitoring them. It is likely that there are personnel stationed at trading venues, ready to seize opportunities at any moment. This implies that items such as military-grade ammunition, drones, and various other red collectibles must possess significant importance and utility, possibly linked directly to fundamental military industry and technology. Secondly, Song Mu inferred that he had likely entered the core talent security list. Otherwise, how could Su Bao Hui so casually provide him with 20 million so rapidly? It is well known that the approval process for funding is notoriously cumbersome, requiring extensive procedures and reviews, unless the matter is of utmost urgency and high priority. It seems the conversation with this leader tomorrow will be quite intriguing. Never mind, that can wait until tomorrow. Song Mu decided not to dwell too much on it. Some questions could be addressed after meeting Su Bao Hui. For now, the pressing concern was to spend money. Spend money. Indeed, spend money. Standing before the central computer of the Special Operations Department, Song Mu opened the operator skill list and began purchasing according to the predetermined skill combinations. The sound of coins being spent was both delightful and melodious. Feeling remorse? What is there to regret? This is all a preliminary investment. Focusing on high investment with high returns. Earning money is the goal. Operator skills. 1. Power Assistance System. Provides acceleration when using any skill, lasting 1 second with a 5-second interval, and reduces fall damage. Excessive height may lead to fractures. Purchase successful. 2. Power Propulsion. Maximum carry limit of 1 activation. Upon activation, it enables rapid movement forward or backward by 5 meters, shattering non-bulletproof glass in its path. Kills of operators, 90, or soldiers, 50. Reduce current skill cooldown. Cooldown time, 30s. Purchase successful. 3. Magnetic Bomb. Initial carry limit of 1, maximum carry limit of 1. A bomb that can stick to any surface. detonating after a 3-second delay with a maximum damage of 100, a maximum throwing distance of approximately 10 meters, and an explosion radius of 3 meters. Cooldown time, 60s. Purchase successful. 4. Power Exoskeleton, total carry limit of 1. Using the exoskeleton device grants additional movement speed and pain relief. Killing an operator or soldier extends the duration by 3 seconds and provides 3 seconds of health recovery, 5 points per second for operators, 3 points per second for soldiers. Duration, 20s. Cooldown time, 90s. Purchase successful. With a mere wave of his hand, Song Mu acquired 4 brand new operator skills. This set of skills was one he had long determined as his running and knife skills, with the core being the passive skills, Jet, Flower, and the Mandel unit being replaceable. Currently, Song Mu intended to test the card drawing strategy, making the Mandel unit essential. Initially, his plan was to carry only this skill since the essence of the card drawing strategy is to evade while focusing on speed and efficiency. However, with the court's disaster relief funds already dispersed, why hesitate? He swiftly spent 12 million, remaining emotionally unperturbed, even calculating efficiency. Level 1 operator skills are all weakened versions. Failing to fully utilize the advantages of this skill combination, particularly the evasion aspect. Upgrade. Hesitation lasted barely a second before Song Mu decisively chose to upgrade the magnetic bomb once, investing 5 million. Magnetic bomb, LV1 to LV2. Skill description, initial carry limit of 2, maximum carry limit of 2. A bomb that can stick to any surface, detonating after a 3-second delay. With a maximum damage of 110, a maximum throwing distance of approximately 15 meters, and an explosion radius of 5 meters. Cooldown time, 50s. This feels good. 2 bombs are just enough. The cooldown time is also just right. Song Mu felt somewhat satisfied, turning to check the upgrade conditions from LV2 to LV3. After reading, his head began to buzz. The upgrade requires consuming 10 million Hafo coins and 7 categories of red collectibles. Let me see, for electronic items. It requires 1 item of 6 grids or more, 3 items of 4 grids or more, and 5 items of 2 grids or more. For tool materials, 1 item of 6 grids or more. Oh, does this mean only I can max out all operator skills? This seems excessively difficult. Immediately, Song Mu spent another 5 million Hafo coins to upgrade the passive skill. Power Assistance System, LV1 to LV2. Skill description, provides acceleration when using any skill, lasting 3 seconds with a 5-second interval, and reduces fall damage. Excessive height may lead to fractures. Excellent, simply perfect. Let's get started. After quickly assembling this new set of operator skills, Song Mu glanced at the trading venue and purchased an SR-9 sharpshooter rifle, casually installing a few attachments. He was thoroughly familiar with this weapon, famously known as the Battle Readiness King, making it a perfect choice for tactical scenarios. Reopening the live stream, Song Mu cleared his throat and began. Everyone quiet down. I'm addressing you. The one with the black silk. The room moderator will ban you. No spamming seeds in the live chat, understood? You can privately message the moderator, and depending on the seed quality, they will decide whether to let you out. Friends, this next match will be historic. Whether I can become a major player in the trading venue hinges on this round. Confidential Dam, solo queue. Let us carve it out. The viewers in the live stream were somewhat bewildered, pondering whether the previous harsh remarks had led this black silk streamer to exhibit a slight mental lapse. Historic, indeed. Who can't boast? 3, 2, 1, let us go. The GDI helicopter entered the confidential dam. Simultaneously, in a group chat of operators named Rodent Catching Squad, some members were muted and orderly messages were sent out. Despite being a group of thousands, the messages were remarkably organized. Commander, have we all entered the match? Each captain, please confirm map tasks. Successful collisions, deduct 1. Team 7, 1. Team 18, 1. Commander, very well, good fortune. In the first round, 2 of our teams have collided at the Godfather's spawn point at the northeast side of the visitor center. Team 7 and Team 18 commence the hunt. Chapter 69, Rapid Consumption, Evasion, Rodent Catching Squad in a state of confusion at the visitor center spawn point. Upon witnessing his spawn point, Song Mu felt a surge of confidence. Without further ado, he made his way to the card room on the 2nd floor of the visitor center, a space he adored to wander in. It was a must-visit on the list of delectable choices. Unfortunately, this round, the visitor center only contained a computer, rather than the coveted insurance. Nevertheless, Song Mu remained indifferent. Engaging in combat, searching, and retreating upon being downed was his strategy. The rappelling rope was tossed from the helicopter, and it wasn't until he disembarked that Song Mu realized the GDI operative who had thrown him the rope might have misspoken. Did he not say to retreat upon being downed? Yet, There was no harm done. He had no seat. Upon landing, he swiftly switched to Polaris. Dashing up the stairs to the second floor. Shattering the glass, he turned left to access the computer. What a treasure. I'll quantum store this. Starting the game with a small red card, Song-Mu felt a strong premonition. Shield brother, I'm off. I'm rather busy. In a swift motion, he sent a red envelope to the patrolling Shield brother on the second floor and dashed toward the card room, grinning widely upon entering. On the table lay a purple card, dormitory number 3. See, I told you. Song-Mu stealthily pocketed the purple card, casually tossing aside the SR-9 marksman rifle he had been carrying into the crevice of a nearby sofa. A divine card worth 1.08 million. He pocketed the card, exited, and leapt from the building. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, showcasing his skill and fluidity. Ordinarily, jumping from the second floor to the first could result in fractures if not executed properly, but Song-Mu disregarded such concerns, fully confident in his passive abilities. With a hissing sound, he landed unharmed. He swiftly scanned the visitor center's reception. A document barely peeking out from a table was promptly stashed away in his pants, leaving it no chance to react. Turning to enter the restroom, Song-Mu quickly checked the toilet lid, finding no trace of Rolex's sister, and immediately turned to consume a medical kit, acquiring sterile dressing pack X1. Why is there no one at position 2? There were no footsteps or the sound of a door being kicked in. Was the visitor center's second position launching an assault on the substation? Song-Mu had initially planned to retreat, but with no information arriving, he boldly strode toward the first floor's workroom, intending to devour the luggage, briefcases, and their contents along the way. Having come this far, he figured, why not? Meanwhile, the full-fledged teams of the rodent-catching squad quietly approached the visitor center from positions 1 and the small barracks, executing a pincer movement. Team 7 secured the northern wall of the visitor center, with 1 operative on the roof and 2 inside. Team 18, more cautious, had 3 members stealthily reach the west door of the visitor center. What is going on? Why isn't Team 7 firing? Isn't the Black Silk Godfather on the second floor? The leader of Team 18, puzzled by Team 7's lack of action, remarked, "This fellow is quite audacious. Running around inside." A nearby operative whispered, "Captain, if he is alone inside, can't we easily take him down? Why not just kill him directly?" The captain sighed. "You see, that's where you misunderstand. The Black Silk Godfather has consumed the computers on the second floor and is now feasting on the containers on the first. Once he finishes, he will likely exit through the north door, snatching a manhole cover or a medical kit. The moment he reveals himself, we strike, and will claim his bountiful loot." The operatives were astonished. The captain continued, "Of course, if the Black Silk Godfather escapes through the back door, we can swoop in like divine retribution. His spoils will still belong to us, understood?" The 2 operatives nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 operatives from Team 7 were contemplating similarly. Having seen some of Song-Mu's live streams, they were aware of his deft hands, capable of extracting treasures from anywhere. Naturally, everyone yearned to partake in his bounty. While they understood that Song-Mu's secure box was substantial, they pondered the possibility of him being unable to conceal his treasures in time before meeting his demise. Wasn't he that the very reason they had come to form the rodent-catching squad? To savor the taste of Song-Mu's cash? As the 2 teams outside kept a vigilant watch, the visitor center's Song-Mu had rapidly completed a thorough exploration of the interior, aside from a briefcase at the entrance. As the saying goes, when alone, eat boldly. When others are present, eat cautiously. Regardless, it all boiled down to one thing: eating. Eating, and more eating. This round proved intriguing. Was the visitor center truly devoid of visitors? Had these operatives deemed this resource point unworthy? They deserved to miss out on 1.08 million. With a swift jet of movement, Song-Mu ascended the stairs back to the second floor. For there was still a box belonging to Shield Brother awaiting his attention. It was widely known that Shield Brother's box contained treasures. Upon discovering 2 vertical 2x3s hidden within, Song-Mu felt invigorated. What could the 2x3 in Shield Brother's box be? Busts? Bags of cement? How refined, how sophisticated. Without hesitation, he tucked the 2 bags of cement into his trousers and dismantled the bullets from Kuin Brother's Uzi submachine gun, claiming a set of 9x19mm blue rounds. Having concluded his foray, Song-Mu was thoroughly satisfied with his haul from the visitor center, which included purple card for dormitory number 3x1, quantum storage x1, graphics card x1, spy pins x2, intelligence documents x2, cement x2, with a total value of 1,930,254. The quantum storage was sourced from the computer, while the graphics card was purely wild, resting on the desk in the first floor computer lab. which Song Mu had swiftly secured upon entry. He ordered a retreat and launched 2 Mandel super units forward, standing in the visitor center's second-floor hall, habitually offering a salute toward the window. Suddenly, what was that on the opposite rooftop? Was that the head of an operative? Song Mu squinted for a better look, but just as he did, the Mandel super units activated, enveloping him in an explosion of smoke and fire, sending him back to the Special Operations Department. In the hall of the visitor center's second floor, the smoke and flames rapidly dissipated, leaving behind a solitary operative's box. The leader of Team 7, perched on the opposite rooftop, finally processed the situation, scratching his head in bewilderment. Did he just blow himself up? Did he realize we were onto him? Did he take his own life knowing he couldn't defeat us? The 2 operatives beside him remained perplexed. The leader of Team 7 scratched his head and decisively commanded, "Forget it, charge. Let us rush over and claim his loot." Chapter 70. Who consumed the Black Silk's graphics card? Spit it out. I demand you spit it out. Charge. Let us seize his spoils. Nothing ignites passion quite like this moment. Although Song Mu did not perish at the hands of any operative, who wouldn't he desire a taste of the treasures he had previously showcased during his live streams? What is happening? Why are there 2 consecutive C4 explosions on the second floor? Captain 18 was momentarily perplexed when he suddenly spotted 3 operatives from Team 7 sprinting towards the second floor. Instantly, he realized they were after the package. It was a veritable frenzy, with each operative employing their unique skills. Those who could jet propelled themselves forward, while others slid deftly across the floor, all eager to claim the first bite of the treasure. Team 18 had strategically positioned themselves well. One operative, trained in jet propulsion, zoomed up the stairs and swiftly reached the second floor, arriving first at Song Mu's box. Reflexively, he crouched down to inspect the box. What? Upon opening it, the jet-propelled operative was taken aback, his mind momentarily frozen. What is this? Is there only a dog tag inside? Where's his gun? What about the bullets? The items in his chest rig and backpack? Following closely behind, the remaining 5 operatives arrived at the scene, immediately crouching to rummage through the box, only to find themselves equally bewildered, forming a comical tableau of confusion. Where are the items? Spit them out. The captain of Team 7, stepping away from the match, sent 2 voice messages, his tone sharp. I clearly saw the He Si Jiao Fu rummaging through the graphics card fan. He must have at least 1 graphics card in his bag. Who took it? Who was it? One of his teammates muttered softly, Captain, the Jiao Fu safe is quite large. The captain retorted angrily, Shut up. Do you think I don't know that? Of course, the He Si Jiao Fu safe is large. I saw it with my own eyes. 2 operatives from Team 7 were left dumbfounded. On the contrary, Captain 18 grasped the situation and scoffed. Oh, my friend. Are we playing the blame game here, trying to ascertain how many bowls of noodles someone devoured? Is that right, brother? Once this was uttered, the other operatives comprehended the implication. The strategy was clear. The villain accuses first, firmly asserting that someone must have stolen the graphics card, regardless of whether the accusation held any truth. You are absolutely correct. The captain of Team 7 continued his voice messages. I saw it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. Unless you all throw down your chest rigs and backpacks for inspection. Inspect? Are you kidding me? Captain 18 was not one to temper his temper. Upon returning to the match, he drew his weapon and opened fire. Gunfire erupted in the second floor of the visitor center, the sound of gunshots intense and chaotic. Teams far away in the transformer station, caught in their meal, held their breath, mistakenly believing a world war had broken out, paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, returning to the Special Operations Center, Song Mu remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding in the visitor center after he had embarrassingly retreated using the Mandel Super Dimension unit. He was busy preparing for the next round. Not too shabby. This round was profitable. After deducting losses, he netted around 1.8 million, primarily due to efficiency. What? Some still criticized me for earning only 1.8 million in a minute? Incredible. Song Mu glanced at the barrage of comments and nearly laughed out loud. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. The comments from the audience and the relentless critics were indeed omnipresent. Although Song Mu occasionally felt the urge to silence them, he never took it too seriously. Suddenly, his voice rose by 3 degrees. Hey, whoever said I should wear black stockings to satisfy you? How dare you? Admin, ban him. In the second match, it was time to set off. The one-click equipment setup was straightforward, consisting of merely an SR-9 sniper rifle with some attachments, just enough to meet the 1.15 million battle readiness requirement for the confidential dam. 321, let us go? The GDI helicopter entered the confidential Zero Dam. Simultaneously, news broke in the Mouse Capture Team's chat group that only one team had successfully crashed into the game and matched with Song Mu in the same match. The commander declared, "This round is for Mu Mu." The Blackstocking spawn point is on the dam top. Which bastard said his name was Mumu? Kill him. Team 11 responded. We are at Visitor 1, heading straight into capture. The commander ordered. Capture. Engage, search, down, and retreat. Upon seeing the spawn point was on the dam top, Songmu knew this round wouldn't yield much. He landed and immediately deployed a Mandel Superdimension unit, heading straight for the nearest bird's nest. What? A 1x4? Ding. Accompanied by a heavy red sound effect. Songmu pulled a smoothbore gun from the bird's nest and quickly tucked it into his pants before turning to loot the 2 small rooms behind. With the smoothbore gun in hand, Songmu suddenly felt a surge of confidence. I'm secure now, brothers. I have a very strong premonition. What's this? The Transformer Station Dormitory? The ultimate God-tier card. Invincible, baby. Though the blue card corresponding to the Transformer Station Dormitory was only worth around 380,000. The key to that dormitory was undoubtedly among the top 3 must-loot spots when running the dam. Turning to the second room, Songmu habitually entered and checked the table. Finding no revival equipment, he swiftly consumed a medical kit and obtained 1 infusion tool. No worries, brothers, it's not a big deal. As is well known, there was still a piece of clothing ahead. I have a feeling it might yield another card. What the heck? Someone is shooting at me. Where are they? This round has a godly player among the visitors. Chapter 71, Leap of Faith and Retreat. Life, can you spare me this once? Damn it, absolutely infuriating. The captain of Team 11 could not help but curse. You too. If even one of you had helped me with a shot, he would have been dead. Why did you have to greedily consume that medical kit, that manhole cover? What? Is your dad hiding in there? His language was indeed foul, and it was understandable that the captain of Team 11 was somewhat heated. The position at Visitor Center 1 was not far from the dam top, making it exceedingly easy to eliminate Songmu, who had just landed on the dam top. Unfortunately, the 2 teammates, upon landing, did not rush towards the dam top, but instead greedily sought to consume something. Couldn't they just chase him down? What was the rush? One member of the team nonchalantly remarked. He ran towards the top of the dam, and the only way down from there is via the zip line. Isn't it quite simple to intercept him? Another teammate, feeling disgruntled, retorted, so what if I land and take a bite? Am I not allowed to eat? If you didn't take him down, whose fault is it? Mine. The captain of Team 11 was infuriated, clutching his weapon as he charged towards the dam's summit. The 2 teammates exchanged a reluctant glance at the visitor center's large insurance policy, and with tears in their eyes, they hurried to follow the captain. In truth, the information relayed by the captain of Team 11 was indeed accurate. There was a hint of truth to it. When the assault occurred, Songmu nearly soared into the air. An instinctive reaction. He had previously speculated that given the presence of the large insurance at the visitor center, the tourist at Position 1 would surely seek it out. However, Songmu never anticipated that a member of Position 1 would eschew the insurance and instead come out to confront him. Fortunately, during the attack, Songmu had already entered the container area at the top of the dam. Had he delayed, even slightly, lingering in the spawn point, he would likely have met his demise. He was down to merely 7 health points. 7. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Songmu swiftly opened the door to the small cabin at the dam's peak, reaching for his clothing. Just as he pulled out another health item, his eyes lit up at the sight of a single slot. This game truly has a hint of fortune, doesn't it? Show me. Ding. A blue card medical station X1. A medical station, my dear, will suffice. Songmu was not picky. After stepping outside, he glanced at the empty table inside the opposing red container, and without hesitation, he consumed a travel pack, yielding gunpowder X1. The travel pack was rather underwhelming. As he exited, Songmu raised his hand and launched a Mandel unit to accelerate his sprint towards the zip line. An ominous premonition loomed over him, sensing that the team of operators from the visitor center would soon pursue him. Drawing from extensive experience of being hunted, he knew that operators eager for combat, upon encountering a target that could neither retaliate nor escape, would surge forward with an almost frenzied vigor, as if they had never taken a life before. With a rush, he reached the zip line, tossing away his weapon midair. In those fleeting seconds, he executed his maneuvers flawlessly. Upon landing, he immediately consumed the bird's nest at the top of the dam. What? 2 slots. My intuition is tingling. This sensation was overwhelmingly strong. Unlike the usual expectation of finding a 1x4 item in a bird's nest, which invariably turned out to be a smoothbore gun, this feeling was akin to a man's sixth sense, a premonition of the future or a harbinger of ascension. What? I'll take it. A card. Precious. As the graphics card emerged from the nest, Songmu snatched it up, stowing it away and swiftly leaping forward, understanding well that he could not afford to linger. Successful in his retreat, the authorities recorded 128-1031. Song-Mu sprang back to the Special Operations Department. And only after he had cleared the warehouse did the viewers in the live stream begin to react, their faces a mixture of bewilderment. Again, another humiliating retreat? Honestly, I was all set to praise the Godfather's seamless maneuvers and strategies, and then he shows me a leap of faith. What? Soaring back to the Special Operations Department? Truly, he is my favorite streamer, such prowess. You don't understand. This is dignity. I prefer this approach. When faced with those I cannot defeat, I simply dive into retreat, offering my spoils to the crocodiles without a second thought. Hilarious. Even if my black silk godfather retreats in shame, he returns with a bounty. What about you? What can you bring back from such a retreat? 2 bags of fried noodles? Please, someone stop. A friend of mine nearly died laughing at your comment. Not bro. I came to see you humiliate yourself in an assault on the Special Operations Department. My apologies. I forgot that the Godfather had 2 reds and 2 cards. As he surveyed the barrage of question marks in the chat, Song-Mu cleared his throat and stated solemnly, once again, I reiterate. My loot from this round far exceeds what any of you will ever acquire in a lifetime. You lot still have much to learn. To his surprise, the usually impulsive and vocal viewers were mostly silent, with only a few daring to retort, a stark contrast to the over 80,000 online spectators. What was going on? Had these viewers finally been tamed, or were they simply recalibrating? Scratching his head, Song-Mu dismissed the thought and quickly reconfigured his gear for the 3rd round. Meanwhile, the 3 operators from Team 11 stood amidst the biting wind at the dam's peak, disheveled and frantic. They had finally caught up. Good news, they had arrived. Bad news, he had already made his escape. Captain, what do we do now? One member scratched his head and spoke up. He fell to his death. Should we loot his box? I recall he had a gun when he entered. Loot, loot, loot. Go ahead. The captain, weary and exasperated, could hardly muster the energy to respond. Thus, the 2 teammates hastily boarded the zip line to claim the box. However, upon landing, and before they could even open it, they were swiftly sniped by the operators in the parking lot, with one even throwing a grenade as a parting gift. The captain of Team 11 felt an overwhelming urge to end it all. What the hell is this? We finally had a chance to collide successfully, and the spawn point was so close, yet we missed killing Song-Mu by a single shot. We finally caught up, only to find he had already returned to the Special Operations Department as we zipped down. At this moment, the captain truly felt despair. He crouched at the top of the dam, deep in contemplative silence, longing for a melancholic cigarette. There was no hope for rescue now. How would he escape? Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, a series of firing sounds erupted from the administrative building's parking lot. 2 missiles soared into the sky, arching gracefully before locking onto their target and diving downward with alarming speed. Chapter 72, the 18th round of rapid retreats. Song Zijing, come in, sleep. Life. Could you grant me this one reprieve? The captain of Team 11 returned to the Special Operations Department, not much slower than his 2 teammates. Another failure in the mouse-catching endeavor. Within the chaos of the capture team, murmurs of discontent began to rise, yet part of the chat was silenced, leaving most unable to voice their thoughts. Another failure? No matter. Experience had shown that their methods were indeed viable, albeit slightly less efficient. With a bit more speed, they would undoubtedly succeed. The commander pondered before typing, considering you may not be able to loot the Black Silk Godfather's pack. Here's the deal. I hereby declare that killing the Black Silk Godfather will net you 500,000 long coins. With a handsome reward, brave souls would surely emerge. As the ancients taught us, almost immediately, the chat exploded with team leaders fervently typing, 1, to express their resolve and their eagerness for the bounty. 3rd round initiated. Successful collision, type 1. Team 15, 1. Team 35, 1. Command. Team 3, capture 1 and eliminate him. 1 minute later, Song-Mu continued to employ his old strategy of the Mandel Super Escape Unit, successfully retreating while acquiring Purple Card Underground Passage Key X1, Asala Specialty Cup X1, Pirate Cutlass X1. The rodent-catching teams became disorganized and contemplated a direct withdrawal. However, en route, they encountered a fully equipped assault team, turning the entire evacuation point into chaos, leaving no survivors. In the 4th round, Song-Mu continued his retreat, acquiring Gold Card Eastern District Suspension Bridge X1, Spy Pen X2, Monitor X1. The 2 rodent-catching teams were too far away. By the time they reached his spawn point, Song-Mu had already escaped to initiate the 5th round, leaving them to abandon their efforts in tears. From the first round of attempted retreats to the final 18th round, Song-Mu expended approximately half an hour, with one round yielding a few extra bites, yet he ultimately succeeded in retreating with remarkable speed. After 18 rounds, his gains were substantial. He had gathered a considerable number of cards, but regrettably did not manage to procure the manager's office or technical room cards, indicating their scarcity. Additionally, the black cards from the trench proved to be rather bothersome. Song-Moo could not help but voice his frustration, recalling instances where he sensed a card was about to drop, only to receive a black card at the last moment, which he promptly discarded near Gunner. This item was of no use to him, and he would not allow others to benefit from it either. As for the reason he didn't open it, that was simply a waste of time, and there was a risk of being killed immediately after obtaining a card. Song-Moo would not relinquish his drop rate so easily. However, reflecting on the numerous rounds of card gathering, Song-Moo indeed enjoyed himself thoroughly, filling his card pouch to a satisfactory extent, ensuring he had access to room cards for nearly every map. Zero Dam. Equipment Use Room X1, Underground Passage Key X1, West Building Medical Room X2, Substation Dormitory X3. Longbow Valley, Radar Station Control Room, 1820, X1, Town Restaurant X1, Checkpoint Warehouse, 1920, X1. Aerospace Base, Eastern District Suspension Bridge X1, Dormitory Number 3, Inner Room X1. Bakshi, Interrogation Room Number 1 X1, Babel Tower Power Supply Permission Card X1, Hotel Staff Lounge X1. Title Prison, Level 1 Prison Permission Card X1. Overall, it was satisfactory. The rapid card gathering over 18 rounds yielded over 4 million in rewards, not including the special cards and smaller golden or purple items. After calculating his gains, Song-Moo felt content, yet slightly disappointed. If only he had drawn a red card, he could have soared to new heights. He then updated a few lines in the live stream chat, not for any particular reason, but mainly to enhance the spectacle of the stream, capturing the attention of new viewers and simultaneously tending to the low blood pressure of his good brothers, with unspoken concern. 1. Red cards this month, 15-2. Gold cards this month, 26-3. Cards collected this month, 17-4. Operators killed this month, 1-5. Bosses killed this month, 1 after modifying the banner text. Song-Moo initially felt quite pleased, but upon noticing that he had killed only 1 operator this month, he fell into sudden silence. When did he kill someone? Oh right, in the first round at Poo Dam, the fully equipped guy. What was his name again? Song-Moo rummaged through his storage, vaguely recalling that he had brought back this person's dog tag, but after searching, he found nothing, realizing he must have forgotten. Truly, I am something else. In this battlefield rife with geniuses and cheats, I managed to kill someone, utterly invincible. Excellent, keep up the spirit, strive for the top. After admiring his impressive achievements for a while, Song-Moo nodded in satisfaction and said, well then, brothers, I suddenly feel very sleepy. Good night. For your health, brace yourselves. Before he could finish, he had already ended the stream abruptly, leaving the audience of over 80,000 viewers with an abrupt sense of finality, some wondering if their beloved streamer had collapsed. Leaving the Special Operations Unit, Song-Moo cautiously rose, tiptoeing towards his large bed, where he could see Tang Ren sleeping soundly. Turned away from him. What to do? Is the base explosion a significant problem? Indeed, it is a major issue. I can't possibly stay up all night. Song-Moo, calm down. After several minutes of internal conflict, he sighed and stealthily left his room, feeling as if he had returned home only to find it ransacked. Unable to return, and thus reluctantly jumping into the fray. Closing the door, he exhaled in relief. Surveying the living room, he began to clean up the battlefield left by 2 inebriated friends, tossing out bottles and snacks as necessary. Halfway through tidying up, the door to Song Zijing's bedroom suddenly opened, and the rather large sister emerged, yawning, dressed in a black camisole and sleep pants, barefoot and slightly dazed. Oh, Moo, what are you doing here? Upon entering the living room, Song Zijing finally noticed Song-Moo and asked in confusion, what time is it? Aren't you going to sleep? By the way, where's Wan? Song-Moo sighed and pointed towards his room. She's healing in my base. Song Zijing's brows immediately furrowed at this. This made Song-Moo recall a particular verse. Even when a beautiful person frowns in anger, it feels like they are being playful with me. Hey, sister, don't get the wrong idea. Realizing the situation was not favorable, Song-Moo quickly clarified. It's all her fault, Tang Ren. I didn't resist at all. What could I do when she jumped onto my bed to sleep? I couldn't just deny her air, right? That would clearly be impossible. Whatever. Song Zijing dismissed him and went to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of warm water, then returned to her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Song-Moo, I really can't believe this. I'm all talk and no action. Is that how it is? However, he didn't take it to heart, after all. If there are many lice, one need not fear the bites. He reclined on the sofa, beginning to review the night's gains, ready to enjoy a pleasant sleep. A few minutes later, the door to Song Zijing's bedroom quietly creaked open, and barefoot, she approached the sofa, playfully kicking Song Mu's arm. You have 3 seconds to come to bed. Chapter 73. The director reveals. What is the purpose of the red collectibles? Blinding sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, falling upon Song Mu's face. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted once again by the starry ceiling. And in a daze, he hesitated for a moment before springing up, instantly wide awake. How did I end up back here? Oh right, Song Zijing told me to come. Song Mu sighed in relief. It was typical to feel disoriented upon waking. He needed to clear his mind to recall what had transpired the previous night. In truth, not much had happened. After meticulously replaying the events of last night for several minutes, Song Mu's emotions fluctuated. What on earth was I thinking last night? I just lay down and fell asleep? Song Mu, you've truly outdone yourself. On the bright side, I got to sleep with my sister. Bad news, Ba fell asleep in a daze. Upon waking, leaving the bedroom, and during the morning routine, Song Mu glanced curiously at the kitchen, only to be astonished to find that Tang Ren was not having breakfast. Where could the Grand Wan Jie be? Turning back, Song Mu took another look at her own bedroom and noticed that the bed was also empty, prompting her to return and inquire of Song Zijing. Sister, where's Wan Jie? Did she leave? Yes, she left, replied Song Zijing, who was seated at the dining table, eating breakfast and scrolling through her phone without lifting her head. Oh, Song Mu responded. Song Zijing looked up and smiled. So what are you disappointed about? Not at all, Song Mu replied. After finishing her morning routine and sitting down at the dining table to eat, Song Zijing finally spoke to Song Mu. Wan went back to pack her things. She is preparing to move in with us. Song Mu, bewildered, asked what? Didn't Wan Jie's home explode? Song Zijing nearly spat out her juice. Coughing a couple of times before responding, it didn't explode. It's just that we are moving to a new house soon, and Wan is insisting on coming with us. Seeing Song Mu's confused expression, Song Zijing chuckled and explained. Director Su called this morning to inform us that we have been allocated a villa by the river. I looked into it. The housing prices there are among the top 10 nationwide, and it's undoubtedly the best location in Langcheng. Yet it's a house that money can't easily buy. Understanding dawned on Song Mu. The disaster relief funds from the court had arrived last night, and today, even more astonishingly, it was the grand house allocated by the court. All right, let us hurry and eat. The moving company will be here soon, Song Zijing said, adding. Director Su mentioned he would come by to meet you and discuss some matters in detail. Song Mu nodded in agreement. Okay. After finishing breakfast, they packed their belongings and prepared to move. It must be said that the moving company recommended by Tang Ren was indeed impressive. They were efficient and effective, completing the entire process seamlessly. Before long, Song Mu met with Su Baohui, the director of the Core Talent Assurance Bureau. Song Mu, Song Zijing. Both of you get in the car. Su Baohui gestured for Song Zijing to join. The siblings sat upright in the back seat of the business vehicle, awaiting Su Baohui to speak first. Before you ask any questions, I have an announcement to make. Su Baohui smiled at Song Mu and stated. Your name has been added to the core talent list with a very high priority. Any requests regarding your living conditions can be made, and we will do our utmost to fulfill them. This includes, but is not limited to, your basic needs, marriage, childbearing, and any requirements you may have in the conflict zone. We will strive to meet them to the fullest extent. Thank you, Director, Song Mu replied, maintaining an outward calm. Though her heart raced slightly, it is only natural. Hearing about such favorable treatment is one thing, but experiencing it is an entirely different matter, with a profoundly different sense of reality. This is the document regarding the assurance plan. You may take a look, Su Baohui said, handing a document to Song Mu. You can rest assured in this villa by the river. Your safety is fully guaranteed. I have also informed the Night Watcher Club. From today onwards, Song Zijing and Tang Ren will no longer need to go to work. Upon hearing this, both Song Zijing and Song Mu were taken aback. Do not be surprised. Su Baohui smiled at Song Zijing. This is merely a paid leave of absence for both of you, which will conclude after this global competition. As he spoke, Su Baohui produced another document, in duplicate, and handed one to each of them. You may take this document home and review it at your leisure. The contents are straightforward. I have already registered the two of you and Tang Ren to participate in the upcoming Global Delta competition, known as the Fenghua Cup World Championship. This competition is open to participants worldwide, and the number of teams is currently unquantifiable. The first selection phase lasts 3 days, with 3 matches each day, totaling 9 matches. Ultimately, 500 teams will advance to the second phase, the peak competition. Likewise, this phase also spans 3 days with 9 matches, and only 100 teams will qualify for the final stage. The final phase pits 100 teams against each other for the top 10 spots, with particularly generous rewards for the top 3, including but not limited to cash prizes, exclusive collectibles, special skins, and, most importantly, national exclusive rewards in the form of technology points. Technology points? Song Mu inquired, perplexed, as this was a term she had never encountered before. What is that? Song Zijing clearly did not know either. Noticing their confusion, Su Baohui calmly explained, technology points, as the name suggests, can be used to enhance the technological capabilities of our nation, specifically for improving the Longwa bases within the Delta world. Currently, there are 3 ways to obtain technology points. 1. Achieving high ranks in specific events within the Delta world, including the conflict zones and comprehensive battlefields. 2. Analyzing red collectibles. As he spoke about red collectibles, he added, they not only serve to acquire technology points, but are also decisive in the comprehensive battlefield. I will share more secrets about the comprehensive battlefield with you later. Indeed, Song Mu immediately understood. The reason the nation was willing to invest heavily in acquiring the small and large red collectibles found in the conflict zones stemmed from their significant utility. Director, what does it mean to have a Longwa base in the Delta world? What is that? Song Mu asked. This is actually a high-level secret, but since you asked, I can give you a brief explanation. Su Baohui pondered for a moment and elaborated. The Delta world merged with our reality 10 years ago. It is a virtual world that connects with the real world. We can freely traverse between this world and reality using items like the operator's watch. In this virtual realm, every country in the world has its exclusive national base, which you can think of as a crystal or base in a game. Technology points are primarily used to upgrade the level of the national base in the virtual world. Additionally, some military technologies unlocked by upgrading the base can also be applied to enhance our real-world military technologies. Chapter 74. Armed with golden bullets, donned in golden armor. The populace becomes a military force, ready to conquer the globe. What? Song Mu was taken aback, exclaiming. The military technologies unlocked in the Delta world can actually be used to enhance our real-world military technologies. Su Baohui nodded. Indeed. Technologies such as quantum data chain transmission designs, adjustable gas systems for military applications, and intelligent weapon modifications can all be directly referenced and utilized in the real world. For a moment, Song Mu was at a loss for words, feeling as if she had opened the door to a new world. She had indeed speculated before that the red collectibles in the conflict zones might be linked to technology, but she never expected it to be true. The Longwa base in the Delta world. I can take you to see it when the opportunity arises, Su Baohui said, patting Song Mu on the shoulder with a smile. Since we are discussing base upgrades and technology unlocks, we cannot overlook the topic of military production. Have you two noticed the equipment issues in the trading market? What equipment issues? Song Mu was puzzled. The prices and availability of equipment, Su Baohui remarked, somewhat surprised, looking at Song Zijing. As the chief Demon King level escort of the Night Watcher Club, you must have purchased quite a bit of equipment from the trading market, right? Level 5 helmets, golden bullets, and so forth? Song Zijing shook her head and said, generally, I acquire items from the club's warehouse, charging it to the boss's account. Su Baohui then turned to Song Mu and asked, what about you, Song Mu? I heard that your operator level rose to level 12 last night. Didn't you buy a level 5 helmet and fully upgrade your weapon to engage in fierce battles? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Mu scratched his head and replied, to be frank, Director, I haven't purchased a helmet since the assessment, let alone a fully upgraded weapon. This was the unembellished truth. Since the assessment until the conclusion of the 18 matches last night, aside from purchasing some upgrade materials, Song Mu had only bought an SR-9 marksman rifle from the trading hall for the sake of preparation. As for the level 5 helmet and ammunition, he had never purchased any, not even level 1, 2, or 3 gear. He hadn't even paid attention to their prices. His sole concern was how much red loot he had acquired and how many room cards he had collected. As for engaging in fierce attacks, what was that? Did it generate profit? Buying equipment? Not a chance. He would just rush in with a knife, eat, and run. If that didn't work, he would still run or eat with some preparation. Su Baohui thought to herself, what on earth is wrong with these siblings? One relies on the club's warehouse, not spending money on equipment, and the other has never bought a helmet or upgraded weapon. In the entire world, once an operator reached level 12 and could tackle classified difficulty maps, who wouldn't rush to get a level 5 helmet and a fully upgraded weapon to fight fiercely? Seeing Song Mu's sincere gaze, Su Baohui could only silently adjust her emotions and said, now I understand why you two don't pay attention to the trading hall. Let me tell you directly. The GDI trading hall spans across countries, and currently, half of the circulating level 5 helmets, ammunition, accessories, and firearms in the trading hall come from our Longwa. 30% comes from the beautiful country and the bear country. with the remaining 20% from various other nations' total production. Trading hall share? Song Mu was somewhat surprised and pondered. Director, are you implying that each country can independently manufacture equipment? Do the countries in the Delta world have military-industrial departments? Exactly. Su Baohui nodded with satisfaction and continued. Take the simplest level 5 FS composite bulletproof vest as an example. If an individual wants to manufacture one, they need to gather golden and purple collectibles. However, if it is produced in our Longgua's military factory, only a few blue and green collectibles are required, making it cost-effective with high output. If the Longgua base continues to upgrade and unlock higher-level military technologies, the manufacturing requirements will further decrease, and the production speed will increase. I see. Song Mu nodded repeatedly. Su Baohui's words were quite easy to grasp. The Longgua base in the Delta world needed to level up, which inevitably required technology points. There were only two ways to obtain technology points. Global events didn't occur every day, but red collectibles could be gathered consistently. Technology points upgrade the base. And the higher the base level, the greater the military production capacity, lower costs, and higher profits. Therefore, the significance of red collectibles is self-evident. With this realization, Song Mu suddenly looked at Su Baohui, a light of understanding dawning upon him. Director, if half of the trading hall share is controlled by a hidden hand managing the GDI trading hall's equipment sector, does that mean it is actually our Longgua? You are correct. Su Baohui revealed a smile of approval. Unbelievable, Song Mu exclaimed. Initially, he believed that the scarcity and high prices of red and gold collectibles in the GDI trading hall were due to the absence of a substantial supply. However, it turned out that there was a significant hand controlling the largest equipment sector of the trading hall, and most importantly, that invisible hand was indeed our Longgua. Seeing Song Mu's expression of enlightenment and amazement, Su Baohui waved her hand calmly, saying, "There's no need to be overly surprised. Since the Delta world merged with ours a decade ago, our country has established a development strategy. We strive to ensure that every citizen can afford golden ammunition and wear golden armor, transforming our populace into a formidable military force that sustains itself through economic means to suppress other countries." One could only say that the older generation's dedication to the nation was truly charismatic. For a moment, Song Mu felt an urge to applaud. As for Su Baohui's words, they were not difficult to comprehend. Essentially, the Longgua base, with its leading military-industrial production capabilities, supplies a vast quantity of helmets, firearms, and ammunition to the trading hall, thereby controlling the pricing trends. Other countries may wish to claim their share, but due to their base levels and military technologies lagging behind, they end up producing equipment at high costs, yielding low profits and low production capacity, forcing them to purchase products from Longgua instead. This means that operators from smaller nations are spending money on Longgua's equipment, only to return to the field and eventually send their hard-earned profits back to Longgua. The situation for the beautiful country and the bear country is similarly bleak. Unless they can outpace Longgua in military technology, they are destined to lose this economic battle in the trading hall. Of course, the fact that our Longgua can now occupy half of the trading hall share is also due to generations of effort and dedication that have led to this current situation. Su Baohui glanced deeply at Song Mu and softly stated, "I have reviewed the records, and in the early days, there were many individuals around the world similar to you, possessing remarkable luck in acquiring loot. Yet, over generations, the marksmanship and skills of our operators have reached a global leading standard, but luck has. Well, let's not dwell on that." After a brief contemplation, Su Baohui looked at Song Mu and asked, "Let me ask you this. 10 years ago, all countries were on the same starting line. Why is it that now only our Longgua base has the highest technological level and the most military technology unlocked, allowing us to dominate the trading hall?" Without hesitation, Song Mu responded with a serious tone, "Because we are numerous, united, and invincible." As he uttered this phrase, Song Mu felt a tremor in his hands, a surge of fervor igniting within him. Yet this time, he was aware of the flame. "Excellent, Song Mu. You have passed your final test." Su Baohui looked at him with admiration that only deepened with each glance. "Although I know that what I am about to say may place pressure on you, I must convey this. The future development of Longgua requires your luck in acquiring loot. You are extremely important to us." "I understand, Director," Song Mu replied energetically. He felt as if he had been injected with a dose of adrenaline, brimming with vigor. He was eager to rush into the battlefield, wielding his weapon to fill the warehouse with red loot. "All right. You all can tidy up and prepare for your new home," Su Baohui added. Su Baohui suddenly recalled something and said, "Song Mu, you might occasionally attempt a few aggressive strikes. Perhaps engage in some matches with your two elder sisters to seek that exhilarating thrill found in high-intensity games. After all, the Fenghua Cup World Championship, commencing in 6 days, will gather elite players from around the globe, so it would be wise to adapt in advance. You should know that our family is affluent. Currently, various models of gold bullets in the trading market fluctuate around 2,000 yuan. If you wish to create some, do so and practice your marksmanship. Understood. I will do my best, Song Mu replied readily. What do you mean by leader? Su Baohui shot him a glare and stated sternly, from now on, just call me Lao Su. Save my phone number. Feel free to contact me anytime if anything arises, understand? Understood. Lao Su. Song Mu promptly complied. The siblings exited the vehicle, bid farewell to Su Baohui, and drove towards their new home, the Linjiang Villa. Inside the business vehicle, Su Baohui rolled down the window and instructed the driver, Xiaoli, please find the match videos of Song Mu from the past few days, particularly his segments when battling against others. The driver, Xiaoli, promptly handed over his phone, saying, Leader, here you go. Su Baohui was momentarily taken aback. So fast? Xiaoli sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, I was just watching a compilation of Song Mu's live streams, and everything you mentioned is included in this video. Su Baohui took the phone without hesitation and began watching. Initially, there was nothing alarming, but as she continued, her expression transformed into that of a bewildered subway elder. It was simply uncanny. The video indeed showcased Song Mu's recorded matches, yet what the highlights entailed was questionable. The first segment featured the legendary battle of the Shao Nai Go in Changong Valley. He truly resembled a warrior, and Song Mu remained steadfast, silent on the floor of the cargo vehicle, observing as Shao Nai Go triumphed over 3 adversaries. The second segment was equally thrilling, from a down perspective. Yan Zi was caught in a flurry of hits, with only Shan Si Jun remaining on the field. He executed a flawlessly precise marksmanship, accomplishing a remarkable feat of eliminating 3 enemies in succession, culminating in a casual kill of another. The third segment was nothing short of invincible, depicting the tale of Song Mu, Yan Zi, and Shi Nua at the radar station's main building, where Yan Zi, before his demise from AC4 explosion, managed to take down one operator. Song Mu, like a divine being descending from the heavens, performed a significant leap, positioned between 2 operators to reload, while Shi Nua executed an extraordinary 180-degree headshot kill. Su Baohui quietly set down the phone and gazed out the window. What on earth is this? Wasn't this kid formidable during the first assessment? What is happening? Is there a saying about rowing against the current, where one must either advance or fall back? For a moment, Su Baohui felt a surge of high blood pressure, hastily returning the phone to Xiaoli, concerned that his normally healthy disposition might falter due to Song Mu's influence. After several sips of tea from his thermos, Su Baohui finally calmed himself and sighed. It seems my decision to have his 2 warrior sisters escort him was indeed sagacious. Otherwise, with his current skills, would he not embarrass himself at the Fenghua Cup World Championship? I nearly allowed the formidable reputation of the Long Gua to tarnish in his hands. Yet, upon reflection, Su Baohui suddenly paused, recalling his initial intentions. From the very beginning, when he discovered Song Mu, he had not anticipated him to possess remarkable marksmanship. All right, I was initially drawn to his safety deposit box. What is happening? Why do I feel an odd sense of wanting him to succeed? Let go of the marksmanship. Perhaps being a mascot would suffice. I am still uncertain about what is happening with his safety deposit box. Has he uncovered a bug in the Delta world? Never mind. Let him be, as long as he is happy. Eventually, Su Baohui chose not to dwell further on the matter. As the director of the Long Gua Core Talent Assurance Bureau, his discerning eye for talent was unparalleled. Although he and Song Mu had only interacted twice, he had already discerned his character. No one could better distinguish those who genuinely serve the nation from those who merely play the part. For Su Baohui held countless resources at his disposal, revealing all human nature in his presence. Meanwhile, in the R8 heading to Linjiang Villa, Song Zijing glanced at Song Mu in the passenger seat, curious. Mu, what are you pondering? Surely, you aren't contemplating dedicating yourself to relentless marksmanship training and aggressive tactics? Song Mu was taken aback. I was thinking about what to have for lunch. Song Zijing chuckled, just a little joke. Song Mu waved his hand and replied, as for practicing marksmanship, I think I will pass. I am perfectly fine as I am. I embody the essence of a national player. Moreover, you heard what Lao Su mentioned earlier. 10 years ago, when the Delta world first invaded, many were shipping out globally, yet now, what has become of the global operator drop rates? Song Zijing pondered. Are you aware of the drop rate issues in the Fenghua zone? Song Mu shrugged, saying, I've watched some videos regarding drop rates. After such a long time, I assume many methods to test drop rates exist, yet why are they ineffective? Do you know, sis? Song Zijing shook her head, genuinely uninterested in such matters. In her view, drop rates were inconsequential. Her path to wealth was never through shipping, but through efficiently utilizing operators and kunking. Song Mu sighed and shook his head. Forget it. I cannot clarify this logic to you. The Bakeishi space prison operators. As Song Zijing maintained her gaze on the road, she extended her delicate right hand, demonstrating a fist for Song Mu. You cannot compare with us operator demons. In Chapter 76, Tang Ren angrily inquired, I ask you, is Mu Mu being manipulated by you? Actually, it is like this, sister. Let me explain thoroughly. Song Mu, seated in the passenger seat, performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act, smiling as he stated, based on my research, the greatest influencing parameters for operator drop rates are personal luck and then battle losses. Sister, have you ever faced a situation where you failed 20 consecutive secret space evacuations, lost equipment, suffered significant financial losses? Song Zijing contemplated and shook her head. I rarely lose. I typically achieve 20 consecutive victories. Song Mu remarked, I am exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. I knew I couldn't explain this logic to you operator demons. Logically, excessive battle losses would typically result in compensations. For instance, if you lost 100 million, you might subsequently encounter ultimate drops like the Heart of Africa or Tears of the Ocean. However, Song Mu spread his hands, stating, for someone like you, raised on equipment and firearms, the likelihood of encountering significant drops is virtually non-existent. The more you consume equipment and firearms, the less likely you are to receive drops. And you might even become entangled in cause and effect. Song Zijing considered this thoughtfully, nodding. It seems so. I have not encountered any red collectibles in quite some time. Song Mu sighed. There's no way around it. To me, you aggressive operatives are merely pawns in an endless cycle of causality, your fate consumed by others. And in turn, there's devoured by yet another. It's a vicious cycle of diminishing returns, seemingly irreversible. Oh, wait, perhaps there is a way to salvage it. Upon hearing this, Song Ziqing's interest was piqued, and she nodded. Do elaborate. How can we be saved? Song Mu reflected for a moment before responding. We could engage in covert missions, sacrificing both lives and equipment. In each round, refrain from slaying adversaries, but do your utmost to avoid falling to Kuinge. Perhaps, by the time we reach bankruptcy, a glimmer of hope may emerge. Song Ziqing replied incredulously, you mean to suggest that I, a top-tier operative ranked 22nd on the Longwo War God list, should venture into a secret map with millions worth of equipment solely to throw away lives until we are bankrupt? Observing her expression, Song Mu chuckled and continued, see, I knew you would be reluctant. Once aggression becomes instinctual, every strike feels like torment. Yet, who would willingly squander their resources until bankruptcy? Hence, this dilemma remains unsolvable. Indeed, Song Ziqing sighed softly in agreement. Who would willingly part with all their wealth? You are right, Mu Mu. This conundrum is indeed without resolution. The siblings chose not to delve further into the issue of diminishing returns and instead turned their attention to the matters discussed by Su Baohui, national bases, technological points, the analysis of Dahong, and military production, of which Song Ziqing had been entirely unaware until now. Song Mu, still puzzled, inquired, sister, what do you think about Su's assertion that our Longma controls the trading hub? Song Ziqing replied, that should be accurate. Once your operative level reaches 60, you will understand. After reaching the maximum level, the battlefield becomes globally matched, whereas prior to that, it is domestically matched. I have contemplated Su's words, and it seems to me that the competition within the battlefield is less about individuals devouring one another and more about nations consuming nations. Sister, that's quite a unique perspective. Song Mu expressed his newfound interest. Song Ziqing's clarity of thought and her incisive angle of consideration significantly broadened Song Mu's understanding. In the battlefield, operatives inevitably turn against one another. Smaller nations, for instance, find themselves in a passive position when their productivity falters. Operatives earn money in the map, only to be slain by others and have to repurchase Longwa's equipment, sending all their earnings back into Longwa's coffers. Countries like Mali and Maoxiong can still manage to contend with Longwa to some extent. Ultimately, what may seem like a brutal struggle among operatives is, in reality, a chaotic economic warfare among nations. In warfare, the true battle is waged over financial resources. Can wealth truly grant one the power to do as they please? Regrettably, it can, and it can even facilitate a further cascade of desires. This is the stark reality of Longwa's current control over the GDI trading hub and its equipment sectors. In Langchong, at the Linjiang Villa, the moving company had long since arrived, methodically transferring various packages and household appliances into the residence. When Song Mu and Song Ziqin drove up, Tang Nuan's large vehicle was already there, and she was busy directing the operation with a flurry of gestures. Wow, this villa looks quite impressive. Upon closer inspection, Song Mu felt satisfied but noted, it's a pity it's by the river and not by the sea. Otherwise, living in a seaside villa would be delightful. Seaside villas may be pleasant, but they are too damp for long-term residents, Song Ziqin remarked, shaking her head. Look at you being picky, Song Mu teased before suddenly dashing off, declaring, the third-floor bedroom is mine. It offers the best view. I'm claiming it first. No one can take it from me. As Song Mu raced upstairs with his belongings, Tang Nuan, slow to react, finally exclaimed, darn it, I completely forgot about this. Ziqin, aren't you going to claim the third-floor room? Song Ziqin, indifferent, calmly entered the house while saying, as the elder sister, how could I compete with my brother? You are not allowed to take it either. What is going on? Tang Nuan asked, sensing something was off. She leaned closer to Song Ziqin, inhaling deeply and pondering. Something feels very off. You're not like this. Song Ziqin maintained her composure. This is perfectly normal. Not normal at all. Tang Nuan suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed, I just realized I forgot. Mumu didn't he sleep on the couch last night? Nor did he sleep in my room? Where did he go? Song Ziqin casually admired the villa's interior, nodding in satisfaction. The ceiling design is quite nice. I assent it? The suspended ceiling? The shape? Tang Nuan exclaimed in frustration. I'm asking you, did Mumu spend the night with you? Song Ziqin interjected. Oh, this kitchen is absolutely stunning, impeccable. Tang Nuan was momentarily speechless. The reason Tang Nuan refrained from confronting Song Ziqin was primarily due to her shorter stature and inability to overpower her. Soon, the moving company wrapped up their work and departed. Song Ziqin took her suitcase to the third-floor bedroom and opened the window to enjoy the riverside view. The wind gently tousling her hair, creating a picturesque and serene ambience. Meanwhile, Song Mu was on the second floor, struggling to organize his room while muttering to himself. Suddenly, he was confronted by Tang Nuan, who stormed in, demanding, speak. Mumu, look me in the eyes and answer me. Tang Nuan, with a shield-like elbow strike, lunged towards Song Mu, grabbing his collar, her voice tinged with desperation. What exactly happened between you and Song Ziqin last night? She refuses to say anything. I've been left in the dark since last night. What am I supposed to do? Chapter 77, Song Mu vs. Tang Nuan. Moonlit balance. Bow stance, palm push. Arm swing punch. What am I supposed to do? For Asala. The ground forever belongs to Asala. No, the ground forever belongs to Crocodile Brother. In a moment of whimsy, Song Mu blurted this out, instantly noticing Tang Nuan's expression shift, her face growing slightly red with evident frustration. To her, his response felt dismissive. Both parties were clearly evading the truth, prompting the thought, there must be something amiss. Oh, it's nothing, Nuan Jie, Song Mu replied with a serious demeanor. You know me well, Nuan Jie, and I assure you, there's nothing between me and Song Ziqin. Wait, this phrase sounds familiar. Who said this before? Tang Nuan could no longer contain her emotions, her eyes glistening with tears. Song Mu quickly reassured her, gently patting her head. Ahem, I got distracted earlier. My sister wouldn't let me sleep on the couch, you understand, right? However, you know my sleep quality. I can fall asleep in an instant. And before I knew it, it was already the next day. Tang Nuan remained skeptical. Really? Song Mu insisted earnestly. I swear on my character, it's entirely true. After a prolonged gaze at Song Mu, Tang Nuan finally relented, nodding, I believe you. Let me help you tidy up the wardrobe. Oh, by the way, I heard Ziqin say you like to wear black stockings. Is that true? Song Mu replied with a smirk. I appreciate the aesthetic, but I don't wear them. Thank you. Ah, I see, Tang Nuan responded, understanding. Tang Nuan spoke as she pulled out the suitcase containing Song Mu's clothes, stuffing them into the wardrobe. She placed one piece in, placed her hands on her hips, then stuffed another, rubbing her legs in between. Song Mu, seemingly lost in thought, gradually focused her gaze on Tang Nuan's silhouette. 666. One could say that a sweet girl like Tang Nuan ought to wear JK attire. It was as if this design was tailored just for her. Look at this pure white short-sleeve shirt. How pristine it is. Observe the light, gray pleated skirt. How lovely it appears. And the sheer black stockings. How exquisite. Time passed, and Tang Nuan, leaning against the wardrobe, pondered, why is Mumu so silent? Is she too engrossed? Indeed, I knew it. I always say that Jin is far too mature. She cannot compare to my sweet and adorable charm. Song Mu remained silent, deeply immersed in contemplation. The two inexplicably reached a tacit understanding, one with a heart racing in anticipation of the other speaking first, while the other was lost in thought, contemplating life. This continued until Song Zijin entered for an inspection. What are you two doing? Song Zijin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Song Mu seated motionless in a chair, seemingly in a stupor, yet her eyes were wide open. Tang Ren was even more impressive, nearly dozing off while leaning against the wardrobe. It was as if a single word had awakened them from their dreams, and the two who had been lost in their thoughts suddenly snapped to attention. Ahem. I was contemplating the upcoming Fenghua Cup World Championship, Song Mu declared seriously, glancing at Tang Ren. What about you, Nguanjia? What are you up to? Why haven't you finished hanging up the few clothes I have? Tang Ren replied. Oh, good things take time. You wouldn't understand. In truth, Tang Ren never did manage to tidy up Song Mu's wardrobe completely. While she appeared quite capable, her mind was occupied with a myriad of thoughts. Ultimately, leaving Song Mu to handle the task herself. The three continued to busy themselves with their new home until 5 in the afternoon. Moving into a new residence inevitably calls for a celebratory meal. Though Song Zijin and Tang Ren had many friends from various clubs, they decided it would be best not to invite anyone, as the three of them sufficed. Either invite everyone or none at all. How about hot pot? Song Mu asked her two sisters. Or should we have a barbecue on the third-floor balcony? Song Zijin and Tang Ren chimed in unison. Hot pot it is. However, a minor mishap occurred while ordering hot pot ingredients. Just after Song Mu placed an order for a plethora of ingredients, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by several individuals dressed as civil servants, busily unloading items from a vehicle, including, but not limited to, an authentic charcoal copper hot pot, freshly sliced beef and lamb rolls, tripe, vegetables, and a substantial amount of ingredients. Song Mu was momentarily at a loss, even glancing at her phone's order confirmation. Is the delivery service this efficient? I just placed the order. Wait, the vendor hasn't even prepared the dishes yet. A young man approached Song Mu, extending a handshake. Introducing himself. Hello, Song Mu. My name is Gao Zhan, and I am with the Longhua Core Talent Protection Bureau. We learned that you were having hot pot, so we hurriedly brought over the specially prepared ingredients. As he spoke, Gao Zhan made a quick phone call to Song Mu and promptly hung up. This is my number. Should you ever need anything, feel free to contact me directly. I'm available 24/7. Ah, Song Mu stammered, instinctively feeling somewhat awkward. Oh, that is quite unnecessary. How about you all join us for a meal? I apologize, Gao Zhan replied with a polite smile. We have duties to attend to and cannot join you for your meal. However, we have prepared some brand new home appliances and decorative items as gifts for your new home. As Gao Zhan spoke, the other men and women busily transported the hot pot and ingredients to the third-floor balcony, swiftly setting up tables and chairs while arranging charcoal and beverages. Following that, more individuals brought in various home appliances, brand new kitchenware, and even a feng shui fish tank. After this whirlwind of activity, not only were Song Zijin and Tang Ren stunned, but Song Mu was equally bewildered. Wow, is this part of the protection plan? Impressive. Upon further reflection, Song Mu found this arrangement quite beneficial, essentially providing her with a 24-hour team at her service, able to resolve nearly all matters with a single phone call. How comfortable. This was truly a boon for a homebody. After the bustling activity concluded, Gao Zhan and his team initially intended to leave, but they could not resist the earnest invitation from Song Mu, Song Zijin, and Tang Ren. Each person cracked open a can of beer or a soft drink to celebrate. Not a single bite of food was consumed, but they certainly enjoyed their drinks. The group arrived in a flurry, drank their fill, and departed just as quickly, taking the trash with them, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. On the balcony, the three siblings stared at the hot pot in silence. Their efficiency is astonishing. That Gao Zhan must have quite the drinking prowess. Downing a bottle of beer in mere seconds? 3 seconds? Next time, I must challenge him, Song Mu remarked as she began to serve herself. Tang Ren had remained silent until now. She had already begun indulging, her cheeks bulging as if she were a hamster hoarding treasures. So adorable. Song Mu couldn't help but admire her for a moment and snapped a few photos. You two only know how to eat. Come, let us toast. Song Zijin raised her beer to Song Mu, and Tang Ren clinked her glass. After taking a sip, she asked, Did you notice anything unusual earlier? Song Mu replied, perplexed. What do you mean? The guns? Tang Ren added, equally confused. Song Zijin sighed, exasperated. The firearms. Did none of you notice that everyone had holstered guns? Understanding dawned on Song Mu. Oh, so that was it. She exclaimed, continuing to indulge. Tang Ren nodded thoughtfully, returning to her meal. Song Zijin momentarily felt her blood pressure rise, wishing to grab both of these oblivious foodies and throw them into the hot pot to teach them a lesson. So, your point is that this team is dedicated to our service 24/7, but they also serve as bodyguards to ensure our safety? It's you, not us. Song Zijin shook her head. She understood clearly that Su Baohui valued Songmu, not her, and certainly not Tang Ren. What? The war god of the Finghua region? There is no shortage of those in Longhua. They're as common as golden elixirs in cultivation tales. Song Zijin was well aware of the true talents that Longhua lacked. As they neared the end of the hot pot meal, Songmu suddenly recalled a question she had wanted to ask the night before. After clinking glasses with Song Zijin and then with Tang Ren, she said, "I have a historical question for you, Nguanjia." Tang Ren scoffed, "Ask away." "I was a liberal arts was in school. To me, studying history is akin to Guangong slaying Huaxiong. Do you understand?" Song Zijing nodded in agreement. "Given that our Longhua has experienced numerous dynastic shifts in ancient times, I presume you, as a humanities prodigy, can accurately recall the name of each dynasty, right?" Song Mu smiled, sipping her beer, and inquired, "Please answer quickly, what dynasty followed the Tang?" Without hesitation, Tang Ren replied, "Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing. Once the Tang dynasty ends, it's the Song. Easy for me." "Oh, the Tang ends with the Song? Hey, Mu, listen, Tang Song, Tang on top of Song. So I woo, Jin Jing, let go." Without allowing Tang Ren to finish her explosive statement, Song Zijing swiftly covered her mouth, extinguishing Tang Ren's bubbling thoughts. Nearby, Song Mu nearly choked on her beer, her mind buzzing as she thought, "Indeed, I knew this sister of the Tang family would be cunning and ill-intentioned. And yet she is still on top. Why not just fly? But then again, is it entirely impossible? Sister, let her go first." Song Mu patted Song Zijing's hand and continued. "Now let me ask you, Nguanjia, is that top supporter in my live stream, the Tang from Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qingyu? It's the top sister indeed." Tang Ren admitted freely. "What top sister?" Song Zijing questioned. "So last night, did you drink too much and accidentally slip?" Song Mu scratched her head and asked, "What does it mean to send me 1,000 carnival gifts at once? Isn't 3 million quite a sum? Is there?" Tang Ren exclaimed in shock. She hurriedly pulled out her phone to check the gift records, flipping through until she became dazed. "I remember sending only 100. How could it be 1,000? Song Zijing had quietly faded into the background, entering spectator mode. Song Mu facepalmed, unable to bear to watch. Upon realizing she had mistakenly sent too many gifts the previous night, Tang Ren felt as if her strength had been drained, becoming dejected, muttering incessantly, "My precious little money." Song Mu sighed. "All right, I'll arrange a refund for you as a minor. I'll transfer the money back later. Gifts sent cannot simply be reclaimed." Tang Ren huffed, seriously stating, "Besides, do you think I, your Nguanjia, am in need of such petty cash? But then again, isn't 3 million just to let me play with you? Spending a day with me is not too much to ask, right?" Song Mu replied, 666, my sister. Your Yinghua map seems rather short." The atmosphere turned somewhat peculiar. Only Song Zijing continued to sip her beer, nodding. Splendid. Why have you two stopped? What happens next?" "Oh, I seem to need to step aside, right? Shall I take my leave? Just a little joke." Tang Ren pouted, snuggling closer to Song Zijing. "Look at you, so impatient. We haven't even started yet. Besides, if Mu and I were to become a couple, as the head of the family, you should be happy. TSK, then the bride price must be carefully calculated," Song Zijing replied with a smile. "The bride price is negotiable." Tang Ren nodded, adding, 3 million is just my pocket money for Mu. As the head of the family, you should state your price." Song Mu, listening from the side, was momentarily stunned. "Wait, isn't the bride price for me? Am I dreaming, or did I drink too much?" Laughing, so after a roundabout, "I've become the one to move in. Regarding the bride price, let's discuss it in detail tonight in my room." Song Zijing pinched Tang Ren's cheek, smiling. "I'm quite reasonable. With our relationship, we can surely find a perfect solution." Tang Ren nodded without much thought. I'll listen to you." The two sisters reached a consensus, completely denying Song Mu any opportunity to voice her protests. After finishing their drinks, the warm dinner was declared over. Glancing at the time, Song Mu noted it was already 8 in the evening, preparing to head to a meeting live stream, to recruit some adoptive sons and daughters, and perhaps play a couple of rounds. Meanwhile, Song Zijing and Tang Ren changed their clothes, ready to go for a walk, ostensibly to aid digestion and maintain their figures. The live stream room opened. Special Operations Division, enter. Yet another new day, my dear family. I, Song Ren, have arrived. Song Mu admired the few lines of text displayed in her live stream room, nodding in satisfaction. As expected of me. Come on, let's get this started. Next stop is Yanzi, correct? Let's get into the game. That friend asked a good question. Why bring the audience along? It's nothing, just my insatiable craving for gameplay. Don't ask, don't meddle in the Godfather's affairs. Within mere minutes, The online audience in the live stream surged, skyrocketing to over 50,000. Ding. His Majesty the Black Silk Dynasty has joined the team. Songmu. Then she heard Yin Zi's voice from the team mic. Hey, can you hear me, adoptive father? How does this new ID look? Just as Songmu was about to speak, another request to join the team came in, and she instinctively accepted it. Ding. Zijing has joined the team. Seeing the familiar ID, Songmu suddenly froze. Wait, sister, weren't you going for a walk? How did you suddenly end up in my team? I'm still live streaming. The viewers in the live stream had been engaging in their usual banter, but upon hearing Songmu call out sister, the entire audience instantly shifted into tactical lurking mode, adjusting their device volumes to the maximum. It's fine, the live stream is on. I just suddenly decided against the walk to play around. Song Zijing remarked, politely asking, This esteemed His Majesty, could you please make some room? I have a fixed team. All right, sister. Yen Zi swiftly exited the team, quick as lightning. Ding. Tang Song Yuan Mingqing's Tang has joined the team. Chapter 79. Twin War Gods guarding the secret operation at the dam. The most tasteful red ring. Song Zijing and Tang Nuan joined the team one after the other. To be honest, Song Mu was quite puzzled, not fully grasping how these two sisters, who had agreed to go for a walk, suddenly turned around and launched an assault on his team. Hurry, let's go. Tang Nuan exclaimed as soon as she entered the team, her aura fierce. Mu. Quickly select the secret space mission. Speed it up. I can hardly contain the urge within me. Songmu, are you serious, Muanjia? Although my operator level has reached level 14, I know for a fact that the secret space mission requires at least level 30 to unlock. How am I supposed to do that? Mu, you're only level 14. Let's go for the secret operation at the dam instead, Song Zijing suggested. All right, I forgot. Tang Nuan sighed. Wait a moment, let me upgrade the Special Operations Division. As Songmu busied himself, he didn't forget to remind them. You two should prepare your gear first. If you end up in the secret operation at the dam and get kicked like a stray dog, that would be a disgrace for me, Song. It wasn't until Songmu had gone off to upgrade the Special Operations Division that the two sisters finally reacted. What did he just say? Song Zijing asked. I think he mentioned we might get kicked like a stray dog in the secret operation at the dam? Tang Nuan replied. Oh, then I'm looking forward to it. Song Zijing said. Me too. Tang Nuan agreed. What was she thinking about when she logged off last night? How could she forget such an important thing as upgrading the warehouse? That was a significant oversight. After upgrading the warehouse to level 4, life has become significantly more comfortable. I shall purchase a collection box later. At the central computer of the Special Operations Department, Songmu swiftly organized the upgrade sequence for the warehouse, followed by the technical center, which unlocks at operator level 13. The materials required for upgrading both special operations facilities are not overly demanding, though the need for purple collectibles is quite substantial. Items such as the GS5 handle, wide-angle lens, refreshing lemon tea, and encrypted router are essential. Although Songmu's inventory of these upgrade materials is not abundant, it is more than sufficient for the purpose of upgrading. While Songmu busied himself with the upgrades, the viewers in the live stream were engaged in hushed discussions. What's going on, brothers? Are those two beautiful sisters on the mic? Can someone explain what's happening? Has our Black Silk Godfather been charmed by two wealthy ladies? Is the top supporter actually a wealthy lady instead of a rich man? What is going on? Has the Godfather finally succumbed to the allure of sweet temptations? How despicable. These two sisters' IDs seem rather familiar. Where have I seen them before? My mind is spinning. Come on, think. Let go of my husband. P.S. mine. If there's any trouble, just come at me. Seems like the person above has a complicated background. I'm a prophet. 1 minute into the game, and the Special Operations Department is wiped out. With our Black Silk Godfather's skills, he is still bringing in girls? Hilarious. Did he forget how he was carried by his sister yesterday? Having organized the upgrade sequence for the two Special Operations Departments, Songmu turned to check his secure box tasks and realized that last night, while being distracted by a game, he inadvertently completed several secure box upgrade tasks. Claim. Secure box, 30 slots to 35 slots. Quite splendid indeed. This roughly equates to saving a level 6 D7 tactical backpack, which is quite delightful. Next, Songmu inspected the tasks for the combat and tactical departments. The tasks from the combat department were manageable, but he found himself stuck on the tactical department's task, Asala Hotline Field Operations 3. The original objective was to defeat 3 enemy special operations operators using the MP5 submachine gun in any combat zone. However, Songmu's simplified version required defeating 1 enemy special operations operator and 3 Asala soldiers. The reason for his lack of progress was his indulgence in a game that led to an embarrassing defeat, entering the match armed only with a worn SR-9 marksman rifle. How could he complete the MP5 submachine gun kill task? Previous field tasks, such as those involving the AK-47U and UZI, could easily be borrowed from Kuan-gu. But the MP5 submachine gun was not something he could acquire so easily. Surely, I should not need to modify the weapon too much. Song-mu pondered as he headed to the armory, retrieving the MP5 submachine gun from the warehouse. He opened his mic and inquired, "Sister, should I take an MP5 in for the departmental task? Do I need to wear any other equipment?" Song Zijing replied casually, "You can just grab a gold bag. The gun isn't even necessary since you want to use it anyway." Tang Ren interjected, "Listen to me, Moo. Just modify the MP5 enough to meet the requirements. You don't need to worry about the backpack. I'll provide you with a 45-slot bag." Song Mu acknowledged, understood. The MP5 submachine gun was indeed quite easy to modify. Adding a few attachments would suffice. However, while selecting ammunition, he couldn't help but notice, with a contemplative expression. Old Sue was right. Ammunition is surprisingly cheap. Level 4 9 by 19mm rounds are only 600 per round. Wait, what does that have to do with me? Why should I buy ammunition? I can just borrow some level 3 rounds from Kuan-gu. Why spend money here? That was close. I almost fell into the habit of excessive spending. All right, sisters. Song Mu prepared his gear and asked, "Shall I proceed?" Song Zijing replied, "Go ahead." Tang Ren urged, Quickly. 321, let us go." The GTI helicopter roared as it surged into the Zero Dam's confidential area, landing at a favorable spawn point, the familiar East Administrative Building. Number 1 location. Moreover, the East Administrative Building contained a significant cache. This was promising. There were resources. Additionally, there was the breach operation to consider after clearing the administrative building, allowing for a beautiful retreat. As usual, Song-mu first examined the map, habitually plotting a course, and asked, "Sister, shall we head straight into the building, or do you have other strategies?" Song Zijing responded casually, "Either way works." Tang Ren, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Let us go straight in and start killing. I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to cause a river of blood in the administrative building." Song Mu affirmed, "Excellent, very spirited. Engage. Ransom. Retreat if downed." The trio swiftly descended to the ground. Song Mu instinctively dashed forward, only to hear 2 simultaneous sounds of blades being drawn beside him. Ah, so this is the level of seasoned players. As he sprinted, Song Mu glanced around. "Wow, sister. You have good taste. Is that the Mercy folding knife? The feel of that knife is indeed remarkable." Noticing Song Zijing wielding the Mercy folding knife, Song Mu expressed his admiration, turning to Tang Ren. "But encountering my Polaris knife is still impressive. Isn't it? You actually spent 1,000,000 coins on that red ring? Quite bold." Chapter 80. The decisive battle at the confidential dam. Zijing headshots a little pup. "Mind your own business," Tang Ren replied playfully as she continued forward. "I just love the appearance of the Crimson Falcon claw knife. The design is great, and I like the color scheme. Do you have any objections?" "None." Song Mu replied honestly. "If you're buying claw knives, then that's valid. You're right." That said, Song Mu actually had a fondness for the Crimson Falcon claw knife as well, particularly for its aesthetic appeal, setting aside its functionality for the moment. It was certainly a collectible. As they traversed the parking lot wall of the East Building, Song Mu hesitated over whether to consume an air cargo box when suddenly 2 jet sounds rang out in succession. Song Zijing and Tang Ren zipped past him, their speed noticeably quickened upon landing. Clearly, both Song Zijing and Tang Ren were equipped with the same operator skill, power assist system propulsion. Both sisters possess level 2 jets? Song Mu calculated the skill cooldown, realizing that the cooldown for level 1 jets was a full 30 seconds, while from their landing to the moment the sisters jetted off, only about 20 seconds had elapsed. It seems the war god made no errors in this skill selection. Yet, upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires red collectibles, which they probably couldn't gather in their warehouses. Song Mu refrained from questioning further. Battle was imminent, and there was no time for idle chatter. "Sister, the resources in the parking lot belong to Kuan-gu. I need to complete my task," Song Mu shouted. "All right," Song Zijing nodded, immediately taking charge. "Moo, you handle the resources in the parking lot. Wan, follow me. You head to the east second floor staircase to set up, while I'll position on the east building balcony to cover the west building's second floor." As soon as her words fell, Song Zijing raised her hand and bestowed a golden elixir upon the Asala rocket soldier on the balcony of the east building, striking from a distance exceeding 80 meters. And while moving forward, she fired with remarkable precision, landing a headshot that resulted in an instant kill. "I understand," Tang Ren replied, casually discarding her 45-slot GTO heavy tactical bag to Song Mu. This 6th-level backpack, commonly referred to as the Tunshin bag, also known as the turtle bag or boss bag. I comprehend as well. Song Mu instinctively echoed, picking up the bag. Wait, why am I also shouting that I understand? After drawing her MP5 submachine gun and swiftly eliminating a smiling Kuan Gu, Song Mu rummaged through his bag and pocketed a set of 9x19mm blue rounds. Pondering if he had been led astray by Sister Nguyen, he thought, was it truly the case? It seemed unlikely, but the commanding tone of his sister's earlier orders struck a chord within him. Song Mu identified the crux of the matter. Just moments ago, when Song Ziqin had begun issuing commands, her entire demeanor had transformed, her tone devoid of emotion, exuding decisiveness, tranquility, and composure. Oh, so this is the war god Song Ziqin in the battlefield? Song Mu silently mused, reaching into the ammunition box and retrieving a set of 7.62x51mm purple rounds, casually collecting the other 2 sets of white rounds as well. Regardless of their value or utility, he stuffed them into his bag for the time being. If necessary, he could always discard them while cooking later. Turning, Song Mu hastened towards the aviation crate in the parking lot, reaching in to reveal 2 4-slot items. For slots? What treasure is this? A golden armor repair. The opening of the game proved to be so splendid. Oh, Mu, did you find a 120 durability golden armor repair? Quite fortunate. Tang Ren inquired curiously. I am a national treasure. Song Mu replied in a tone that suggested he was unimpressed. After consuming aviation supplies, he discovered a 120 durability golden armor repair and an exquisite red gas canister, then casually snatched a bite from the large weapon crate on the second floor. Here it comes, the 2x3 treasures. The 2x3 in the large weapon crate. Military shells, civilian shells? That works too, Song Mu exclaimed, only to abruptly halt mid-sentence. This was a matter that seemed to be a perennial mistake. While an electric vehicle battery could also be consumed, it was evidently far less enticing than military shells. However, as long as one managed their expectations each time they opened a large weapon crate, hoping for civilian shells or an UZI submachine gun, the outcome often resulted in delightful surprises. Wan, cover the wrecked vehicle, Song Ziqin instructed, swiftly peeking to eliminate the headshot of a Kuan Gu on the first floor, quickly following up with another shot to take down a Kuan Gu on the first staircase of the east building who was wildly firing. Tang Ren stood at the window ledge of the east building, cradling an M700 sniper rifle, aiming through the gaps of the wrecked vehicle. Though the two had long been entrenched in classified aerospace and prisons, they were ultimately warriors who had emerged from the Zero Dam. Fully aware that this type of Western team could directly target the Eastern team, Song Ziqin and Tang Ren were fully cognizant that their coordination had been ingrained in their very DNA. Safe, Ziqin, proceed upstairs, Tang Ren stated, closely following Song Ziqin as she vaulted through the window and dashed toward the second staircase of the east building, clearing away a lingering Asala Kuan Gu on the second floor. The synergy between the two was beyond mere tacit understanding. It was as if the sisters shared a singular consciousness, embodying 2 distinct bodies, yet possessing an entirely synchronized rhythm and thought process, fluid and clear. Meanwhile, Song Mu continued to consume resources. If he were running solo, he might have only raided 1 aviation crate before heading straight to the east building. However, with Song Ziqin and Tang Ren engaged in covering fire and clearing Kuan Gu, there was simply no opportunity for him to contribute. So he opted to scour the parking lot for supplies. His haul included refreshing lemon tea X1, solar panels X2, cement X1. Wake up, Godfather. Can you please stop eating? Haven't you heard my 2 sisters laying down covering fire inside? Brilliant. Godfather, you are just like the teammates I matched with. The front is tense, and the back is consuming. What should we do then? Why are you sending Godfather there? Won't he just keep eating? If he's going to eat anyway, he might as well eat everything. Damn, the way those 2 sisters converse sounds like regular troops. Godfather, what regular troops? What covering fire? What are you even saying? I'm directly securing a treasure with the blueprint. Hold on, brothers. Why do I feel like this round is definitely led by 2 stunning sisters who are guiding our Black Silk Godfather? Could it be an escort mission? The viewers in the live stream were exasperated, their impatience palpable. Fortunately, Song Mu was consuming supplies at a rapid pace, having finished clearing the parking lot. He strode confidently toward the administrative east building, feigning a shot, and then turned to extract a manhole cover, one on the second floor. The speed at which Song Ziqin fired surpassed the sound of her gun. Bang! The M700 sniper rifle's thunderous report echoed throughout the east building, instantly incapacitating an operator who had dared to peek from the second floor of the west building. Song Ziqin had successfully headshot the yelping little pup of Demolin. In the ensuing chaos, Song Mu paused for a moment, bewildered by the ID of the individual just felled. Sister, what was the name of that person you just killed? Was it something like Little Pup? I didn't pay attention, replied Song Ziqin. Before Song Mu could inquire further, Song Ziqin preemptively cut him off with orders. Mu. Don't speak. Go loot the first floor. Nuan. Fire a lightning arrow to suppress the corner of the west building. I'll follow you. Understood. Tang Nuan instantly darted out half her body, taking cover behind the staircase of the east building, knocking her bow and releasing a precisely timed lightning arrow. Though Song Mu was unable to witness it, he could vividly imagine the accuracy of Tang Nuan's shot, effectively suppressing the corner of the west building's second floor, preventing the enemy from advancing. After launching the lightning arrow to establish dominance, Tang Nuan advanced, while Song Ziqin swiftly vacated the east building balcony, taking over Tang Nuan's previous position and keeping pace with her movements. Wait until we can kill again. I still haven't witnessed the coordination of these two war gods. Song Mu thought desperately, eager to catch sight of the opposing operators and determine if one of them was indeed the little pup he had encountered earlier. Covering fire. Hold the point. Tang Nuan called. Ziqin, can you provide a grenade? Sure. 2 seconds later, Tang Nuan tossed a precision-timed black-hand grenade, the moment it detonated. The unmistakable sound of shattered armor resonated clearly. Bang! Standing behind Tang Nuan, Song Ziqin took aim with her M700 sniper rifle, delivering the third shot since the onset of the match, achieving yet another precise headshot. Ziqin eliminated Shi Nuonyuo with a stunningly accurate shot. Get the last one for me. Jing. Tang Nuan shouted as she sprinted forward, fearing that Song Ziqin might execute another impeccable instant kill and steal away the third operator from the opposing team, leaving her with no further opportunities for kills. Goodness. Upon hearing the kill notification, Song Mu was momentarily stunned. He recognized that ID, just last night. This girl had performed an extraordinary dual kill at the radar station's main building with a 180-degree flick shot. What on earth was happening? Has chaos erupted among our own ranks? The small puppy must have made a mistake. Nuonyuo, the small puppy. Could the next target be Yanzi? What is going on with these three? Did they coincidentally end up in the same match? Or is it that my sniper has come for me? This is utterly absurd. Song Mu lamented, sighing. In that case, wait a moment. Nu. They are on our side. I know them quite well. Bang. 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 Tang Nuan continued firing while adopting a dramatic tone, exclaiming, the king descends from the heavens. With fierce and fearsome eyes, Tong Song Yuan Ming Qing's Tong eliminated the Black Silk Dynasty Shitzi with her K437 assault rifle, leading to a team wipe. The familiarity of those words echoed in the air. After dispatching Yanzi, Tang Nuan turned back, questioning, Mu, what did you just say? I didn't catch it. What's familiar? Song Mu smiled calmly, replying, it's nothing significant. I was merely going to say that those three are my friends. Let us just consider it a failed administrative building operation. Oh, I remember now, Ziqin realized. During the previous team formation, it was indeed Yanzi who had given up his spot for Tang Nuan. Ziqin reloaded her ammunition and gazed at Tang Nuan. Nu, are these the formidable operators you mentioned who play games with Mumu? Tang Nuan nodded, indeed. They seemed quite formidable when I watched their streams, but now. Ziqin inquired, is this all there is? Tang Nuan shrugged, I'm not sure. Perhaps Mumu's presence enhanced their performance. Song Mu remarked, am I to blame for this? The two sisters fell momentarily silent, unsure of what to say. Unbeknownst to them, Yanzi, the small puppy, and Shi Nuonyuo, who had just failed to retreat, were watching Song Mu's stream while listening to the two sisters discuss them, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. What is going on, guys? Yanzi exclaimed, confusion written all over his face as he queried in the group voice chat. How did you both go down so fast? The small puppy echoed, bewildered, I don't understand. I just peeked at the eastern balcony. I swear I was quick. It was the fastest peek of my life. Yanzi replied, and then you were headshot and finished off? The small puppy sighed. Shi Nuonyuo, not waiting for Yanzi to ask further, interjected, you might not believe it, Yanzi, but our experiences are nearly identical, perhaps 99 similar. Shan Sijuan chimed in. What are you all talking about? What is this about being fast? Yanzi swiftly recounted the earlier events, and Shan Sijuan said to wait a moment before going silent. A minute later, he resumed the call, stating, in my personal opinion, your deaths were completely justified. Yanzi, what? The small puppy, huh? Shi Nuonyuo, excuse me? Shan Sijuan shared a screenshot in the group, continuing, ID. Ziqin, ranked 22nd on the National Battlefield Leaderboard. ID. Tong Song Yuan Ming Qing's Tong, ranked 34th. Now do you understand how you perished? Was it unjust? Yanzi, upon seeing the screenshot, suddenly realized and exclaimed, I knew those IDs looked familiar. The small puppy felt a wave of relief wash over him, sighing deeply. So they are national champions. Then it's all fine. The two gentlemen, initially burdened with immense psychological pressure, felt instant relief upon realizing they were eliminated by two national champions. Huh, I thought facing national champions would make me sweat. Shi Nuonyuo couldn't help but comment. Is that really your main concern? Shouldn't it be that father refers to these two women as sisters? Father has two champion sisters. And you two didn't know? Yinzi and the small puppy were both bewildered. Oh wait, it just struck me. Suddenly, Yinzi exclaimed, startling the other three in the group. When you mentioned two women, I remembered. A few days ago, while having barbecue with friends, I coincidentally encountered Father, though we didn't recognize each other. At that time, Father was carrying one woman and holding another as he left the barbecue shop. Could it be? Those two were Father's champion sisters? The small puppy followed Yinzi's line of thought, realizing, it all connects. I must be fated with Father. He is also a small puppy? A small puppy who got barked at by two champions. Chapter 82. Brothers and Sisters, How Delightful. Exceptional Divine Power. 2-star Golden Gazelle. Yinzi, let us discuss this barking matter in detail. I'm all ears. The small puppy, discuss in detail? The two of them chuckled in the group voice chat. Their laughter quite amusing. Until Shi Nuonyuo spoke, causing the two adopted sons to freeze in place, their heads buzzing. Oh dear, I think I accidentally recorded something? What is happening? Oh, I see. It seems fate has led me to ascend to the throne of the first princess of the Black Silk Dynasty. Shan Sijuan, take me with you, dear sister. Yinzi, you cunning little sister, how infuriating. The small puppy, well, the most beautiful, gentle, and generous sister, Nuonyuo, I believe we can still salvage this. Would you believe that I was the one barking? Oh dear, no need for that. I'm just chatting with friends. Please don't use that. You're still young. Don't stray down the path of crime. Ah, the small puppy lost connection. The Black Silk Dynasty group was bustling with activity, and the live stream was filled with commotion. Meanwhile, Songmu's side remained harmonious. After casually dispatching Yinzi, the small puppy, and Shi Nuonyuo, Song Zijin returned to her position on the eastern building, while Tang Ren crouched on the balcony of the western second floor, preparing her weapon. As for Songmu, brothers. How delightful. Whose bag is this? Oh, it's Yinzi's. Haji Yin, how come you have 2 sets of golden bullets in your pocket? Huh, you've got golden bullets while wearing level 4 hearing protection? Sporting level 4 armor? Who is this? Oh, it's the small puppy's box. Well, I won't poke it. A fully durable FS composite bulletproof vest. I graciously accept. Oh, Nuonyuo is quite delightful as well. Hearing Songmu express his thoughts while eating, Tang Ren suddenly turned around and interjected, Mumu, I have a question for you. Songmu, without turning his head, replied, What is it, Nunu? Tang Ren posed. Who is more delightful, Nuonyuo or my sister and I? Among the three of us, who is the most delightful? Songmu, perplexed, responded, Who is Nuonyuo? Whose friend? Tang Ren felt a sense of pride, adding, Then here comes the next question. Between my sister and me, who is more delightful? Songmu remarked, This August is indeed exceptional, worth over 600,000. It's spot on. Tang Ren exclaimed in frustration, How infuriating. It's no wonder that both of you, surnamed Song, are cut from the same cloth. As the elder sister, your behavior is utterly absurd, and as the younger brother, your demeanor is equally ludicrous. Let's change the subject. Oh, Sister Wan, your questioning is rather confrontational, isn't it? Haven't I already provided you with the answer? Songmu, having consumed 3 boxes of food, finally found the inclination to respond. Liking someone is a serious matter, arising from genuine feelings and governed by propriety. It is a natural process, akin to water flowing into a channel. And if I were to merely dawdle and deceive you and my sister, what would that amount to? Allow me a moment to ponder. Tang Ren huffed in agreement. That is more like it. Song Ziqin echoed her sentiment with a hum, but remained silent. The hacker computer and small insurance in the west second floor had been depleted, leaving the small insurance empty. The hacker computer yielded a blue USB drive, which Songmu swiftly examined before turning back towards the east building. Having arrived in haste, the previous altercation had been rather swift, and Songmu was eager to assess the state of affairs, which meant he had yet to consume a series of resources, including the large insurance. Both Song Ziqin and Tang Ren clearly had no intention of consuming resources, opting for a voluntary fast. Positioned in the east and west buildings, they aimed to obstruct the teams stationed at positions 2 and 3 within the administrative building as much as possible. Upon entering the east building's manager's office, Songmu's first glance fell upon the sofa and table within. Satisfied with what he saw, he declared, No more discussions, my dear companions. Let us seize a gold bar to practice our endurance. He immediately discovered a red bar, which turned out to be another gold bar. Coupled with a sturdy gold armor he had pilfered from the parking lot, Song Mu felt a strong premonition that this round was going to be exhilarating. Is there a treasure in the small insurance? Perhaps a fabled ocean of fortune awaits, he mused. With a failed attempt at divination, he turned to unlock the large insurance. And upon doing so, 3 4-slot items appeared, causing his eyes to shine with excitement. Fortune has smiled upon us, he exclaimed. What is this? 3 golden gazelles? Seeing the 3 4-slot items within the large insurance made it difficult for Song Mu to contain his enthusiasm, and he could almost envision 3 golden gazelles rushing towards him. Ding. Acquired, clock X1. Goodness. How unfortunate. In an instant, his heart plummeted as the thrill he had felt moments ago vanished upon the appearance of the clock. Ding. Acquired, clock X2. Song Mu was taken aback. Ding. Acquired, clock X3. He broke into applause, exclaiming, 666. This is hardly worth my salt. Have you ever heard the tale of the clock god? Suddenly, he recalled the tragic events at the radar station's main building the previous night. Realizing the clock's might was no trivial matter. This is dire. The clock god has manifested thrice. Song Mu struggled to maintain composure as he gazed at the 3 clock gods in the large insurance, pondering what to do. To believe or not to believe? That is the question. 600,000? 6 million? A sudden realization washed over him, and he found himself unafraid. With a swift motion, the Song family's ghostly hand snagged the 3 clock gods, placing them meticulously in a triangular formation, showcasing utmost respect. Meanwhile, Tang Ren from the west 2nd floor, curious about the commotion, inquired, What is happening, Mumu? Have you uncovered something valuable? Song Mu replied candidly, I found 3 4-slot golden collectibles, the clock gods. Song Zichin was taken aback. 3 golds at once, Mumu? Tang Ren teased. It seems someone's sister is rather indifferent to her brother's fortunes, huh? Just 3 golds. That's merely a trifle for our Mumu. Be quiet. There are intruders in the parking lot, Song Zichin interjected. I'll assist you. Tang Ren instantly shifted into battle mode but halted, realizing, no, a team has approached the west building's main entrance. Jin, you handle it. Okay, 1 team each. Song Zichin affirmed. All right. The 2 sisters transitioned from casual conversation to combat readiness in an instant. What about me? Do I continue to eat? Assessing the combat prowess of Song Zichin and Tang Ren, Song Mu decided against engaging in any futile endeavors and concluded that his contribution to the team lay in simply consuming resources. He activated his combat form, proclaiming, Initiate super transformation. The double stomachs are now open. Chapter 83. Is this all? Truly? Sisters, we are formidable. Song Zichin employed the M700 sniper rifle to deliver a headshot to a foe. I only drink sour porridge, followed by another headshot with the M14 marksman rifle, taking down Mud-Headed Serpent. Her speed was remarkable. Stationed at the east 2nd floor S window, she effortlessly dispatched enemies with precision. In the meantime, Song Mu had just finished raiding the large storage box in the small balcony room, having also consumed an apple and a pure gold lighter from the table. Should he observe? Should he admire the prowess of his battle-hardened sister? Song Mu hesitated, pondering that while he could always scavenge, witnessing Song Zichin's remarkable combat skills live was a rare opportunity. Just a quick look, he decided, promptly climbing to the balcony in search of a decent vantage point. At that moment, Song Zichin dashed onto the balcony. What are you doing here, Mumu? She asked, drawing a Luna grenade, and, after gauging her target, launched it with precision. Stay out of my way. Song Mu quickly shifted to the corner, suppressing his breath. Boom. The grenade struck successfully, producing a distinct sound of armor shattering. The right side of the booth is a shooting blind spot. Song Zichin swiftly peeked to assess the situation, pulling out a grenade launcher and taking aim to unleash a thunderous shot. The sound of the Tiger's squat cannon filled the air, igniting Song Mu's excitement. The sounds that lingered in his memory, the resonant blast of the Tiger's squat cannon, the beeping of reconnaissance arrows, and the ominous sound of sacrificial missiles, were all unforgettable. As Song Zichin fired the Tiger's squat cannon, she leaped off the east building's balcony, propelled by her jetpack. Song Mu, bewildered, thought, shouldn't she first secure a hit with the cannon before charging in? Was his sister truly this reckless? Yet, it was evident that the Tiger's squat cannon was instinctively linked to her mind, the jetpack serving as a substitute for contemplation. In the next instant, the enemy lost their balance. Upon hearing the alert, Song Mu realized he had underestimated the situation. Despite his exceptional abilities in planning and resource gathering, he found himself lacking in the skills required for aggressive maneuvers and battle experience. In the days when Song Mu was preparing porridge, the most frequently played operators were Feng Yi, followed closely by my Xiao Shu, or the humorously stealthy brother Jingbu, who relished in the thrill of a 24-second cooldown. The essence of it all was simply to feast and to survive. As for Wei Long to run, what was that? Was it a deity accessible to someone like me? A Tang person? The imposing roar of M14 resounded once more. Zijin utilized the M14 marksman rifle to achieve a headshot, eliminating the extraordinary male character with a coyote, thereby wiping out the enemy team. Upon observing Song Zijin's position, Song Mu gradually understood the situation. A warrior of Song Zijin's caliber did not need to wait for the Tiger Cannon to hit its target before unleashing her jet propulsion. Close-quarters combat often transpired in mere fractions of a second, making it crucial to seize the initiative. In fact, once the Tiger Cannon was fired, Song Zijin had already anticipated its full effect. She aimed the cannon at an angle that would ricochet off the kiosk in the parking lot. A trajectory so cunning that even an enemy operator hiding behind the wall could not evade it. Attempting to flee? That would mean losing cover, inevitably leading to their demise. Retreating? That would forfeit the opportunity to fire, resulting in certain death. With no viable options, the enemy operator chose to remain stationary, tidying his appearance while harboring a slim hope of a counterattack. The attempt at a counterattack failed, and the operator was struck by the Tiger Cannon, collapsing to the ground without even firing a shot, succumbing to a peaceful slumber in his cozy abode. All right, warm, I have it handled here. Song Zijin, without even glancing at the 3 boxes on the ground, leapt into the air, executing a stylish reverse jet propulsion, gracefully completing a mid-air spin before landing and accelerating towards the balcony. Hiding in the corner of the balcony, Song Mu could only think of one phrase: sheer delight. The synchronized use of the Tiger Cannon and jet propulsion allowed her to land, swiftly peak, and with 2 effortless shots, secure headshots, retreating and leaping back with a jet propulsion that led to a swift landing and acceleration. To be frank, Song Mu felt a twinge of envy. The seamless execution of Song Zijin's maneuvers exuded an effortless charm, as if she were casually dispatching enemies as one would kick aside an obstacle on the roadside. Jin, don't come over. Upon hearing that Song Zijin seemed inclined to assist, Tang Ren quickly declined. I want to finish them all by myself. Standing on the eastern balcony, Song Zijin casually replied, suit yourself. Turning, she even had the leisure to direct Song Mu, questioning, Mu, why are you still on the balcony? What are you pondering? Hurry up and eat something. Haha, I was just captivated by your impressive display, sis. Truly magnificent. With that, Song Mu snapped back to reality. It was undeniably difficult not to be mesmerized by the series of operations executed by Song Zijin from the first-person perspective. So dashing, so fierce, and so beautiful. The strength of the machine gun is just about this, isn't it? Song Zijin casually remarked. You're right, sis. Is this all there is to the machine gun? We 3 are truly formidable. Song Mu swiftly approached Song Zijin, leaping down to the balcony weapon box, preparing to scavenge for gear, planning a route from the office to the dark door, and after finishing, would jump down from the 2nd floor to scour the 1st floor and the basement. Believe it or not, I have utterly fallen for this sister. She's simply too stunning. I wager she is extraordinarily beautiful. I can't help but want to be her loyal dog. Woof woof. Being a dog? There's SAQ for that. Step back. Is she really just a random obstacle one could kick aside? My goodness, sis is truly impressive. By the way, didn't T the Godfather bring a clock master to the fray? Someone help. Is it possible that the clock master has already begun to exert influence? Excellent. I am quite pleased. Finally, the Black Silk Godfather has recognized his role. Indeed, gluttony is your greatest contribution to this team. Well, I have confirmed. These 2 sisters are indeed the war gods of the national region. Initially, the viewers in the live stream were in a state of awe until the mention of the national war gods caused a sudden stillness in the chat. Soon after, a barrage of question marks filled the screen. Oh, you've noticed? Seeing the comments, Song Mu sighed deeply. I originally intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but instead, I am surrounded by cunning individuals. No more pretense. I shall reveal my cards. I have 2 war god sisters. Chapter 84, Tang Ren, the National Cruise Missile, that's me. When it comes to inciting hatred, Song Mu dares to claim 2nd place in the national region, for no one else would dare claim 1st. Why is everyone so silent? Song Mu swiftly swept through the 2nd floor office, lamenting, if only you all spent less time gazing at those flashy photos and action-packed films, and instead practiced your shooting skills, you would have already topped the national war god rankings. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gunshot rang out. This time, it was from the war god Tang Ren, utilizing the M700 sniper rifle to deliver a headshot, silencing the childishly speaking operator. The echo of the sniper shot had barely faded when Tang Ren's K-437 assault rifle unleashed a brilliant display at mid-range, swiftly taking down the second enemy operator near the west gate. In a near-simultaneous action, 2 gunshots and prompt notifications sounded. Zijin used the M700 sniper rifle to achieve a headshot, eliminating the patriotic sentiment of the war wolf. Zijin used the M700 sniper rifle to kill the patriotic sentiment of the war wolf. Jin. Tang Ren grew anxious, quickly defending her turf. You wicked woman. You're not allowed to steal my kills. You've broken the rules of our wager. This round doesn't count. I targeted an enemy operator outside the wall. You didn't see that? It's not my fault. Tang Ren's face flushed, grinding her teeth in frustration. You dare to run over here. Swiftly, Tang Ren switched back to the M700 sniper rifle, taking a quick shot. Unfortunately, the shot was too rushed, merely hitting the enemy operator's body, failing to secure a kill on the last standing operator at the west gate. Level 5 armor? What a pity. Had I known, I would have brought the AWM. But even with level 5 armor, you shall perish. The sound of a cruise missile launch caught Song Mu's attention. He was focused on scavenging the dark door when he suddenly heard the missile's sound and instinctively reached for a smoke grenade. You startled me. Upon realizing the missile belonged to Tang Ren, Song Mu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of Ren Jie, her choice of operator skills is so refined. Song Zijin replied thoughtfully. Ren's skill set is quite different from mine. She leans more towards applying pressure, while I focus on breakthroughs. What about me? Song Mu inquired with keen interest, speaking rapidly. If I were to team up with both of you, sis, what do you think about my skill set, medical acceleration, hive technology, smoke grenade, smoke screen, and reconnaissance arrow? Wait, where's my reconnaissance arrow? I distinctly remember bringing it. How did it transform into exoskeleton activation? Song Zijin, this set of skills is adequate. You only need to handle the smoke bomb, and the rest can be entrusted to Ren and me. Save your ultimate ability for later. If we happen to lose, you can unleash it and withdraw. Song Mu, I understand. I got it. Da-da-da boom. Sporadic gunfire erupted from the west gate, but it was swiftly silenced by the cruise missile. Tang Song from the Tang dynasty declared that she was eliminating them for the sake of Sino-African friendship, annihilating the team. Heh, is that all the resistance you can muster? Tang Ren scoffed with pride, saying, do you know I have a nickname called the National One Cruise Missile? You think your 2 shots can take down my missile? Mere trifles. Back to the drawing board. Song Mu was taken aback. What? National One Cruise Missile, my dear? That is quite something, Ren. Song Zijin quickly interrupted Tang Ren from continuing her boasting, whispering, Mu is still live streaming. Being too harsh wouldn't reflect well. Oh, I forgot. Tang Ren finally remembered. Can I ask a question, Sister Ren? Song Mu, speaking rapidly, confirmed. Is your nickname the National One Cruise Missile for real? How did you hone that skill? Blocking bridges? Tang Ren curled her lip in disdain. Blocking bridges? That's just lame. Besides, skills like cruise missiles can be executed by anyone, but mine is a talent. Didn't you feel it when you rode in my car? The control over speed and flight angle? Song Mu exclaimed, 666, my dear Ren. I thought when I rode with you the other day, it felt like flying. So, you were treating that big G as a cruise missile? Truly invincible, a pure talent. We never block bridges, Mu. Song Zijin sensed that Song Mu wasn't fond of the term blocking bridges and explained, Ren and I prefer direct confrontation, although we occasionally encounter bridge campers. They are easy to eliminate. Song Mu marveled, conjuring images in her mind. Indeed, for someone like Song Zijin, only a direct confrontation, crushing and annihilating the enemy, could bring genuine joy. Jin, isn't there a 2-man team stuck in the breaker operation? Let us go take care of them. Tang Ren suggested, ready to move, adding, didn't Mu say she wanted to participate in the breaker operation before? Don't let that remaining team steal it. Song Zijin nodded instantly. Let us eliminate them. Shoo, shoo. 2 jet sounds resonated in succession as Song Zijin and Tang Ren entered battle mode, decisively spraying out into the air, heading straight for the missile launch site of the breaker operation. Mu, be careful of the supplies inside the building, Song Zijin cautioned. Ren and I will swiftly finish off this team. Once we complete the breaker operation, you can come out, and we'll regroup at the western building's elevator. I understand. Song Mu called out loudly, brimming with energy. This loud shout startled the pilots in the live stream, causing them to falter in their takeoff, resulting in a crash. Mu, right? So it's you calling yourself Mu, huh? Damn you. Unbelievable, the godly streamer reported. You can play around. But why shout so loudly? You woke my dog, and your background is just like a harmonious melody. What the hell? Is this old brother up there too complicated to select? Report to ground control. We have a total of 81,300 armed fighter jets that encountered unidentified intimidation during takeoff, causing the electronic systems to fail, resulting in a complete crash. Can you shut your mouth? Am I here to listen to you? Get lost. I want to hear my two lovely sisters talk more. I love it. Is there a count? Report how many kills the two war god sisters have made. Clear the map. As fighter jets crashed one after another in the live stream, Songmu leaped down from the eastern building's dog hole, ready to mock the incompetent pilots in the stream, when suddenly her gaze sharpened. I hope I'm just imagining things. Babies, tell me loudly. What is that device with a screen and a keyboard on the table in the equipment allocation room? Give me information. Chapter 85, 3. 8 million known national subsidy notebook X1. Sister, save me, quick. Songmu shouted loudly, broadcasting her excitement. If it were you, would you not shout when you receive goods? Though separated by a layer of glass, Songmu could clearly see a well-placed laptop on the table inside the equipment allocation room. Ah, finally, I meet you, my esteemed laptop lady, Songmu exclaimed, approaching the door of the equipment allocation room to swipe her card. Beep, Tang Ren card. Reaching the table, Songmu casually marked the laptop, reporting her discovery to the two war god sisters. Sisters, can you see my mark? A 6-grid red, that laptop. Let me touch it. I've never seen one before. Tang Ren turned to leave. Go ahead. Song Ziqin did not stop her. Just as Tang Ren took a few steps back, she suddenly returned to Song Ziqin's side, huffing. I won't be fooled, bad woman. I know your little schemes. The dialogue between the two sisters left Songmu somewhat perplexed. What are they talking about? What scheme? Yet, Songmu did not ponder it deeply. Her entire focus was on the laptop. With a swift motion, she tucked it into her pants, only to trigger an inspection action unexpectedly. Huh, the laptop has an inspection action? Songmu was somewhat surprised. She remembered that in her previous life during the grind, laptops did not have inspection actions for 6-grid reds. Honestly, it felt somewhat unworthy of its 6-grid red status. Watching as Songmu triggered the inspection action, one hand holding the laptop while the other tapped the keyboard, she scrutinized the computer repeatedly. The viewers in the live stream could no longer contain their excitement. Feeling a bit overwhelmed. Can I touch it for $5, Black Silk Dad? Just a touch. I promise not to stuff it into the safe. So funny. As if your safe has 6 grids. Even shouting for Dad requires a cue. Get to the back. What kind of luck is this? I'm not Ligia. I've fought at Zero Dam at least a few thousand times, and I've never seen anything above green in the equipment allocation room. The most expensive thing was a motherboard. Wait, someone with good eyesight. Can you see what's behind the Godfather? Something dark? It looks like a 6-grid golden fuel cell, right? What kind of insane luck is this? Are you kidding me? Is Cuckoo actually giving him goods? Delighted, Songmu inspected the laptop again before leisurely stepping back, reaching up to grab the 6-grid golden fuel cell from the shelf, sighing. There's no helping it. This is just me, the national one fragrant hand. Oh, the marked price of the laptop is 3.8 million. Is this price correct? Glancing at the price of the laptop, Songmu suddenly realized. I almost forgot that there are no national subsidies in this world. Yes, 3.8 million is indeed within the normal range. Once the trading hall opens, it becomes exhilarating, at least a tenfold return. How much would it be if sold to Lao Su? Never mind, it's not important. In the equipment distribution room, I unexpectedly encountered the notebook lady, and with great effort, I finally secured her. Songmu's current mood is remarkably good, filled with serenity. Look at you all in a rush, in a war zone. One should smile while fighting. Why aren't you smiling? Is it because you don't love to laugh? What? Someone called me a pig nose. Feel free to hurl insults. Go ahead. The torment from your barbs is unbearable. Oh dear. By the way, you might not know, but if I take the notebook lady out now, it starts at 38 million coins in hand. This wave is ruthless. A decisive moment. Almost immediately after Songmu uttered these words, the barrage of comments in the live stream, which was previously lively, abruptly diminished by 2/3. It's hard to imagine the state of those watching the screen, likely filled with rage. Just then, intense gunfire erupted from the missile launch pad. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Zijin utilized an M14 sniper rifle to headshot and take down a target inside Saida. Tang Song Yuan Mingqing S. Tang executed a headshot kill with AK-437 assault rifle, annihilating the supply of floating wood. 2 consecutive notification sounds rang out, and their IDs struck Song Mu's ears, making him shiver. He mused that perhaps he had indeed been too conservative. Everyone seemed to be suppressing their excitement. A prison competition? It must be said that when it comes to choosing IDs, the domestic region is indeed far ahead of numerous global versions. Songmu suddenly recalled the team of operatives that Tang Ren had just taken down, planning to collect all their dog tags as mementos, truly invincible. Okay, the killing is done. Song Zijin cheerfully added, Moo Moo, we're taking on the breach mission now. Have you finished on the first floor? Once done, head to the back door and meet us at the containers. Song Moo quickly replied, I'm almost done on the first floor. Just let me finish off the lab coats and computers underground, and I'll go straight to the west building to find you. Tang Ren, standing nearby, was displeased, repeatedly poking Song Zijin in the back with her gun. Can't you hold back from killing one? How infuriating. I never thought you would resort to such means to win. Blocking my line of fire. Song Zijin coldly scoffed. Winners must accept their losses. Tang Ren grew even more dissatisfied. Currently, the score between us is, 5-7. Excluding the three of us, there should still be a full team of operatives. How could I possibly lose? I know your crouch is formidable, but my flying drone is not without its advantages. Song Zijin, enough talking. Quickly input the password and launch the missile. Finish your pack and go meet Moo Moo. Successfully infiltrating the air defense facilities, they connected to the air defense network. The two sisters consumed their packs at lightning speed, akin to master chefs swiftly assessing a box of food and knowing exactly what to eat. Reloading and dismantling parts with utmost efficiency, maximizing their gains, truly a banquet-level culinary skill. These three individuals were somewhat frugal, engaging in a gamble of small against large. Tang Ren pouted, rather picky. All right. Song Zijin didn't mind much, stating, at the secret dam, do you still wish to consume excessively valuable equipment? Just enough will suffice. Be cautious, there's still another team. Indeed. Tang Ren nodded. The two sisters chatted as they made their way toward the West Administrative Building. Song Moo acted swiftly, devouring the lab coats and high-grade storage boxes in the basement, using Polaris to transport the wallowing Asala fire soldier. When reaching the middle area, drawing from countless experiences of being eliminated, Song Moo cautiously observed the entrance to the underground passage for several seconds, even pretending to retreat a couple of times. After hearing no sounds, he proceeded forward. Indeed, I sensed something was amiss today. Unlocking the hacker's computer at lightning speed. Song Moo satisfiedly tucked away a small gold piece in his pants. I'll directly acquire a treasure from the Yangqi family. Luck resonates. I bet this round the vault must yield room cards and cash. Oh, how I can endure the 6th round. I am resolutely going for it. Help me, sister. Chapter 86. Instant team annihilation by the 6th round X3, Song Zijin's Golden Bullet Corpse. 3 minutes earlier, the three operatives of the mouse-catching team 21 cautiously swiped their cards to enter the underground passage, moving stealthily, crouching, and crawling, not daring to make a sound. Upon reaching the designated point of the 6th round, the three stood motionless, resembling statues. The gunfire from above had not ceased since the beginning. Team member 1 could no longer hold back and whispered, Captain, the fighting upstairs is intense. Why is it all snipers firing? What is happening? Captain, let me take a look at the live stream. Team member 2, it's quite terrifying. Shall we call it quits? I have a full set of gear worth over 300,000. Losing it would be too much of a loss. Soon, the captain returned. Good news. The Black Silk Godfather's team is right above us. Bad news. It seems the Black Silk Godfather has hired 2 escort bodyguards. Team 21's captain pondered and said, now we have 2 options. Either we wait for them to leave and scavenge some leftovers, or we lie in wait for the Godfather. If we can kill them, we'll loot immediately. I've seen it. His big bounty is stuffed with small purple and blue items. We can directly stash them in the safe box. Even if we die, we'll still have 500,000 to claim. Team member 1, I choose to lie in wait. I'm in. Team member 2, I'm in too. The captain of Team 21 revealed a gratified smile, but felt puzzled. By the way, I just glanced at the Godfather's live stream, and it feels like those 2 female escorts' IDs are quite familiar, but I can't recall. One is called Zijin, and the other is called Tang Song Yuan Mingqing. Do you have any impressions? The 2 team members shook their heads in confusion. Team 21's captain, never mind. Let us focus on lying in wait for the Godfather first. 3 minutes later, after testing the area several times, Song Moo felt it was safe and rushed to use the hacker's computer in the basement. Suddenly, 3 operatives appeared from the underground passage, guns drawn. Nearly causing Song Moo to jump out of his skin, bullets rained down upon him. It was purely instinctive. In the split second of being shot at, Song Moo activated a beehive technology smoke grenade, spewing ink as he crouched down. Following that, inspired by intuition, he shouted, come on, and, after a brief pause, he dashed away. The old 6th round truly has some restraint. After activating the smoke grenade, Song Moo dashed forward, wiping his sweat. Fortunately, I specialize in smoke grenade evasion techniques, and thankfully, I'm wearing a level 5 armor from the little puppy. If not for the enemy being a bit slow, I would have been done for. Had any of these factors been absent, Song Mu felt he would have perished at the hands of these 3 old 6th rounds. Losing a life for sure. Yet, often, fate operates in peculiar ways, drawing from years of experience in evading and running. After spraying ink, Song Mu remained still, crouched down. What? You ask why I didn't run? After spraying ink, the enemy operatives could not see, and most would instinctively predict your escape route, immediately firing into the smoke. For skilled players, as long as they hit the first shot in the smoke, the person within is unlikely to survive. By remaining still after spraying ink, Song Mu capitalized on the timing. This is the culmination of his insights and experiences in evasion, a skill that has become instinctual. With an ink spray speed that is undoubtedly top tier. At that moment, the 3 operatives from Capture Mouse Team 21 exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they stared at their weapons. How could this happen? Was the machine spirit displeased? No way. The captain of Team 21 was the first to voice his frustration. There are 3 of us and 3 lines of fire. How could he possibly escape? What kind of aim do you 2 have? Answer me. One operative leapt out, pursuing the target while cursing, "Damn you. Whoever kills gets the 500,000 bounty. See you later." The 3rd operative, hearing this, immediately activated his jetpack and joined the frantic chase. The captain, feeling the urgency, thought, "I can't let this opportunity slip away." Fortunately, he had a trick up his sleeve. "I'm activating my exoskeleton." The 3 operatives of Team 21 pursued like madmen, their heavy footsteps echoing as they raced to catch Song Mu, eager to claim the bounty from his large red envelope. The thought of letting this chance escape ignited their desperation. "Song Mu, let me tell you, the crisis at Linghao Dam is rife with danger. How many times must I say it? Next time, you must bring a grenade or something." Song Mu sprinted ahead, chiding himself. Just as he turned to ascend the stairs of the west building, a barrage of bullets rained down, reducing his already weakened armor to 0 durability. This guy can really run. They were so close, just a hair's breadth away. The one firing was the captain of Team 21. He had managed to reach Song Mu at the last moment thanks to his own operative skill, exoskeleton activation. Keep chasing. What are you waiting for? The 2 operatives behind him had lost all rationality. At this moment, nothing mattered. No escort, no battle god. Only one thought consumed them. Kill the Godfather and claim the bounty. The fastest among them, the captain of Team 21, reached the entrance of the west building first, only to be stunned upon turning the corner. Good news. Song Mu was right in front of him, a perfect target. Bad news. Battle Sister was there, dual-wielding guns aimed at him. "Gotcha, you little fish." Tang Ren's laughter had the chilling quality of a deranged person as she unleashed a hail of gunfire from her K-437 assault rifle. Song Zijin, without uttering a word, leapt down the stairs, landing atop a crate, her M14 rifle roaring as she fired. In an instant, the 3 operatives of Capture Mouse Team 21 were reduced to mere warmth-filled boxes. Song Zijin remained silent, methodically reloading her weapon while aiming at the captain's box. Expressionless as she squeezed the trigger, the M14 continued its thunderous roar until all 50 rounds were spent. Song Mu observed in awe, thinking the spectacle was utterly captivating, even witnessing a corpse desecration. "All right, it's done," Song Zijin remarked, nodding to Tang Ren. "Take note of these 3 operatives' IDs and send them to the club for investigation. If they're just randomly matched old operatives, it's whatever, but if not, then this will be interesting." Chapter 87. Promise me, sister, don't shoot next time, please. "I understand your intentions, Jin. Tang Ren, unusually serious, began inspecting the dog tags of the 3 operatives from Capture Mouse Team 21, noting their IDs before temporarily leaving the match to send them to her friends at the Night Watchman Club. "Sister, are you angry?" Song Mu sensed something amiss and approached Song Zijin, scrutinizing her face. "I heard your tone just now. It felt like you wanted to kill someone." Song Zijin nodded. "I am a bit angry, and my instincts tell me something is off." Noticing that Song Mu seemed to misunderstand her, she lowered her voice. "It just feels very wrong, very strange. They seemed like they were deliberately laying in wait for you, just waiting to kill you. Do you understand?" "I understand." Song Mu replied. "Snipers, right? I've seen plenty of live streams, so I'm not unfamiliar with snipers, but experiencing it firsthand feels different." Suddenly, Song Mu recalled his own experiences from the previous night. "Oh, now that you mention it, sister, I remember during my solo queue last night. It felt like someone was hunting me. I didn't think much of it at the time." Song Zijin frowned slightly, her eyes narrowing. Tang Ren returned to the match, saying, "I've already reached out to the club, Jin. We should have some news once this match concludes. Song Zijin nodded. Alright, considering the number of operatives, we cleared the map. Let us break the wall and eat first, then discuss outside after this match. The two sisters conversed as they walked out, while Song-mu hurriedly gathered resources, aware that there were still a few points left on the first floor, while the 3 boxes remained untouched. From Song-mu being pursued to the swift elimination of the 3 operatives, and finally, Song Zijin's M14 desecration. Everything unfolded so rapidly that the viewers in the live stream could barely keep up, their astonishment palpable in the comments section. I'm sorry, brothers, my eyes glazed over. I'm truly envious. I'm so jealous. Crying? Well, crying counts as time too. I'm genuinely envious. Our sister Zijin is just so cool and fierce. I declare from now on, I'll be a loyal follower of Zijin. That damn Moo, I can't stand him. Why does he have 2 amazing sisters? Why not me? Why not you? To the brother above, we suggest you go home and ask your floating wood. If you don't have a sister, you must seek them out. Seriously, isn't Sister Zijin fiercely protective? 50 rounds of 7. 62 gold bullets to desecrate corpses. That's tens of thousands. Who wouldn't he love a sister like that? Soon, the flood of sister-themed comments in the live stream caught Song-mu's attention. Initially, he paid little mind. But after glancing at a few comments, he couldn't help but retaliate. Whereas the room manager. Little puppy, get out here. Eliminate these comments for me. 365 days package. What nonsense is this? They're my sisters, both of them are mine, and I want them all. How dare you? Look at your shameless self. How are you better looking than me? How do you outshine me? You have nothing, yet you still talk. Not a chance, they're all mine. Eliminate them all. As the command to commence the slaughter was issued by Song-mu, an immediate flurry of notifications appeared in the livestream chat, indicating that dozens of users had been banned for 365 days. Such efficiency. Meanwhile, standing atop a container, the two sisters of Kuan-gu listened intently to Song-mu's tirade against the chat messages, yet maintained a stoic silence, feigning ignorance of the unfolding events. However, their marksmanship had already betrayed them. Prior to Song-mu's outburst, Song Zijin and Tang Ren, the dual paragons of combat, wreaked havoc without restraint, effortlessly dispatching fully equipped teams with casual ease. After Song-mu's exclamation, Song Zijin managed to land a few shots to take down a Kuan-gu, while Tang Ren struggled, failing to eliminate a single foe and nearly falling victim to a volley from a Kuan-gu wielding an M870 sniper shotgun. It was only when Song-mu noticed their predicament and called out, "Hey, are you alright? Why are you so quiet? Jia, are you on the verge of dying?" That Song Zijin snapped back to reality, exclaiming in surprise. Tang Ren also realized her near demise and hastily retreated to a corner to heal. A perplexed expression formed on Song-mu's face as she questioned what had transpired. The demeanor and tone of the sisters suggested they were in a state of distraction, almost ethereal in their beauty, as if they had been momentarily whisked away from reality. "Don't leave, you," Song-mu grumbled as she exited the administrative building, heading straight for the container. "You, the one spamming the chat, don't go just yet. Wait until I finish off all the Kuan-gu before I unleash my wrath upon you. Spare the little pup for now. I shall ensure this foul-mouthed BK receives a thorough scolding." Despite her complaints, Song-mu displayed no mercy as she engaged the Kuan-gu lurking around the container. With an MP5 submachine gun in hand, she efficiently completed the external tasks for the Asala gunsmiths before switching to the Polaris to deal with the Kuan-gu one by one. Soon enough, Song Zijin discerned something amiss. "Moo, why do these Kuan-gu not even fire their weapons at you? Was that last one kicked aside?" Song-mu replied, "Well, earning a living is not easy. I can understand their hesitation." Tang Ren chimed in sarcastically, "Oh dear, as our Moo-moo's older sister, Zijin. You really didn't know that Moo-moo and the Kuan-gu are all good brothers?" Song Zijin retorted coolly, "Let us not forget who won this round. 9-6. Tang Ren, although frustrated, found herself at a loss for words. After eliminating a wave of Kuan-gu, Song-mu curiously asked, "Are there any rewards for the victor?" Song Zijin calmly responded, "You need not concern yourself with matters of young ladies, be obedient." Tang Ren contemplated explaining to Song-mu but thought better of it, swallowing her words. "Wait a moment. Who took the medical supplies from the aviation container and the bird's nest?" Upon hearing Song-mu's inquiry, Song Zijin recalled, "I believe it was me. I was a bit distracted and opened it without thinking." With a sigh, Song-mu adopted a sweet tone, gently requesting, "Promise me, sister, that next time you join me, you won't open any containers, alright? I beg you." Song Zijin, taken aback, instinctively nodded, "Very well." In the ensuing chapter, Song-mu lamented internally about the absurdity of it all, questioning the quality of their loot. What sort of nonsense is this? 2 green books from the aviation container, a stone hammer from the bird's nest, and an entire medical supply pile filled with mere white syringe gloves? What a travesty. Nearby, Tang Ren was doubled over with laughter. Unable to contain herself, "Oh Moo, you've truly opened your eyes. Haven't you?" "Yes, indeed, that is your sister, the club's most notorious blackhand." Song Ziqin shot back, "Silence, you little flapboard." Tang Ren, momentarily taken aback, bristled with indignation. "Who are you calling a flapboard? You can't resort to personal attacks. I'll have my revenge." To which Song Ziqin replied with a smirk, "Your air conditioning remote control." Tang Ren was momentarily puzzled, still processing the remark. As is well known, according to the law of conservation of energy, laughter does not vanish, it merely shifts. Soon enough, Song Mu found herself unable to stifle her laughter, reflecting, "Truly, my older sister has a foul mouth. Thank goodness Nguyen Jie is oblivious, or this would have turned red hot." Yet, in truth, Nguyen Jie was not quite at the level of the remote control. Song Ziqin had exaggerated somewhat. As the trio ventured into the vault at the dam, Tang Ren continued to ponder the remote control comment, pestering Song Ziqin with questions until she finally snapped. "Can we not just finish this round and check for a remote later?" Upon entering the dam's interior, Song Mu impulsively suggested they see how Tang Ren fared with the loot from storage cabinets, toolboxes, and computer cases. To her dismay, all that emerged were hand saws and keyboards. Even the promising computer case yielded nothing but 2 small green cooling fans. "All right, Nguyen Jie," Song Mu concluded. "I've confirmed my suspicions. You can sit at the same table as my sister from now on. Your luck matches hers." Tang Ren protested, "Luck is random. Perhaps the next round will yield something good." Song Mu firmly interjected, "We cannot afford to waste. Next time, do not touch anything. I shall handle it. If I do not seize this opportunity bestowed upon us by the heavens, I fear I may suffer dire consequences." Upon entering the vault, before they had descended the staircase, a guard from the Asala faction suddenly crouched behind his shield, unleashing a relentless barrage from his UZI submachine gun, injuring both Song Ziqin and Tang Ren. Miraculously, Song Mu remained unscathed, her health intact. "What just happened?" Song Ziqin exclaimed, swiftly eliminating the guard with a shot to the head. Mu, how is it that you didn't lose a single health point? Did your armor hold?" Song Mu replied nonchalantly, "No, perhaps the shield guard simply felt pity for me." Tang Ren scratched her head, exchanging puzzled glances with Song Ziqin, both wondering if this preferential treatment was a bit excessive. Before long, the vault door creaked open, revealing a thrilling and rousing melody. Accompanied by a figure clad in full armor, brandishing a rotary machine gun, stepping into view before the trio. As soon as the door swung open, the Asala machine gunner's revolver began to whir at high speed. He had not yet spotted Song Ziqin and Tang Ren, yet he had already locked on and commenced firing his prehistorical rounds. What a display of dynamic intensity, such differential treatment. Song Mu, standing to the side, was utterly bewildered. Did it not play out differently when they last breached the vault? Habitually, Song Ziqin raised her weapon to aim at the head of the Asala gunner, only to find Song Mu suddenly darting in front of her, blocking the line of fire. Mu, move aside." The gunner fell momentarily speechless. Song Ziqin's words faltered midway. She intended to express that the machine gunner posed a significant threat, and that without a swift headshot, he could obliterate all 3 of them in an instant. However, she had not anticipated that the moment the vault door swung open, the Asala gunner would unleash a flurry of prehistoric fire, bullets ricocheting off the door frame, sparks flying. Just as the bullets were about to reach Song Mu, a sudden jam occurred. Song Ziqin was left in confusion. What is happening? Tang Ren, having dispatched the pursuing Kuan Gu, whispered, "Isn't Mu quite impressive? As for you, Zijing, you can only take down a few operators." Click, click, that's a knife. Song Mu seized the Polaris and charged towards the Asala gunner, swiftly dragging him away, allowing both sides to exhale in relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. The gunner exclaimed, "That was close. I nearly turned the officer into a sieve." Song Mu retorted, "That was too close. Can't you be a bit more considerate? Did you not see me standing right beside you? You were about to shoot my sister? How bold." A series of thrilling visuals left the viewers in the live stream utterly stunned. What a stark difference. This disparity is beyond comprehension. I genuinely wish to interview this gunner. Did the Godfather raise you? Gunner, don't let me lose faith in you. Start firing. Wow, is this war god truly that formidable? Only capable of taking down a few operators. 666, not even worth a pinch of salt. I mean, does this Asala gunner have some leverage over the Godfather? There's nothing to be done. Given the Godfather's shooting skills, he can only take down Kuan Gu. Asala gunner. Dad, how was my performance just now? Can I block the bridge tomorrow? The excitement was palpable. The viewers couldn't help but applaud. Having witnessed the Asala gunner's dramatic transformation firsthand, it was indeed a revelation. To ensure the safety of Song Zijing and Tang Ren, Song Mu, fueled with determination, charged with the Polaris, swiftly dispatching the two crouching Asala Kuinge. Moments before, those two seemed to be admiring the floor tiles in the corner. This floor tile is quite splendid. Don't look back. The officer forbids it. Safety. With a sigh of relief, Song Mu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the table in the vault, revealing a satisfied smile. No more pretending, everyone. I wonder who hasn't seen this delightful red room card that emits enchanting sounds. I directly. The substation technical room, a treasure. 3. 8 million. Successful rescue, right? Chapter 89. The mysterious dam base vault, 4 red and 4 gold technical rooms, are absolutely stunning. One hand in the substation technical room, dazzling at 3. 8 million. Of course, this was merely the listed price of the red room card. If it were to be sold on the trading market, Song Mu estimated the price would not be too outrageous. Perhaps multiplying by 5 or 6 times would be reasonable. The primary reason being that other operators in this world truly do not part with their goods. No one is a fool. Rather than spend money on a red room card that is guaranteed to result in a loss, it is wiser to engage in several rounds of combat to acquire equipment. Quick, 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 let me touch Mu. Tang Ren dashed over, her eyes gleaming. A red room card. I've never seen one in person. Mu. Did you say it makes sounds? How does a red room card make sounds? Song Mu replied, it just makes sounds like this. As she spoke, Song Mu tapped the technical room card lightly for Tang Ren to see, then casually tossed the red card to her, allowing her to experience it firsthand. Although Song Zijing was busy clearing out Kuingo at the entrance, her eyes clearly expressed her desire to touch the red card as well. Where are the bills? After swiftly scanning the vault, Song Mu, embodying the spirit of a thorough cleaner, gathered everything on the floor into her bag, but still failed to spot any trace of cash. That doesn't make sense. Logically, if a red card is present on the table, there should be cash as well. Could it be? After a thorough search yielded no cash, Song Mu promptly turned to unlock the vault's safe, with a satisfying click. I have a feeling there is something grand awaiting. Oh, little sister, welcome. Soon, all 15 safes were opened. Standing atop the table, Song Mu admired the vault she had single-handedly unlocked, instantly feeling a peculiar sense of satisfaction. This is the empire I have built for you all. Throughout the process, Song Zijing and Tang Ren did not open any safes, primarily because Song Mu forbade them from meddling, and they were too preoccupied with eliminating Kuingo and playing with the technical room card. Their thoughts entirely consumed by the delightful sounds of the card. Come, sisters, gather around to marvel. Song Mu called out, proudly standing atop the table with her hands on her hips. Look at the vault safes I've opened and tell me, are they not splendid? Song Zijing and Tang Ren stood on either side of Song Mu, increasingly bewildered and astonished. It was an indescribable visual shock, not merely stemming from the full-screen display of dazzling treasures, though the sight of all 15 safes filled with treasures was indeed breathtaking. One could only say that Song Mu's sixth sense for treasure was spot on. This operation of breaching the wall truly yielded a bounty. Cash bars. Surely, that is cash I see. A Rolex. Oh, what is that? Is that a graphics card? Tang Ren exclaimed in delight, evidently having never witnessed such a spectacle. In the lower right, there are 3 complete cash bars. Impressive. 2 pirate sabers, 2 earrings, and 2 small gold cups, a medal, a coin, and wait, that long object resembling an antelope. Could it be? Indeed, that is the golden gazelle. Song Mu lowered her voice playfully. Hee. Tang Ren felt a bit shy, chuckling quietly to herself, thinking, wow, Mu just called me darling live on stream. How embarrassing. It cannot be said that Song Zijing and Tang Ren were unworldly. In fact, they had seen plenty of small and large gold items, as well as some red collectibles. However, those were typically encountered once in dozens or hundreds of games. The visual impact of having 4 reds, 4 golds, and 7 purples displayed together was indeed a first for the 2 warrior sisters, leaving them utterly stunned. And this did not even take into account the laptop and fuel cell hidden in Song Mu's pants. After being in awe for approximately half a minute, Song Zijing was the first to regain her composure, her tone filled with admiration. Incredible, Mu. Although you lack talent in combat, it's fortunate you have this second avenue. Keep it up. Song Mu replied earnestly, I understand. Suddenly, Song Mu recalled a question she had forgotten to ask earlier and inquired. Sisters, can I ask you both, how large are your safety boxes? Song Zijing, 9 slots. Tang Ren, I also have 9 slots. What is the purpose of asking this? Next to them, Song Mu sighed with relief and interjected, I was merely inquiring. Your operator skills have yet to reach LV3, correct? Are you perhaps stuck on the red collectibles? The two war god sisters nodded in unison. Indeed. Oh, Moo. I had almost forgotten about that. Tang Ren reflected for a moment and stated, currently, all 4 of my operator skills are at LV2. To upgrade them to LV3, I require a considerable number of red collectibles. Could it be? Moo? You must be joking. Songmu nodded. You guessed correctly, Muanjia. Song Zijing shook her head, preparing to refuse, but was directly interrupted by Songmu, who spoke with utmost seriousness. I can heed your advice on other matters, but for this one, dear sister, you must trust me. I understand that in the realm of skilled combatants, every detail matters. To put it bluntly, your current combat prowess is nearing a bottleneck. Is it not? Are you not aware of the reasons? Song Zijing fell silent, and Tang Ren followed suit. As experts ranked within the top 50 of the National War God Leaderboard, they comprehended the implications of Song Mu's words, which pointed to the level of their operator skills. It is akin to 2 level 100 masters dueling, if their attributes, techniques, and equipment are nearly identical. The victor would ultimately depend on whose skill cooldowns are shorter and whose damage output is higher. This is a simple truth. After this round, let us convene in the study to deliberate thoroughly. Sister, inform me of the red collectibles you lack, both large and small, and compile a list. I shall assist you. No, wait. Songmu pondered and remarked. Keeping you two alongside me for protection seems rather slow. If I were to run solo, utilizing a swift retreat strategy might allow me to gather red collectibles more efficiently, but how would I deliver them to you? Can I send them via email? Tang Ren contemplated this and shook her head. No, emails can only be used for gifts, such as standard coupons or weapon skins. Collectibles cannot be transferred, nor can half-a coins. Songmu mused. Perhaps operators cannot directly gift red collectibles, but what if it were through Long Ma's account? Suddenly, Songmu recalled the email from Su Baohui when she sent him disaster relief funds. At the time, he was preoccupied with counting the zeros and overlooked the sender's identity. Do not laugh. If it were you, you would be too busy counting zeros as well. After all, it was 20 million. This should be a feasible operation, right? Regardless, I shall research this thoroughly once we exit. With a grand gesture, Songmu declared, Elder sister, go enjoy the golden gazelle and the small labor. Muanjia, relish the graphics card and gold bars. As for the remaining small gold, you shall each have half. I shall take care of the horn and the stepmother's earrings. For those are my favorites. Anything else is unworthy. Chapter 90. The Clock Spirit Awakens. Technological Room's brief glimpse, mysterious objects from all directions. Initially, the 2 war god sisters were somewhat reluctant and modest, but they ultimately succumbed to Song Mu's persistent insistence and tearfully devoured a large bowl of food. Tang Ren smacked her lips. Truly delectable. Song Zijing nodded in agreement. Indeed. As for Song Mu, he was not picky, consuming everything left, such as horn earrings and pirate curved swords, to the point where his pants pockets were not yet full, and he still had a large red envelope of 45 slots. Surely, he must eat. The value of what was consumed was secondary. He could always cook again later. Regrettably, the small insurance did not yield any full-body images. These 2 garments were rather ungracious. With the safe being so ample, why did they not send a card? Having finished the remaining clothing and small bread from the vault, Songmu licked his lips, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Shall we perhaps open a substation technological room? It should still be possible to submit an application, right? As he watched Song Zijing and Tang Ren finish their red collectibles, the viewers in the live stream were left drooling, tears mingling with saliva. Save the child. The child is already bankrupt. Before dying, all he wanted was a taste of gold bars. He has never had such a substantial meal in his life. What a foolish streamer. Why not just keep all those red collectibles for yourself? Is it luck that makes you so impressive? A prodigal son? The black stocking patriarch? I'm lucky, so I'm impressive, and I'm generous. What's wrong with that? I enjoy it. Now that you mention it, I hadn't considered the possibility that the patriarch previously played with the rock god, dog brother, and others, perhaps even adopting water friends. Could he be orchestrating a grand scheme? What could he be planning? Establishing a guild or forming a team? Him? With his shooting skills, form a team? The team name would be Black Stocking Slitherers. I'm dying of laughter. The above comment is spot on. I was thinking the patriarch hasn't said much. Yet you seem so frantic. Why is it a problem to share some red collectibles with the sisters? If you're capable, then do it yourself. The live stream was lively, filled with excitement and envy. Songmu glanced at the barrage of comments before dismissing them. The entire Zero Dam had been cleared, and aside from the 3 of them, no other operators remained. They had to seize the moment to impress. The trio hastily departed the dam's vault. Before leaving, Songmu, With a hint of curiosity, rummaged through the boxes belonging to Machine Gun Brother, Shield Brother, and a host of others, successfully acquiring 5 small Royal Uncle books, 2 keyboards, 3 sets of blue bullets, and 1 set of purple bullets. In my opinion, the security of the confidential dam is rather mediocre, Tang Ren remarked while licking the operator boxes in the parking lot. It's merely that the traffic is busier here. Killing is quite manageable, and it is easy to clear the area when they cluster together. Suddenly, Song Zijing frowned. You go eat from the other box. I'm preparing a meal for Moo Moo. Tang Ren scoffed, puffing her cheeks while whispering. Humph, still guarding your food. I also want to prepare a meal for Moo Moo. I will eat. Guarding food? Bring it on. As Song Moo scraped the ground, he glanced at the timer. There were still 15 minutes left in the current match, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, this is zero damn. 10 minutes to clear the area. If this were an aerospace, Bakshi, or even a prison, one wouldn't dare to imagine it. They are likely still gazing longingly across the wall at the double information positions. It's hard not to feel awed, but this is indeed zero damn. Every operator is busy, each with their own tasks. Only the administrative building remains lively from start to finish. Position 1. I'm directly entering the building to kill and eat. Position 2. Now that we're done eating, shall we explore the building? Position 3. The fighting inside is intense. Let us go mediate. Position 4. With 7 minutes remaining, the fighting inside should be winding down. Let us go for leftovers. Indeed, this is the administrative building. Soon, Song Moo thoroughly scraped the floor of the administrative building, leaving no resource point untouched, causing those who witnessed it to grieve and weep. While eating, Song Moo suddenly noticed the clock spirits in his pants. In this match, the 3-flower pinnacle clock spirits did not seem to exert their power? Song Moo contemplated, suddenly intrigued. No, they must have exerted their power, but was it directed at the other operators in the match? Or perhaps the combined strength of the 2 war gods is sufficient to suppress the 3-flower pinnacle clock spirits. Moo Moo, dinner is ready. Tang Ren called out. Coming. Song Moo did not dwell on the clock spirits any longer. Dining was of utmost importance. The 2 elder sisters had devoured all the operator boxes they had acquired, diligently preparing meals while simultaneously fulfilling Song Moo's request to bring along the dog tags. A cacophony of firearms clattered before Song Moo, overwhelming him with their sheer abundance. There are far too many to consume, dear sisters, he remarked while indulging. As the saying goes, the first sword upon reaching the shore is to sever the heart's desire. Who is the friend of the MP5? We shall reconnect shortly. The primary firearm, the K437 assault rifle, was priced at 800,000, while the secondary, the M14 marksman rifle, was valued at 1,000,000. The SR-3M compact rifle cost 600,000, and the Victor submachine gun was 500,000. With an additional 7 to 8 sets of various caliber golden and purple bullets scattered across the ground. Oh dear, I've indulged too much and become sluggish, exclaimed Song Moo. Before he could finish, Song Zijing beside him tossed a few syringes. Your burden isn't full yet, is it? Take a weight injection first. And keep 2 stimulants on you. Let's retreat a bit closer. I still wish to partake of the substation, elder sister, Song Moo replied. Eat. Focus on your meal. And drop the bag, Tang Ren exclaimed, discarding her bounty. You needn't worry. I will carry your bag and guns to the extraction point. Just finish eating and come over. Truly, Tang Ren was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, and Song Moo nodded eagerly in agreement. Of course, Tang Ren replied with a proud smile. After a moment's contemplation, Song Moo dashed to the elevator extraction point, discarding his bulky bag and 2 firearms, while also clearing out the clock and laptop stuffed in his pants. All right, I've left everything here. Sisters, please assist in carrying it. With that, Song Moo activated his powered exoskeleton and sped towards the grand substation. The respawned Asala rocket soldier was not courteous. Upon spotting Song Moo, he launched a fragrant RPG, though the angle was so askew that it seemed destined for the cement factory. Ignoring the soldier, Song Moo was preoccupied with his meal. What a master of desktop clearing I am. The grand substation's 1st and 2nd floors were cleaner than Song Moo's own face. Not even a small green item was in sight, let alone white collectibles like syringes or network cables. Standing before the technical room of the substation, Song Moo took out the red card he had just retrieved from the dam's treasury and solemnly declared, the door I am about to open may change the lives of many in the live stream. Let the situation be reversed. Open. The prompt for the Tang Ren card activated, and Song Moo peered around, emitting a clicking sound, his tone laced with a sense of helplessness and solitude. Having forgotten his glasses in the haste of disembarking from the plane, he asked, Could someone help me see what lies on the table inside? It's a large, square object. Quite difficult to guess. He deliberately peeked around the corner a couple of times, allowing the viewers ample time to observe. Whose life is this, I wonder? It truly is a challenge to decipher. He hoped it was merely an illusion. Ah, the illustrious 12-slot blade server. Approaching the table in the technical room, Song Mu pointed out the blade server to his sisters. Look what I have discovered. Sisters, a 3x4 blade server. However, neither sister reacted. Perplexed, he checked the map and noticed one was crouching in the power-off room while the other remained at the elevator extraction point, seemingly idle. Have they temporarily left the match? What could they be doing? Song Mu pondered, realizing it was best not to meddle in the affairs of women. Oh, the blade server even has an inspection action? Intrigued, Song Mu activated the inspection action by lifting the server, swaying it side to side, while listening intently to the internal components. One must admit, this inspection action feels rather appropriate. A server is meant to be held and shaken to hear the parts inside. Quite reasonable. Behold, dear friends, I will only demonstrate this once. Into the pants it goes. In high spirits, Song Mu turned to indulge in substantial rewards. 1 for million. Delightful. Upon careful calculation, it appeared he had unwittingly amassed a significant fortune. This was a grand dam. If the confidential dam is thus, should I venture into the top-secret Babel Tower? Wouldn't the legendary trio of Babel be awaiting me on their sofas? Ding. Reward from the Grand Insurance. 1 gold ornament. 1 Asala-themed wine cup. 1 Wulong. Song Mu paid little heed, as he already had the blade server as a foundation, swiftly clearing the Grand Insurance. The 2 white lab coats in the technical room did not disappoint, providing him with an intelligence document and a military audio recording, quite satisfactory. Oh, dear friends in the live stream, how do you fare? Noticing the silence among his viewers, he wondered if they were merely upset. Could it be that you are all rendered speechless? Realizing this, Song Mu increased his volume and enthusiasm, attempting to revive his audience. Come on, brothers. You've been watching my stream for quite some time now. Is your resolve truly so fragile? I find it hard to believe. If I were to find another president's red card in the substation dormitory, would you truly be at a loss? Indeed, the stimulating approach proved effective. As the viewers promptly regained their spirits, expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Song Mu with great enthusiasm. That was terrifying, brother. If my wife hadn't kicked me for sitting motionless, I might have fainted. Haha, just a fantasy before death. I was about to print and frame the Godfather's picture for daily worship. Isn't it a bit late for that? My room is already filled with his portraits. One cannot be so utterly devoid of humanity. Please, I beg you, do not bring forth any more goods. Seeing the chat lively once more, Song Mu let out a quiet sigh of relief, realizing that the resilience of his viewers had been sufficiently tested and was holding strong. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, such as a chaotic situation, if the live broadcast were to be completely disrupted with tens of thousands of viewers present, it would surely send old Sue into a frenzy, risking everything to protect him. The mere thought of such a scene sent a thrill down Song Mu's spine. In a swift motion, he scoured the small transformer station, devouring every resource. Aviation boxes, toolboxes, and trash bins, leaving nothing behind. Ding! A Tang Ren card. The dormitory key room was unlocked, and Song Mu, as was his custom, peered in with a hint of excitement before quickly regaining his composure. What a pity, it was just a hair's breadth away. Why did the table yield to you, my friend? The Transformer Station Dormitory? Discovery. Blue card, Transformer Station Dormitory X1. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their tense jaws relaxing. Thankfully, it was the Transformer Station Dormitory. Otherwise, if Song Mu had drawn a golden or red card, things could have spiraled out of control. Nonetheless, it was acceptable to refill this portion. Stowing away the brand new Transformer Station Dormitory key card, Song Mu glanced at the time and, realizing he still had a chance, rushed off to the cement factory, made a round at the small military camp, and finally headed to the West Building's medical room. No other reason. Wherever the operators ventured throughout Zero Dam, not a blade of grass remained. Song Mu genuinely admired this. Regardless of the operators' high drop rates or exceptional marksmanship, their appetites were insatiable. They consumed everything, syringes, scalpels, a veritable buffet, the contents stuffed into their bags. Earlier, while eating a small box in the administrative building, Song Mu had noticed pockets overflowing with white and green items, making it impossible for him to eat. In this standard large red session, wouldn't it be reasonable for the medical room to grant the guys a revival breathing machine for a flawless conclusion? Everyone, remember to take a deep breath. It won't hurt. As Song Mu spoke, he opened the door to the West Building's medical room. Upon opening the door, Song Mu instinctively felt like shouting, but his eyes, ever truthful, promptly reported the fraudulent information to his brain. I'm directly holding a revival centrifuge, my treasure. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief once more. The West Building's medical room was a remarkable place, teetering on the edge of the supernatural. Song-Mu recalled that during his lucky streak, he had repeatedly drawn revival breathing machines, once even obtaining a revival breathing machine and ECMO double red in a single session. On the flip side, during his unluckiest moments, he could open the medical room a dozen times and only receive a handful of green painkillers or green bandages. Has Mu struck gold again? The voice of Song Zijing echoed through the team chat. Song-Mu checked the time, exclaiming in surprise, "Sister, where have you been? If you didn't hurry, I would have had to make my own way to the evacuation point. Quick, pull the switch." Song Zijing calmly replied, "It's best not to meddle in a girl's affairs. Be good. I'm back." Tang Ren's voice chimed in, urging, "Zijing, hurry and pull the switch. Mu, come over to the evacuation point. Let me see your pants and your safety box." Song-Mu gasped, "Don't say that. Jia, the live stream will get shut down." Tang Ren pouted, teasing, "Look at how stingy you are. What's the matter?" Song-Mu, "Boys must take care to protect themselves out there." "Oh no, I mean boys should also be careful at home." "All right, the switch is pulled." Song Zijing habitually set a 2-second extreme delay before nodding towards Song-Mu. "Let us evacuate first, after this round. We'll meet in the study to have a good chat." Song-Mu, understood. The switch is pulled. Attention, someone has activated the dam's industrial elevator. You can now evacuate from the elevator entrance within the dam. The siblings quickly made their way to the industrial elevator evacuation point. Tang Ren had already delivered the 45 grid swallowing bag to the evacuation point, awaiting Song-Mu's arrival to collect it. She even brought along the laptop and clock that Song-Mu had discarded. "You two missed out while you were gone. Come, I have a big treasure to show you." As Song-Mu spoke, he pulled out a blade server from the safety box, displaying it in front of his sisters and giving it a little shake. "Tada! Joyful brand blade server." "Oh," Tang Ren gasped, her mouth forming an O shape in astonishment. "Impressive." Song Zijing was equally surprised. She had thought Song-Mu had exhausted his luck after opening the dam's gold vault, yet his fortune continued to shine. Both sisters were genuinely curious, having never seen such a 12-grid red blade server before. "You touch it, I'll shake it. It's all quite novel." Soon, 3 minutes flew by in an instant. The trio leaped over the dam's top and plunged into the water, climbing onto the awaiting airboat. Evacuation successful. Confidential operation, 0 dam evacuation point. Industrial elevator evacuation point duration, 0:24. 58 total harvest, 15, 212. 134 total defeats, 7 highlight defeats. 0 at the moment the settlement screen appeared. Song-Mu felt an immense sense of relief, akin to a supersonic fighter returning home after a fierce battle, invigorated and exhilarated. Naturally, according to the law of conservation of energy, while Song-Mu felt entirely at ease, the livestream audience felt quite the opposite, uncomfortable and sore all over, particularly around their eyes. In truth, Song-Mu had consumed the most, with Song Zijing having only eaten a golden gazelle, as upgrading operator skills required 6-level craft collectibles, which necessitated 1 6-grid red or 3 red cards of 4 grids or higher. Tang Ren had consumed a Rolex and 2 small gold bars. Items such as gold bars and graphics cards, being 2-grid reds, were utterly useless for upgrading operator skills, so as they were about to evacuate, Tang Ren stealthily returned them to Song-Mu's bag. "The truth is revealed. I am the king of the dam. 15 million in fat loot turned me into a pig snout. Oh, by the way, just to remind you, we also completed the map clearing this round. Please be informed." Song-Mu prepared to once again rescue the live stream audience from the brink of disaster. As for the source of the disaster, pay it no mind. "What did you say, my friend?" "Oh, our godfather is indeed formidable. Having slaughtered his way in and out of the administrative building alongside 2 war goddess sisters without shedding a tear." "You are absolutely correct. My 2 war goddess sisters and I were a force to be reckoned with, wreaking havoc. From the Eastern Administrative Building to the Western Administrative Building, we battled back and forth for 3 days and nights without batting an eye." "Wait a moment. I'll boast later. I need to attend to some serious business now." Just as he was bragging, Song-Mu suddenly left the Special Operations Department, casually and considerately turning off the live stream sound and pausing the broadcast on his warehouse interface. As Song-Mu departed, the audience sighed in relief. Has he left? That streamer has finally gone. Thank goodness. After all that incessant chatter, I was on the verge of losing it. He has gone, but that showed us his warehouse interface before leaving. He truly is a scoundrel. The 2 powerful warrior sisters were truly formidable, making their way in and out of the administrative building with remarkable prowess. Our streamer, however, remained resilient, shedding no tears in the embrace of these two sisters. A staggering sum of over 15 million? Did the Godfather perhaps relocate the vault from the prison? I recall the gold bars and graphics cards being given to Nguyen Jia. How did they end up back in her possession? This evokes memories of my mother stealthily slipping pocket money into my bag as I left for school. What a bittersweet moment. It must be said, such a good woman as Nguyen Jia deserves to marry into a worthy family. Excluding that treacherous Godfather, my own blade could very well prove advantageous. The successful extraction from the first confidential dam left the audience in awe. The recorded footage of Song Mu's encounter at the dam quickly spread across various video platforms, generating a fervent response characterized by phrases like "I can handle escorting too," and 15 million could buy my life, among others. Meanwhile, the small to mid-tier streamer community fell into a hushed stillness, engrossed in watching Song Mu's livestream replay, increasingly perplexed and fearful, as if a chilling breeze hinted at unseen threats lurking behind them. Finally, someone could no longer contain their thoughts. "Let us hold off on this sniping business for now," Bai Suiwa cautiously suggested. "It seems unfeasible. How can we possibly engage with these two warrior sisters, both of whom rank in the top 50 of the national leaderboard? They are truly unstoppable." Sui Sheng concurred. "It's utterly futile. Any attempt would be a mere sacrifice." Sui added, "I sense that simply saying we'll stop 1T suffice. Remember how casually those three from Team 21 were eliminated? After Song Zijing vented her fury, she unleashed a barrage on their remains. What repercussions might ensue should she become enraged again? Beifeng inquired, "So what is our plan? Should we apologize?" Yet we've never profited from this endeavor. We've never even slain that black silk Godfather, while he sits comfortably in his resources, leaving us with nothing but losses. I'm out. I'll leave the group for now, family. Let us reconvene another time," Shan Jianli Bao declared, leading to the immediate disbandment of the small to mid-tier streamer group. It wasn't that they lacked the capacity to continue their pursuit, but the presence of Song Zijing and Tang Ren was akin to placing two armored vehicles equipped with defensive grenades beside Song Mu. What are defensive grenades? They are renowned as comprehensive battlefield deterrents. As long as one keeps their distance, all is well, but should one draw near, a multitude would fall in defeat, regardless of their numbers. How could they engage in battle? Would they merely charge in? The small to mid-tier streamer group formed swiftly, only to disband even more rapidly. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Song Mu was diligently assessing the demands of his two sisters, noting a significant gap in their 6th-level collectibles, which he believed could be resolved with a phone call to confirm the proposal for gifts from Dahong. Director Su exclaimed, "Haha, Song Mu, congratulations on your newfound wealth." Song Mu, phone in hand, stepped out onto the balcony. In the study, Song Zijing and Tang Ren exchanged puzzled glances, each struggling to comprehend the implications of Dahong's gifts mentioned by Mu. Tang Ren sipped her drink, looking inquisitively at Song Zijing. "How can 6th-level collectibles be gifted? Do you have any idea?" Song Zijing shook her head. "I'm uncertain, but it likely pertains to Old Su." Upon hearing Old Su's name, Tang Ren grasped the situation. If it were someone else, it might not be feasible, but with Old Su, the director of the Core Talent Assurance Bureau, there might indeed be a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck Song Zijing. "1. Do you remember the 6th-level helmets and magnum ammunition distributed monthly by the warrior rankings?" Of course, Tang Ren nodded. "Wait, are you implying?" Tang Ren paused, realization dawning. "I almost forgot. The sender of those 6th-level helmets and magnum rounds is from the Longwa Supply Department, right?" Song Zijing sighed. "Indeed. From the Longwa Base's military supply office." The two girls exchanged surprised looks. The military supply office can send 6th-level helmets and magnum rounds to the operatives on the warrior rankings. So, they must also be able to distribute other 6th-level items, such as collectibles? Song Zijing nodded. "The likelihood is very high." Meanwhile, on the balcony, Song Mu was on a call with his 24-hour butler, Gao Zhan. "Hello, Gao Gu. It's me, Song Mu. I apologize for the disturbance at this hour." Gao Zhan replied, "Not a bother at all. How may I assist you?" Song Mu explained, "I'm wondering if there's a way to transfer Dahong from my warehouse to my two sisters, as they need 6th-level collectibles to upgrade their operative skill cards." Gao Zhan responded, "There is a method, but it requires approval from the director." "All right, please seek approval, and if it isn't feasible, I'll discuss it with Director Su," Song Mu affirmed. "Understood, please hold." 5 minutes later, the phone rang again, but it was not Gao Zhan. It was Director Su Baohui himself. "Director, what a surprise to receive your call." Song Mu was taken aback. "Haha, Song Mu, congratulations." Su Baohui's words sounded familiar, causing a sudden jolt of realization in Song Mu. "Oh no, Old Su is here to discuss my fortune. Ah, you flatter me. What is there to congratulate? Songmu replied quickly. You seem startled. One might think I was raiding your warehouse. Su Baohui added with a grin. Su was clearly teasing as he continued. Regarding your inquiry about gifting 6th level collectibles, I've considered it and reported to the leadership, who have granted you permission. Permission? Songmu was puzzled. Su Baohui elaborated. Your personal account is under our Longwa base. Once granted special permissions, you can send equipment and collectibles to friends via email. Very few possess this privilege nationwide, and I hope you will exercise discretion. This last statement carried significant weight, prompting Songmu to adopt a serious demeanor. Director, my primary intention is to aid my sisters in upgrading their operative skills. You need not worry, I will not misuse this privilege. Su Baohui chuckled on the other end of the line. I trust your integrity, now go ahead. Oh, by the way, our Longwa-based military supply office has added you as a friend. Please do not remove them. I understand. Thank you for your trust, Director. On his way back to the study, Songmu pondered Su Baohui's words, feeling enlightened. Upon his return, the two girls promptly halted their conversation. One sipping her drink, the other munching on seeds, both engaged in textbook-level pretense. What is this? In the brief moment I was on the phone, you two conspired again? What were you discussing? Songmu inquired, intrigued, as he leaned in closer. Count me in. Are we gossiping or something? After all, we're family. Tang Ren sighed. Moo, you know me. I'm always willing to share, but this matter is different. Song Zijing curled her lip and kicked Songmu, saying, We are discussing an intimate topic, a topic for girls, you understand? How's your call going? Upon hearing that it was a matter of closeness among girls, Songmu immediately lost her curiosity and reported, Old Su said he could grant a special permission to my personal account, allowing me to freely gift level 6 collectibles to friends in the future. As soon as the words left her mouth, both young women were taken aback. They stopped drinking and snacking, utterly stunned. After a considerable pause, Song Zijing struggled to swallow her drink and confirmed again, Moo. Are you saying that the leader granted your personal account special permission to gift level 6 collectibles in the future? Songmu nodded. Yes, that's what Old Su told me. Tang Ren, her face full of astonishment, exclaimed, Impressive, Moo, simply astounding. I must say, Old Su truly dotes on you, even more than I do. In truth, Songmu was still grappling with the shock. What Old Su had told her was straightforward, yet the implications were intricate, transcending personal matters and reaching a national level. All right, you two, stop indulging in gossip. I need to consider your skill upgrade issues. The gap is significant, but it's quite simple for me. By the way, sister, is operator skill level 3 the maximum? Upon hearing Songmu's question, Song Zijing pondered briefly and shook her head. I'm not sure. At the very least, I've never encountered an operator with skills exceeding level 3, though some within the War God rankings claim that the top operator in the national arena possesses level 4 skills. Ah, it's just a rumor. Tang Ren added. Currently, there's no information about the top operator, and the match recordings are extremely scarce, dating back several years. All we know is that their ID is Mo Wenguichi, and we don't even know if they are male or female. So how could we ascertain their skill level? Song Zijing shot Tang Ren a glare. That's why I said I'm uncertain. Is that little remote control a near Duolangma? Tang Ren immediately bared her teeth, looking adorable, yet quite protective. All right, let us reign in the divine powers, ladies. Songmu hurriedly intervened to quell the brewing conflict, stating, whether operator skills can be upgraded to level 4. We will have an answer in a few days. Oh, Sister Wan, judging by your expression, it seems you understand what the air conditioning remote control signifies, don't you? Chapter 94. The Great Thunder Sound Temple is filled with heretics. The top protectors of the national region, the Dual Guardians, are online. If this were a game of mahjong, Songmu's current move would be akin to the classic point throw. Tang Ren immediately exploded. This time, her fury was more pronounced. If she had a large shield in hand, Songmu would have likely fled by now. Taking deep breaths, Tang Ren focused intently on Songmu. Moo, I can disregard what anyone else says, but I cannot tolerate it from you. Come, look into my eyes and tell me, am I the air conditioning remote control your sister mentioned? Songmu was taken aback. The rhythm of the conversation felt off. However, she earnestly scrutinized Tang Ren. From head to toe, the affection in her gaze was undeniable. It was far from being an air conditioning remote control. It was a well-measured grasp. As she spoke, Songmu turned to Song Zijing and said seriously, You, being from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, tend to see everyone as a lesser version of yourself, which I understand, but Nguyen Jie is one of us. It's inappropriate to speak so harshly. Tang Ren exclaimed. How infuriating. The Great Thunder Sound Temple is filled with heretics. Heretics? With that, Tang Ren lunged at Song Zijing. Song Zijing, unfazed, effortlessly subdued Tang Ren, showcasing the vast disparity in strength and the mastery over distance. In all honesty, if not for the desire to play a few rounds in the battlefield, Song Mu felt she could watch this spectacle all night. It was truly delightful. By the way, sister, Song Mu took a sip of water to soothe her throat. Are you both going to play a few more rounds with me? Or will you take me to experience the technological ambience once I can handle the top-secret difficulty? Song Zijing shook her head. No more games. The difficulty is too low. Song Mu responded, huh? Song Zijing explained. The intensity is too low to be effective for practice. And both of us have long been accustomed to high-pressure matches in top-secret scenarios. The sudden drop in intensity at the secret level will hinder your progress. You should know that once you get used to low-intensity matches, returning to peak performance is quite challenging. I don't want to hold you back. Tang Ren, still struggling under Song Zijing's grip, chimed in. While I also feel the secret level is lacking in challenge, if it's you, Mu, inviting me, I'd be more than willing to accompany you. Song Mu smiled. I understand, sister. I get it. This reasoning was not difficult to grasp. In simpler terms, it was like someone who was once a master of aggressive combat skills, but became complacent over time, turning into a mere novice. Now, regaining that masterful skill and combat prowess would not be something achieved in just a few rounds. Mu, you should focus on leveling up first, Song Zijing said, pulling Tang Ren along as they headed outside. Ren and I will practice our shooting in a top-secret duo. We need to adjust our states and adapt to the high-intensity duo gameplay in preparation for the upcoming competition. Song Mu, puzzled, asked, duo? What about me? Song Zijing's tone was clearly conflicted, trying to avoid hurting Song Mu's pride while speaking the truth. Actually, playing together with the three of us is quite different from our usual escort missions. Although the clients we deal with are not particularly skilled, Mu, you should know what I mean, right? Song Mu smiled, good night. With that, she turned decisively and left, as if she had made up her mind about something. In the study, Tang Ren struggled to free herself from Song Zijing's embrace, tidying her slightly disheveled hair, and quietly said, Jing, you were too blunt. Mu will be hurt. Song Zijing sighed, but I spoke the truth. In a few days, the Fenghua Cup World Championship will begin, and we may face situations where it's 2 against 3 or even 2 against 6 in a high-pressure scenario. This means that you and I must possess at least one team's capability to withstand pressure in the World Championship. If we cannot handle it, we will be wiped out. Tang Ren huffed. Mu may not be skilled, but he has good luck. Song Zijing suddenly became serious, saying earnestly, I know Mu is very lucky. But if possible, I would prefer for him to feel free to roam the map without fear, rather than anxiously being chased. The prerequisite for that is that we both have the capability to clear the map in the World Championship, creating that environment for him. Upon hearing this, Tang Ren fell silent. Eating with confidence is one thing, while eating in trepidation is another. Though both involve consumption, the experiences are entirely different. At that moment, Song Zijing glanced at her phone and showed it to Tang Ren. The club has already investigated. Come on, if they enjoy targeting Mu, I am quite eager to witness their expressions when they are thwarted. Tang Ren immediately became energized, nodding repeatedly. Whoever harms my Mu must die. All of them. Oh, whoa. Song Zijing rubbed her forehead, unable to bear to look directly at her. Meanwhile, on the other side, after returning to her room, Song Mu displayed an unusual demeanor, diligently studying weapon modifications, engrossed to the point of bewildering the viewers in the live stream. The entire court of officials was scratching their heads in confusion. Is this guy serious? Did I just time travel? Did I miss something crucial? Has the host gone mad, starting to modify weapons? What on earth is he doing? Where's the excitement? Show me the visuals. Something feels terribly off. What's he researching anyway? Is it the M249? The M250? The PCAM? Please, host, don't modify weapons anymore. I'll send you the modification codes privately. I swear, if you keep this up, my blood pressure will explode. Hey, why have my 2 warrior sisters left the team? No way. Sister, how can I live without you? The barrage of question marks in the live chat was overwhelming, while Song Mu remained oblivious to the outside world, wholly focused on her weapon modifications. However, she soon found it unbearable to continue. Modifying weapons? Is this even my area of expertise? If you want me to engage in combat readiness, I'm quite skilled at that. I can easily surpass the combat readiness by 10 points. But if you ask me to modify a weapon that's still functional, just wait and see how exhilarating it can be. What should I do? I know how to stack attachments and examine parameters, but how do I achieve precision? Should I just max out on the right side? Is the villa by the sea? As Song Mu pondered while scratching her head, she mused, if I truly found myself in the realm of my warrior sisters, I would undoubtedly be rebranded as Tang Ren too. But what if I don't go out? I could just follow behind my two sisters and provide fire support to buy some time. This line of thought seemed entirely feasible to Song Mu. While the challenge of taking down foes in the realm of warriors was considerable, she believed she could manage some suppression. After all, splashing water was quite simple. All it required was the ability to pull the trigger. With her right index finger firmly glued to the trigger, she resolved to take action. With this in mind, Song Mu decisively opened the Black Silk Dynasty group chat and sent a voice message. Hello, respond. Quickly get me some modification codes for large-capacity machine guns for splash damage. I want to pursue the matter of the administrative building incident with you. Chapter 95. Mother of Dragons, our hearts are linked. I am utterly loyal. Yanzi, 1111. Shinua. Here, father. Shan Si-jun. Are you preparing to launch an assault on the aggressive path, father? An aggressive splash damage strategy. Song Mu promptly initiated a group voice call, and the three joined in succession before he continued. With my shooting skills, there's no way I could launch an aggressive assault. I can only cheer from behind my warrior sisters. Where's the little pup? Call him. I want to ask if he slept well. Yanzi, dog brother has lost contact. Father. Shinua. He has gone awry. Shan Si-jun. As expected of my father, steadfast in his principles. Lost contact with the little pup? Song Mu was taken aback, puzzled. Is he doing a 3x3? Is he on a safety box mission? Lost contact. What nonsense. Hearing Song Mu's confusion, Yanzi quickly recounted the prior events, but omitted some critical details, eager to speak first. Otherwise, if Shinua opened her mouth first, it would be quite amusing. Indeed, as expected of the little pup. After hearing the account, Song Mu was astonished, but quickly turned the conversation. What are you three up to? Specifically gearing up to snipe me at the secret dam? Planning to instigate an administrative building incident? Yanzi hurriedly explained. We wouldn't dare. Since you and the two warrior sisters were engaged, we thought we might play around too, but we ended up colliding. Song Mu asked. What was your impression of that match? This question completely caught Yanzi and Shinua off guard. Shan Si-jun, who had been watching the live stream, understood the situation but couldn't experience the joy of falling asleep immediately. Yanzi scratched his head and confessed. Honestly, the sisters were a bit too fierce. I felt like just a bystander. Shinua chimed in. They didn't even let me see. How am I supposed to argue? The moment I peeked, I was finished. I just dozed off. Song Mu remained silent, simply wanting to laugh. With my two sisters, we are truly formidable. Enough chit-chat. Quickly send me some splash damage modification codes. Forget about hip firing or recoil. None of that matters, as long as it can intimidate. Upon hearing Song Mu's words, the three living children in the group were momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, Shan Si-jun tentatively suggested, Father, if you have no requirements for weapon parameters, wouldn't it be simpler to just use a large-capacity magazine? Actually, it seems we don't even need the large-capacity magazine. Just dual-wield M250S with a scope would suffice. Song Mu was taken aback. That actually makes some sense. Yanzi spoke earnestly. Are you teaching us? Do you think you're the only one who knows? Father knows these things. He is intentionally testing your weapon modification skills. Song Mu remained silent, realizing he was indeed too eager to improve. Clearing his throat, he said, You all carry on. I'll take the viewers for a couple of rounds, sifting through the sands to gather more brothers and sisters for you. Yanzi. All right, father. You do your thing. Shinua. Shall we play around? It seems dog brother won't be back anytime soon. Shan Si-jun. I was wondering. If that last match had been us three, would I have had a chance to trigger a passive skill? Before leaving, Song Mu caught Shan Si-jun's remark and couldn't help but chuckle. You? Triggering a passive skill of isolation? That's hilarious. You should know that in the last match, the three of us combined were firmly suppressed by my two warrior sisters. You, a mere isolated individual, might find it challenging. Quickly organizing the warehouse, Song Mu sold all the weapons obtained from that match, such as the Tunglong and K437, leaving only the gold essence, with cash flowing back to over 24 million. Then, Song Mu paused the live stream, glanced at his friend list, and indeed found a pinned friend, ID, Longwa GD Jun Su Chu. However, this friend had no profile, only an ID and a Longwa avatar. Testing the gifting permissions? Recalling the 6-level collectibles gap required for upgrading Song Zijing and Tang Ren's operator skills, he contemplated. All 7 categories of collectibles are needed. This is just for 1 operator skill. 4 operator skills, for 2 individuals, assuming 1 red collectible per category, totals 7 by 4 by 2, equating to 56 6-level collectibles, some requiring 6 slots or more. Not too difficult. It may sound like a lot, but for Song Mu, it's quite manageable. Gathering reds is simply a matter of having hands, and collecting 56 reds could easily be accomplished with a bit of effort. Easy breezy. Certainly, to elaborate. In the realm of electronic products, upgrading an operative's skills necessitates a red collectible of 6 slots or more. A laptop possesses 6 slots, as do the flight recorder and the military information terminal. Thus, a question arises between the laptop, which costs 3.8 million, and the military information terminal, priced at over $1 million. The choice becomes rather evident. Swiftly, Song-Mu conducted a meticulous inventory of the warehouse. He gathered all items of 6 slots or more, such as blade servers, laptops, and military shells, into one category. The remaining items, including the Rolex Sister, gold bars, and smoothbore guns, were set aside for further deliberation. Having organized the warehouse, Song-Mu proceeded to engage with the central computer of the Special Operations Department. He quickly located the option to send an email and, upon opening it, could select recipients to gift freely. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song-Mu resolved to wait until he amassed the requisite number of 6-level collectibles before bestowing them upon Song Zijing and Tang Ren, ensuring a comprehensive upgrade of their skills in one fell swoop, rather than an intermittent approach which might hinder their familiarization with the new skill parameters. Indeed, it seemed somewhat unreasonable not to distribute several significant collectibles now that he had just acquired the permissions. Song-Mu contemplated selecting the logistics department of the Longwa base as the recipient, subsequently adding an attachment of 1 military shell, 1 military drone, and 1 Spinosaurus claw fossil. The significant collectibles for his 2 sisters could be accumulated for a grand gesture. However, as for the one intended for Longma, Song-Mu understood the nuances of human relations well. There is no kindness without reason in this world, and apart from one's parents, no one would selflessly shower love and support. Longma shared a bond with him, and he was resolutely loyal in return. Upon submission, the email was dispatched successfully. Moments later, a new message arrived in Song-Mu's inbox from the logistics department of Longwa base. Thank you for your outstanding contributions to the motherland, Comrade Song-Mu. We hope you will continue to strive and add bricks to the development of our country. Attached was a sum of 32,950,000 half coins. Song-Mu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth? Over 32 million from Longma." Initially perplexed by the figure, he soon pieced together the calculations. The military shells and drones were traded at 10 times their base price, and it appeared that Longma had generously added a 50 bonus based on the market value. The Spinosaurus claw fossil, while not a requisite for upgrade, seemed to have been calculated at a 10-fold value as well. How generous Longma was. Filled with gratitude, Song-Mu mused that dealing with Longma was always a pleasure. However, he firmly believed in fair transactions. He did not wish to take undue advantage of Longma. Receiving a 10-fold offer for the 2-slot red collectible was more than satisfactory, and he did not desire to be greedy. With renewed vigor, Song-Mu set to work, fully harnessing his racial advantages. He eagerly claimed the experience rewards from departmental tasks, and with the recent success from a lucrative venture, his operative level surged to 16. Congratulations, host. Your operative level has risen to LV16, and you have received a level gift package. A familiar, yet momentarily bewildering voice echoed. Scratching his head, Song-Mu quickly recalled. The cunning director Yan Xian from the Huangpu Military Academy. Open. LV15 level gift package opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Random Parameter Upgrade Card X1, Random Department Task Simplification Card X1, Random Key Card X1. Where's my skin bundle? I seem to be missing a reward. Reminder, the level gift package received upon reaching LV5, 15, 25, and above contains standard rewards. However, upon reaching LV10, 20, 30, and beyond, additional rewards are granted. Oh, understood. Song-Mu nodded in acknowledgement, contemplating. Let us utilize the cards, beginning with the Random Parameter card. Random Parameter Upgrade card used successfully. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the Tang Ren parameter, drop rate. Your current personal drop rates are white 20, 15, green 11, 8, blue 5, 4, purple 9, 6, gold 3, 2, red 15, 1. Note, values in parentheses reflect pre-upgrade rates. I feel a bit embarrassed about this. Song-Mu felt invigorated, showering praise. It's you, Director Yan Xian, who truly understands what I need to turn the tide. Let us continue the momentum by using the Random Department Task Simplification card. Random Department Task Simplification card used successfully. All special department tasks have been simplified, unlocking all tasks in the special department. Wait, what? Special department tasks? ISNT that just the security box department tasks? Is the 3x3 still pursuing me? Special department tasks refer to security box tasks. Completing all will yield a 9-slot security box, which can be added to the host's existing security box capacity. For a fleeting moment, Song Mu was taken aback. He had traversed into this world primarily due to the security box task, and now it seemed to be chasing him once again, an unrelenting pursuit. However, upon further examination of the simplified security box tasks, he fell into contemplation. These tasks seemed rather manageable. Rounded up, it appeared he could effortlessly acquire an additional 9-slot security box. How delightful! Indeed, the law of delightful surprises was still in effect. Tasks such as eliminations bore resemblance to the previous 2 department tasks. For instance, a task requiring the elimination of 10 operatives could now be completed by dispatching merely 2 operatives and 5 Coen brothers, making it exceedingly simple. Furthermore, the task of extracting several million in value was devoid of the previously required failure resets, among other leniencies. But wait, something felt amiss. The security box tasks in this world seemed extraordinarily challenging. Song Mu suddenly realized a discrepancy, reviewing the security box tasks once more, only to be bewildered. Hellishly difficult 3x3 tasks. The requirements are to eliminate 5 operatives under classified conditions and achieve 1 million in extraction, accumulate 10 headshots with a pistol, fail and reset the task. What a nightmare. The more he scrutinized, the more alarmed he became. Should he have to undertake the authentic security box tasks in this world without his sister's assistance? Song Mu estimated that accomplishing it in 10 lifetimes might be an exaggeration, while completing it in 1 lifetime would be pretentious. Perhaps 4 or 5 lifetimes would be feasible. Thus, Song Mu sought further information regarding security boxes, now fully aware. Unlike the previous existence where one could purchase a pass to receive a 6-slot security box, in this world, all operatives began with merely 1 slot. How to acquire more slots in the security box? Certainly, let us embark on the mission of the Secure Vault. This endeavor comprises several stages. For instance, upon completing a certain number of tasks, one may advance to 2 slots, and after accomplishing another set of tasks, one may progress to 3 slots, and so forth. Considering this, the 2-slot capacity of Yanzi and Xiaonaigo can indeed be regarded as a moderate standard among operatives. Song Mu expressed his astonishment, exclaiming that attaining a 6-slot secure vault is undoubtedly a mark of expertise. While those who finish all secure vault missions to achieve 9 slots are likely to be among the elite few on the War God leaderboard. Previously, Song Mu had shown no interest in the secure vault aspect. He hadn't even ventured into the secure vault department tasks, as he harbored a profound aversion to 3x3, resisting it vehemently. Furthermore, Haji had generously bestowed upon Song Mu a 9-slot gift pack right at the outset, and with the completion of any trivial upgrade tasks, he could effortlessly enhance his secure vault. With such fortunate circumstances, he hardly had the time to concern himself with the secure vault capacities of other operatives. How lamentable! Song Mu couldn't help but sigh, marveling at the extent to which 3x3 had been simplified. If he were unable to complete this, it would be quite unacceptable. He must not tempt fate. Turning his attention, Song Mu also incorporated upgrades into the workstation and training center. Upon reviewing his operative level, he noted it was LV-16. He gazed intently at the computer in the Special Operations Department, suddenly feeling a desire to venture into the classified Bakusher. His level was sufficient. Perhaps a visit to the Babel Tower to meet the Triumvirate Sisters would not be amiss. Yet, it seemed his room cards were lacking. Oh, but he still had 3 unutilized random key cards. They must be opened with fervor. A CEO must emerge. Chapter 97. Daring Forays into Classified Bakusher. What is the intent behind dual-wielding M249? Random key card activation successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Bakusher Underground Vault Storage Room X1, Bakusher Clinic X1, Longbow Valley Checkpoint Warehouse X1. What a balanced nutritional feast. My dear friend, the first 2 predecessors were red and gold cards. And here you are with a mere blue card from the Checkpoint Warehouse. How could that be? Oh, it appears you are the esteemed Checkpoint Warehouse Master. I must admit I did not recognize you at first. Just as Song Mu was about to voice his thoughts, he quickly refrained. How audacious. That is the legendary Checkpoint Warehouse known for yielding an array of valuable items, including the coveted black box sweeping robots. One must exercise caution. What if he were to offend and receive nothing in return? Well, the 3 random key cards yielded quite satisfactory results. Song Mu felt a sense of contentment. Nodding in affirmation. The greatness of the Checkpoint Warehouse Master requires no further elaboration. While the clinic card appears to be a guaranteed profit, acquiring items is indeed a gain. As for the Underground Vault, dear Master, you are well aware of my loyalty. I always prioritize you for replenishing room cards. What a heartfelt commitment. What underground cesspool. How audacious. Let us cast that aside. Naturally, it is essential to differentiate among individuals. Some may have spent 5 million on cards that lead to cesspools, yielding nothing but scraps, while others may have invested the same amount to acquire treasures like the Heart of Africa X3. Song Mu vividly recalled his initial encounter with the underground vault, a moment of utter despair as he was swiftly eliminated right after departing the museum, stripped of his tattered gear, only to return to the Special Operations Department with tears and 3 Hearts of Africa in tow. Indeed, this is the exclusive favor bestowed by the underground vault master. The 3 key cards, aside from the checkpoint warehouse, were all tucked away into his 12-slot permanent card pack. As he resumed the live broadcast, he noticed the lively discussion among his viewers, which filled him with joy and a sense of duty to rescue them from peril. I have returned, my brothers. Song Mu's sudden proclamation had the desired effect, but before the viewers could respond, he interrupted. Please, allow me to make an announcement. I am preparing to embark on several daring ventures into Bakushir and launch a fierce assault on Babel Tower. Are there any brave souls willing to join me? If not, I shall call upon each of you individually. As he spoke, Song Mu began to peruse the list of active members, methodically calling out names. This ID reads, pop-up advertisement. I see you have a story behind that name. Are you joining the classified Bakushir? What? You claim to be a loyal hound of the machine? Very well then. And what of you, fellow Ashera Magnetic Blast Infantry? What is your background? What? You're affiliated with the aerospace sector? Away with you next. After calling out 7 or 8 members, each one either a loyal hound of machines or a crafty potato, Song Mu finally stumbled upon 2 members whose IDs exuded prowess. One named Lin Dayu defeats Lu Jishin, and the other called Sister, Don't Look Back. I am your brother. Judging by their IDs, they seemed promising. Song Mu, though uncertain, casually invited them into the team. Can you hear me? Prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly. Lin Dayu defeats Lu Jishin responded. I can, my adoptive father. I'm a bit under the weather, so my voice might be a tad heavy. Instantly, the chat erupted in excitement, albeit briefly. The good news, a female participant. The bad news, her voice bore a resemblance to a certain character. Song Mu paid little heed. His ears, honed through experience, could discern whether Lin Dayu was using a voice changer or genuinely unwell. It was indeed the latter, as her nasal tone revealed a true cold rather than an imitation. Sister, don't look back. I am your brother chimed in. I can hear you, my adoptive father. Watch my performance in this round. My friends call me the living map of Bakushir. Song Mu felt a sinking sensation, thinking, oh no, how familiar. Could they possibly be a professional knife runner? However, he didn't dwell on it, whether they were knife runners or aggressive players. He would soon discern their capabilities upon landing. Are you ready? We are set to depart. Just before boarding the aircraft, Song Mu inquired, by the way, how shall I address you both? Sister, don't look back. I am your brother replied. My surname is Ho. You may call me Monkey for a more affectionate touch. Song Mu nodded. That is indeed endearing. It is just that your ID is a bit unwieldy. I shall refer to you as brother instead. It feels more appropriate. And you, Lin Dayu? Lin Dayu defeats Lu Jishin responded. Call me Lin Bao, my adoptive father. Song Mu agreed. Very well, Lin Bao it is. It's certainly preferable to calling you sister. 3, 2, 1, let us embark. The GDI helicopter soared into the classified Bakushir, yet this time, the scene that unfolded was devoid of the most vivid memories that lingered with Song Mu. He vaguely recalled the onset of Season S4, when his greatest desire upon entering Bakushir was to hear the words, Doctor, they have entered the park. Ah, what a surprise. It was not the first position at the tower, which he found quite unacceptable. Song Mu glanced at the map, feeling somewhat regretful. Our starting point is located at the Great Bathhouse, which implies that there might be a team in Shancheng. If there are no enemies in Shancheng, it is highly likely that a team has spawned at the tower. In that case, we could attempt to engage in aerial combat in Shancheng. Huh, engage in aerial combat? Just the 3 of us? The monkey seemed a bit hesitant about the fight. I'm fine with it. You just need to command, adoptive father. Lin Bao, however, appeared rather indifferent. Only the audience in the live stream, comprising countless scholars and warriors, had their eyes wide open. Just moments ago, while preparing for battle, they clearly observed Song Mu unusually purchasing 2 rifles and equipping some attachments. These 2 rifles bore the melodious nickname Big Pineapple, scientifically known as the M249 light machine gun. The most crucial point was that Song Mu not only acquired 2 M249s, but also added several green attachments. He even procured an $8,000 backpack, crammed full of white ammunition. At this moment, The audience finally understood that his venture to Bakusher was entirely aimed at engaging in aerial combat. Engage, extort, and retreat upon being downed. The three swiftly descended from the helicopter. As Song Mu switched to Polaris, he dashed forward, shouting as he ran. Do you both understand the rules of my vehicle? Feel free to consume the supplies, but open the containers for me. If anyone dares to snatch, I shall retaliate. Chapter 98. The Whirlwind's Chopsticks and the Truck's Mouth. Landing 2 million room card X1. I understand the rules, adoptive father, Lin Bao replied. It is essential to understand. Adoptive father, you are fortunate. Your consumption of containers is a blessing from heaven. The monkey shouted loudly, yet his speed upon landing and rushing forward was no slower than Song Mu's. Observing his adept movements, it was evident he was quite familiar with the terrain. Seeing the monkey sprinting with such finesse, Song Mu instinctively reacted. Tossing out a honeycomb technology smoke grenade, and, utilizing its passive speed boost, rushed through the back entrance of the great bathhouse, making a quick right turn and then a left to scan the supply refresh point near the back garden. Initially, Song Mu intended to bring along a skill combination of power-assisted honeycomb smoke grenades and flying missiles for this daring venture into Bakusher, as he genuinely wished to confront the Blue Eagle helicopter. However, in the final moments, he had been too preoccupied stuffing bullets into his backpack and forgot to purchase the flying missile skill, still relying on the standard one. Regrettably, he was just a step short of his goal. After inspecting the supply refresh point, Song Mu immediately turned right and dashed forward, quickly peeking at the nearby sofa before confidently striding ahead. This series of actions left both the monkey and Lin Bao bewildered. Lin Bao asked in confusion, adoptive father, what is that smoke grenade? The monkey scratched his head in agreement. I was thinking, can anyone strike us with such rapidity? Adoptive father, are you unwell? You can tell us. Song Mu felt somewhat awkward. How could he express that it was because the monkey's movements were too remarkably proficient, leading him to believe he was about to snatch the African heart from the fountain garden? Cough. I merely deemed it a smoke grenade to declare territorial sovereignty. Signaling our ferocity, Song Mu hastily concocted an excuse, pointing toward the window. Be cautious of a counter ambush from the marketplace. Which one of you will cover the second-floor window? I will take care of it. I wield a long gun. The monkey replied as he grasped his K416 assault rifle and proceeded. Then I shall provide close protection for adoptive father, Lin Bao declared, holding her Victor submachine gun and following closely behind Song Mu, seemingly intent on being his bodyguard. Noticing their clear division of roles, Song Mu recognized that they were not mere novice players, as their coordination resembled that of seasoned teammates. They exhibited a certain finesse. He decided to observe them further before judiciously accepting them into his ranks. Song Mu refrained from making hasty conclusions, leaping down the stairs and swiftly dispatching the individual who had been paying him homage, before turning to inspect the card refresh point at the counter, his eyes sparkling with delight. I struck gold. Upon landing, I obtained a golden room card. With a yell of excitement, Song Mu swiftly retrieved the card, exclaiming, Blue Room Data Center. No need for further preparations. A delectable 2 million appetizer within the first 20 seconds. The audience immediately began to feel agitated. Song Mu quickly consumed a portion from the box of the homage giver, happily acquiring his level 3 ballistic helmet and fully durable level 4 warrior's bulletproof vest. Truly, the homage giver was considerate. Not only did he offer a greeting, but he also ensured Song Mu was properly equipped, providing him with level 3 and level 4 gear to stave off the cold. A 2 million golden room card? The Blue Room Data Center? Upon hearing this, the monkey grew excited, urgently inquiring, once it is safe, may I have a look, adoptive father? I have played countless rounds in Bakusher and have never found a room card in the great bathhouse. Song Mu chuckled. We are not of the same species. This statement left the monkey's mind reeling. Not of the same species? Does that imply one of us is not human? Wait, is this adoptive father implying I am just a monkey? But am I not also? The monkey pondered deeply. Lin Bao remained silent, closely trailing behind with her Victor submachine gun, unwaveringly shadowing Song Mu's every move. After inspecting the wild supply refresh point and consuming from the card refresh point, Song Mu turned his attention to scavenging resources from the great bathhouse. High-level storage boxes, travel bags, luggage, toolboxes, lab coats, and briefcases. What a dazzling array. Song Mu's scavenging speed was remarkably swift, akin to a whirlwind devouring everything in its path, and with his expansive 35-slot backpack, he found no need to be selective. This round outside seems rather barren, doesn't it? Song Mu mused, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Is this it? Aside from the initial 2 million golden room card, which yielded a couple of golden cups and lighters, everything else is merely small purple and blue items. If this continues, I shall refrain from returning to Bakushan next time. I hope the doctor possesses some sense. A string of complaints and grievances ensued. Lin Bao, who had been closely following, appeared utterly bewildered. Having witnessed Song Mu effortlessly acquire golden cups and lighters, and even lemon tea and encrypted routers, yet he dares to claim he is somewhat impoverished? Lin Bao nearly burned out her own CPU in disbelief, observing Lin Bao standing there, seemingly in a daze. The audience in the live stream finally felt a sense of relief, thinking, thank goodness. Look, there's a sister on site feeling the heat. Just seconds after landing. Over 2 million. My goodness, I wouldn't dare dream of such a scenario. Look at how flustered the girl has become. Poor child is completely bewildered. You are still too young. Oh dear streamer, your words are indeed sharp as a blade. 666. And you still have the audacity to complain? What do you think we are, a public display of Bakusher? I truly feel foolish. I should have realized it when the Godfather bought 2M249s along with 1,200 rounds of white ammunition. He is clearly intent on aerial combat, and it was all premeditated. Why not engage me too? After all, we are all playing together. Let us fight. That would indeed be foolish. The Blue Eagle helicopter is a different kind of boss, far from a prison match. It can unleash a barrage of machine gun fire and missiles from the sky, and it can roll to evade gunfire from hundreds of meters away. Who dares to confront such a beast? Song Mu, armed with dual M249s, was clearly poised for an aerial assault. The entire assembly of officials, one after another, remained skeptically indifferent, unwilling to believe any claims of imminent danger, which was understandable given that the Blue Eagle helicopters soared above, unlike the grounded fighting tactics of an ordinary skirmish. We have guests, Yifu. At that moment, a message arrived just as they landed, relayed by Hosey. The crowd at the market had finished their meal and were on their way to apprehend them. Yifu, find a place to hide. Watch us deal with them decisively. Upon hearing this, Song Mu was immediately displeased and responded earnestly, my friend. This venture into Bakeshire is solely for the purpose of honing my marksmanship. Let's engage them with determination. Chapter 99. Though I fire blank rounds, do they dare confront them? Who would dare? Let's engage them. Song Mu's enthusiasm was infectious. Indeed, he took action. Clutching the M249, he crouched at the staircase, ready to fire as soon as Hosey provided intel. All right, Yifu, if you say we should engage, we shall. Hosey, not one to shy away from danger, inquired Yifu. You're positioned perfectly at the stairs. By the way, are you using gold or purple rounds? Song Mu sheepishly admitted, neither. Hosey paused for a moment before reassuring him. No worries, blue rounds will suffice. In my experience, Bakeshire has many glass cannons that are easy to hit. Feeling even more awkward, Song Mu thought to himself, regardless. Once I unleash this M249, it will be a barrage of fire. Even if I'm using blanks, do they dare to confront me? I'll go to the first floor and cover our backs. Lin Bao swiftly changed positions. The trio quickly took their places. Hosey stationed himself at the second floor window overlooking the large bathhouse, crouched by the staircase. And Lin Bao took up a defensive position around the corner on the first floor, effectively establishing a formidable defense. These three exhibited remarkable coordination. After a couple of cautious peeks, Hosey noted there was no sign of an enemy advance, growing anxious and preparing to bait them into revealing their positions. Just then, a loud bang resonated against the bathhouse wall as a compressed air round struck the second-floor windowsill, ricocheting and exploding. Trouble loomed. Song Mu recognized the trajectory of the incoming round and braced for impact. As expected, the explosion ensnared both him and Hosey, knocking them to the ground. At that moment, the sound of jets filled the air, accompanied by the pounding of heavy footsteps. Lin Bao, apply pressure, Hosey shouted urgently. The distinct sound of a Victor submachine gun rang out, and Lin Bao, with impressive reflexes, emerged to fire at the angle just right for an attack. With precision, she dispatched an enemy operative, leaving him incapacitated and bewildered. Despite attempting to rise, Song Mu couldn't help but comment, what a ludicrously skilled ID. The subsequent onslaught from two incoming operatives was equally fierce. They leaped in unison, swiftly diminishing Lin Bao's health. My dentures! Lin Bao exclaimed, visibly enraged. I'm coming to assist you. Song Mu sprang to his feet, immediately firing the M249 as he descended. Bullets flew chaotically, a cacophony of gunfire erupting around them. The two operatives, intent on advancing towards Lin Bao, were caught off guard by the roaring barrage of the M249. It was a true uproar, a sound that could disrupt the very fabric of their strategy. In that moment, Song Mu wasn't aiming. He was simply unleashing a torrent of fire, embodying the essence of suppressive fire without the need for precision. As the enemy operatives raised their weapons to retaliate, they were met with a hail of errant bullets that forced them into a hasty retreat. What a close call, one operative gasped, feeling the adrenaline surge as they realized they were up against a formidable opponent. The other operative, caught off guard, first deployed a C4 to secure their position before taking a painkiller, bewildered by their own survival. The two shared a bewildered glance, their minds racing to comprehend the chaos. Wait, weren't those supposed to be gold rounds? One exclaimed in disbelief. Why didn't our armor take damage? Are we facing someone firing blanks? The first operative, finally grasping the situation, erupted in anger. What kind of lunatic uses blanks in a serious confrontation at Bakeshire? Let's eliminate him. The second operative echoed his frustration. Just then, a smoke grenade landed at the entry point, followed by the familiar and irritating sound of gunfire. Amidst the chaos, Thamu continued his advance, firing indiscriminately while maintaining his rhythm. The relentless barrage of noise was designed to disorient the opposing operatives, creating unbearable pressure. They were left in a state of despair, questioning their next move. At that very moment, reinforcements arrived. Hosey vaulted through the window, gun drawn, while Lin Bao, invigorated and unyielding, charged in, executing a flawless maneuver amidst the smoke. "Don't look back, it's me," she shouted, as she and her comrades launched a synchronized offensive, eliminating the threats with deadly efficiency. "Hey, Hosey, your opponent has a couple's ID," Songmu noted, seizing the opportunity to lighten the mood. "After this, why not add them as a friend? Perhaps form a family squad." Hosey remarked in awe. "That's a brilliant idea, Zhao Fu. You truly know how to play." Meanwhile, Lin Bao sighed in exasperation, wishing to disengage from the frivolity. Content with the recent skirmish, Songmu reloaded his M249, feeling satisfied with the performance of their trio. "We truly excelled. Surely my contributions were commendable?" "Absolutely," Lin Bao affirmed, adding, "Had it not been for you, Yi Fu, scaring off those two with your early shots, I might have been downed, dragging you both down with me. However, I'm still puzzled, Yi Fu." "Speak your mind," Songmu encouraged. Lin Bao was perplexed. Their marksmanship should be formidable. They nearly eliminated me in an instant. Logically, such aggressive operators should not be afraid. Upon hearing this, Songmu raised the M249 light machine gun adorned with the formidable Laosai Zhili skin in his hand, speaking with an air of arrogance. "Although I am firing blank rounds, do they dare to face them? Do you dare, Lin Bao?" Lin Bao shook his head honestly. "I truly do not dare." Chapter 100. The White Bullet Immortal Lion Style. The Rainbow Ammo Workshop is now in session. Do you dare? Smoke is merely a sweep. Who dares to charge? As the light machine gun with the highest rate of fire, the M249 boasts an astonishing rate of 858 rounds per minute, with its armor-piercing capability deemed ruthless and powerful. To be fair, the Lion style is indeed entertaining. Songmu, filled with emotion, cherished the gun. "This is simply tailor-made for me. I have decided that I will transform into the shape of a machine gun from now on." Lin Bao, bewildered, inquired, "Father, what is the Lion style?" After a moment of contemplation, Songmu replied solemnly, "The Lion style is akin to splashing water, forcefully splashing water. Just as I did earlier, indiscriminately pouring out blank rounds, delivering a singular blow. Wherever the M249 roars, it resonates as a lion patrolling its territory." Lin Bao was astonished, filled with admiration. Suddenly, the monkey awoke with a start. "Oh my goodness, father, were you firing blank rounds just now?" Songmu remained composed. "Yes." The monkey was instantly thrown into confusion. "I can't believe it. Father, I thought you were at least using blue rounds, yet you were using blanks? Oh, I understand now. You must have mistakenly bought the wrong bullet type while preparing for battle, right? I get it. I have golden rounds here. And I can share a few sets with you, along with purple and blue rounds." Songmu initially did not perceive anything amiss, but upon careful reflection, he was taken aback. "Wait, monkey, are you telling me that your magazine contains golden, purple, and even blue rounds?" The monkey nodded. "Yes, it's all about cost-effectiveness." Songmu was nearly moved to tears. "Brother, you are truly a kindred spirit." The two shared a camaraderie akin to old friends from the same hometown. Exchanging insights about the rainbow ammo, Lin Bao spun around in confusion. After several moments of rapid processing, the CPU of the entire assembly of officials finally grasped the situation. "I understand every word they say, but why do I feel a little mentally overwhelmed when they come together? Who loads bullets into guns like that? These two seem to be engaging in some sort of forbidden knowledge. Everyone, be quiet. We are in class. Quickly take notes on what the father just said. Oh right, golden rounds in the front can penetrate armor, while the rear can deliver lethal blows. First shattering the armor before killing, an instant takedown. The father has some wisdom. I observe that this monkey is not ordinary. This gentleman has the potential to transform. And he can align with the father, which essentially makes him half a genius. Is this really useful? I'll have to test it out. If it doesn't work, I might just rage. But doesn't this approach have a low margin for error? If the initial golden rounds fail to penetrate, and the subsequent rounds can't damage the enemy's armor, wouldn't that be disastrous? Currently, Song Mu's livestream had over 90,000 viewers online, with nearly two-thirds diligently taking notes, while the remaining third had already begun testing, eager to validate the rainbow ammo theory proposed by Song Mu and the monkey. One could say that discussions surrounding forbidden knowledge were indeed quite intoxicating. Before long, Lin Bao also joined the rainbow ammo workshop, but with some questions. Father, may I ask? Since I have been using the Victor submachine gun since becoming an operator, what should I do since this gun doesn't have golden rounds? Song Mu was taken aback. Good heavens, if the Victor had golden rounds, other guns would stand no chance. Recalling the Victor submachine gun, Song Mu faintly remembered that during the peak of the supermodel meat rounds, the entire battlefield was dominated by the presence of Lord Victor, truly a dynasty. Unfortunately, it was later nerfed, reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something. What was it? As Song Mu pondered deeply, he suddenly recalled. Oh right, the server. The server latency was an absolute nuisance. Just thinking about it made him furious. The 6-character mantra encapsulated the essence of online gaming. Once unleashed, it was terrifying. After careful calculation, Song Mu realized that the Victor in this world should be exceptionally powerful, as there were no packet losses or latency issues here. The Victor's greatest fear was latency swallowing bullets. Without it, even Lu Tao could easily dominate. Possessing an unparalleled rate of fire among all firearms, if combined with the Wu Ji Dan, Song Mu could not help but shiver, silently lamenting. Let us not even talk about 5 sets. At that point, Lu Tao could deliver instant takedowns, causing the entire firearm ecosystem to collapse. It was unthinkable, utterly unimaginable. Turning to Lin Bao, Song Mu said, although the Victor submachine gun lacks golden rounds, you can certainly utilize purple and blue rounds to play with the rainbow ammo, although I wouldn't advise it, as this gun fires too rapidly, resulting in a low margin for error. I recall that you eliminated 2 operators with headshots. Do you enjoy aiming for the head? Sister, are you the human pillar of Victor? Lin Bao nodded. Yes, father. Someone taught me that the Victor submachine gun is best used with foot shots, but I prefer headshots. Song Mu. Monkey, 666. What an incredible headshot. In ancient times, there was Dayu Morning Flowers, and now we have Lin Bao with headshots. Absolutely splendid. The 3 soon finished off the boxes of the team of operators from the market. To be precise, Song Mu hardly consumed anything. He merely opened a box, took 2 sets of golden rounds, and left the remaining guns and armor repairs for Lin Bao and the monkey. Let us go. We shall scout the mountain city, Song Mu proclaimed, raising his hand to mark the Blue Eagle helicopter hovering near the Babel Tower. Let us find a good position in the mountain city and take down the boss. The monkey seemed a bit apprehensive, but still followed. The 3 swiftly approached the vicinity of the mountain city. Let me scan, Lin Bao suddenly spoke, pulling out the signal decoder to scan ahead. Song Mu nodded in satisfaction. Look at that. Now that's what I call professionalism. Seeing that Lin Bao had a powerful signal decoder, Song Mu turned to the monkey. What about you, brother monkey? Lin Bao has a skill. You should have one too, right? Don't hide it, show it. I see the device in your hand. Good taste, brother monkey. You have a hard control for 24 seconds, right? My skill is only at LV1, lasting merely 20 seconds, but that is sufficient. I can fully manage the hard control. The monkey nodded eagerly, feeling he had found a kindred spirit. Song Mu couldn't help but sigh. Truly, where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Looking back, they were all kindred souls. The monkey's taste was simply remarkable. Oh, I think the 3 of us should form a mysterious team. Song Mu mused thoughtfully, speaking softly. At that time, monkey, you initiate silent stealth. After a few seconds, I will follow with my silent stealth. And then Lin Bao can open up. Let us enjoy a full minute of glory. In the bustling atmosphere of the control tower, the call for takeoff was fervently made. Chapter 101 introduces the spirited young girl with twin ponytails, who, amidst an intense competition, finds herself engaged in a lively exchange with her companions. With an air of confidence, Song Mu, pondering the potential of their next move, swiftly informed his team, for the upcoming round, I shall request the deployment of the operator with the skill of humorous stealth. Lin Bao, eager and determined, declared her intention to purchase supplies as soon as she stepped out. Song Mu, however, waved her off, advising against unnecessary expenditures. as he merely wished to experiment with this particular strategy. Lin Bao acknowledged his words and reported the situation. No enemies detected. Let us advance cautiously and await further information. Soon, the second sweep revealed a similar absence of foes, which caused Lin Bao to feel a tinge of doubt. No one has appeared, father. Is there truly no one in this round at Shancheng? After a moment of contemplation, Song Mu nodded thoughtfully. Concluding that it was highly probable that no adversaries had spawned, their team had positioned themselves at the grand bathing area. While it appeared that Shancheng had not generated any operators, suggesting that a team had likely infiltrated the tower. With a swift calculation, Song Mu mentally marked the spawn points of enemy operators on the Bakusher map. One aspect he appreciated about the Delta world was that the number of teams on each map remained constant, eliminating any confusion regarding excess teams. As for the number of players in each map, that remained a mystery. He ruled out several locations. One team each at the inner area, ocean, and medical facilities, with another team in the tower. The outer areas, including Yingtao Town and the marketplace, were certain to spawn 2 teams, and considering their position at the grand bathing area, it was likely that the remaining 2 spawn points were at Zhoi or the ruins, with another likely at the camp. Song Mu's calculations for the Bakusher spawn points were remarkably accurate. Despite the potential for random spawn deviations, they were unlikely to be significant. This, indeed, was the essence of the Mouse's way. Although his familiarity with Bakusher did not quite match that of the Zero Dam or Chonggong Valley, he had cultivated a keen sense for gathering intelligence there. In Bakusher, failure to gather information or calculate spawn points could result in immediate elimination. Perfectly exemplifying the first law of departure, the first thing you do upon exiting is return home. Father, there truly are no enemies. The containers remain untouched, exclaimed the monkey, his excitement palpable as he opened the door. Quick, let us feast. Song Mu, not one to hold back, was ready to indulge. The small operators in the main city of Blue Tun Shancheng were quite enticing, especially with several high-value spawn points available, offering a chance to reap great rewards. Monkey and Lin Bao adhered to their established tactics. Monkey, being proficient with long-range weapons, took charge of positioning, while Lin Bao, as the victor host, was tasked with protecting Song Mu closely. However, upon discovering the first small operator filled with items, Song Mu's expression soured as he discovered a pair of earrings, leading him to grumble as he inspected the kitchen's spawn points. Fine, let us see who you're trying to fool with this green lighter. Doctor, I hope you're aware that your time is running out. Despite his words, Song Mu pocketed the green lighter and rummaged through a medical kit, retrieving a sample test tube. This revelation brought a smile to his face, as Lin Bao observed in silence, fully aware of Song Mu's discerning palate. He typically grumbled even about minor treasures, so she knew this would be no different. As they ventured towards the second small operator, Song Mu remained contemplative and quiet. This moment provided the perfect opportunity for his team to showcase their skills, as chances to impress him were few and far between. Just as Song Mu entered the kitchen of the second small operator, his team felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, sensing impending doom. Oh, after being single for so long, even a 2-slot tequila looks appealing. I can feel the fortune resonating. Song Mu suddenly felt a strong premonition and, ignoring the tequila on the counter, proceeded to open the small operator, declaring, "No need to pretend, my tank brother. I see your twin ponytails peeking out." Upon opening the small operator, a 9-slot item appeared before him, instantly lifting his spirits. I'm now the proud owner of a main battle tank model. Let us end this competition. Who dares to challenge me? Speak up. With deftness, he swiftly stowed the main battle tank model in his pants, executing the motion with remarkable fluidity, even managing to swipe the tequila in the process. Do not question. Only items secured in the vast expanse of my pants can be considered truly consumed. With a newfound vigor, Song Mu boasted, easily securing a tank girl with twin ponytails. Another 2 million, my friends. As his team engaged in spirited banter, the conversation spiraled from the 9-slot main battle tank model to discussions of twin ponytail armies and various hairstyles, while Monkey, stationed on the second floor, expressed his desire to handle the tank, though he remained committed to his position. Father, please, let me touch the tank later. I beg of you. Song Mu maintained a serious demeanor, teasing, your words betray you, my friend. Go ahead and kneel if you must. And thus, the lively camaraderie continued, filled with laughter and playful rivalry. Chapter 102 beckons. Who am I? I am Tang Wang. Am I to shy away from the spotlight? Song Mu hurriedly prevented Lin Bao from kneeling, speaking loudly and earnestly. Sister, if you do this, I might just lose years off my life. The consequences will be dire. Lin Bao, bewildered, asked, what do you mean by losing years? After pondering for a moment, Song Mu decided not to elaborate further. Just understand that it's a physical loss of life. Don't ask more, alright Bao? Behave, and soon you can play with the tank. Although Lin Bao remained confused. The thought of playing with the tank silenced her curiosity, and she complied. They quickly scoured the surrounding areas of Shancheng for resources, gathering clothing and collecting red dots in the open. However, Song Mu felt a twinge of disappointment as he failed to spot a sweeping robot or vacuum cleaner amidst the tables and sofas, which in his eyes indicated a subpar loot rate for this round. Where are the people from the camp? Monkey, slightly anxious, inquired, foster father. Is it possible that the camp hasn't T-spawned people and instead, they might be in the reservoir? Song Mu nodded. That is a possibility. I recall that the reservoir and the camp are mutually exclusive spawn points. Only one team can spawn. Nevertheless, let us first engage the Blue Eagle helicopter and seize a crate from it. Are we really going to fight? That thing is quite formidable. Monkey hesitated. Why should we be afraid? Song Mu sighed, displaying his two M249 light machine guns. Do you not understand why I am dual-wielding these? Monkey nodded, then shook his head. I truly don't dare to engage, foster father. You have no idea how many times I've been killed by the Blue Eagle helicopter. Do you realize how absurd this boss is? I recall once it was at the extraction point in front of the tower, and that helicopter bombarded me with machine gun fire and missiles, overwhelming me completely until I barely made it back to the Special Operations Unit. Initially, Song Mu listened attentively, but the more he heard, the more he felt something was amiss. Are you talking about the helicopter? Stop right there. He quickly gestured for Monkey to be quiet and added, with your description, it's hard to believe you were facing the Blue Eagle helicopter. By the way, how much damage did it inflict? Was it anime level? Monkey, puzzled, responded, what anime level? There's no anime here. Song Mu exhaled in relief. Alright. It's good that you don't understand. This is your most innocent moment. I want to explain further. Well, Lin Bao is capable of melee combat as a Victor Jinchuriki, but for ranged combat, it's better if you handle that, Monkey. Now, shoot the Blue Eagle helicopter a couple of times to lure it over. Are we really doing this? Monkey confirmed once more. Yes. Song Mu was now irritated. Monkey was the epitome of someone who spoke timidly yet acted bravely. Despite claiming he was scared, he shot with remarkable accuracy, hitting the helicopter's cockpit several times. Unfortunately, he was slightly off target, or else he might have achieved a remarkable long-distance headshot on the pilot. Wow, young man, your shooting skills are impressive, Song Mu remarked, squinting as he observed. Suddenly, the Blue Eagle helicopter, having taken a hit, executed a stunning roll, plummeting before rapidly ascending and turning with incredible speed. This maneuver was not merely showy, but highly practical, leaving some to aspire to emulate it for a lifetime. When did the Blue Eagle helicopter become this powerful? Who was piloting it? Who unleashed such a dragon-like ascent? Both Monkey and Lin Bao, flanking him, were bewildered by Song Mu's instinctive exclamation. How did this Blue Eagle boss get entangled with the second day of the second month? Apologizing for his earlier excitement, Song Mu was about to say something when he suddenly saw the machine guns on either side of the Blue Eagle helicopter unleash a torrent of bullets, synchronized with the launch of missiles. Foster father, run. Monkey's scalp tingled at the sight, wishing he could grab Song Mu and flee. Don't look, foster father. Your life is more important. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of bullets struck Lin Bao, penetrating her armor and almost depleting half her health, nearly taking her out instantly. Monkey fared no better, losing a third of his health and his armor severely damaged. It's already locking on from this far? The Blue Eagle boss is truly terrifying. Instinctively, Song Mu followed Monkey and Lin Bao into the building through the window, but before they could catch their breath, Monkey saw Song Mu clamber back out onto the balcony. Monkey, confused, asked, Foster father, what are you doing? Lin Bao instinctively chimed in. Will you come back for dinner? As both of them realized the gravity of the situation, their minds buzzed with dread, thinking that their esteemed and skilled foster father, known for regulating temperature and blood pressure, might not return, potentially becoming a mere warm box soon. A mere Blue Eagle helicopter dared to show off in front of me? Huh. Song Mu raised his M249 light machine gun and began firing, his blood boiling. I could take down a prison with 3 strikes. Who is the Blue Eagle? Who am I? Tell me loudly, who am I? I am Tang Wang, and I shall not shy away from danger. The gunfire echoed as the Tang Dynasty lion began to patrol his territory. The live broadcast room erupted with fervor, with viewers so excited they nearly crushed their roommate's basket. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, I'm about to explode. I'll be off, you all do as you please. Honestly, our Black Silk Godfather is incredibly cool right now. But cool as he is, I bet he won't survive a minute against the Blue Eagle. A minute? You think people will believe our godfather can't take a hit? 10 seconds. Add another 10 seconds. Knowing it's thrilling, but not why. Does our godfather have a grudge against the Blue Eagle helicopter? At least make an effort to aim before shooting, please. No wonder he's our godfather. He.S. a blessing for all the low blood pressure patients online. I need to get some oxygen now. I feel like the three of them won T last 5 minutes. With the Blue Eagle helicopter coming in, I bet the teams outside will swarm in for the kill. It's pure team dynamics, like a CS match. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room was filled with a lively atmosphere. It was largely due to Song Moo's earlier display of dual ponytail tanks, which had made his tone so boastful that it drew a lot of ire. Yet, no one could have anticipated that while Song Moo fired away, the Blue Eagle helicopter retaliated with its own gunfire, leading to an intense standoff where neither side managed to inflict any damage for over 10 seconds. Wow, this boss is quite something. It seems my master has taught me well, and I can't break through his defenses. Meanwhile, 3 operatives born in Yingtao Xiaojin had just finished their meal at the inn and were preparing to visit the museum when they were suddenly captivated by the sound of gunfire from Lanyu Mountain City. Operative 1. They are battling the boss over there in Lanyu. Shall we join the fray? Operative 2. Hearing that commotion, it seems there are several teams involved. Let us go and have some fun. Perhaps this round will reward us with a bounty of millions. Operative 3. Once the boss has eliminated all the operatives in Lanyu, we shall feast upon the remains. Coincidentally, another trio of operatives, hailing from the ruins, had just enjoyed a delightful meal at the Royal Museum. Upon hearing the gunfire from Lanyu Mountain City, they immediately became alert, their realization dawning upon them. Operative 1. No wonder no one came to the museum this round. They are all engaged in battle in Lanyu. Shall we go? Operative 2. Absolutely. This museum appears to have been thoroughly ransacked. My bag is filled with solar discs, African wood carvings, and drums. Have I inadvertently provoked the wrath of Africa? Operative 3 remained silent, already sprinting towards Lanyu Mountain City. The trio of operatives stationed at the water reservoir initially planned to wait until the skirmish at Babel Tower had subsided before sneaking in. However, upon witnessing the Blue Eagle helicopter firing while ascending towards the mountain city, they quickly decided to launch a full assault on Lanyu Mountain City. Enter the tower? What tower? It has been 5 minutes since the match began, and Babel Tower remains eerily silent, akin to a graveyard. What purpose would it serve to enter? Shall we merely linger at the entrance and listen to idle chatter for eternity? They swiftly redirected their efforts towards an aggressive offensive outside. Approximately 1 minute later, Song Moo crouched down, reloading his 2M249 machine guns while glancing at the few hundred rounds of ammunition still remaining in his backpack. He sighed. It was endless. It simply could not be finished. Come on, Blue Eagle, my friend, he grumbled while reloading. Could you be a tad more professional? I have been engaged in combat with you for a minute, and yet you have barely broken a sweat. The Blue Eagle helicopter remained silent, merely hovering in the air. Meanwhile, the trembling monkey and Lin Bao, who had been hiding indoors, dared not show their faces. After enduring a minute of intense combat, their CPUs had nearly burned out. Unimaginable. How could the boss of one be so different from the boss of another? How could someone's marksmanship be so woefully inadequate? 2M249 machine guns firing for a full minute, and they had failed to eliminate the pilot and co-pilot. Perhaps that was understandable, given the Blue Eagle helicopter's adeptness at evading gunfire. However, the fact remained that Song Moo had scarcely hit the aircraft at all, which was utterly astonishing. Say, Lin Bao, Monkey whispered, shrinking into the corner. Have you ever seen anyone bring down a Blue Eagle helicopter with white ammunition? Lin Bao shook his head. Not at all. Monkey sighed. I feel as though my brain is about to burst. The father figure has been engaged in combat for over a minute, and the Blue Eagle helicopter has only managed to hit him twice. Did it even take away a few drops of health? Lin Bao pondered before replying. It seems like it only took away 7 or 8 points of health. Just a scratch? The two shared a moment of silence, their minds in disarray. Crouched on the balcony, Song Moo remained composed, his hands steady and heart unflustered as he raised his M249 once more to aim at the Blue Eagle helicopter. His iron-like index finger locking onto the trigger, the Blue Eagle helicopter seemed to receive some signal and commenced firing in unison. However, mere moments later, Song Moo became puzzled. While the helicopter's onboard machine guns began to whir and fire, they were not engaging in a heated exchange with him, but rather spraying bullets while unleashing missiles, hurtling towards the grand bathing area. Hey, are you coming back for dinner tonight? Song Moo wondered, somewhat confused and even beginning to doubt himself. Could it be that the Blue Eagle found my marksmanship so lacking that it chose to abandon me? However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The Blue Eagle helicopter, in a span of merely 2 or 3 seconds, unleashed a devastating barrage of firepower. The helicopter maneuvered like a tornado, its onboard machine guns spinning wildly, sending bullets forth in a continuous stream of fire. Not only that, but during Song Mu's earlier one-on-one engagement with the Blue Eagle helicopter, it had only fired its missiles a couple of times, targeting Monkey and Lin Bao, who had not dared to approach Song Mu. Yet now, the missiles were being launched indiscriminately, a relentless display of explosive power. This scene was a spectacle for the audience in the live stream, who found it utterly exhilarating. Yes, this is more like it. This is the ferocity I expect from a Blue Eagle helicopter. What was that earlier? A minute of battling without even scratching the Godfather. Haven't you been watching the streams for days? Our Black Silk Godfather has the tiger's spirit. Absolutely hilarious. A minute of passionate combat pales in comparison to this brief moment of explosive power. This is how you put on a show. Blue Eagle helicopter. You all know nothing. This is the Tang King, and defiance shall result in annihilation. Go, Blue Eagle. I adore this anime-style explosion. Oh, I understand now. Reinforcements have arrived at the grand bathing area. Song Mu realized this and quickly called out, "Hey, Monkey, Lin Bao. You too, come see. The Blue Eagle helicopter is putting on a fireworks show at the grand bathing area." Lin Bao cautiously peeked out, astonished. Monkey followed suit, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. This is the essence. Father figure, did you see? I was once overwhelmed by the Blue Eagle helicopter just like this. In less than 10 seconds, the Blue Eagle helicopter suddenly ascended, executing a graceful turn and dive, redirecting towards the marketplace, where it unleashed another round of formidable firepower. Oh, reinforcements have also arrived at the marketplace. Song Mu quickly sought a vantage point, holding his M249 machine gun while contemplating. The Blue Eagle is a true ally. This comrade truly knows how to operate. Thus, it seemed that as long as he defeated the Blue Eagle boss at Baeksh, he would become an invincible presence in the outer field, requiring no concern for other operatives as the boss would protect him. Chapter 104. The power to solo the boss Blue Eagle helicopter. Speak up, Blackie. Good job, Blue Eagle. You are indeed my third teammate. The more Song Mu pondered, the more he felt this line of thought was flawless. In the future, when facing the prison at the dam, I can take the Blue Eagle to clear the administrative building. If I encounter the old lady, I will be invincible. Monkey and Lin Bao exchanged glances, noticing the smile on Song Mu's face, causing them both to shiver. Lin Bao quietly asked, "What do you think the father figure is thinking?" The monkey quietly replied, "I suspect he is contemplating something rather sinister, as one tends to exhibit such a smile only when harboring bizarre, yet wickedly delightful thoughts." Lin Bao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Impressive. It's no wonder you can share a bed with your adoptive father." The monkey hastily gestured in modesty. "Oh, I wouldn't dare say that. I certainly never expressed a desire to become a part of some dark silk dynasty." He paused, perplexed. Wait, why is the Lawning helicopter heading back to the camp? Song Mu was engrossed in the barrage of artillery when he suddenly noticed the Lawning helicopter pivoting its nose and gun towards the camp after unleashing a torrent of bullets and missiles for the second time. Has someone arrived at the camp? The monkey pondered, scratching his head. It seems there were people at the bathhouse earlier, and possibly at the marketplace as well. If another team arrives at the camp, Lin Bao quickly calculated and exclaimed, "Does that mean all the operatives from the outer field are surrounding us?" The monkey remarked sagely, "Lin Bao, you must understand that when a lion hunts, a group of proctologists often trails behind." Lin Bao was bewildered. Proctologists? Proctologists are hyenas. Song Mu clarified. He then continued, "So, shall we follow the Lawning boss into the fray?" "I'm all in," the monkey declared fearlessly. "I have no objections." Lin Bao replied. The two had experienced a mental overload during the preceding moments and desperately needed a distraction, perhaps through combat. "Charge! Assault!" With a commanding shout from Song Mu, the three of them surged towards the adjacent Asura camp. Above, the Lawning helicopter was relentlessly raining down missiles, reminiscent of its earlier performance at the bathhouse and marketplace, creating a visually striking scene. "Father, should I conduct a sweep?" Lin Bao inquired. Song Mu nodded yes. "If there are people in the camp, this distance will suffice. You two should crouch a bit closer to me and avoid running around. I'll take the gun line, father," the monkey declared, clutching his K416 assault rifle as he dashed out. "Wait." Song Mu barely managed to shout before witnessing the Lawning helicopter swiftly execute a turn, unleashing a barrage of missiles and bullets that promptly rendered the monkey unconscious, covering him with a metaphorical blanket. Indeed, such was the nature of youth. From Song Mu and Lin Bao's perspective, it appeared as though the monkey had stumbled and fallen after merely 2 steps. "Father, did the monkey just?" Lin Bao questioned, her face filled with disbelief. Did he just trip and fall to his demise? Song Mu covered his face. "I suspect he might have suffered a mishap." Now dazed from the barrage, the monkey slowly regained awareness of his situation. What the heck? Is this even reasonable? Why did it turn on me so suddenly? Its speed was astounding. The monkey's face flushed with embarrassment as he exclaimed, I mean, why did that damned Lawning helicopter just switch its fire to me? Song Mu sighed. You see, you rushed in. I told you to stay closer to me, but you didn't listen. And by the way, be a bit more respectful towards my Lawning brothers. Stop calling them that damned Lawning all the time. Meanwhile, Lin Bao activated a signal decryption device, momentarily stunned. The opposing team is fully equipped, father. All 3 operatives are wearing level 5 helmets, marked by red lines on the decryption device. They might be hiding in the corner of the containers. Song Mu's eyes lit up. 5 sets of heavy hitters? Excellent. My friend's dual-wielded M249 light machine guns have finally found a chance to shine. What? You think standard rounds can't penetrate level 5 armor? Nonsense. Don't underestimate the connection between me and my Lawning bro. After assessing the information provided by Lin Bao, Song Mu glanced at the direction from which the Lawning helicopter was unleashing its firepower, effectively locking onto the hiding spots of the 3 level 5 operatives. Lin Bao, stick with me. I'll initiate an offensive to suppress them, while you take them out. Smoke grenade. Go. Song Mu swiftly threw a beehive technology smoke grenade forward. As he prepared to charge ahead, Lin Bao urgently pulled him back. Wait, father, the second scan didn't detect anyone. Song Mu was taken aback. What do you mean it didn't detect anyone? Is this a ghost town? There should be at least 3 operatives. Confirming Song Mu's confusion, Lin Bao reassured him. You heard me right, father. The second scan revealed no one. There are 2 possibilities. Either they fled or they perished, but I suspect the latter. Perished? Song Mu was astonished. As if to validate his confusion, when he looked up at the Lawning helicopter, both pilots were peering down at him through the windows. And the onboard guns and missiles fell silent. What an orchestration of firepower. Lawning, you truly bring me to tears. Song Mu lamented, but his actions remained resolute. With his index finger firmly pressed against the trigger of his M249 light machine gun, resuming the lion's roar. A rapid succession of bullets struck the Lawning helicopter, producing a sharp echo. The display was fierce and formidable, yet it failed to hit the pilots. Lin Bao, observing from behind, shielded her eyes, unable to bear the sight, then covered her mouth, fearing she might inadvertently voice her thoughts. Before long, the 100 rounds were exhausted, and the Lawning helicopter remained silent, merely hovering above Song Mu, occasionally rotating its machine gun, yet it refrained from launching even a single missile, seemingly drained from the prior onslaught. Unfazed, Song Mu, the epitome of masculinity, skillfully retrieved a second M249 light machine gun and continued firing at the Lawning helicopter. His thoughts were uncomplicated. As long as he had sufficient ammunition, he was certain he could bring it down. Suddenly, the hovering Lawning helicopter trembled violently, tilting as though preparing for a tactical roll or offensive maneuver. Lin Bao sensed impending danger and shouted, "Father, watch out." Before her warning could fully register, 2 notification sounds echoed. Hell's Black Silk Thunder Shark has headshot eliminated the Lawning HAVC-64 pilot. Hell's Black Silk Thunder Shark has headshot eliminated the Lawning HAVC-64 co-pilot. Huh. How did both pilots meet their end? Initially bewildered, Song Mu took a moment to process the situation. What? Both pilots were headshot eliminated? Truly, this showcases my true prowess. Chapter 105. The aviation box explodes in fame, relishing 11 generational level 5 helmets. Brothers, you are not mistaken, Song Mu declared, gesturing towards the spiraling, rapidly descending Lawning helicopter. This time, in my confrontation with the boss, I emerged victorious once more at a confidential difficulty level. Not too shabby. The Lawning helicopter isn't particularly difficult to take down. My skills are well within my grasp. As he watched the Lawning helicopter plummet onto the Blue Melody Mountain City, Song Mu felt a hint of nostalgia, reminiscing about past encounters where he had vanquished formidable foes but had never succeeded in defeating the Lawning helicopter. His marksmanship was utterly inadequate, and his skills were lacking. Whenever the Blue Eagle approached, he would inevitably meet his demise. Unlike those skilled players who could unleash a barrage of fire, effortlessly taking down the Blue Eagle helicopter with a swift onslaught, he seemed outmatched. Should the Blue Eagle helicopter dare to dive, it would swiftly find itself bereft of 2 pilots, crashing to the ground. Alternatively, one might sacrifice a missile to act as a human shield, taking down the Blue Eagle with 2 well-placed shots, or perhaps employing the Lioness flow technique, which emphasized victory through sheer volume. 3 M249 light machine guns unleashing a torrent of fire, ensuring the Blue Eagle helicopter met its end. Now, Song Mu inexplicably felt a sense of fulfillment, invigorated. Ah, Lin Bao, could you lend a hand? The monkey, lying on the ground, eagerly called for assistance as he saw the outcome was certain. Lin Bao rushed over to administer aid, reminding him, foster father, why not indulge in the Blue Eagle supply box first? We'll handle the operator boxes here. No problem, Songmu nodded, departing. He certainly would not be polite about it. After all, it was his comrades who had skillfully secured the Blue Eagle helicopter. The Blue Eagle supply box opened to reveal a bounty, filled to the brim with items, some 6 slots, some 4, and a plethora of 1-slot items. Upon seeing the contents, Songmu felt assured of victory. It must be my Blue Eagle bro, truly a brother indeed. He was genuinely moved. The treasures within were generously packed. Oh, what is this? A black box? Such a grand gift upon opening. A medical report appeared. Wait, what is this? Brother, what gold card are you stashing inside? Get away. Though he grumbled, Songmu's nimble hands were quick to seize the items, stuffing them away with little hesitation. Just as the black box emerged, it was swiftly claimed. Along with the medical report and the blue converter, a heavy chime echoed, signaling yet another coveted red collectible. Songmu's hands moved almost instinctively at the sound, too swift for the viewers in the live stream to comprehend, catching only a glimpse of a 4-slot red collectible. Oh dear, another 4-slot red? Ah, it's the camera lady. A golden room card. Museum Monitoring Room, X1. Songmu exhaled in relief, thoroughly satisfied. My Blue Eagle bro is indeed a true brother. Though we haven't been in touch for a while, he is always in my thoughts. The Blue Eagle supply box yielded 2 reds, 1 4-slot gold, and a room card. There were also various supplies, including a converter, a can of paint, and a stethoscope, which Songmu swiftly collected without hesitation. As Songmu reveled in the spoils from the Blue Eagle supply box, he recounted the items, prompting the monkey and Lin Bao, who were also indulging, to feel increasingly envious. Foster father, you truly are remarkable, a masterful hand. The monkey exclaimed, drooling. Oh, it's merely the company that enhances my prowess. Songmu humbly replied, inquiring further, what is the situation on your end? The 3-5 set operators must be quite plump, no? Lin Bao sighed, don't mention it. Foster father, all 3 are inherited 5 sets. Only their guns hold any value. The rest are worthless. The monkey chimed in, but let us be honest. The Blue Eagle bro is formidable. Those 3 S5 armor sets were reduced to 0 durability, utterly shattered. Songmu scoffed, what did you expect? I declare the Blue Eagle bro is a true brother. When there is trouble, he is always there. When there is a fight, he commits wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain themselves. As the lively atmosphere of the live stream unfolded, Songmu was largely indifferent. Initially, he had no intention of opening the operator boxes, but at the persistent urging of the monkey and Lin Bao, he decided to indulge. Upon opening the first box, he was astonished. What a rare inherited 5-level helmet. How many hands has it passed through? This was his first encounter with an 11 durability 5-level helmet. If it were an 11 durability 6-level helmet, he wouldn't be surprised, as he had one in his collection. However, an 11 durability 5-level helmet? What a rarity. After pondering, Songmu deduced that this operator likely intended to intimidate someone equipped with a signal decryption skill. I'll take this 11 durability 5-level helmet for my collection. You two can enjoy the rest. Upon hearing this, the monkey wasted no time producing 2 guns. Foster father, whether you want to or not, you must take some. Quickly, stuff them into your bag. All right. Songmu conceded, realizing that despite his authority, his adoptive children had learned to assert themselves. Suddenly, Lin Bao recalled something. Foster father, the Blue Eagle helicopter must have eliminated more than just this team of operators earlier, right? Aren't there 6 operator boxes left unopened at the large bathhouse and market? If Lin Bao hadn't brought it up, Songmu would have nearly forgotten. Before unleashing a torrent of fire upon the Asura camp, his Blue Eagle bro had first decimated the large bathhouse and market. If there were enemy operators present, the Blue Eagle helicopter surely wouldn't have unleashed such devastating firepower without reason. Let us go take a look. Although Songmu had little interest in the operator boxes, he was curious to see if any operators had indeed perished there, and if so, how tragic their fates might be. The 3 hurried to the nearby market. In a small corner, 3 operator boxes were neatly arranged, forming a triangular formation, allowing one to envision the confusion and despair of the operators at that moment. Running is indeed a viable option. As long as one can seek refuge within a building, the Blue Eagle helicopter is rendered relatively impotent. No matter how formidable it may be, it can only unleash its firepower upon operatives without cover. The real concern lies in the helicopter's lack of forewarning. It dives in, raining down lethal artillery fire, locking onto its target and providing no opportunity for reaction. The K437 assault rifle. Priced at 700,000. Astonishing. A 120 durability golden armor repair. How is it that a headset is paired with level 4 armor? A glass cannon? The M14 sniper rifle, valued at 1 million. These unfortunate comrades have suffered greatly, without firing a single shot, despite possessing a full magazine of 50 rounds of 7.62 gold ammunition. It seems they will have a restless night ahead. The 3 boxes were swiftly consumed, and both Hosey and Lin Bao instinctively learned to announce their orders, albeit while cooking. They swiftly made their way to the grand bathhouse. The 3 operative boxes here were easy to locate, lying directly on the road. But they were scattered due to the chaotic bombardment from the Blue Eagle helicopter. Alas, what was once a harmonious family unit has been cruelly torn asunder. Song Mu clicked his tongue and shook his head, lamenting, in times of crisis, everyone scatters. Do you see, my friends? This is the stark reality of wild matchmaking. Once under fire, 3 individuals go their separate ways, utterly true. Hosey remained silent, solely focused on opening boxes, exclaiming, "This is truly delightful." Lin Bao beside him was also engrossed, hardly able to speak. Song Mu displayed little interest in opening boxes, pondering the matter of card brushing. "You two hurry, finish up, and then we shall head to the museum to brush some cards. I have a premonition that this round may lead to extraordinary achievements." "Is it going to surpass the previous round's 15 million? Hosey inquired. "It's hard to say," Song Mu replied, shaking his head. Before long, Hosey and Lin Bao had finished their operative boxes and cooked their dishes, plating them before presenting them directly to Song Mu, who was fed with chopsticks. "You two eat. Look at the commotion this has caused. Who said anything about forgetting one's roots? Who is it? Let a moderator silence that comment." Song Mu grumbled. Discarding his dual-wielded M249 light machine guns and swiftly switching to 2 long guns, tossing aside the newly acquired 25-slot GT1 outdoor backpack. Hosey instantly understood, exclaiming, "Exactly. Forgetting anything but one's roots is unacceptable." "Oh, father, it seems your backpack zipper is open. Allow me to assist you." Much appreciated," Song Mu replied courteously. One could only say that Hosey was quick to comprehend, with swift hands and even swifter actions. In the time it took Song Mu to utter a few words, Hosey had stuffed 2 long guns and 3 expensive purple attachments into the GT1 outdoor backpack, filling it to capacity. Only when Song Mu had reattached the backpack did the viewers in the live stream begin to take notice. Was that Godfather intentionally crafting a comment to divert our attention? I searched the comment list for ages and found nothing, one viewer noted, while another chimed in. "This friend known as Hosey is quite impressive. He truly understands the situation. Rivaling the likes of Nai Go Go. What Hosey? What nonsense are you spouting? He is Lord Ho, the first lord of the Black Silk dynasty." Quite true. That series of feigned actions by the Godfather was reminiscent of relatives during New Year's insisting, "I don't want the red envelope," while frantically rummaging through their pockets. M249 light machine gun. What happened to the promise that you would become my shape? The words of men are truly fickle. GDI Operative Lesson 1. First step onshore. Prioritize combat readiness. The barrage of comments was relentless, with over 2/3 expressing admiration for the 2 M249 light machine guns that had performed valiantly. Yet their voices were drowned out by the indifference of Tang Wan. Is forgetting one's roots unacceptable? Then let it be forgotten. In the next round, I might even bring you both along for combat readiness. Oh, by the way, after we finish the cards, let us see what the drop rates are. I'll share some of these valuable gold and purple items with you, but the large and small reds are off limits. My demand for them is quite substantial at the moment." Upon hearing this, Hosey's expression shifted, turning serious as he responded, "What do you mean? Is that how you see it, father? Are you implying we joined you solely for your precious red items?" "I never considered it that way," Song Mu replied. "Then what do you mean?" "I genuinely wish to fight alongside you in Bakusher, nothing more. Father, it's purely your charismatic personality that draws me in. Do you understand my meaning?" "Lin Bao, what about you?" Lin Bao promptly nodded. "I feel the same." Song Mu then made a grand gesture, transforming into a figure of authority, commanding, "Let us go." What more is there to say? Simply follow me into the tower, into the museum. The 3 swiftly made their way to the museum. Once again, Hosey took the lead with his weapon, while Lin Bao closely shielded Song Mu, who commenced card brushing. Considering the low drop rates in the museum's surveillance room, Song Mu opted to head straight to the 2nd floor to initiate the card brushing there, yielding results that were unsurprising. The haul included Green Blueprint X1, Shipping Order X1, Medical Alcohol X1, Solid Fuel X1. Truly, the surveillance room is commendable. A small gold solid fuel is not a loss. Turning, Song Mu hurried downstairs toward the underground vault, rubbing his hands together and exhaling. I know what I am about to say may seem harsh, but from another perspective, this is also a test of your mindset. Indeed, a slight exertion on my part amounts to a lifetime for the vast majority of you. Ding, Tang Ren card. As the door swung open, Song Mu habitually performed a quick peek, instantly feeling a wave of relief. The vault truly cares for me. It knows of the hardships I endure. I have directly acquired a 1.28 million wild 6-slot red Claudius bust. A treasure. Chapter 107. Crushing Lin Bao's CPU. A dual supreme with golden value. Why is everyone silent? Don't hold back. Feel free to express your thoughts. Song Mu calmly entered the first vault room, shattering the display case with Polaris and lifting the Claudius bust from its pedestal. Who the hell removed their shoes in the livestream? This sour pickled cabbage scent is unmistakable. Was it a lady who mentioned she did? What about the black silk? To speak of the tactile experience, nothing compares to the bust. The weighty sensation is simply delightful. While speaking, Song Mu kissed the head of the bust, relishing the moment. What is this item you've acquired, father? What is this Claudius bust? Hosey, upstairs and anxious, was unable to detach himself due to the responsibility of covering fire. It's the legendary Claudius bust, a 6-slot red. Lin Bao responded, though he couldn't recall the exact name as Song Mu spoke too swiftly. Though the Claudius bust is a 6-slot red and commonplace for Song Mu. To the other operatives in this world, it is indeed a legendary red item, rare and precious, something even the Buddha would praise upon seeing. I will let you play with the bust later. For now, allow me to indulge in my meal. Song Mu casually tucked the half-body statue into his pants and began to feast. The grand safe, as always, did not disappoint him, yielding a shiny pirate gold coin X1, an Astra specialty wine cup X1, and a basic bullet part X1. The white lab coat, green blueprint X1, advanced storage box, lighter X1, Apple X1. Oh, I see. You both intend to convey that the good stuff lies further back, right? I understand. This time, Song Mu refrained from any expletives and headed straight to the second vault room, swiftly swiping his card and peering around, his actions flowing seamlessly like water. The layout of the second room mirrored the first, complete with a grand safe. Upon entering, he stumbled upon a small 78 fossil. Where could he voice his grievances about that? Excitement surged. Once more, he enjoyed a prosperous opening. Song Mu calmly smashed the glass of the display case and swiftly extracted the Spinosaurus claw fossil, then turned around to unlock the grand safe at lightning speed, his eyes immediately gleaming. Rolex Sisters. No, it was Rolex Sisterhood. Witnessing Song Mu pull out 2 Rolex watches from the grand safe for inspection left Lin Bao behind in a state of bewilderment, seemingly lost in introspection. Is this real? Could this truly be happening? Although Lin Bao had been watching Song Mu's livestream for some time, it was difficult for a spectator like her, who had never fought alongside him, to fully grasp the visual impact of such a bounty through the screen. Yet now, she felt the overwhelming shock, her worldview teetering on the edge. Lin Bao departed, heading into the third vault room. The Rolex sisters were hastily tucked into his pants, and upon turning around, Song Mu noticed Lin Bao standing there in a daze, her gaze somewhat glazed over with an expression of drooling stupor. Lin Bao? Hey. Hello, little shaver? What is wrong with you? After several calls with no response, Song Mu grew anxious, wondering if her mental fortitude was truly that fragile. For a fleeting moment, he was reminded of his initial encounters with Yin Zi and Jiang Zi, when a single gold bar had shattered the CPUs of 2 sidekicks. Lin Bao's current state mirrored that of his former brothers in arms, not identical but remarkably similar. What had transpired? The monkey could no longer contain himself. Rushing down from the upper floor into the vault, and upon entering, he found Song Mu standing before Lin Bao, poking and gesturing, even drawing out the Polaris and slashing at her twice. Forgive me, adoptive father, I shall leave at once. Instinctively, the monkey turned to exit. Song Mu was momentarily stunned, feeling exasperated. What the hell are you talking about? I haven't done anything. What can I do in a war zone? However, the monkey stammered, scratching his head, mumbling softly. I just came in and saw you attacking Lin Bao, even poking her twice. Song Mu remained silent, merely smiling. Damn it. Moments later, Lin Bao suddenly stirred, hastily speaking. I'm so sorry. I just felt a bit dizzy for some reason. My vision went dark. It scared me to death. I thought I was going to faint. The monkey said nothing, merely glanced at Song Mu. Song Mu exclaimed, Sister, I truly did not intend to shatter your CPU. I was merely performing normally. Instantly, the entire livestream room buzzed with excitement, the barrage of comments surging dramatically, as the audience suddenly felt they had found a kindred spirit. Many moved to tears. It's all right. Lin Mei Mei, dizziness is normal. Pain is also normal. Just take deep breaths. Did you see how the Black Silk Patriarch is so CS? Every time this CS drops, my symptoms are identical to Lin Bao Mei Mei's. Exactly the same. Go ahead, keep acting. Sooner or later, all of us in this livestream room will fall at your hands. Has the Grim Reaper arrived, darling? It's real. Every time I see this Patriarch drop red, my vision dims, my heart races, and blood rushes to my brain. This truly is trouble incarnate. It's all nonsense. The upstairs folks are all haters. My low blood pressure, which has troubled me for over a decade, has been cured these past few days. Do you understand? Our Patriarch is undeniably a benevolent healer, benefiting the world. Soon, the comments in the live stream divided into two factions, one loyalist and the other rebel, gearing up for the first battle of the Black Silk Dynasty. This chaos kept the adopted sons and daughters busy, unable to keep up with the onslaught. Deep breaths, it'll be fine, Lin Bao. Songmu scratched his head, looking at Lin Bao. I didn't think the items just now were so overwhelming. Why couldn't you handle it? When you saw the twin-tailed tank girl before, you didn't faint, did you? Lin Bao replied. I was reminded of another kind of twin-tail, adoptive father. Songmu suddenly understood. He then nodded at the monkey. There's a third vault. Would you care to join me in appreciating it? The monkey hesitated, quickly waving his hands. No, adoptive father, upon reflection, if I had witnessed you pulling 3 reds consecutively, I might have stood at attention right then and there. What a pity, Songmu expressed regretfully. Oh well, since both teammates were unwell, the third vault room could be left for the audience in the livestream. They were sufficiently prepared. Ding, Tangwang card. Unlocking the third vault room. This time Songmu bypassed his habitual ghostly peeking and entered boldly. Upon clearly seeing the items in the glass display case, Songmu said nothing, only reached out to mark the items within. Enough with the pretense, a duel supreme. It's happening today. Chapter 108. The 2-star twin-tailed tank lady. Boldly. Who posted the heart-saving pill link? No further words were necessary when it came to treasures. A simple mark could instantly shatter the psychological defenses of the entire livestream audience, penetrating from within, from head to toe, delivering a perfect ultimate breakthrough. Hey, brothers, have you noticed? Songmu, seemingly deep in thought, spoke. I seem to have a special affinity for the sisterhood. Do you remember the Champagne sisters from Amaya Town last time? And the Rolex sisters just now? You see, you all are getting anxious. Do you understand the market? A true man must don twin tails. Suddenly, the barrage of comments in the live stream diminished by a third. It can only be said that it is truly remarkable that over 100,000 online viewers have managed to endure until now, not only facing tremendous visual shocks, but also listening to Songmu's peculiar banter. The key lies in the fact that if it were any other streamer, they would be ridiculed for their eccentricities. But Songmu, when he engages in such antics, it's genuine. The issue is, the viewers can't retort because he truly delivers, and not just minor prizes, but tanks at every turn. Who can withstand that? A duel supreme. 2 twin tails. Let us indulge, my friends. Let us feast. Songmu gleefully smashed the glass display case, his nimble fingers swiftly stashing the twin-tailed tank girl into his pants. Engaging her sister in conversation. Glancing at the barrage, he noticed the viewers remained unresponsive, yet Songmu was not anxious. The dizziness and dimming of vision were entirely normal. I have arrived. Oh, my beloved little bread. I hope you all can seize the competition directly. Do you understand? No, you two seem rather oblivious. I opened 2 small bread storage lockers, yielding a total reward of Merit Metals X2, Seafood Porridge Kind X1, Music Box X1, Lemon Tea X3. 3 lemon teas? Is that a reminder for me to hydrate? Oh, by the way, a gentle reminder for the brothers and sisters in the live stream. It's time to drink water. Everyone should take a moment to enjoy a glass of water and do 20 stretches. For your health, Bai Yi is on fire. Having finished all 3 underground vault storage rooms, Songmu hesitated, pondering whether to take another round in the Tower of Babel, and asked, Monkey, Lin Bao, how much did you each eat? Are you full? Monkey responded, 1 million, adoptive father. Lin Bao echoed, me too. Around 1 million, huh? Then let us head straight to the bathhouse for a retreat. We won't be visiting the Tower of Babel this round. I need to hurry out and purchase a dazzling meal skill. Songmu calculated the time and nodded. Let's leave now. Regroup. It wasn't that Songmu didn't wish to explore the tower, but time was rather limited. With only over 10 minutes remaining, if there were even a couple of teams inside, they could easily become ensnared. Songmu himself was unconcerned. All his valuable items were stuffed in his pants. So he feared neither death nor a plunge into the depths of despair, for he could certainly bring everything back regardless. However, for his 2 adopted children, It would mean total loss if anything happened to them, leaving only a couple of small gold pieces in his pants. Second floor, pull the lever. As Monkey went to do just that, Songmu took Lin Bao for another visit to the hotel staff lounge. As expected, the hacker's computer on the second floor had long been cleared out. Little green mechanical hard drive? How could that even be edible? Glancing at the items within the hacker's computer, Songmu sighed and produced a Tang Ren card. Ding. This time Lin Bao had learned her lesson and stood outside, focusing on what to eat for a late-night snack to distract herself, avoiding looking inside as much as possible. Though she truly didn't look. She couldn't help but respond to Songmu's calls. Ah, what an African wooden sculpture. Treasure. Songmu exclaimed. Lin Bao sighed in relief. Ah, what a stonemason's hammer. Treasure. Lin Bao relaxed her guard. What on earth is this? Seriously, dear brother, I came to Bakshi to make a fortune, not to battle. Why on earth did you give me a double ponytail too? Is that appropriate? Lin Bao felt a wave of dizziness. Monkey, who arrived shortly after, stumbled and fell down the ladder, feeling too exhausted to get back up, resigned to the destruction of this world. Good heavens, you've turned this into a full battlefield. Though surprised, Songmu's reflexes remained sharp. His mind was still contemplating, but his hands acted instinctively, beginning to swipe at the items. Clang. About to make an entrance is the 2-star double ponytail tank lady. But on another note, the feeling of a triple supreme is truly delightful. However, placing it in 1's pants evokes an indescribable joy. My dear courtiers, do speak up. Alas, despite Songmu's rambling, the live stream remained silent. Thankfully, Lin Bao had learned from prior experiences and had tempered her mindset. Otherwise, she would have crumbled by now. The three of them rushed straight to the bathhouse retreat point. But instead of heading directly there, Songmu brought them to the second floor of the grand bathhouse. This was partly to give his two adopted children a glimpse of the grandeur and partly to guard against any hand cannon evacuations. Come, each of you take a tank. Feel free to play. Oh, and there's the bust, the camera, the Rolex sisters, and 78 fossils. I'll share a few small gold pieces with you. Remember to tuck them into your pants. By the way, how many slots does your safety box have? Hey, as Songmu tossed out small red and gold items. He called out, but after 2 attempts, received no reply. Looking up, he understood. Monkey and Lin Bao were both completely engrossed. One operating tank sister and the other tank little sister, showing clear signs of being novices with such rare items. At that moment, the live stream audience finally regained their composure, startled awake from their stupor, eyes wide open in awe. Is this the gap between me and the Godfather? How infuriating. I still can't achieve it. What a visual feast. Last time, when the Godfather fought alongside 2 battle sisters, it wasn't even this glorious. 3 tank models, 3. Globally, no operator possesses the Godfather's luck, right? 1 game,